I'm going to tell y'all right now, all of these wonderful people would not be here without Patreon supporters like you. If you enjoy credible news, reviews, and commentary on UFOs and UAPs 5 days a week, you want to support this show. What's your name? Marty. Marty, look how easy this is, Marty. Pick up your phone. Boom! You're a Patreon member. I mean, look, it's so easy. You just click the link, which is right here. Just for $1 a month, you can support this show. Just fill out the information and pledge what's comfortable for you. It could be $1, $5, $10, or who knows. Just support.
Hi there, it's Christina Gomez here, and I wish I could have been a part of the Big Phone Home too, but unfortunately I am traveling this weekend, very far away from home, but I am with all of you guys in spirit. We are so lucky to have Luis and his team to not only create the Big Phone Home too, but to also give us a script to email and call our representatives in Congress. With the reason why we're having this conversation is to ask for transparency, to demand the truth. What's going on out there? Are they visiting us? Are we alone? Where can I get a spaceship so I can travel amongst the stars and look for better noodle recipes that are not from Earth? Do they have vanilla ice cream? We need to have these kinds of conversations. We need to ask these kinds of questions. And the beautiful thing is, it's happening now more than ever. So many people here that are on this panel have YouTube channels, have podcasts, have books, they write articles, and that is beautiful. We're making it more mainstream, but it still does need a little bit of a push to really give us the transparency, because all of us, every single one of us, is searching for the truth. And with the Big Phone Home, maybe it's able to happen. This is a very exciting times. I'm so lucky to be alive right here, right now. And so do not forget to call and email your representatives. Make the difference as you already are, but you can do a little bit more work. And remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Thank you for that message, Christina, and safe travels. And good morning to everyone who got up early today, and thank you for tuning in to day one of the Big Phone Home 2. I'm extremely excited, and I hope you are too. Lou, Mike, and Jane will be joining in just a minute. We'll be with you here all day long, joined by new groups of amazing guests every hour or two. It's going to be a ton of fun. But everyone is here for the same purpose. We want more UAP information from the government. Phone, email, and tweet your home congressional representative. Tell them why this issue is important to you. And ask that they represent your interests and push for more information with public hearings regarding the UAP issue. Please go to thebigphonehome.com. It will walk you through the entire process, from finding your representative to crafting your message. And your voice can have an impact. That impact will be stronger if we join together Put yourself in the shoes of a congressperson. Despite all our efforts on the UAP issue, it's still quite stigmatized. It's a lot easier to stick one's neck out and ask the tough questions if you have a stack of letters and tallied phone calls of your constituents who back you on the issue. And maybe your congressperson isn't even aware of the shocking admissions from the UAP task force and other officials. While many of us have dug deep into the issue since 2017, and many of us long before that, most politicians have had their hands full with political issues. So let's help foster the curiosity of our representatives and give them our support. These are the tools our government needs to push forward. And let's not let up until they take action. And there's two people I know who refuse to give up, and we're all the happier for it. They come at you 5 days a week across the Unidentified Celebrity Review and the Singularity Lab. And they've been working tirelessly on top of that to bring you this weekend of amazing UAP content and activism. A huge thanks and welcome to our hosts of the Big Phone Home 2, Luis Jimenez and Michael Mataluni.
Hey, gentlemen!
We made it!
We made it!
We made it!
We made it! My God, we're here! All that work, and I forgot to set my microphone in the right spot.
For the last 2 hours of prep.
That was the thing. A wonderful start. Hello, good morning, good evening, good day, good afternoon, good weekend, aloha. Welcome back to a very special edition of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, your home for credible news, reviews, and commentary on everything UFO and UAP. This is a very special 3-day live stream event. So happy you guys are here. Do me a favor, like, share, subscribe, but underline share. Tell everybody about what's happening right now. This is a 100% free event. We are going to ask you to do some things because we are giving you a free event. It's kind of like give you a little bit of awesome guests, give us a little bit of signing of a petition, give you a little bit of some ladies hour with Lou Elizondo, maybe send an email or call a representative. You know what I'm saying? Here we are. This is what we're here for. So gentlemen, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm excited. Rather, thank you so much for being with us. You have been such an extraordinary motivator in all of this, and just getting a look at Rather's sweet demeanor just gets me excited about this event.
Appreciate that, Mike. Yeah, I'm super excited too, and boy, I appreciate all the hard work you two have put in for this. This is going to be an amazing weekend.
Woo. And we are just lined up, you guys. I mean, we've got guests hour after hour after hour after day after day. So this is going to be an extraordinary event. We've got some amazing guests for you. We're going to be talking, we're going to be getting deep in the subject, and we're going to be activating you to get out there and make your voice heard so we can get the answers that we are looking for. Lou, I'm excited, man.
I am very excited as well. Okay, so where do we start? First of all, I want to say thank you to the sponsor. My dad, BlueMarlinChronicles.com, purveyors of the world's finest fishing tackles since 1995, helped us buy some of the microphones, some of the chairs, some of the things that make this show possible. Want to say thank you, huge thank you. And I just want to take a couple of minutes here right now to talk about it. And that is our website. I want to say thank you to Ben Jenkins over at Nito Creative, who created our website, thebigphonehome.com, which you're taking a look at right now. This is the tool that is going to help us hopefully change some things. But before we get into it, I want to welcome our fourth guest, or co-host for the day. She's going to be coming in throughout the day, in and out. She's got her own panel with Lou Elizondo later today, and that is Texas researcher and friend of the show, UFO Jane Kyle. How are you doing, my lady?
I'm good, and fan of the show too.
And, well, thank you. That's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you.
I'm doing great. I feel like disclosure is going to happen this weekend. I feel like they're just these guys are so persistent. We were going to do this in a year. Let's just do this right now. So I'm so excited.
Yeah, I am excited as well. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that we have your voice as a part of these next 3 days. So real quick, why we're here. Right. Okay. So we got 212 of you guys in here. I expect that number to just keep growing throughout the day as people are finding out what's happening on the channel. So we're here for this website. Okay, we're bringing you all of these guests. We have lined up all of these guests. We've done all this work. We've put 3 days of content together for you guys. It's essentially a UAP UFO conference, but you don't have to pay anything. We're not charging you anything. And the reason why we're not charging you anything is because we're asking you to do something with us. We're asking you to help us call, write, email, tweet, petition your local and state representatives and ask them for more data, more transparency, and public congressional hearings on the UAP topic. Also, we're here to help kill stigma, and we're here to kill false flag narratives, dangerous narratives that are stemming because of conspiracy theories and not enough clarity coming from both sides. So let's get into it real quick before we get to our guests, which, by the way, we're going to start bringing in about 10 minutes. And I also want to bring in Sean Rosh, witness citizen. What's happening, Sean?
What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing?
Everybody's
What up,
doing really good, especially now that we get to see that beautiful hat of yours.
Happy big phone home.
Love it. Okay, so Sean is going to
wearing
be
it just so I could wear it today. It would be a special occasion. So
there you go, man. Well, indeed it is. So Sean is here. Sean is going to be helping us do activism for the next 3 days. So because Michael and I and Rather and Jane, we're hosting the show, we're lining up guests, we're making sure everybody's where they need to be. Sean is actually going to be calling, emailing, writing, maybe even playing a little bit of guitar when we check in on him. But we're going to be checking in on him throughout the day. He's here for a panel at I can't remember exactly the time, but I'm sure you could tell me, Sean. We're going to have Sean on for a whole panel and talk to him as well and sort of the work he's doing on his channel.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Standard
I'm
time.
just available. So you put my little box wherever it belongs at whatever time.
I heard that about you.
All right. You got it, my man. Well, so Sean essentially is going to be making phone calls for us. He's going to be using the scripts. He's going to be doing the activism while at the same time we're doing the show. So that way we're doing both at the same time. So you guys are not alone. We're not going to ask you to do something that we would not do ourselves. So that's why Sean's here. Sean is one of the best. His whole channel is about calling his congressmen, his senators. He emails, he tweets, he goes through FOIA requests. He's becoming really, really good at what he does, and I'm so just proud and watching his channel and his journalistic sort of bone. You know, like it's sort of like I can see it growing. It's awesome.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I learned from you guys. Yes, I stole my journalistic bone from Michael. Who stole it from somebody else? I don't know, but I have it now and I'm happy. No, but I learned from you guys. I'm learning just to find my place in this. Like, what type of things do I enjoy doing? And how can I move that into this realm so that whatever actions I take are going to be that much more impactful? For instance, I've spent most of my career making phone calls, learning how to get big jobs where it starts with a phone call. So if I could bring that over here, and I love investigating and finding dirt. So I love those old documents. So I'm just trying to be myself in this topic, and it's people like you that show that example, that it can be done. So I really appreciate it.
Hey man, no worries. We appreciate you, and that's why you're here. So let's get back to the website because we got about 15 minutes before we start bringing in our first guest. And by the way, Michael, can you tell the folks who the first panel is going to be?
I absolutely can. So the first panel is going to be Zach Seichi, John Greenwald, and we have a question mark in the last one, so I don't want to say.
Okay, well, actually, no, I think you're looking at the wrong one. So it's going to be Zach Seichi, our friend Jay Malibu. Jamaro, I'm not 100% sure about Jamaro. I still haven't heard from him, but definitely our homeboy Ryan Sprague will be here. So hopefully we'll get Jamaro in the house. He's on the road. He's traveling, like he's in another part of the world. So it's possible that he may not make it, but yeah, so that's going to be the first hour. So the first hour is going to be wonderful conversation. So let's see here. Okay, so let's get back to the website. So the first thing we're asking you to do, guys, is the easiest step, which is step 1. It's to sign our petition. This petition was written by Tommy Zito, who we had on the show the other day. A really wonderful example of what it takes to activate yourself within government. It took him 2 years to get a sit-down meeting with his his congressman, which is insanely impressive. But man, God, that had to have been frustrating, and it was for him. But he finally got the sit-down meeting. He was able to talk to his Congressman Perlmutter in the 7th District of Colorado, and make him aware of not only what's the congressman was aware of the report, but he was never briefed on it. So literally a citizen briefed a congressman on what was in the report. Like, this is what we're talking about, you guys. Like, a lot of these congressmen, a lot of these lawmakers that are in your state or out of your state, they have no clue. They don't have the time or the bandwidth to pay attention to this, a lot of them. And I know that might seem crazy to the people watching, but I promise you that is the case. A lot of these congressmen and senators either know about the briefing, don't know about the briefing, or haven't been briefed at all just because they haven't had the time. So if, for example, in the 7th District of Colorado, if any of you are in that district, you should be emailing Perlmutter right now just to emphasize all that work that Tommy Zito did. It'll help. So this petition, it's super easy. You just put in your email address and I think your zip code, and it sends it off to all of the congressmen and senators that we're targeting to discuss the UAP topic. A lot of committees and subcommittees, like the Aviation and Safety subcommittees, the Senate Intelligence Committee, the House Committee of the House Committee for Intelligence. So you got the congressional, the senatorial side of things. We're emailing and petitioning them in this particular instance, all of them, with just a couple of clicks. It's the easiest step in this whole process, and it's why we made it step 1. So if you got literally a minute while you're watching this pre-show, while you're getting your coffee, while you're doing whatever, send out this petition. It's super, super simple. How many signatures are we up to?
And
I just saw
it's
10 people
pinned to the
signed
top
while
of the
you're
chat as
doing
well.
that.
Just keep your eye on that person, Spaghetti Lee. That person is up to no good. Just
Spaghetti Lee?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, he says good morning. Sounds like a dastardly scoundrel.
Sounds like you're on Team Boxers, Sean.
Yeah, he's with me every day. I'm just giving him stuff. Yeah.
So we're up to 746 signatures, 748. They're literally going up as we talk. 749, 750. It's going up as we're talking. So that's awesome. That means you guys are signing the petition. 753. So let's see what we could get this to by the end of the day. I think a really great goal would probably be 2,000. Let's see if we get 2,000 signatures, I think we can make it happen. So again, just share, sign the petition. It's again a super easy step. Now, step 2 gets a little bit more difficult, but that's why we got you Lou Elizondo and Richard Hoffman and Congressman Tim Burchett that's coming on later today. And that's why we got all of these killer guests. So hopefully we can inspire you to take step 2. So step 2, again, is super easy. If you want to find your congressman, you hit U.S. State Congress, you put in your zip code, and then, for example, mine 90057, Jimmy Gomez will come up because he's my congressman. So there you go. There's my district. I can click on his information and it'll take me to his website, right? And then I could go back over here to where the email templates are, grab any email template that was either written by John Greenwald Jr., Alex Garcia, Rather Be Squidding has one, Tommy Zito also wrote a template, and Alex Sears, who is the chief correspondent at the Daily Caller, chief UFO correspondent at the Daily Caller. So we had journalists and people who know how to really ask for these things, who've been successful asking for these things, write our templates. So they're targeted, they're specific, and I got to tell you, they work. I've already gotten a response from my congressman, not my congressman, my senator. So my senator is Alex Padilla. He's already reached out. I've sent him the email, and his representatives have reached out to me and have told me that they're reviewing the letter and they'll get back to me as soon as they can, which is more successful already than the first big photo. So that means that the templates work. They're super easy to use. And again, I sent them both to Dianne Feinstein and Alex Padilla, as you can see here. So that's how you find your representatives, guys. And that's how you use our email templates. Also know that so step 2 and 3 are sort of combined, but you could take these templates, you can print them out, and you can sign them and mail them as well, which I highly recommend you do. Sending a physical letter is awesome. It's a great way to get their attention. What are you gonna say, Sean?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that for some people, you want to add your little personal touch too. So those templates are also a great skeleton for you to develop your own letter around. I know for me, I want to give that personal touch so that if, you know, because this is a human thing, right? At the end, we're human. So if you can add a little bit of yourself, that's great. And you can work around those templates too. So I think that's pretty awesome.
No, that's
a phone script. So
that's a wonderful point, Sean, that you made. Absolutely make it your own. The only thing we are asking you to kindly do is don't put any of your personal experience into this. Not because it's not valid or it doesn't matter, but because it's hard for a senator to really digest that. Let's just keep it simple, keep it to the point, and let's see if we can just get a response from them. That's ideally what we're looking for. So yeah, a wonderful point. And that goes to any part of the big phone home, whether it be the tweets or, excuse me, wrong part, whether it be the tweets or the phone calling part. And speaking of phone calls, of course, making phone calls is a wonderful way to get a senator or congressman's attention. We have at least, I don't know, 15 bullet points that you can lean on when you make a phone call. Sometimes people get nervous when they make a phone call. So that's why we put these bullet points in here, just in case you get lost, or if you forget what to say, you could just quickly, oh yeah, that UAP that have been detected on multiple sensors demonstrating breakthrough technology that former ATIP organizer Luis Elizondo saw and made us aware of. Did you hear about that? So if you get lost, like you can fall back on this, and it's a great way to, again, just make a little bit of noise, you guys. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be persistent. We're trying to be relentless, but we're also trying to be polite. Those
are good little facts for family and friends too.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
A skeptic. And
yes.
Hey, here's a printout.
For sure. No, these bullet points are really great to you. I never really thought of that, Jane. Yes. If you want to print this out and take it to your dinner, and that relative that really busts your chops on the existence of these things, this is a cool little, like, you could put it on like a plate, like a quarterback does on his wristband, But yeah, so, this is, again, just another tool that we've provided you guys to be successful in this. And I'll tell you what, a lot of folks don't like calling because they just, like, it's weird to talk to a stranger that you never, how do you start the conversation? Again, lean on this, but we're in a weekend. So chances are you'll probably get a voicemail. So just leave a voicemail. Yeah. Trust me, they check them.
All the calls
you can also, Lou, you can also use those templates, copy and paste those when you're sharing the big phone home. If you want to use a specific point and you want to quote a tweet or you want to share a Facebook message, you can use that in the comments. So feel free to copy and paste those for sharing the big phone home as well.
Absolutely. Sean, you were saying?
I lost my train of thought, but I guess the one thing I would say is, sorry if you hear my dogs barking. The one thing I would say is, alone, it can seem overwhelming, like you're not going to be able to do anything by yourself. But that's not the point. You got to get outside yourself, realize that all together we are one tool, and the more of us that make one action, the more possible this is. But it's going to take all of us. So that's why, thankfully, Lou is doing this, because it's been one of the best outreaches I've seen in a long time. So
yeah, well, I appreciate that, Sean. And that's why you're here, man, for insights like that, because you're right. It's going to take a galvanization of all of us on UFO Twitter to really make some noise and move the needle on this. So, thank you that's a wonderful point. So the last thing we're going to get to, we got about 6 minutes before the official show, before all of the guests start coming, and the wave starts happening. We got one last section of the website, which is send a tweet. Now, there's a couple things you can do with this. We do have a couple of templates here where you can put in your representative, either to your Congress or senator. We have, I think, 2 different ones for each, or you can change them to send to whoever. It doesn't have to be, if it says senator, you can send it to a congressman. Just put a congressman's name in there. But keep an eye on my Twitter, Lou Angeles, which my handle is here in the right under my face, my name here. We're going to be sending out tweets throughout the day that target specific people, committees, politicians, celebrities. We're going to try and get especially our politicians on this show throughout the day. Again, we've already got a congressman out of Tennessee, Tim Burchett. He's going to be joining us at 1 o'clock for 10 minutes. So it's working. The activism is working. We have actual examples of it in progress. And by the way, thank you to Dan Warren. I hope he's watching the show, because if it wasn't for Dan Warren, I'm not sure if we would have got Tim Burchett on the channel. So, so I appreciate the effort that he made to make that happen. I see some of our guests loading up in the back, which is making me excited. It's happening.
We're already seeing people signing the petition, emailing the senators. John Brusso signed the petition, emailed your senator. And for those of you, if you're just joining, if you're just popping in here and you don't know what the Big Phone Home is, the Big Phone Home is an unprecedented convergence of professionals, scientists, military members, and activists from across the spectrum of UAP research and activism to request public congressional hearings to key government officials. We're going to be doing this all day. We're going to be doing this for 3 days. We've got amazing guests for you. Lou, I'm so jacked, man.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome, man. I can't wait to have some of the conversations. We've got some really wonderful minds, wonderful perspectives and ways of thinking. And again, like, we're going to have different ideas. We're going to have different thoughts on either what the phenomena is. We're going to have different, theories as to what's actually happening with the information. Where's it getting held up? Why are they covering it up? Some of us think there's alien bodies. Some of us think there's craft. And awesome, great, wonderful. We welcome all of those ideas, but we're going to disagree on a lot of those things too. But the one thing I think that everyone here can agree on is that all of us know on some level that our government has more information. They've got more data, a lot more data. And it's high time that they start sharing some of that data and some of those images and some of those cockpit recordings, especially if they're not over sensitive military airspace or, top secret parts of the world. We're not looking for classified, double, top secret information. We're looking for more. For
yourself.
Well, maybe. We are.
Kidding.
They're not going to give us that kind of information, right? But
one step at a time.
One step at a time. We'll get there. But I think the thing we could definitely agree on is that they have more footage of the Tic Tac, gimbal, and Go Fast. They maybe even have more angles of it, which would be a absolute nail in the coffin on whether or not these things exist for sure. So those are the things that we're looking for. And then in addition to that, we are looking to ask for public congressional hearings, because we believe in a public congressional hearing. Number one, people are sworn under oath. So if you lie in a congressional hearing and you get caught, possible jail time. The second thing is that it would, Michael and I, and Rather, we've talked about this a lot on the show. We don't think in a public congressional setting that we're going to learn anything new that we don't know today. But what this will do is get a 2-hour hearing on CNN, Fox, C-SPAN, ABC, CBS, every single news conglomerate in the world will be showing that hearing live, because I promise you it's a ratings draw. so if anything, networks should also be pushing for this, because that would be a killer conversation to see and put in front of not only the American people, but in front of the world. Like, if the United States is the first to start giving us some information on this, I think you're going to start to see other countries follow suit. So this is good for everyone across the board. And that's the common ground. That's the round table that we're all going to pull up a chair to and sit at today. So I hope you're on board. I hope you're excited. We're ready. We've provided all of the tools for you guys. We've got all the guests lined up. We're here. We're ready for you guys. If you have any questions, we're going to try and get to them as best we can. There's, almost 300 of you guys in here. Share, like, subscribe, tell everybody what we're doing. We're in the trenches. This is the trenches that Sean Cahill is talking about. Are you going to join us? Are you going to actually do something? Are you going to look in the mirror and actually motivate yourself to click and send? Very easy steps.
You guys know how to tweet?
What's that?
I know everybody knows how to tweet.
Everybody knows how to
Yeah, you can
tweet,
definitely
right?
do that.
That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, so let's see here. People are asking for a schedule. Is it okay for me to create one off your sheet? Absolutely, rather. Or Aaron? Who asked me that? Aaron. Oh, Aaron, what's happening? Sorry. Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm like looking at the property. Like, who's in here? Okay, I remember. Oh yeah, we've got guests lined up. Okay, so are we ready to do this? Am I forgetting anything?
We're ready.
Don't again. I mean, we're not charging anybody, but if you guys want to subscribe to our Patreons, if you guys want to check out the super chats, we're taking donations. So if you guys want to do that, awesome. If you don't, awesome. Don't sweat it. Is there anything else I'm forgetting, rather, Mikey?
I think we're good. We're going to be doing tweets every hour. We're going to be asking you guys to help us out, to boost those, to promote those. We're going to be sending them out to senators. We're going to be sending them out to congressmen. Yeah, and if you have a question for somebody in the panel, if you do want to donate in super chat, awesome. Dude, I'm excited. Let's get these guests in here.
Let's do it. Yes, Elizondo will be here today, and Jane will be interviewing him with all the ladies. So stay tuned for that. He'll be
back Monday as well.
He'll also be back on Monday as well. Yeah, and he also maybe just be popping in. I told his wife, I was like, he wants to pop in anytime. He's more than welcome to. He's got. So you never know. He might just pop in and say hello.
I'm not a fan of the pop in. It's too surprising. I'm just kidding.
Does it make you nervous, Sean?
Sean, I hate to break it to you. You're going to be popping in throughout the day, buddy. You literally are our pop-in.
Sometimes I just don't know what to say.
I hear you.
That's whatever.
I hear you. All right. So yeah, Lou Elizondo is going to be here at 2:00 Pacific Standard Time. So yeah, check out. That's when Lou will be here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say goodbye to Jane and goodbye to Sean. And then we're going to bring in our first panel and get this thing started.
Heck yeah.
All right. Awesome, guys. Cool. All right. Later, Sean. All right, Sean. We're going to be checking in on you. All right. Be good. Don't just whatever you do. I hope you got some shorts on from the waist down.
I haven't decided yet. I mean, yes, I do.
Wait, which is it?
I don't know. Turn the camera off.
Oh my God, I love it. All right, my friend. We'll see you soon, buddy.
All right, peace.
Okay,
ladies and gentlemen, we've got an amazing supporter of the show, a friend of the show, dad, fiance, weirdo, and host of Project Human FM, Zach Saichi. Welcome, Zach.
Hey guys.
Amazing to see you.
Welcome to the Big Phone Home.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I'm up a little bit early today. I mean, actually, it's not early, but I closed the arcade last night at like 1:00 in the morning, so I'm a little tired, but excited to be here.
Yeah. So real quick, so John Greenwald was supposed to be part of the opening panel, but he had a snafu with some babysitters. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put your personal business out there, John. So he couldn't make this panel, but John will be here Monday for a panel with Danny Sheehan and Jamal Thomas. So don't miss that. It's going to be sick. But we've got a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, John. I'm sorry I can't be there as much as I want through the weekend, but you have my support. There are many unanswered questions in this field, which cause some of us not to always agree, but we can join together and be one voice and demand answers. Godspeed. Thank you so much, John Greenwald, for the donation. We truly appreciate it. And if you guys haven't checked out the conversation between him and the next gentleman that we're going to bring on the panel, do yourself a favor, because I think it's the future of UFO Twitter. I really, really do. It was a wonderful conversation between two people who don't agree on one point, and it was the Wilson Davis documents. But man, it was an awesome, awesome conversation. So without further ado.
Yeah. Speaking of this person, he created a research platform called Project Unity. He's interested in material discussions regarding UFOs, as well as addressing the consciousness connection that exists within the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Jay from Project Unity.
How you doing, guys? See ya.
Oh, we're doing pretty good. Do you have the audio on the channel playing on another thing? We're getting a little bit of an echo.
Oh, no. Hang on a sec.
He said, no.
It's like on Art Bell when he would say, turn your radio off.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound great.
That's really bad because that totally confirms this needs to be replaced because it happened with John Greenwald as well. He was like, "There's a crazy echo on the mic," and so I don't know what's happened to my studio microphone, but it's out of the picture for today.
Hey, well, you've ruined the big phone home. That's it. Stream's over.
Might as well
call it a day.
You ruined everything, Jay. Jesus. No, we're kidding, man. No, that was. It's fine.
Am I coming through clear enough?
Yeah, you're coming through fine, man. We appreciate you being here, and then let's bring in this sweet little cheeky devil that I love so much.
The man whose deep blue eyes we all gaze into. He's interviewed military and intelligence officials directly on UFOs, writing for such news sites as The Debrief, Open Minds Magazine, Road Planet, and Medium. Speaking on the UFO topic, ladies and gentlemen, the cherub, Ryan Sprague.
The cherub. The one weekend I choose to shave is when the big phone home is happening.
Well, it's funny. I got a haircut last night. Rather got a haircut. Let's see what Mikey's doing. Mikey.
We're tight.
Michael's cleanly shaved. And Jay looks pretty clean.
Jay looks,
as well. We're all looking fresh.
Zach's looking good.
Yeah, not as clean.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm just busting chops here. Okay, so gentlemen, I guess let's start with the day's about activism. So I really wanted to start, I guess, every panel with this question, and it is, how are you guys motivating your audiences or motivating your following, or what are you doing yourself to sort of to reach out to local and state representatives? What are you guys personally asking for when you do so? And what's been sort of the easiest step for you guys to do if you've taken any steps toward it? I guess we'll start with let's bring in the first panelist, Zach.
Sure. Yeah. So, I mean, what I've been doing is continuing to just talk on Twitter, about these issues, and hopefully try to, get people asking what I feel are kind of the right questions about all this. Obviously, your website is a great resource if people want to contact their local and state representatives. Sign that petition. Absolutely. Right. We want to get as many people signing that petition as humanly possible. Big phone home. Let's do this thing, right?
Let me ask you real quick, Zach, and I think this is important because you've shifted your tune a bit over time. It was for a while you were let's just be honest, you were mad. You were mad, you wanted answers, and you've kind of shifted. Can you tell us a little bit about how and why you've shifted your tone on this subject?
Yeah, when I first got involved in all this stuff and became I was born into it, so that's a whole other thing. But when I became public with my interest in UFOs and UAPs, I was very angry. I was pissed off. I didn't like the fact that suddenly here's this New York Times article basically saying confirming kind of these conspiracy theories and stuff that my mom raised me with, and the fact that she was no longer here to see that. And then, there's just a lot of this stuff that didn't sit well with me. The idea that the government, is kind of gaslighting people on this topic. So I was kind of mad. I didn't really trust anybody. I didn't really trust Lou Elizondo to begin with. I didn't trust TTSA. And in a lot of ways, I still have a lot of questions about this entire thing that's playing out. But, I think what I did is I took a year-long break from UFO Twitter, from all of it. And I kind of just sat back and thought, what can I do to be more productive in this community instead of screaming and yelling at people and sort of just being mad all the time? And I started up Project Human and started interviewing people and started talking to people, started actually, talking to UFO researchers, talk to Lou Elizondo, and just trying to do what I can to try to better understand what the hell is going on here.
I love it. Real quick, Alicia Carey Wyatt with a $19.99. I'm just gonna say $20. Thank you, my lady. It's been a while, boys. You were awesome on Spaced Out Radio, by the way. I'll be watching while I'm catching up on homework, so I'll be taking notes on what y'all need me to do. Oh, thank you. That's Thank you. We may actually take you up on that. And then we've got Michael Maxine Dupuy. Excuse me. This is Michelle Maxine Dupuy. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. Special shout out to Jay. Your work is awesome, dude. So speaking of Jay, let's bring him in. Jay, so what are your thoughts on my question? As far as I know, you're in Europe, so it's a little different. I don't know how useful our templates are to you and things like that.
Oh,
but
no, look, I think what you're doing for the people that can actually use it is fantastic. For me, I've kind of given up a little bit on the Ministry of Defense for the time being, because in this country, we're just not addressing this issue. So pressure needs to be put on them. But at the moment, I kind of feel like that's a longer game issue that needs to be addressed. So, I mean, for me personally, when it comes to trying to get people energized or catalyzed around doing something with this issue, I just try my best to absorb information and articulate it in the best way I can. And I think that what we've seen emerge with the modern conversation, and this is not me casting any sort of shadows on people from the previous times of ufology, but I think we're seeing a more serious discussion take place where there's a lot more credibility coming into this issue, and people want to treat it differently to perhaps how it was treated in the past. So I think that you're seeing a resurgence of keen interest that began before this secrecy closed down on the issue, and this time is being incorporated within a modern context. So I try my best to, I absorb as much as I can to the best of my understanding, and then just try and get it out there as succinct and articulate as I possibly can manage, and also, alongside presenting my own thoughts and opinions, I just like to listen to other people. Project Unity over time developed from me uploading little clips of random things that I thought were interesting on YouTube, just because I had no direction with the platform, to interviewing all sorts of people like Lou and Ross, and a whole list of different individuals. And it's just such a privilege. So if I can create a space where people can speak about these things in a sensible way and have a platform for discourse and a platform for debate, and that's the best that I feel I can do right now. Just me as an individual, this platform, Project Unity, that's my best attempt at trying to get the message out.
No, I think you're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, people love it. There's a lot of love for you in the chat. And I'll just say, Jay, just so you know, I know you've given up on the UK, but if you want to tweet the US representatives, you can do that. You can help us influence, and that goes for anybody outside of the United States, because we know this is sort of very egocentric of us. We're like, yeah, we're inviting for senators and congressmen. Maybe one day I would love to get together with our UK representatives and build something where we can write something to a parliament or different branches of government. But baby steps, you guys. These events are going to grow. These ideas are going to come. But right now, the activism that you can do if you are an international resident to help move the needle in the United States on congressional hearings, tweet at them. Help us tweet at them.
Am I correct in saying that did you manage to get a senator on for an interview?
We do. We're having, well, it's a congressman. Congressman Tim Purchett is going to be here today for 10 minutes. And we're going to be able to put a congressman on the line and ask him some questions and see what he knows. And it won't shock me if he doesn't or hasn't seen or heard much, but making him aware of it is important.
You talk about baby steps, Lou, and remember, the first Big Phone Home was one day. It was 8 hours. We didn't have any congressmen. Nobody even knew who we were. But now with the Big Phone Home 2, we've actually got congressmen joining us. We've got extraordinary people throughout the community. We've got research, military members, U.S. government officials. And that's the power of momentum. That's the power of growth. And you guys, every single person who's in the chat right now, every single person who's watching can help amplify that message. When Lou says that if you're in Italy or Switzerland or Norway, and you see us tweeting at U.S. senators, you can amplify that signal. You can amplify that message. And that's what we're asking you to do today. Ryan Sprague, I'm so excited that you're here with us as well. Ryan, same question to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks, guys, for having me. I'm huge fans of everyone on the panel right now. And that's kind of what I want to talk about second. But personally, individually, in terms of how to try to make a difference. I actually am good friends with a few representatives here in New York City. for a very specific political organization who I have been for years and years whispering in their ear about this subject, about this topic. And, just like Tommy dealt with his representatives, it takes a while to get through to these people. They have a lot more important things going on in their district, in the state, in their country. But there comes a time where they finally have that moment to sit down and talk to you. And I think they're amazed at the information that's actually out there that they were not made aware of. So if any representative can feel like they have, a little bit over the other representatives, I think they'll take that opportunity to brag about that. And that's what I'm trying to do with the UFO topic. Specifically members here in New York City that I'm working with closely, having conversations with, inundating them with texts and emails, and just trying to get them to go on the record in any way I can. So that's what I'm doing here in New York specifically. But the other big thing I wanted to mention is I've been in this field for a really long time. I used to be one of the young guns. I'm not anymore. And I love that. I absolutely love that. And seeing all of these, new outlets cropping up every other day, YouTube channels or websites, it's exciting because we didn't have that before. We just didn't. There was no way to really share information at rapid speeds as we're seeing today. And what I think is most important about that too is the UFO topic, and I've always said this, you can connect it to anything: history, politics, religion, the economy, this, that. And what we're seeing with Jay's channel and Zach and you guys and everyone else is you can focus on one thing at a time when it comes to UFOs. With Jay's show, he's got, Ross Coulthart on one day talking about, journalism and UFOs. And then the next day, Robert Salas with UFOs and nukes. And the next day, UFOs and consciousness. And what I think is awesome about that is we can all talk about UFOs in different ways and share our information. Whereas for so many years of me being involved in this topic, it was, we hate the government. Like the government sucks. They've been hiding the secrets for so long. And yeah, that's one way to be in ufology. I personally don't buy into that because it makes me miserable thinking about it day in and day out. But we're seeing a change, and it's coming with things like this and what Lou has brought up of work with the government. Remember, they work for you guys. You pay them to do their job. So I think that's what's most exciting about what's going on now. We're actually cooperating with the government on this topic, and we're making more headway than we made in the last 70 plus years. I know some people might beg to differ on that, but I see it, especially when you have senators coming on to the big phone home. That's all you need as proof that this is working. So yeah.
That's
amazing.
Great point, Ryan. I think that people forget that the government is just made up of people like us, right? And they need to be brought along on this issue, just like a lot of our friends and family do. There's a lot of ignorance on the issue, and I think that we can do a lot of good here.
Absolutely. And by the way, speaking of tweets, right now I've just crafted a tweet that says, retweet, and it's attention to the House Armed Services Committee. If there's one bipartisan issue, it's finding truth behind UFOs. Hold public UAP hearings now, more open and honest dialogue with the American people. And I've tagged every single member, both Republican and Democrat, in the House Armed Services Committee, and I'm tweeting it right now. So if you guys want to retweet that, help actual activism right now. We're doing it as we speak. Go either that or copy the tweet and formulate your own message to them. But that's a committee that we need to really start paying attention to this. And those are congressmen and senators that we really want to talk to. So if we could get 30 retweets on that, who knows? We might get somebody's attention. What do you got, Mike?
Also, when you do that, make sure if you do want to quote the tweet, make sure you add the hashtag #TheBigPhoneHome2. It's already trending. All you got to do is type in the big and P, and it'll pop up. The Big Phone Home 2. It's trending. You can use that to quote tweets and use that all day long. Any tweet you make, anything you do, the Big Phone Home 2.
Thank you so much for Too Much Information for the $4 super sticker. We really appreciate it. And then there was a couple of other ones in here that I wanted to hit up. Sorry, guys, the chats are moving fast, but I promise you we're going to try and get all these super chats. Here it is.
I think
Matthew Wright, right? Did we miss a $50 one? Or no, that was John Greenwald's. Okay. So we got Matthew Wright with a $20 donation. Greenwald making it rain over here like he's at the club. Man, that's one image I actually find hilarious in my head. John Greenwald making it rain. But instead of dollars,
look at this: 23 retweets, 24 retweets, 10 quotes, 22 likes. Keep it coming, folks. It's rolling. Keep it coming.
Yeah, keep it coming. Oh my God, yeah, that's awesome. That's exactly what we're trying to do. That's exactly what we're trying. It's working.
This is game on, boys and girls.
It's alive. It's alive. I love it. I love it. It gets me so pumped. Sorry, did I cut anybody off? Did anybody want to add
that was awesome. Do it again.
No. Your poor girlfriend is probably like, what is going on?
She's watching.
No, dude, trust me, she's already used to this madness. Yeah.
She's seen and heard it all.
Well, and I wanted to talk real quick because I thought, Jay, that you had such a beautiful conversation with John Greenwald. And I was sitting here, as I was planning today, I was going back and forth and listening to it in sections. And then I was able to hear the last, especially, I'd say about 45, 50 minutes straight through. And I'm like, Jesus, this is so good. Like, I think, because there's no secret, right? Sometimes you're polarizing to some people, right? And John Greenwald is sometimes polarizing to some people. And I think it's not because you're polarizing. It's because you're communicating through, 150, message tweet, and context is lost, and intention and meaning and feelings and all of these things that go when humans communicate with each other that we've been relying on for millennia. We throw all of them out the window to talk to each other through this simple form of communication that just loses a lot of context. So what I wanted to ask you was, like, how did you feel walking away from that conversation? This is something I'm also going to ask Greenwald. But I mean, like, what after you guys were done, I'm like, I don't know who won that debate. Like, it was so good. Like, both of you guys had some amazing points. And yeah, dude, it was a killer conversation. And I thought to myself, wow, this should be the future of UFO Twitter. When we disagree on something, to invite that person, no matter what the disagreement is, to either talk privately, or better yet, do it for the community so they can see the example that you guys are setting. And I just wanted to point everybody to that and talk about it for a second, because I thought it's in your name. Although we call you Jay Malibu in these parts, the Project Unity, like that I just felt it was amazing. So if you could talk and sort of walk us through what you thought of that interview.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for all the kind words. That was really, really nice of you to say. And I walked away from that interview feeling really good about it. I have to admit, beforehand, I was a little, I said this on record to John as well, I was a little anxious about getting into this, because for some people that won't know, me and John at one point, maybe like a year ago or slightly more, we were kind of at each other a little bit on Twitter, and there was, some kind of silly exchanges between both of us, and we've both acknowledged that, and we've both apologized to each other. And, it's something that I think all of us totally recognize, that social media is this amazing tool for connecting us, but it also has an interesting effect of kind of shortening the fuse that you have in your own mind about putting up with people and interacting with people, especially on Twitter, because like you said, it restricts the amount of words you're allowed to use drastically in comparison to how you'd normally have a free-flowing conversation. And you don't get the inflections of emotion or the facial feature changes. It's such a different type of medium for communication, and you see a very different type of personality emerge through Twitter. I can say myself, I'm absolutely no saint whatsoever, but on Twitter, my attitude gets worse and worse the more I'm on it. I have to admit that. I like to think of myself as a good person, but I definitely get more argumentative the more I expose myself to Twitter. So just consider this like my little kind of PSA about Twitter. Like, just be careful about it because it can be quite dangerous. But on the flip side of that, having a conversation with John Greenwald face to, because that was the first time, you know, before then it was literally these comments between each other. We'd never spoken on the phone. We'd never had a Skype call or a Zoom meeting or anything. So this was the first time we both had a conversation with each other. And I think it went as well as it possibly could. You said that you're not quite sure who won. I think it's up to you to decide who you feel won that debate. It was, for me, the most important thing about it was civil. It was mature. It was calm. It was not, we weren't ripping each other's throats out. We weren't getting nasty with each other. We listened to each other. We respected, you know, the differences in opinion. And I think we both came up with some pretty good reasons why we either were for or against the, you know, the legitimacy of the documents. So, yeah, I mean, I came away from that feeling really happy with the way it went down. And that seems to be the feedback I'm seeing from people, that they felt it was a good, you know, a strong debate and also a mature debate, which is really what I could have only hoped for. So I didn't convince him that the documents are legitimate, but that seems to be less important to me than the fact that we were able to have this calm, proper conversation about it. You know,
Zach, it looks like you had something to respond to that.
Oh no, I thought also it was a fantastic conversation. Where does everyone on the panel sit with the Wilson documents? Just out of curiosity.
You have a coin I could flip?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess I'll take a controversial stand. I don't really care. Only because I can't put it on the desk of a senator. You know, like, it's a fun story. It's cool to listen to, but at the end of the day, I'm not hanging any truth or you know, or debunking to any part of this. You know, it's like it's like with this subject, we're always trying to catch smoke. So anytime I could actually get some smoke in my hand and put it on the desk of a senator, I'll do it. So with the Wilson Davis documents, unfortunately for me, it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of this, it really doesn't. Or like a lot of other, you know, big historical UFO stories or UAP crashes or whatever the story is. If it's something I can't put on the desk of the senator, for me, that's the new standard. So if it doesn't hit that standard, what do you got, Jay?
Put it on there next. You might not be able to put it on there right now, but if we maintain, I think my whole point within the interview, and I didn't mean to jump in there, I just wanted to say,
it's okay. Yeah.
My whole point with the interview is that it's not necessarily about saying this is 100% real. There's no way to deny that. You know, shut up, you can't deny it. That's not what I'm talking about. I want it to maintain within the momentum of the conversation as something that's brought up, just in case at one point down the line, as we develop, as we mature with this mainstream modern conversation, we might get to a point where actually someone comes up out of the woodwork and confirms something or pushes it forward. So I think that if it's real, it represents a potential catalyst for a whole other area of conversation, which is the Black programs conversation, which is not happening in the, you know, developing narrative right now through the mainstream for obvious reasons. We're at this very initiatory step of the conversation. But if we keep things like that, because there's a lot of coalescing data points in my mind that kind of say it deserves to be kept in the momentum of the conversation. Doesn't have to be held up as fact, but if we kind of just stop it from collecting dust in the attic and being forgotten, it might one day turn around and surprise us and develop, you know, cause a development to occur. So that's just kind of where I sit on it, really.
Jay Britt wants to know, oh, I lost it. Yeah. Can someone ask Jay if he saw Greenwald's NRO document thread yet?
Yeah, and I've discussed it with some other people, and you know, it's to be fair to the thread, the document itself has got some questionable changes in terms of the way in which NRO documents seem to be stamped and handled. But one of the things that I would say is worth keeping note of is actually a lot of the compartments and listed names can actually, some of them can be confirmed, like Blackjack Control and other code names on there that are relating back to sites. So it's the fact that this list was apparently provided. I mean, it could be written on a laundry list. If it's actionable intelligence, it's actionable intelligence. Why was it put into the form of a document that does seem to be kind of questionable? Very good question. But why was you know, Edgar Mitchell on CNN saying that the admiral went on to do a further investigation, which the admiral denies? So it's not just about ink on paper with one thing. It's the fact that other people within that circumference of the conversation, like Edgar Mitchell and Will Miller, have said that there was a subsequent journey on from this initial Pentagon briefing. So it's for me, it's the compounding of data from different areas of this conversation to make it go, well, hang on a second. I don't know if we can hang it all on this one issue and say that's the way to shut it down. Yeah, there's some discrepancies, but there's also some confirmatory information in there. and also peripherally confirmatory information from people like Edgar Mitchell, who confirmed that the admiral went on and did investigate deeper. So it's a story with a lot of different networks and levels and layers to it that I think if you connect them appropriately, a pattern does seem to emerge from that. And that's why I want to keep it going, because I refuse to believe that it's completely 100% fictional and that can be proven, because it can't. So we need to keep it going.
Can I
mean, even if it turned out to be fictional, whoever wrote it knowing a hell of a lot, right?
Yeah.
So even if somehow Edgar Mitchell was duped that this meeting happened, even if it were the case that these notes turned out to be a screenplay or whatever the hell that Eric Davis was writing for some reason, and why did he put a bunch of real information in there? That's the part that gets me.
And then lied to colleagues, and then
I mean, I personally lean in the direction, Jay, that the meeting did happen, but I also kind of empathize a little bit with Lou here, where it's kind of irrelevant whether it's real or not.
Yeah. He gives a great roadmap of potential details that we can dig into and research, right? So if that
100%.
happened in Las Vegas or not, who cares? There's a lot of really interesting stuff that we can dig in and verify, or maybe not. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to DJ San Marco for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Rock on, Ross Coulthart. Interview was great. He's mesmerizing to listen to, and he'll be back. Ryan, you had something.
Well, real quick, Ross Coulthart. Sorry, Ryan, I didn't mean to cut your sweet face off. You've been cut off like 4 times already. And let's try and make this a running joke like we do with Rather. But I was going to say, Ross Coulthart is going to be here with Lou Elizondo on Monday.
Oh,
it's going to be a cool panel. So anyway, go on. Sorry, I'm just advertising the show.
Couple. I love it.
Power couple.
Here, real quick, I thank Susie Hickston for the $4.99 super sticker.
Oh, right on.
Thank you, Susie.
Thank you.
The only thing I wanted to add to is what Jay said and what Zach said is I also believe that the meeting occurred. I believe the memo is what it says it is. Now, whether or not it's based on fact is a whole other story. But I think what's most important is what Jay said. Like, just keep it there, but it doesn't have to be the focus of every conversation. And that's kind of where I get a little frustrated when people try to, kind of shoehorn it into other topics or debates or things going on. It's like, wait, this open letter that Sean Cahill just wrote, I think made this point very well. There's a time and a place for everything in ufology. And we just have to know and decide and be patient and know when to take that off the shelf and make it a part of the conversation. Right now, I think we're dealing with a lot of, more pressing things when it comes to UFOs and the government and whatnot. But that doesn't mean we have to automatically, say that the Wilson documents are complete BS and they'll never have a place in ufology, because they do. They already do. And I think that's what's most important is we can have that discussion, just not right now. But it will always be there. So, yeah, I think it's up to each person to decide, when am I going to play my card? When do I think this will actually benefit the conversation? Or when will it just, muddy the waters even more? So I think it's good that they had that debate, because now it's there. And we can move on to what's next and then go back to it if we need it.
Yeah, I like that it's there forever. I feel like it's the definitive debate. Like, you don't have to go anywhere else but this conversation, and you're going to get every angle of it. And then you can walk away and you can decide if this is important to you and how you're going to base your belief system off of it. Great, But I don't think the debate ever has to be had again. I don't know about you guys.
Exactly. Well, and the last thing I'll say on this is we're having this argument right now, I think, on UFO Twitter. Not argument. That's too harsh a word. Of, when is it right to bring experiencers into the conversation? And, that could be an entire day of the Big Phone Home talking about that. But I'll just say this, like, I'm all about experiencers. That's what my books are about. That's what I focus on. And this and that. But I know right now is not the time to be bringing those hundreds of people who claimed abductions and close encounters into the conversation, because there's more important things going on in the mainstream right now when it comes to the topic.
Well,
But
I think
I'm ready when it's there, you know?
I think we can bring him into the conversation. It's just we can't take that conversation and those personal experiences and put them in the emails that we're sending or the letters that we're writing. We could talk about it here, and we are going to talk about that here today.
Yeah.
Trust me when I tell you, we've got pretty much a whole hour devoted to it. And later on down the road, and Michael and I are like, we're planning to do this, but we want to be sensitive to the people that are going to be coming on, because there's a right way and there's a wrong way to talk about this and talk to the people who've experienced these things. But we don't want to leave them out of the conversation. They are 100% invited to this. We're asking, just be a little patient when it comes to contacting your local and state reps, because a lot of them, and we're going to get into this, and I have a feeling we're going to be shocked by some of the answers that Congressman Tim Burchett gives us. But they don't know. They just simply don't know. So to lead with the experience or part of this conversation, I think is a misstep. It's not that it's wrong. It's just I think we're starting off the wrong foot. But real quick, UFOT with a $20 super chat donation. Thank you so much, my lady, from Cherub Sprague Stands.
Cherub Sprague Stands. Oh my god, I love it. And for those of you who don't know, UFOT has a great YouTube channel. You should check that out. And one of the most eclectic Instagram pages I've ever seen. Silva in the house.
Yeah. Do you want to read Silva's comment here, Michael, and then you could reset the room?
Absolutely. Hey, guys, I like what Ryan was saying. The Wilson notes are relevant to Big Phone Home because they show the secrecy that is going on in UAPs and
USAPs.
IREDs?
Unacknowledged special access programs. And
yes.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Silva. We're looking forward to seeing
Danny's going to be on the show later today.
He's going to be on the show later today at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern. Those of you just joining us, welcome to the Big Phone Home. This is an unprecedented event, a convergence of professionals, scientists, military members, and activists from across the spectrum of UAP research and activism to request congressional public hearings to key government officials, as well as to share our best practices for success in the field of UAP research. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's because of you that we're here. It's because you all support the Unidentified Celebrity Review that we're here to be able to do the Big Phone Home. We're going to be doing tweets every hour. So those of you who were here earlier, you saw that Lou launched a tweet going out to the Armed Services Committee. You can retweet that. We're going to be doing those to committees throughout the day. We're going to be doing those to congressmen and senators throughout the day. And when Lou did that and you guys activated yourselves, we saw a tremendous momentum from those tweets. So make sure you keep that up. We really appreciate it.
I sent that tweet out 18 minutes ago and it's got 82 retweets. That's amazing.
That's you guys.
Let's see if we can get another 80 retweets. There's 350 of you guys in here. Just retweet it. That's all you got to do.
Hey guys, Ray Hallman on Twitter said they just reached Alyssa Slotkin and spoke to their team. Game on.
Oh, wow. Melissa Slotkin, you could tell us who that is.
That is, let's see. Of course, it's not saying. Congress member in Michigan.
Excellent.
Amazing.
There we go.
Do me a favor, look her up and see what committee she's on. I have a feeling
8th District.
8th District in Michigan. I'm trying, and her name again was?
It is Alyssa Slotkin.
Slotkin. I don't remember sending out anything to Slotkin, but hey, she wants to join us. Find out what committees she's on. And let's see. Yeah, excellent job. And if she does, tell her to please send us an email at thebigphonehome@gmail.com. Which, by the way, I should probably open up that email.
Yes, we should have that open all day long.
I probably got an interesting email from somebody. Who knows? We'll see. But
I also want to let people know to like, subscribe, and share this feed, because the more people we can get in this room, in the chat, and engage, the more people that we can build momentum with on Twitter. So make sure you like, subscribe, and chat. If you want to contribute, if you want to donate, feel free to hit the Patreon below for the Unidentified Celebrity Review. You can also shoot super chat with us today. So if you have a question, comment, something that you want people to see, that supports the show. It supports us in our ability. We always said no special special access. We want to give everything away for free, but we do accept donations because it helps support the show, it helps support the channel, it helps support the Big Phone Home, and it allows Luis to stay out of an Uber so he can do this full time for you every single day. We're live 5 days a week on the Unidentified Celebrity Review, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We're also live 2 days a week on the Singularity Lab. We're going live for day 2 of this event tomorrow on the Singularity Lab. All you got to do is click the link in the description below, click on my link tree, Michael Mataluni, and it'll take you to the Singularity Lab. Make sure that you click on the subscribe button and click the bell so you'll be notified when we go live. We've got an amazing group of people in here right now. For those of you who don't know some of these extraordinary people, I'm going to go ahead and reintroduce them for you one more time. Ryan Sprague has interviewed military and intelligence officials directly on UFOs, writing for such news sites as The Debrief, Open Mind Magazines, Rogue Planet, and Medium. Your resident cherub, Blue Eyes, Ryan Sprague. Thank you so much for being here, brother. We've also got Jay Malibu. He's a friend of the show. We like to give him a last name.
Just full disclosure, his last name is not Malibu. We gave him that last name. just
he's Jay Malibu. Whenever he's here,
he's Jay Malibu. My God,
so vaporwave. I love it.
He has a research platform called Project Unity. He's interested in material discussions regarding UFO as well as addressing the consciousness connection that exists in the subject. We've also got Zach Seichi here. If you haven't checked out Project Human FM, it is an extraordinary podcast. He's got amazing guests and just a wonderful conversation going on over there. So make sure you check him out.
Thank you.
Rumor set,
and also
boys.
Don't forget
Rumor
to check
set.
out, I mean, again, the reason why we're here, thebigphonehome.com. Check out the website, sign the petition, join us in activating yourself and being part of the solution instead of part of the noise. So again, super simple steps. We went over it this morning. Sign the petition, contact your local state representative, use our email scripts, our call list, and our tweet templates. Really, really easy steps. So again, we're not going to harp on it too long, but we're definitely going to send you reminders throughout the day. So yeah, let's real quick, Brather, can you pull up that the committees that Miss Slotkin serves on? Look at this. House Armed Services Committee, Homeland Security Committee, and House Veterans Affairs Committee. Gosh, I was about to send a tweet to Marco Rubio. And I think the next tweet will definitely be at Alyssa Slotkin. We might have to do these tweets every half hour.
Yeah.
Just because, I think things are going to change as the day progresses.
It's heating up.
Yeah, it's heating up. But man, we would, if Alyssa, any representative of Alyssa Slotkin is out there and would like to have her on the program, we could fit her in anytime. She's more than welcome to come talk to us. We have some questions for her. Please email us at thebigphonehome@gmail.com if you're out there. So let's see here real quick. What am I looking at? Okay, so schedule. Okay, cool. Let's see. We got a schedule. Okay, so Aaron Desario made a schedule for us here, looks like.
Ooh, thank you, Aaron.
Excellent. So what we'll do is I don't want to pin that at the top of the chat, Aaron, only because we've got the website pinned at the top of the chat. But what I will do is I'll put, if you guys are interested in the schedule for the rest of the day, here's a Google spreadsheet link that you guys can look and keep open in a tab if you like. Okay, sorry. Where was the conversation going when we broke the?
Would it be cool if I brought something up?
Yes, please.
I didn't want to lose the thread of us talking about like the necessary steps and the fact that the conversations need to happen at the right time, because I completely agree with Ryan when he says the experiences, and I'm an experiencer. Right. It's not really the right time to be trying to jump onto government entities and tell them about that type of issue. I think that it will eventually come to that point, but I think that might come along with a development in physics and our sciences and our understanding as we go further forward. But and kind of tying to the Wilson documents, but don't worry, I'm not going to reignite that. This is just kind of an addition to these types of issues, is that we don't just have that one example of potential programs and retrieval initiatives. And so I wanted to bring up something because we were talking about Ross Coulthart as well. And for anyone listening that is within government or is, within the Senate and Congress, I think this is an important issue to highlight. So, Ross Coulthart, who's a multi-award winning investigative journalist, he's been navigating through various channels of the defense and intelligence and private aerospace networks of both his home country of Australia and of the United States of America. During his investigations, he was put in contact with a gentleman by the name of Nat Kobitz. And Nat was a former director of the Advanced Technology Development and Assessment Division of the US Navy, as well as director of research and development and being program manager for advanced shipbuilding. So a patriot, he contributed immeasurably to the national security interests of the United States during the height of the Cold War. Nat Kobitz had a long career in program management, direction of research development, science and technology. He was actually part of the first Navy ship to exceed 90 knots, to directing the Naval Sea Systems Command research and development programs. And he did extensive consulting for clients like Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas, Concurrent Technologies Corporation, and other prominent defense contractors and aerospace groups. And it's important to mention all of this because what Nat Kobitz told my colleague Ross during the last few months of Mr. Kobitz's life, he was unfortunately battling with cancer, was that he had been read into a highly classified program within the US Navy that was dealing with the retrieval and subsequent re-engineering of non-terrestrial vehicles and technologies that he was made aware of, and he was made aware of multiple cases of such retrievals through a program that was constructed to essentially exploit non-human technology. So this is an admission from a former director of the US Navy Science and Technology Division that elements of the US Navy have in their possession retrieved non-terrestrial vehicles, and that extensive efforts have been underway through clandestine R&D programs to attempt to exploit and re-engineer technologies that were not made by human hands. And so I think that that's an incredible admission. This person was, the head honcho of the US Navy Science and Tech. And so if anyone is listening who is, within the governmental infrastructure and has influence or power or the ability to stimulate a conversation, I think it's worth keeping in mind people like Nat Kobitz and what they had to say.
Right on. Well, that's a good point. Anybody have a follow-up on that?
No, I found that story just as intriguing. Again, like Jay said, that's the credentials on that gentleman are insane. So, you can't just brush that off as some crazy old kook, who on a deathbed confession sort of thing. Like, he clearly wanted Ross to know this because he knows Ross would do something with that information. And Ross checked up on it. He verified everything. And I know, Jay, he told you as well, he was never read out of that program.
Yeah.
So, he couldn't really talk about it other than, yes, it's there. And he also gave Ross other names of people who knew about it and who were involved. So he was very smart. I know he, unfortunately he passed away recently, but he made it his mission to make sure enough people knew that Ross could then contact. Yeah. So I know that story with Ross J is probably just beginning, and I'm really excited about that one for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Real quick, I didn't. Again, I don't mean to kill the flow of the discussion, but we just reached 800 signatures on the petition. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 within the next 45 minutes. Let's see if we can get 200 more signatures on this petition before 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I know that's a high standard, but let's see what we can do. Again, it's the easiest step in the process. If you haven't signed the petition, please do so. And also, I wanted to get to a couple super chats. One from Jack Ryan, who says, "Why is it so difficult to maintain a healthy relationship with an alien? Because he always needs his space. ET's favorite drink is Gravity, and the aliens weren't fun to hang out with because they weren't down to earth. But you guys are. Big Phone Home, do or die." I love it, man. Thank you so much for the $75 donation, Jack Ryan. It means the absolute world to the channel and what we're doing here. And then Bial with a $5 donation. Thank you so much for doing this. Real and professional requests for hearings and lobbying is the best path forward, in my opinion. I share that opinion. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much for the donation. And then there was another one here from Steve Regstad, a $20 donation. Like Richard Bleeping Dolan, I think Ryan Cherub Sprague is going to stick. Keep up the great work, you guys. Well, we call Richard Dolan in these parts Papa Dolan. We call Richard Papadolan. I don't think he was available this week. We reached out, but he wasn't. I don't think he was available to come. But and then one more donation, man. Thank you guys. It's killer. Thank you. Artist Tony. Thanks for today's schedule. Here's a $20 to publish the other days also. Okay. Aaron, can you make a list for the next 2 days, and we'll publish those. I mean, the man paid for it. Sure.
Ryan, I'm sorry about
think
that cherub comment, bro.
No. It's a good one, man.
You have a nickname in this field, you've truly made it. So
Ryan the Cherub Sprague.
I'll take it. I'm gonna come on Monday with a full beard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of like you're like the Keanu Reeves of ufology. You just don't age.
Exactly, man. It's that alien DNA. It's that what did he say? That green tea or whatever. That's keeping me young.
Silva says, Wilson notes aside, almost everyone says the same thing about rogue programs, USAPs, IRADs, etc. That is where the greatest secrecy is. We must pressure them and the classic armed services alike. Thank you so much, Danny.
And the whole note about it being in private industry, I feel like that's not just in the Wilson memos. That's repeated. You hear that time and time again.
Right, and Chris Mellon too said he was surprised at how many rogue programs were going on under his watch during his work with SAPs and whatnot, because he was read into all the special access programs.
Yeah.
And I think it was Lou on that UFO podcast recently who said he was pissed when he found out how much was going on that he was not made aware of. So these things happen and they go under the radar, even to Congress, obviously. So yeah, I think we got to hold them to the fire for sure.
What do you guys think about Philip J. Corso?
This book was very interesting.
I mean, as long as we're talking about, USAPs and crash retrievals and these kind of things, it's like Corso never really seems to come up these days. And I think that's interesting.
You know what kind of got me off Corso, and I know this is going to be another unpopular opinion,
Absolutely,
is when I learned about the actual who actually invented fiber optics.
Yeah.
And it was a woman. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but it kind of pissed me off. I was like, you kind of just took the thunder from somebody who probably definitely developed this technology, and you just thanks aliens for fiber optics.
I have the exact same problem. It's like it's kind of like the ancient aliens thing, where it's like, so by saying something along the lines of like, people couldn't possibly have built this. How many cultures are you now insulting? The same problem with Corso, where it's like, okay, you're saying that we wouldn't have the all these wonderful technologies today unless if we had found this crashed UFO and you seeded these technologies. Well, okay, hold on. You go through and you look at the history of the development of those technologies, and it's like, you're really kind of insulting a lot of people that actually developed those things. And we can actually go back and trace how those things were developed and how they came into fruition. There's a tension there though, right?
Yeah.
Because we think that there's a strong chance that there have been crash retrievals, right? Yeah. Was this stuff disseminated? You look at Corso stuff and it's pretty easy to scrutinize what he said. But there again, why would that guy lie? That doesn't make any sense either, right? There's a lot of stuff in this field, and I think Jay's talked about this. It's like a lot of things you kind of have to put in this gray box of like, I don't know what the hell this is. Right. I think it's good that we continue to have these conversations, and honestly that we don't necessarily hold each other to absolute positions on all this stuff, right? Every day I wake up, I feel something different about the Wilson Davis documents, about Bob Lazar. If you ask me Monday or then Friday, I'll probably have two completely different points of view about these things and these people.
Yeah, I think that's pretty natural. I mean, I go back and forth all the time, especially on Bob.
Right.
Like Bob Lazar, I go back and forth over and over and over, and I have to constantly remind myself, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Again, can I put on the desk of a senator. It's a fun
Yeah.
story. I think it's inspiring. I think a lot of people stumble on the Bob Lazar, obviously, because it's one of the biggest stories out there. And I think if it gets people interested in the topic, if it gets them doing a little bit of research, awesome. You know,
Right.
like
I mean,
that's like,
what I think where the focus does need to be is on the actual like actions that the government has taken. It's like we can't prove Bob Lazar, we can't really prove Wilson Davis, we certainly can't prove Corso, or even Kobitz. This sort of new testimony. We can't prove any of that. What we can prove is that the Senate Intelligence Committee took really specific interest in UAP, the UAP acronym specifically. They didn't take interest in drones. They didn't take interest in anything super specific. It's this wide array UAP thing, and they know what that signals to people, right? The fact that they took interest in that and then set up a UAP task force, now resulting in a report, a very vague report that's oddly, doesn't seem to have the kind of data that we know is there, right? We know they have better data than what ended up in that report. These are the things that we can press government on, right?
Absolutely. Can I touch on that briefly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon Fugel or Avi Loeb are prime examples of this. You had the government UAP report come out. I know a lot of people were disappointed, that. They said, we're going to keep looking into it as the government. And, a lot of those citizen scientists out there were like, good for you. We're going to go do our thing too. So look at Avi Loeb with the Galileo project, or, Fugel never taking money from the government to investigate the ranch because he wants that information to be made public. I think that's what's most important, is all of these scientists stepping up. I think that's where we are now. We're seeing this this new acceptance by a lot of the scientific community in now looking at this topic like they haven't before. So cool, government, go do your thing. You're going to keep doing your 90-day UAP report. Awesome. You'll probably never give us the videos we want or want to see. But also, we've got Avi Loeb doing his thing. We've got the SCU doing their thing. So I'm excited for the future of the scientific exploration of the topic, not so much the Pentagon. I'm over that. I'm over it.
I totally agree with Ryan on that. It's going to be about the development within the academic and scientific arenas, and that will push it forward with private interests and private groups coming out outside of the government structure, outside of, because this is the thing is even though there's probably people within the government structure who are keeping amazing secrets, they're not free. They're completely locked into this little silo and compartment. Whereas if we develop upon new revelations and new insights in a open forum, in a scientifically open forum, that's for everyone, and that's for everyone to enjoy as information. And I think that that's profoundly important. And there was something else that I was going to mention in response to Ryan then, because I thought that it was a really good point. And
Can I add why you think of that? I think it's so important too. And people will say, well, why are we here then? Why is the big phone home important? Why should we be contacting our congressional leaders? Why should we be interested in what the military industrial complex has to say about that? And the reason is because the more pressure we can put on them and the more public we can make this conversation and the more we can get those officials talking about this subject, the more it ensures that this topic is solidified in the public eye so that private people like Avi Loeb, like UAP, UAPX, like all of these different organizations who are going out there and collecting data, they're going to be emboldened. They're going to have the motivation. They're going to have the momentum because we're all behind them and we're forcing the government's hand to make sure that this is a public topic and it's not something that's simply placed on the fringe so that people can forget about it later.
Totally. It's symbiotic. It has to be an approach because they complement each other. The fact that there's now, I've said this a few times, the fact that there's now this conversation from 2017 to present day, it's like a blueprint to solidify credible interest and to get people interested in this issue that would have once just, referred to it as a crazy corner of people not to take it seriously. So you've got that. But I have to ask the group, I'd love to get everyone's insights on this if they want to provide it. So we all know that the United States Air Force has a really controversial history with the UFO issue. And so on one hand, you would want them to start to step up to the ladder and become honest about this. On another hand, when they get themselves involved in the modern discussion, it you can't help but feel suspicious about the intentions. And I just want to know what people think about the National Air and Space Intelligence Center becoming a part of the UAPTF's oversight network. So the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, which is NASIC, that is the intelligence branch of the United States Air Force. So that is their brain. And the brain of the U.S. Air Force is now in a position of data management of the modern UAP data going through the UAPTF. So I'd love to get some thoughts on whether or not you think that this is a turning point for the Air Force and they're trying to get involved in a good way, or is this a attempt to maybe put a blanket over the conversation and avoid people looking into their closets?
That's such a great question.
Can I take a crack at that question? I think it's awesome. Because you've got guys like Ted Rowe, who's the head of NARCAP, right? Who, because of moves like that, the IAA reached out to him and was asking him his advice and expertise on what's going on. Because as a citizen, he's got the database that has compiled actual witness testimony from these pilots and has done it in a confidential manner. So there's no stigma attached to it. There's no making fun of the pilots when they come and talk about it. And for the first time in 20 years, Ted Rowe is excited about that conversation. He's excited and he sees science turning. He sees the people who should be talking about this starting to talk about this. So that for me is a awesome step forward. So I welcome it. I mean, the Air Force has been one of the quietest branches of military on this topic since 2017. And I think partly because the Air Force knows that they have a really big problem when it comes to adversarial Chinese and Russian drones. And they know that if one of these adversarial swarm drones ends up over the, Santa Monica Pier with small payloads that release anthrax or something crazy in a terrorist attack, that we don't have any countermeasures to stop this. And it's a huge hole, I think, in the American security system. And they don't want to talk about it. They'd much rather have us talking about UFOs and all of these other things than actually focusing on that part of the conversation. But I can assure you, the reason why they're destigmatizing, the reason why they're talking about this is because they're trying to find solutions, and also they're trying to get their own people within the apparatuses that fly the planes, that operate the submarines and the radars. They're trying to get them to report these things because they've dug such a deep hole since the 1950s with stigmatizing it and making people feel small and stupid. And in some cases, people getting fired, lives ruined because of the temerity at which they follow this topic and through their experience. So I think it's amazing. Rather, I see you want to say something.
I mean, I think that's a generous read, and you might be right, but I think that there is validity to Jay's concerns about the Air Force coming in and trying to quiet down for those very reasons you were talking about, Lou. And I think that is definitely a potential problem, and I think that's why it's so important to do these congressional hearings and push for these public hearings, because we need to, get information from the UAP task force, and we need to drill the people who are giving this information to figure out if they are giving us the real deal, right? And I think that only happens through public hearings.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword too. I mean, the Air Force has the worst relationship with this topic since the beginning of the cover-up. If you truly believe, that Roswell was a cover-up with the Army Air Force at the time, you don't want to be the one military branch that is supposed to protect our skies, be the ones with the least to say about this topic. And I honestly think in that UAP report, there were some subtle ways and jabs at the Air Force. And, in terms of they're not really doing anything about this. Why are we, the Navy, the ones handling all of this? Right. And so I see it as a double-edged sword. I think this is their time to kind of maybe put that baggage behind, to be like, okay, let's destigmatize, let's look into it, because we probably should, no matter what the source of the phenomena is, or if it is a potential threat. But on the other side, I have concerns, I'm sure Jay does as well, of this could be another way to take control of the narrative. So you will always wrestle with that and struggle with that. That's why I say don't don't put all your eggs in just the government basket. Keep trusting the scientists. Keep trusting Ted Rowe. The fact that they're now going to Ted Rowe, or they're now going to be collecting data from the FAA, that's huge. That's huge. And I think those are things we have to really push for as well, not just Congress members and whatnot, but getting more people involved with the FAA and start talking to more pilots and getting testimony, because that will eventually become a part of the data as well.
You know, I guess I don't care what the Air Force does or doesn't do, which might sound weird. I don't care because I don't have any agency in this process. I mean, part of agency is like what we're doing today, like trying to contact a representative, trying to do something about this. But like, so, I mean, this might be a little bit controversial for me to say, but like, none of this is happening because of us. Like, why are we, like, why we're having this conversation today? And these were all the machinations of people on the Senate Intelligence Committee, people that represent us became interested in all this stuff. And I find that interesting, and I find it suspicious. I find it weird, right? All of those things. And that's what I want to know more about. And like, if there's a failure, I guess, in the media and a failure in the overall conversation, in my opinion, it's that we're not asking the most basic question, which is like, hey, government, why are you fucking with this at all?
Right.
There was no public pressure. Like, was there? Am I wrong?
No,
Was
before
there
2017, there was no public pressure whatsoever.
even after, was there a like, we're thousands, right? We're not millions.
Right.
But I mean,
there are far more people that are asking for 9/11 truth, say, than people that are hammering the UFO topic. You know what I'm saying?
Those guys don't have a big phone home too.
But totally. And I'm not, not to disparage this effort at all. I think that this is a great thing to do. I just think it's important that we ask like the most basic questions. Why is this happening at all? Why, you know, and who with no pressure from the public, you guys decided to open this conversation. It's like, why are we doing this? Well, because you guys started it.
Zach, do you? Can I ask if because I don't know where I set the whole thing, but there is this kind of like interesting little trail of a story. Do you side with the initial journey of Tom DeLonge to like the Lockheed Martin folks talking about TTSA, pitching it, then it gets created, then he goes on Joe Rogan, and because like to be fair, you know, a lot of it does come back to old Tom DeLonge, and you know, there's tons of efforts before then, but he seems to be a weird catalyst for the modern conversation.
I know what Zach's going to say.
I mean, I did a show with Ryan and Britt and you know, and Tim, and we all talked about General Neil McCaslin for a few hours. I think, you know, I think that's really important. It's another one of these things where I get back to basic questions. It's like, hey, media, so have you looked at the fact that like Tom DeLonge started all this, and then have you looked at this General Neil McCaslin, who they themselves name dropped on you know, the first episode of Unidentified? Like, how are we not going through the most basic stuff on what is currently playing out? Why is nobody putting the whole puzzle together and then trying to ask the most basic questions of the most relevant people? It's fascinating to me that we haven't had a single journalist to this day on record try to get an on-record comment from McCaslin and then print it, importantly.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you question kind of the official narrative that, you know, Chris Mellon and Luis Elizondo worked together to get these Navy videos declassified, and that it was kind of their impetus and their...
I don't really question any of that. I think that all pretty much happened the way that they said. Yeah.
I agree with that.
But the larger question that I have is, how is it that all of that, Tom DeLonge's stuff and formation of that company. How did that get to where we are today, where Marco Rubio and Mark Warner and all these different people are taking it seriously enough to use the acronym UAP when discussing this, knowing again what that is going to imply to people? It is going to imply to people that there is a possibility of extraterrestrials. They know that when they're using this language. Why are they opening up this conversation with, again, no impetus from the public? Why did they
the New
feel
York
that
Times
this
article was a
conversation
huge
needs to be?
impetus.
But was there pressure from the public as a result of that article?
So what you're asking is
I would
whether
say
or
yes.
not that article and the things we've just discussed are enough for this to be pushed into the place it's being pushed into right now, or is there more of an internal situation and it's been planned out a little bit more succinctly than just this random development? Yeah, because I mean, I have to agree.
This all could have been swept under the rug, and it
Yeah.
wasn't.
Well, I would actually say, like, I kind of seesaw, like, teeter between how much of this was just, you know, luck and chance and doing the right thing and like Lou leaving and Chris bringing the video out and all that, and how much of it from that point onwards has been an extremely managed control structure. Because maybe they poked the beast, maybe they brought out enough for the government to go, oh, you know, damn, like they've dropped this stuff in the New York Times, and perhaps there was kind of a decision to go along with this, but do it their way, in a very structured way, in a way that doesn't become too revelatory or too disruptive. I mean, I don't know, but I definitely switch and swap between where I sit on the narrative, just like
totally. And yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's like we don't have agency in any of that. I've talked to Jamarl about this. Like that, those are his words, not really mine. But like we have no agency in this process, and part of having agency, I think, is doing this event, talking, you know, reaching out to representatives and kind of demanding answers. Like, why are you guys doing this? Why are you gaslighting the American people on this topic at a time when, frankly, we got Afghanistan and COVID going on? Like, what?
Right.
Whoa. And they're the ones continuing to push it. It's not the American people that are overwhelmingly asking for information about it. It's just us. Right? We're trying to grow those numbers.
But I think it goes back to a little bit of what I said. Like, part of this discussion, it's not just, I don't think it's just about the diamond in the rough that we all want to talk about and see, right? I think it's a security issue. It's a security issue, and there might be painting it with that UAP brush so that way people don't know what's actually happening. Like, not a lot of people read Tyler Rogaway's article in The Drive about the drone issue that we have, and I think that's what might be happening. But to your point, I just wanted to bring this up real quick. I'm going to be tweeting at Marco Rubio right now. Because and rather, I hope you wrote down Zach's question or form of it, because I'm tweeting to him right now, and guys, feel free to retweet. Hello, fellow Cuban and Miami Dolphins fan. You know, just make him laugh to grab him. At Marco Rubio, we are discussing UAP on the Big Phone Home 2. Consider joining us for this conversation and call to action requesting public UAP hearings. Please email me at thebigphoneHome@gmail and visit our website with the link to the website. So I'm tweeting this right now at Marco Rubio. So do us a favor. Everybody, 360 people in here, retweet that and tweet it and get everybody to retweet it, because I think I would love to get Marco Rubio on this show and ask him that exact question. Like, what's the impetus? Why is it that it's coming from you? And why can't we get a little bit of clarity on this? Because I know another issue for you, Zach, is you guys are causing so much confusion. And you're muddying the water so much because you're not being honest with the American people. And it just takes a little bit of transparency to not only kill the stigma with pilots and with military professionals, but it also kills the false flag narratives and the conspiratorial thinking. Like, if you just are a little bit more transparent, not a lot,
I mean, I think
just a little bit.
Yeah, look, they're playing a super dangerous game, in my opinion, because it's not about how this influences people today. It's about how we know, because we're really steeped in this, how breadcrumbs from a decade ago can keep coming back over and over again. What our government is laying the groundwork here for are things that are not great if they continue to just be vague. right? Because again, this stuff it's so vague that choose your own adventure. You know, as far as your conspiracy theory, you think 5G is causing COVID, you think any number of things, right?
This is what Eric Weinstein, you know, Eric Weinstein is someone who's recently emerged out of the intellectual fields and has started talking about this. And he said pretty much the same thing, is like, because, you know, I really appreciate his intelligence. And he was just saying what they've done with this small level of admission is they've opened the floodgates for every conspiracy under the sun. And until they're more transparent and more direct, until they tell us the damn truth, we're not going to be able to be like set aside, you know, irrational conspiracies or things that don't actually exist.
Either tell us the damn truth. Sorry, Zach. Either tell us the damn truth or give us a little bit more transparency.
Give us
or no, actually, those are the two same things. Or just sweep it under the rug like you did with Blue Book and Grudge. Just cut it. Like, you guys can end this crap tomorrow. But I cut off Zach. What do you got? I'm sorry, Brian. We'll get right to you.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say, and it's important that we frame it this way, right? It's like I'm not looking for aliens, guys.
Right.
I just want to know why any of this? Why the hell are you doing this?
Right.
When I'm asking, but we're not asking. Like the American people are not we're overwhelmingly asking you to solve issues surrounding COVID, and like we'd like more stimulus payments and stuff like that. We are not fucking asking necessarily about the truth about aliens, but you guys seem to be kind of pushing it. So why? That's all. And it's important that it's framed that way, because I think that can get a senator's attention to be able to say, hey, you guys are complicit in possibly fueling conspiracy theories. You remember the whole January 6th thing? You want that to happen again? Do you want more stuff like that? Because you're laying the seeds for that kind of thing. And I think that that's really important to have as part of this conversation.
That's a wonderful point. Then we're going to get to Matthew Riot's question after Brian's thoughts here.
Oh, sure. I just wanted to add, I think, you know, I personally believe this was set into motion for a reason. And I do think whatever that motivation may have been from the government to essentially bring this story out, that it was risky for them to do this. And I think Zach is right that this is a huge risk for them to open up this can of worms, especially in the world we live in today with all of these issues and conspiracy theories. And like you guys, you've said it a million times, we have conspiracy theory because we're not being told anything. Therefore, we will then make our own truth. And that's dangerous. So just tell us a little bit of something. But I think Jay used the key word, disruption. I don't think they were expecting, you know, this many people to get interested in it and then in turn hold our senators accountable, hold our Congress accountable, our military as well. And, you know, Lou and Chris Mellon have said it. They're like, you guys are making a difference. And I know a lot of people wouldn't agree with that. They don't think we have anything to do with it. But I also don't think they were expecting us to be as much of a disruption as maybe previously planned.
I can tell you, they definitely weren't planning on an idiot like me planning and doing something like this. Like they were not expecting this kind of blowback. But Michael, what do you got?
Amen.
Real quick, I just want to make sure folks know. So for the tweet that you just sent out, Lou, so we're seeing a lot of people retweeting this, but make sure so you can also comment on the tweet. You can tell Marco Rubio why you think he should be joining. You can not only can you retweet it, but you can also quote tweet it. You should do both. And if you are retweeting it, you should also like it. We're trying to get as robust a response out of this. So the bigger we make it, the better. So keep retweeting, quote tweet, leave a comment, and make sure you like it as well. We want to get this as much momentum as we can.
Exactly. And just real quick, I know we're missing super chat questions, and I apologize. I just don't want to be rude and kill the conversation, especially if it's going in a cool direction. So I think I missed one here, and the chat reset, so I totally missed it.
Is it Matt? Because I've still got that.
It might be, but this is Matthew Riot's question, and I just want a quick yes or no out of this one from you guys. It's for the panel, and the question is: should people that pop up with wild, unproven claims immediately be given platforms to speak for the community? I have a feeling I know who he's talking about. I'm going to say no. Jay Malibu, what do you got?
I think it comes down to like the individual researcher's own subjective opinion, I'd say.
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, I would have to agree with that as well. I mean, there are wild, unproven claims throughout history. Does that mean that we just don't listen? We just shut our ears, right? So I think I think it depends. It's a subjective point, and I agree with Jay. I don't have a specific answer to that question. I think we should all individually make those decisions as hosts. But I do understand the point. But I think I do think we need to listen. But again, at the same time, just because you're listening to somebody, just because you're giving somebody a platform to speak, doesn't mean you automatically believe that person, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, I think there's a difference between a platform and a discussion, right? And I think that having discussions with anyone is perfectly fine, and that's how we,
absolutely
get on the same page.
I guess since everybody didn't follow the rules and answer yes or no, I'll go ahead and expound. I'm going to go kind of no, but if you're going to do it, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof is what I'm going to say. And if you don't have that proof, then me personally, I'm not going to give you the time until I see it. So that's just for me.
But what about experiencers? I mean, but we talk about experiencers.
I'm not saying I won't listen. I'm not saying I won't listen, but again, can I take that experience and put it on the desk of a senator or congressman? I think
no, but that's what he's asking, if you can use them on your platform. I mean, like, for an example, you spoke to me, I told you about my personal experiences with orbs of light and things that are really quite crazy and extremely subjective. I've got absolutely zero evidence for that, but I know it happened. So I think
but there's a difference though. You're not telling us where they come from. You're not telling us where they are. You're not telling us who they are. And look, I've had an experience too. Like I've had an up close and personal with one of these things too.
I think that's still a wild, unproven claim, even on myself. What I'm saying is a wild, unproven claim. But as long as you address it in a way where you're not trying to definitively make a point, like I agree with you on the point that if someone was coming on and saying, I know absolutely everything about, the ETs and the conspiracy, I know but no, I'm not going to talk to you because you don't. There's no way that you know everything about this. But I'm definitely willing to give people a platform through which they can express their own experiences. And I think it's up to people in the community to decide, I believe that, I don't believe that, or it should be left alone. And, so I think it's definitely a subjective thing.
Yeah.
Yep. 99.9% of ufology is unproven claims.
Yeah, exactly.
That last point that keeps, the field legitimate, to be completely honest, and it's there and it's powerful when it is there. But again, I would have to agree again with someone who works with experiencers. I say, let them do it. Let them do and what they're going to do and say what they're going to say. It's very subjective. And fine. If someone's going to come forward with extraordinary claims, like I know the individual is that we're all thinking of, they put a timetable on the evidence that they're going to produce. So good. If you can show that to me, awesome. If not, it's just a story like the hundreds and hundreds of others I've heard as well. So, I think that's important. Like, cool. You got a story. Show me the evidence and we can move on. But other than that, it's just a story.
Yeah.
So I go on historical precedent with this one. So when Lou Elizondo came forward, the videos in the New York Times article were there, and we could verify at least major aspects of things that he was saying. I'll listen to anything from anyone so long as they are not pushing something with a dangerous agenda or it's a cult.
Right.
And unfortunately, there are a lot of people that are pushing dangerous agendas or cults and, doom prophecies and things of that sort. Fuck off.
Yeah.
If it's a doom prophecy and it's on a timetable, you can't have my information now. You can have it later. Nope. Fuck off. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
It's understandable, yeah.
No, that's a good opinion to have. Real quick, we've got some super chats I want to get to. The first is from Bottled Water for $20, which is just a great name. We were talking to this guy in the Twitter chat the other day. He's hilarious. More than any other branch, the Air Force hates to admit wrongdoing. They are an interested branch of very secretive people. They're an interesting branch of very secretive people. And by the way, Bottled Water is a veteran, and he was working, I think it was at Edwards Air Force Base, if I'm not mistaken, or White Sands, I can't remember.
Oh, wow.
But he was giving us some lowdown on some of the process, right? And then we've got a $69.99 donation. Thank you so much for the hefty donation, Jean-Francois Chalebois. We have a right to know that we're not alone. We need this info to inform the way we vote, because we should have a part in deciding how elected officials treat this matter. I agree 100% on that. Like, I can't disagree on that one at all. And then another $4.99 donation from Lord Ludicrous Plaid. If the stigma is taken away, then the topic of UFO crowd can become intelligence assets to report and gather data for the government. Keep fighting for info. That's an interesting comment.
I'd rather collect data for the public and private sector, not necessarily the government. I think they've done enough data collection themselves. So I think we should probably do exactly that, but maybe not for the USG, but for science and, you know, private sector developments.
Well, you know what I would like the USG to start actually looking at, that would be nice, or not looking at, but just considering, is grants. Public grants to universities and places of higher learning that can that instead of giving $22 million to the ATIP program, let's give it to Harvard or Avi Loeb or, you know, the SCU or any one of these. I was going to say, you know, SkyHub, but they just went under. But I mean, even the software and the hardware still lives on for SkyHub. You know, people are still going to be developing it and using it and perfecting it. So give the kids of the future the keys to look for this stuff, you know, with public grants. I think that might also be a way to sort of to bring that conversation into the table. Did I miss somebody's other super chat here? Not NMUAP or Artisan Tony.
One before that, I can pull it up here from.
If you can, that'd be great.
Artisan Tony.
I see Artisan Tony here, so please try to keep the language PG for this event. Keep it classy, guys. All right, looking at you, Zach. Where'd he go?
We'll be right back.
Speaking quickly on your point, Lou, and Zach's point, I think that, you know, I hadn't considered the distinction that you made and that Zach made about wild and unproven claims. Like my assumption was we're talking about experiencers, but that's one thing. So I think personal experience, fine, you know, share your personal experience. But when it comes to stating, you know, I think Zach made this point very well. When it comes to stating, you know, the world's going to end in 10 days, or, you know, the storm is upon us. Those are things that I think I would leave alone, and I wouldn't give a platform to those. But I think personal experience, I think, should be the guiding light here.
Oh, definitely. NMUAP experiencers or witnesses are okay. They bring their dogma and cult culture in. Some experiencers are dangerous.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Witness Citizen just said people are dangerous, not necessarily experiencers, and he hit the nail on the head. It really, and I always tell people, experiencers, like, it's how you choose to integrate this into your life, and how you choose to either accept it or reject it, and that's a valid concern. A lot of experiencers will go down that road of, you know, either self-delusion or feeling like they are, you know, the next coming of Christ, or they'll live a life of not talking about it, and it's like one extreme to the other. So I think, you know, as long as, I always say, stay grounded. I know you've experienced something somewhere out there and like it changed everything you know and perceive as reality, but like, just remember, like, not everyone around you knows or has had that profound experience. So it's really about how you present it, I think, to the public.
Very well said. Yeah, I agree. And guys, we're pushing up against the hour. We've got some new guests coming in. So Michael, real quick. Well, actually, let's. I don't want to ask this question because this can't be answered quickly. But it's a good question, and my answer to this would be, in a new congressional hearing panel, I would love to see Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, maybe Eric Davis, David Fravor, Chad Underwood, and Alec Dietrich. Those would be the 5 to 6 people I would love to see on a congressional hearing panel put in front of Congress or the Senate. I think, you know, those are the cream of the crop. I wouldn't We don't need really anybody else outside of that. Oh, except for maybe Michio Kaku. I would also love to throw Michio Kaku's name in there, just because I think putting a scientist like that on a panel in front of lawmakers would be very, very influential in convincing them that, hey, this is okay to talk about. Like, it's okay. We could talk about it. Let's have the conversation and move forward. But I don't know how you guys feel about that. I mean, is there anybody else would add?
I'd like to get some of the other Nimitz witnesses outside of Dietrich and Fravor. I would like to see Gary Voorhis and PJ Hughes. Definitely, I would like to see them as part of that.
Yeah,
Gary Voorhis will actually be here tomorrow on the Big Phone Home too.
Nice.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, Michael, if you can, please outro everybody, and thank you all so very much for coming and being part of this of the opening panel for the Big Phone Home. The event's kicked off exactly the way I wanted, and all of you are beautiful people, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And if you're just joining us, you're welcomed to the Big Phone Home 2. It's an unprecedented event, a convergence of professional scientists, military members, and activists from across the UAP spectrum of research and activism to request public congressional hearings to key government officials, as well as to share our best practices for future success. Thank you so much for joining us today. Zach Saichi, if people want to find you, if they want to know how they can listen to Project Human FM, how do they do that?
They can go to projecthuman.fm, or they can follow me at ZCICHY on Twitter.
Awesome.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank
really
you, Zach.
Appreciate your time, Zach.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Who's going to rather be squidding?
Rather be squidding.
Jay from Project Unity here on the Unidentified Celebrity View. You may know him as Jay Malibu, but that's not his real name. If you are interested in following him, make sure you go to Project Unity. Jay, how else might people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube, Project Unity, and you can find me on Twitter at the Project Unity. And if you want to get a hold of me, you can either use my Gmail, which is projectunitycontact@gmail.com, or if you want to use secure Proton Mail, it's j_unity@protonmail.com.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jay. We really appreciate your insight. Your perspective has been valuable, and keep up the good fight, my brother.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan the Cherub Sprague has visited you today from his lovely abode in New York City. Can you tell us, Ryan the Cherub, where people might find you? They might find your podcast, social media. What's up?
Absolutely. BabiesRUs.com.
Oh, Babies Are Us.
In all seriousness, everything I do is at somewhereintheskies.com. And I do have to do one shameless promotion, if that's
please
okay.
No, please.
Next weekend is the UFO Congress, so I did want to give them some love over there. I will be attending and in the chat rooms and whatnot. So if you want a very credible conference, another virtual conference like we're doing today, panel of people discussing UFOs, UFOcongress.com is where you can find out more. But thank you for having me.
Just FYI, we're going to have Alejandro Rojas on the show Tuesday to discuss the UFO Congress. So stay tuned for that. I think I volunteered them for your channel, Michael. Just because I don't know if you have any guests lined up for Tuesday after this. Probably not, right?
I don't.
Yeah,
so let's line it up.
Yeah, excellent. We'll be talking about the UFO Congress. The thing that I really love about this year's event, and I don't know if this was part of last year's event because I missed it on accident, not on purpose, is that you can pay for whatever speaker you want to see. You don't have to do the whole thing, which I think is really, really cool. And they've got a great lineup shaping up. So definitely check it out and check out Ryan, the Cherub, as he does a presentation there. Brian, thank you so much for being such a huge supporter of the show, man. You're really one of the first people who reached out to me and helped me build the channel and help propel my voice into this community. So I can't thank you enough, man. I'm forever in your debt.
Vice versa, buddy. It's been a pleasure. It always is. And call, write, tweet, do it. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Fantastic. Well, we have another extraordinary group of panelists joining us right now. It's so exciting to have these folks with us. And thank you so much for joining us. If you're just getting here, Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. Make sure you share. We've got almost 400 people in this room. We want to explode that number because we need as many people tweeting. We need as many people writing as possible to get this show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an amazing guest for you right now. He is an investigator of UFOs for the British government. He's one of the world's leading experts on UFO, the unexplained, and conspiracy theories. The one, the only, Nick Pope.
Hello there. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever everyone is.
Exactly. That's the beauty of the internet is we kind of get to explore all time zones. But oh wait, hold on, wrong button. There we go. Thank you for being here, Nick. We really appreciate it. The thing that I appreciated about Nick Pope just organizing this whole day was, what are you doing here? What's happening? What's going on with Nick Pope? There we go. Is that Nick Pope was so great getting back to me like, hey, got your email? I'll be there. It's in my journal, ready to go. I'm like, you're the best. I didn't have to chase him down. It was awesome. So Nick, thank you so much for being here. We've got a couple more panelists to introduce, and then we'll get into the discussion.
Great.
Fantastic. Great to have you, Nick. Thank you so much for joining us today. We've got another extraordinary author with us, author of To the Ends of the Earth, and has recently completed his new book, UFOs Before Roswell, European Foo Fighters, 1940 to 1945. We did an amazing show with this gentleman yesterday. What an incredible book. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, Graham Rendell.
Oh, you're muted, Graham.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Yeah. First world problems. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, gents. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for being here, sir.
Doing great. Thank you so much, brother. Last but finally not least, the Signal is a staple in the UAP community, best known for his work and deep thoughts on the smash hit podcast, That UFO Podcast, which he hosts with his friend, Andy McGrillen. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you, Dan.
Great to see you too. I feel like the person at Disneyland with too much merch on, but I'm here for it.
Well, I see you finished the hat, man. You self-stitched
I did.
it?
I put the work in today whilst listening to the beginning of this, and I have a bunch of holes in my fingers, but we're good. It's operational.
I love it, man. It's such a cool patch. So Nick, I know you're now living in the States. Are you officially a U.S. citizen? Can you bother our representatives like we can?
No, I'm not. I have not taken citizenship. So I am a lawful permanent resident, i.e. a green card holder, but I have not crossed that final threshold yet.
Well, so what do you think? I just want to get your opinion on sort of the craziness that we're doing today. Do you think this is a valid effort? What if I could get your sort of expertise? What would you do if you were encouraging citizens to get in touch with their local state representatives to demand a little bit more transparency, but also congressional hearings on this topic?
Well, absolutely. This is hugely worthwhile. So I would urge people to very much continue down this road. What I would say is this: there's a sort of dark art in writing to congressional representatives and elected representatives. And I think people are better off not just letting loose with a stream of consciousness about all this, but keeping it very concise, very focused, very narrowly targeted on the key issues. And for example, you might do well to start a letter or an email with something like, I'm writing to you about the subject of UAP. As you will doubtless be aware, ODNI has recently sent a preliminary assessment of the phenomenon to Congress, and then link to it. So if you're linking to a government report, link to it on the government servers. If you're linking to the US Navy videos, don't link to them on YouTube. Link to them either via the DoD press release or direct on the Naval Air Systems Command servers, so that you're establishing a sort of audit trail for this.
I think that's an excellent point. Nick, I never even thought of that.
Can I jump in and just ask?
Yeah,
we at UAP Media, we speak a lot with, or we try to speak a lot with members of parliament and representatives and things like that. And we always get back the line that, these events are of no defense significance, or we don't deem them a threat, so we don't keep records. Is there anything you could recommend to, get past that and get an honest answer? Because it feels like running against a brick wall, and though it's nice to have them on record, it feels futile.
I would go back. I mean, obviously, yeah, you are going to get, if anything comes from the Ministry of Defense, you're going to get that historic line. So the trick is to ask specific questions. So, for example, say, was the Ministry of Defense decision not to re-engage on the subject of UFOs made on the basis of looking at the 9-page unclassified summary that ODNI sent to Congress, or has the MOD seen the classified version? And then, of course, the follow-up is, if you have made that decision only on the basis of what's in the public domain, that's a decision made on incomplete data. So there are ways of encouraging the MOD. Bear in mind, they don't have much corporate memory on this these days. So people are sort of using the standard lines that I was using back in the 90s.
Yeah, they seem to have a very strange filing system as well for information. I got a fire back from the MOD yesterday about the Calvin incident. I'd been asking about specifically whether or not aircraft had been booked into the UK low flying system for August 1990, and I wanted specific information regarding the 4th of August. And I got a fairly non-committal reply back saying that they had records of 4 Harriers, but they didn't even know which date in August 1990 they would be operating. And I thought that was quite strange for the low-fly system, because that's a safety issue, surely, for knowing which aircraft were in which parts of the low-flying system in the UK at any one time, at any one date, in any one place. Let alone whichever date. And I just thought it was strange that they said they didn't keep records on that particular set of data. I wonder what your comments were regarding that, Nick.
Yes, it is a little odd, because normally with historic information like that, either they have it or they don't. So it's a little odd that they've got partial data. Oh yes, there were 4 aircraft, but we don't know exactly where they were or when they were. So whether that means anything, I don't know. It is usually the case that these things are more bureaucracy than conspiracy. I know that's a soundbite and a cliche, but it's actually true. But I would say keep pushing.
Real
quick
question.
question.
Go for it, Michael.
Yeah,
please.
a quick question for you, if you don't mind. So a lot of the politicians don't get any brownie points when it comes to talking about UAPs unless it's under the threat narrative. Nick, I'd love to hear your opinion as to whether that's something that citizens should be thinking about when contacting their government officials, or is that a subject to be avoided?
No, I would play that to the very hilt. And I know that we're supposed to keep politics out of this, but as you know, I've gotten in a little bit of trouble alongside.
You've been pretty fiery the last month or so, Mr. Pope.
Yes, I have. I'm not going to name names, but I think you all know what I'm alluding to. I have been accused of still secretly working for the government, and myself, Lou, Chris, Leslie, Jeremy, a few others have been accused of talking up the threat narrative. And yeah, guilty as charged in one respect, because that is the way you get their attention. And if you are engaging with an elected representative, I would urge playing that card and, for example, quoting people that have commented on it, like Marco Rubio. Dig out his quote where he said, frankly, I'd rather this was extraterrestrial, because if this is adversary technology, somebody's made a quantum leap that's left the United States standing. It's a great quote, and that is the sort of thing that a congressional representative will respond to. And yes, you are playing the threat narrative card, but rightly so.
Well, we've talked about a few times, because look, I grew up in the generation. I was born in 1980, so in the 80s it was the Cold War and the Russians are a threat, and then in the early 90s it was Saddam Hussein as a threat, and then it was 9/11, and then terrorists, and then Afghanistan, and then Iran, and it just seems like this never-ending threat thing that leads us into this never-ending wars and all of this spending, and it just all of these messes that we've ended up in. And so I think for my generation, when we hear the word threat, we kind of go, whoa, wait a second. What are you talking about? Why? What's a threat? And what are we getting into again? So, but I will give you that if you're in a special access program, or if you're reporting to a 4-star general and you see this as an issue over military bases, over ships and nuclear facilities and assets, and you see this problem, if you go into the office of that general and you say, hey, boss, we've got a UFO problem, he's going to tell you get the hell out of his office. But if you go to him and you say, hey, boss, we've got an unidentified aerial phenomena problem over our nuclear bases and it looks like it's a threat, now he's going to more than likely pay attention to what you're saying. Is that fair to say?
That's absolutely it. And that is the reason why we in the Ministry of Defense in the 90s deliberately shifted the language. We didn't invent the term UAP, but we adopted it for precisely that reason, to lose the pop culture baggage that goes with the term UFO. And absolutely, you will not get engagement from senior internal stakeholders if you frame this in terms of an interesting mystery. But you will get engagement if you frame it in terms of incursions into restricted airspace, possible adversarial technology. And you don't have to get into naming names. I mean, Harry Reid's June 24th, 2009 letter to the Deputy Secretary of Defense just referred to the catastrophic damage to the national interest if this technology fell into the hands of an adversary. Didn't say who.
Real quick before we continue this conversation, Kristen Thompson had a $50 DKK. Thank you so much for the donation. He said, thank you for doing the big phone home again. Best regards from UAPDB. BD, by the way, guys, if you're looking for one website that talks about all of the conferences, all of the breaking news, check out UAPBD.com. It's sort of a gathering spot for everything that's happening, so you don't have to go here, and everywhere. And then we got one more donation from Gerald Greenwood with a £5 note saying, my girlfriend says she'll leave me alone, or she'll leave me if we don't find out the truth soon because those weirdos on YouTube are doing her head in. Send her my apologies, but unfortunately we're not going to stop. And then Carrie Abadi Srendi sends a $50 donation. Thank you so much. She says, awesome work. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate all of you guys with these super chats. Thank you so much. If you're new to the show, please like, subscribe, share the channel, tell them we're talking to Nick Pope right now, and you don't have to pay to talk to Nick Pope. We were going to be doing this all day for free, so join us. It's going to be a fun conversation. But did anybody else have anything to add to sort of the threat narrative that we're talking about?
Could I read out a few names?
Please do.
So not too long ago in the House of Lords, there was a debate about the UAP issue, which was great to see. You know, we're not as far along as you guys, but it's nice to see it being talked about. That was on the 30th of June. And a number of people asked questions, and they got the boilerplate response, but I think it's worth talking about the people that ask questions because they're clearly interested in the issue. You can email all these people. You can go onto the UK Parliament website and find their emails. A few are on Twitter, but there is the @UK House of Lords tag on Twitter as well. That'll just go to generally everyone there. But just to read the names, it is Lord Rogan. You're going to kind of get a lot of typically
Lords.
British names here.
Yep.
Yeah. Baroness Gardner of Parks. I promise I'm not making any of these up. Baroness Wilcox of Newport, who we've actually had some contact with, and she seems interested in following up. Lord Coker, Lord Holmes of Richard, Lord Brown of Leighton, Viscount Ridley, and Lord Sarfaz. All of those people were interested during the debates. So if you're in the UK, send them a letter, get in touch. They want to talk about this. Give them a reason to.
Dan, let me ask you this. The templates that we provided, and Nick, I'm not sure if you know this, but we have templates provided that one in particular was written by John Greenwald. We had another a citizen activist who just got a sit-down meeting with his congressman, Tommy Zito, also penned one of our templates. So I'm curious, Dan, is there any way to use those templates and sort of rearrange them and make them your own to send to members of parliament, the list of names that you just read off for us?
Possibly. There might be some location
specific asks
that you have to change. Add in an E in where there isn't one usually in the American language, stuff like that, changing the spelling of color. But apart from that, they should be pretty translatable. We do have a template on uapmedia.uk as well, and that one is being translated to a few different European languages too for people to use. So feel free, use it, update it, put in your own words.
Do us a favor, send us a link in the private chat right now for that, and we'll put it in the chat so people could go check that out, because it's important.
Sure.
We're encouraging the world to get in touch with their governments, and if that's something you don't want to do, you just want to make it easier yourself, you could just tweet at ours. So feel free to tweet at our local state representatives, because they can't stop you through Twitter, and they don't have no idea where you live when it comes to Twitter. So you might be able to influence lawmakers in that regards. Michael, did you have anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly hit on this comment from Andrew Pierce. He says the Condon report used UAP terminology to dismiss UFO sightings as weather phenomena and plasmas, according to the executive summary. I'm very curious, Nick, what your thought is on this. I mean, we've had folks, Dr. Tia Durrani on to discuss the Hesdalen lights. I'm curious what your thoughts are on the UAPTF buckets of aerial phenomena, and I mean, where are you at when it comes to identifying the unidentified?
Well, I'm pretty much where the Pentagon is in the I don't know. What I do know is, obviously, as it said in the preliminary assessment, there is no single neat solution to the UAP mystery. So chances are a lot of things are going on in parallel, and it's just a question of trying to refine that. Of course, as you all know, this is only a preliminary assessment. We should get the 90-day update, I think. I haven't got it in front of me, but on or around September 23rd. Yep. Then quarterly reports, if what's in the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022 is accepted and goes forward. So there's a lot of work to do to build on that. But again, as you know, the important first step with this is to refine the data gathering internally in the military and intelligence community, so that all the cases that impact this and might help actually narrow down what we're dealing with are actually getting considered in the first place.
Yeah, speaking of a specific case, Gerald Greenwald has a kind of a relevant question here, and he says, I believe Nick has seen the Calvine photo, and since then, have you come to any conclusions about what that was?
No, there are no definitive conclusions. The artist's impression that is most commonly used when the media discuss this case, so for example, when I wrote about it in The Sun last year, is an artist's impression that I put together with, or rather a CGI artist did it with me sort of sitting alongside him, and it is a very, very accurate recreation. And I know this isn't particularly scientific, but an old MOD colleague from the same division saw it on my Facebook, and she said, "Yeah, that's absolutely, that's it." Because of course she'd been in our office. For anyone that doesn't know quite what we're talking about, this is probably the most famous photo or series of photos that the Ministry of Defense had, and now mysteriously disappeared or stuck in a file and due to come out in about 50 years time, something like that. But I've seen the real thing, and it's very impressive, but it's unexplained. And just to circle back, because I know that the comment before that was about Project Condign. Project Condign was a great study, but a very poor, in some ways, final report, because in talking about exotic atmospheric plasma phenomena, I think it made the classic mistake of trying to explain one mystery in terms of another, which is never good science.
Right. There's a $20 super chat from Bottled Water, who, again, is a military veteran. So he says something pretty interesting here. One thing to understand about the threat narrative is that Tic Tac's radar signature covering 60 miles in 2 seconds is 108,000 miles per hour, or Mach 141.88. Hypersonic weapons are potentially maxing out at Mach 15. So yeah, I guess he's just going back to that threat. I mean, if you don't look at that as a potential threat, I don't think you're doing a very good job as a security apparatus. And again, I think the word threat, and I'll say this again, when I first heard it, it kind of turned me off. And I think that's part in the reason why they changed it from the ATIP program to the UAPTF to sort of, I think, quell that conspiratorial thinking, because you hear threat and again all your mind just starts racing, and then before you know it, Nick Pope and Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon are all having tea together wondering what can we do next, and it's just not happening. So that
Well, I was going to say, to that point, there's two kinds of threat, right? There's the threat of the hostile intentions. And, Zofa makes a great point here with his $5 super chat saying, great show so far, loving it, awesome guest today. He's always assumed that threat meant flight hazard rather than hostile intentions. And I'm wondering, Nick, if that rings true to you, especially with the AIAA just giving that conference and recognizing UAP as aviation threats. Kind of which angle there do you think might be more persuasive?
Well, both. I mean, the report obviously concluded that UAP did constitute an aviation threat, and then they kind of skirted around the issue of national security by saying it may pose a national security challenge. But as many of you have doubtless heard me say before, and apologies for repeating a point, but it's worth repeating, there is actually an equation that defines threat, which the military and the intelligence community use, and it's capability times intent. So when capability is impressive, but intent remains unknown because, to steal Lou's line, we don't know who's behind the wheel, then we can't define threat. And in those circumstances, it's more prudent to hope for the best, but plan for the worst.
Well, it's kind of when we were listening, the secretary, the undersecretary of Navy was discussing sort of the the things on his table, right? And you've got North Korea actually threatening like legitimate nuclear war. You've got ships in the Mediterranean. You've got civil war in Africa, all of these things that the military is sort of keeping an eye on in some ways or another involved with. And then you've got these objects showing up over, warships and nuclear facilities, but they're not doing anything. They're just kind of hanging out. And so, that equation that you gave us, first of all, it's the first time I've ever heard it. So thank you for that, because I think that's awesome. But it makes sense. Like if you're sitting there doing the equation as the Secretary of the Navy, and you're looking at it and you're going, okay, well, I could put this on the back burner because this is not right in our faces. It's not shooting anything down. It's not disrupting military exercises. It's just literally sitting there and maybe observing, but who knows. But
that's quite a dangerous position to take, though, isn't it? Because if you've got things like flying around sensitive areas, even if they're not doing anything, then you can't just sit back and assume that's going to be the status quo. You've got to sort of, the intelligence agencies, I'm sure, in the military will be looking at these and think, well, what's their potential?
Well, I agree with you, but I think it's more of a resources thing. And I think that's why the UAPTF needs a budget. Like they need a team of people whose specific purpose is to, when a Navy captain of an aircraft carrier is reporting these things, immediately members of the UAPTF are sent out to look at it and start recording it and see what's going on. So that way the Navy can still continue doing, again, I hate saying this, but the real world issues, like the things that are actually affecting people's lives, because we have to give them the room to operate. We have to give them the permission to do that. We can't just say, stop everything you're doing and go look at the UAPs, especially if they don't have the resources to do it, which is crazy to think in the biggest military on the planet that's ever existed. They don't have the resources to do it. Sounds nuts, but I mean, we hear about, lack of resources within troops all the time, and how this military apparatus is like a piece of butter that's spread too thin over some toast. And I think it just allocation of budgets is, I think, will help alleviate that. But I agree with you, Graham. I mean, it's a problem. What say you, Nick?
Let me. There is actually some good news on the resources issue, and the good news is that most of what you need to investigate and research UAPs is already funded because it's your military radar systems and the wider air defense network. It's your satellite imagery. Bear in mind,
the problem is we don't have access to those things, and they don't want to give us access.
We don't. But the UAP task force does or should. So the key access for the task force isn't resources. It's getting access to the resources and capabilities that already exist.
And that's kind of what we've been seeing with the various bills that have been coming through as well. They're trying to shore that up to kind of say, look, everyone that's kind of trying to play coy as if, like the Air Force, like, oh my, what are these things in the sky? We've never seen these before, when clearly we know that they've had a hand in this. It's those bills are to clear things like this up and to make sure that those data pools are feeding into a central office, like Nick was saying. Nick, I just want to swing back around to Calvin for a second, just to ask you something. I've been reading the work of David Clark, and he did have an idea that the Calvin thing might have been a hoax, but he's since changed his mind. And I wanted to ask what you thought it was, and why the Americans were maybe flying a secret aircraft where they shouldn't have been, and especially with the release date being delayed. There are kind of some rumors around what those hikers were perhaps doing in those hills that they might not want to wanted to be in the papers, i.e. poaching. So I wanted to ask your opinion on that, because I think it's great to just have it all out on the table,
Yeah, there's not much middle ground with a case like this. I mean, clearly this is either some sort of secret prototype hypersonic aircraft with a genuinely exotic propulsion system. Don't forget, the eyewitness testimony was that this thing was virtually hovering and then accelerated away, but a vertical climb, not sort of moving off horizontal.
But that's almost not that crazy, right? Like we've seen planes that have a vertical climb on them and that from below kind of look like a diamond, and there are records. I think Graham got something this week, records of Harriers being in the area, maybe one American, one US. So I feel like it leans definitely towards that side, and I think it's just.
Having said that, I mean, you've probably seen Harriers at air shows and things. It's yes, it is a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, but it's not the kind of almost instantaneous acceleration that the witnesses at Calvin reported. So it's either as I say, there's no real middle ground with this. It's not swamp gas or weather balloons. It's either some sort of secret prototype or it is something genuinely exotic. And as for the file being withheld, there's a slight misconception about that. Even in 2072 or 2076, whatever it is, when the original file is opened, it's not guaranteed that the photos are going to suddenly fall out. All that's really in that file that's being redacted is the names and addresses, other personal details of the witnesses. And obviously, when a witness makes a report to the Ministry of Defense, they do so, or they did so, in the full expectation that we would abide by witness confidentiality. And that was, of course, written into both the Data Protection Act and the Freedom of Information Act.
It seems strange that the MOD couldn't find out the identity of the two Harriers that were in the photograph, or at least the one Harrier that was definitely in the photograph and the possible one that was in the background. I've seen the information in the DEFI files, and it doesn't really say, because it just says they were contacting squadrons or one particular squadron to find out what was going on. But there's never been any kind of statement to say, yeah, these were our Harriers. What's your position on, were they American, were they British, or was it a one of each, or what was the situation?
Well, I think if you'll forgive me a movie quote from the film Contact, that is strange, isn't it?
because whether they're just by accident, which seems very strange for a Saturday evening for Harriers to be in the low-fly system, but also whether if they were escorting it, that assumes that they knew what it was or they were sent up to investigate it. But it's a very strange type of aircraft to intercept something unknown. There's a whole lot of kind of questions about this that just don't seem to have been satisfactorily answered over the years. And also, of course, they got the information about the MOD approaching the Pentagon to find out whether it was one of theirs, and the Pentagon finding out and asking the MOD, was it one of yours? It just seems though one hand didn't see what the other was doing, even though these were partners in NATO. It's a very, very strange case.
It is. If you ask me to make a prediction, I would say it's actually more likely that the original photos will emerge in the US than the UK, along with some other information pertaining to this case. I suspect that people have taken this almost as far as they can in the UK, but it would not surprise me if there were maybe the photos and other information in some of the old ATIP files.
Wow.
So maybe when Lou comes on, twist his arm on that one.
Yeah, we'll ask him.
I will ask privately.
I'm hoping Jane is listening, because Jane's going to be interviewing him in a couple of hours. So yeah, that's a great question. Real quick, a $59.99 donation from Thomas Dante. Thank you so much for the donation. We truly appreciate it. You guys had the best vibe happening. Curious what you think about the Pentrick UFO case, specifically the idea that the UK military was using a specific frequency to ambush the UAP, and that's from Fish.
I can almost see that site from my house, like it's there. It's fairly close.
Oh, really? Well, what are your thoughts, Dan?
I kind of lean toward, truth be told, I don't know. I wasn't there and I didn't experience it, and without a time machine, I never will. But with all the kind of evidence stacking up, I lean towards it being a military operation, purely because people in the area were told what was going to happen, and then it happened. I'm open to being wrong, though, and I will always listen to any more information that comes forward with that,
And I just wanted to give a special shout out to him too, because he's a trucker and he listens to this show all the time while he's hauling freight, and he just happened to have a few days off to be able to participate in the chat. So thanks so much for that super chat, Thomas. We really appreciate it. Quick question for both Graham and Nick Pope. The UAPTF report was suspiciously absent of naming the Air Force as well as the CIA. I'd love to get both of your takes on that. Maybe Nick, we could start with you.
Yeah, the what is it called? The National Air and Space Intelligence Center, I think, has now been put up to bat with this. So the Air Force is in the mix and is now tied in. It's just that they're not being as vocal as the Navy. I think obviously because of the 3 videos and the various other materials that people like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have been putting out, the focus has been on the Navy, but the Air Force are there. They're just maybe playing a longer game on this and not trying to draw attention to themselves. But the people on the armed services committees and on the intelligence committees haven't forgotten about them, and they're going to make sure that they're fully engaged on this.
The Air Force already look a little bit silly, really, kind of, because we know of their involvement in history, and they're pretending they don't know. And now when they kind of start coming around, and anyone that's been following this knows how ridiculous the Air Force look right now. I wish they would just say, we know about it and we don't know.
And then UAP just said the report was co-authored by an Air Force general. I heard that. I think Stephen Greenstreet mentioned that as well. I'm not sure if you have the name of that person or the position, but that would be super interesting. Graham,
would that be a kind of sign-off? Sorry, go on, Graham.
Oh, no. Sorry. Well, that's a good question, and that's what I was trying to figure out. I mean, but if it was penned by somebody in the Air Force, and then the Air Force was not listed as an institution that was interrogated about this subject, that seems pretty bizarre to me. Graham, go ahead.
Yeah, the preliminary report, it was obviously from that the Air Force were dragging their feet in terms of coming up with a pilot program for UAP sightings. But now they have got involved through NASIC. But it's at arm's length, isn't it? Because it's not the same name. People are going to think, oh, well, this is another agency. That, they're not like us. They don't know the links necessary between the Air Force and this, this intelligence arm that look at things from space and from airspace. So they've got this kind of, it's like an arm's length organization organization almost that's actually dealing with the UAP issue, and they can then sort internally, and maybe to the people who are the naysayers within the Air Force, to the the 4-star generals, etc., who are dead against it, maybe they can say, oh, yeah, well, it's nothing to do with us anymore. This other branch are doing it. And as for the CIA, I couldn't really explain why they're not involved. I'm afraid I'm not really up to speed with their internal workings and how much they're prepared to give away in this issue. So I couldn't really comment on that, I'm afraid.
That's great. Thank you, Graham. Lou, you are muted, by the way.
Sorry,
sir.
yeah, sorry. I was fixing my.
It's nice that someone else does that. It's usually
it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
our first world problems. We were talking earlier in the first panel. Zach Seichi brought up the point. I kind of wanted to get your perspective on this, Nick. This idea that the public's, I mean, I know we're sitting here having a discussion and we're engaging our politicians and our local and state representatives and the ministry and parliament and all of that. But there's really no impetus from the public. There's no pressure from the public to talk about this UAP issue. So what is the reason? Why are they because in the past, I feel like when things got to this point, this point where everybody seems to be talking about it's on 60 Minutes, we got the report. It was a fireworks show, Jubilant June, as Ryan Robbins, Post Disclosure World called it. But there's nobody's calling their local and state representatives to say, hey, what's going on with this? They're usually calling about things that are real world issues. Again, I say all the time on the channel, nobody's lost their mother because they didn't get enough UAP information, so that we have to really put that into context. But what is the purpose of this? Why are they talking and putting this UAP issue so forward in the discussion? I think partly it's because the Air Force doesn't want to talk about the drone problem that we have, where we've got Russian and Chinese tech, spying on us in the most sensitive military spaces. And then those drones could possibly be used in, say, like a terrorist type attack where they're dropping small payloads. And these drones are cheap. They're easy to build. They're easy to retrofit with these listening devices and things. But so what is your take? What's the impetus? Why are they pushing this so hard without any real pressure from us?
Well, that is interesting because, as you say, normally, if you talk to any congressional staffer, if you go to the office of any elected representative, they'll give you a list of 3 or 4 topics that take up about 80 or 90% of their constituency business. And it's things that directly impact people's lives. So it's questions about immigration and immigration status. It's questions about benefits and disability and pensions. It's those sorts of things. It's healthcare. So it is that split between things that people find interesting and things that directly affect their day-to-day lives. Now, as to why this has been put front and center, that's actually, and I don't have an answer for it, but it is one of the most interesting questions about all this, precisely because it flips a nearly 80-year narrative of denying and downplaying and debunking. And now, so for example, you can say that just as the excitement about the 3 Navy videos was dying down, the government itself threw gasoline on the fire by issuing a press release and putting it out there again. It's almost like, well,
they're gaslighting us a little bit. Yeah.
Well, it's almost, but it was similar during Roswell even, right? I mean, you saw multiple different stories come out of the newspapers at the time, and they were influenced by the military, and sometimes it's to put water on the fire, and sometimes it's to put gasoline, and you just wonder what's going on in there that's causing them to make those internal decisions.
It's clearly there is a strategic. It's clear that there's a strategic aim with all of this, but I don't know what that is.
What were you going to say, Dan?
Damn it!
I was just going to say that I think it's worth remembering. We can cry conspiracy on things like that a bit too quick sometimes. Sometimes the truth of the matter is that it's just a bunch of different people with different ideas doing different things, and that's it. So they kind of, to us, it looks like they're releasing 5 different stories, and internally. Actually, it's just a bunch of different people commenting and disagreeing.
That's such a great point.
I can kind of agree with it, but at the same time, I'm like, nah, I don't buy it. Like,
it's a bit of column A, bit of B, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not putting a conspiracy theorist on this. Like, I'm not putting a label as to why they're doing this. I'm just wondering, like, why don't they just nip it in the bud? Why put out the press release, you know, after the videos have died down, after all the hubbub? Why put it back in our face? And to me, and again, I hate painting our government with one single brush because there's a lot of individuals in this, and I don't mean to do this, but our government apparatuses, they seem to sort of, I forgot my point. What was I talking about? Sorry.
Well, I mean, the thing that's so fascinating here about this whole subject is, you know, Stephen Greenstreet did an amazing video on this about how Susan Goff said one thing and then they pulled it out and somebody said the other thing. Yeah. And like there were multiple different people and then somebody gets taken off the case. And it's like, so there is an internal logic, but there are a lot of moving parts and there are a lot of different people.
Well, what I meant to say is the government seems to be really good at saying, hey, look over here, look at this, UFOs. And then I think on the other hand, they're going, we need to figure out this drone issue right now while we got them looking at this. That's part of my fear. What do you got, Graham? Sorry.
The thing about Susan Goff and the statements she was making, you have to wonder who's pulling her strings as well, because she's not making decisions. She's actually sort of, working out what the narrative is going to be. But somebody will be telling her what to say, in general terms. But also those people change from time to time as well. So different kind of narratives and different stories can come from them. So as you say, it's unfair to like just blend the government as one particular homogenous group. They're all different. There's different factions. These factions change over time. They'll have different bits of light and shade, and their viewpoints shift. Maybe not radically, but just enough that there's a bit of wiggle room, and then you get a little bit of difference. So that's why you can't really treat them all the same. And that's why, we're saying before about the House of Lords, about the people who are interested, they're the people that you target, whereas other people will shut the conversation down. And I'm sure it's the same in the States as well, but not just in the government, but also in the military and in the CIA and everywhere else. There'll be factions, not fighting against each other, but working against each other to just try and, dominate whatever's going on.
Well, Susan Goff wrote a book on PSYOPs. I mean, she wrote the manual for PSYOPs. And now you can also take that and say, well, PSYOPs is just another word for marketing. And that's all they're doing. They're trying to spin this in order to get a particular result. And to Graham's point, who is telling Susan Goff what the result is going to be? Because Susan is in control of the spin room, but she's not in control of what they want the message to be.
Let me say something on that, if I might. When I was doing this job for the Ministry of Defense, my job did not involve talking to the media. That was done through the press office. But I was still the person drafting the lines to take and the key messages that the press office would use. So all the time, anytime something comes from public affairs, bear in mind it's being drafted for those people by the subject matter experts. So that's one point. But I just wanted to circle back to I can't remember, with my apologies, who made this point, but it was a really good one about the government just being a bunch of different people, sometimes not necessarily pulling in the same direction. A very, very illuminating lot of documents came out, I think, a few days ago, and I think it was John Greenwald that put them in the public domain. And if you haven't seen it, it's worth looking at this thread that, and it's something about 60 or 70 pages, I think, of documents about the DoD Office of the Inspector General, looking at DoD's handling of this. And I would urge everyone to read every single page of that, and it will give you a really meaningful insight into, in one way, and I'm not trying to kind of downplay this, but the tedium of government. It's all like, here's the draft. Are you happy with the draft? Yeah. I haven't been able to print it out because the printer's on the 10th floor and I didn't. Here's another copy. Oh, look, here's a typo. Why didn't you spot that? Well, I spotted it, but I thought it was better putting out with one word typo as opposed to putting out a second version. And it goes back and forward and back and forward. And it really does give you an insight into how these people think.
That doesn't sound like thinking. That just sounds like terrible office running. Just sounds like
this is why Susan Go probably, sent that email many months ago saying, hey, everyone send everything to me because we're all over the place, quite frankly. Right. But unfortunately that stands as the moment that she kind of undermined the FOIA process, and it has been 717 days since then.
Well, Nick made a great point earlier, right? It's not conspiracy, it's bureaucracy. And sure, there will always be things going on within the government that, feel or appear to be conspiracies, because whenever you have two or more people talking about the same thing and lying to others, that's a conspiracy. But at the end of the day, so many of these folks are bumping into each other and really do not have a clear authority or a clear communication strategy. And I think Susan, that's her job, that's her role, is to clarify that strategy. But it's a mess.
You're right there, Mike, because government operates in silos. It does in the UK a lot. I mean, I used to work in public service before I retired a couple of months ago, and in our health service, and sometimes one half hand didn't know what the other was doing, and I'm sure it's like that in the US government as well. And it'll be like that, around the UAP issue. There'll be some people who will know exactly what's going on, and they'll be talking to people who haven't got a clue, and there'll be people who haven't got a clue are telling them what to have to do. So it'll be a mess, unfortunately. But like most things in ufology, it's labyrinthine, trying to work out what's going on. I'm not really surprised that people outside what we're interested in don't have a clue and can't get to grips with what we're talking about, because it just takes so long to explain and so much to get our heads around. And we're the people who are supposed to know about this kind of thing, and we still have a hell of a job trying to work it all out. God help the people who you meet on the street, or trying to convince some kind of reporter or some investigative journalist how to approach a story like this. I wouldn't want to be them.
Yeah, that's for sure. Real quick, so want to hit up this super chat from Carl Vibe, who's going to be on the show later today. Is Mr. Pope aware of the use of remote viewing or consciousness studies to look into the UAP's secretly ongoing after they ended Project Stargate? Psychic spying, loving the big phone home too. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've heard rumors, but I'm not aware of any active programs. The UK Ministry of Defence did a study into remote viewing. Defence intelligence staff put out a contract and did that in 2001. That's on the MOD website somewhere. I don't know whether there are active RV programs or remote influencing programs in the US. Actually, I was at a conference with John Alexander last weekend in Las Vegas. I should have asked him.
Yeah. I'd love to talk to John Alexander. I've heard he's got some pretty wild stories. Steve Riegstadt sent $25 donation. It's a question for Mr. Pope. It's a little personal. Mr. Pope, why Tucson? Please tell us you've been given exclusive access to the lost files and papers of Corell and Jim Lawrenson for your next book.
I've not. I mean, the answer to the question, why Tucson, is simply because Elizabeth's parents lived there. So we bought a house there too. But I'm actually speaking to you now from our apartment in downtown San Jose. Tucson is brilliant. We love it. But no, I'm afraid I've not got access to any of those lost files. They are still lost.
Michael, were you raising your hand to make a comment?
No, sorry, I was communicating in the back room.
Okay. Well, I did have a question. We got about 10 minutes left with you guys, and I just want to say real quick before everyone leaves, just thank you so damn much for partaking in the event. I really appreciate it. Spreading this awareness, I think, is important. Having this discussion with our congressmen and senators, I think, is important. But if I could get let's say I could get any senator in front of Nick Pope, who would it be, and what would be your first question? And what should we be asking when we talk to them?
Well, I think I would go with Marco Rubio. I'd probably want some FaceTime with him and sit down and have a kind of off the record discussion about this. But I think one key question is, what's the strategic aim moving forward with this? And will the Senate Intelligence Committee and some of the other committees and subcommittees, will they be able to keep the pressure on this? Because frankly, we can do our thing, the public can do their thing, the UFO community can do their thing, raising awareness, keep pushing away. But really the pressure for genuine change is going to have to come from within the system.
That's so how do we start that? Where would be the first pressure point that you would touch?
Well, I think it does come back to making this as much of an issue for the average person in Congress as questions about immigration or healthcare or pensions are. And when the outer offices, when the staffers get as many letters on UAP as they do about healthcare and immigration and things like that, then the pressure will be on those representatives to go into the various committees and to ask some hard questions.
That's a great point. And that's, it's partly why we're here, right? Like, use our templates, email, tweet, call, write, sign the petition, which we're over 800 signatures now. So just do us a favor, share as much as you can, tell your friends what we're doing. And I think you're right. Cause we had Tommy Zito on a couple of days ago, and he just got to sit down with his congressman in the 12th district of Colorado, Perlmutter, and it was a wonderful conversation. But it wasn't shocking. It was a little surprising to hear that it was a citizen who made the congressman aware of what was inside the intelligence briefing, the public intelligence briefing, that is, and encouraged him to look at the private, both of them, because he hadn't even looked at them. He just heard about them. So it was just, again, like, they're dealing with real world issues. They're dealing with pensions. They're dealing with, healthcare. They're dealing with how people are getting paid, and needs within their community. So unless they get, like Nick said, unless they get letters, unless they get phone calls, unless those staffers start getting inundated over and over and over and over, and out of the 400 people that are watching right now, if you live in Colorado, especially right now, please reach out to Congressman Perlmutter and back up Tommy Zito and give him the encouragement and say thank you for talking to him. Because it's a big deal, for these guys to take 10 minutes out of their time. It took them 2 years to get that meeting. So just to give you an idea of how persistent and how annoying we have to be with this is going to be a 2-3 year thing where, until we get 400,000 people in this live stream, and retweeting and helping us, like, we're going to make some noise today, but we also have to set our expectations. Like, this is a process. This is the process. We are literally doing it right now. It's not an event. It's not a light switch. It is a slow moving thing. But the bigger this movement becomes, the bigger this conversation gets, the more congressmen and senators that we could put on public record, the better for this movement I think it's going to be. Any closing thoughts for, I guess we'll start with you, Dan. Any closing thoughts on the day, or how to inspire people to sign that petition, send that email, so on?
Yeah, sure. People have to think back to 2017 and what's happened since then. That's all happened because of public interest. It built up to, the first Big Phone Home, when you kind of stepped into the community, and it was great to see some new faces. And now we're here and we're looking at our second bill, 2 years in a row, kind of formalizing this process. It's incredible. And it's all because people speak to their officials. That's it. Use your voice. You can change the world.
Right on. Graham, any thoughts?
Yep. Yeah, it's not rocket science, this. It's literally talking to people, talking to elected officials, talking to people around the water cooler at work, talking to your friends, family, getting people interested, and not interested, but certainly aware of it. And awareness leads to action. So that's what you have to do. It's nothing drastic. It's nothing really hard. And get those emails sent, get those phone calls made. But as Sean Roush said a little while ago, I believe, tweak them, put your own personal stamp on them. Don't just send them out as like a cookie cutter kind of email or photo or message. Actually change them, but don't put your personal kind of experiences on, because that's just a big no-no. But definitely change the wording so it comes from you rather than just the next person who forwarded that to you. And then the more diverse all these voices can be, the more likely they are to take notice, because they'll know it's not just some kind of petition and like a kind of we just want to flood them with the same kind of message. They want to be different messages. They want to be the same message, but it's just slightly tweaked, slightly different.
Right.
So yeah.
Right.
And
Well,
good luck for the rest of the day.
No, I appreciate it, Graham. And honestly,
approach it like Michael Bay approaches the Transformers movies. They're similar, but each one's a tiny bit different.
and boy, he's made almost $1 billion off of that franchise.
Well, it's not like Fast and Furious then.
I would say a real quick story. Yesterday, I went to go get my haircut. My neighbor across the street knows about the channel, and he was raving. He's like, "Man, your show is great." And then another guy who was walking his dog down the street, who he knew, he was like, "You got to watch this guy's show." He's like, "Oh, what's your show about?" UFOs and the scientific political discussion on how we could talk about this. And I started telling him about the channel. He's like, "Yeah, that's awesome." And then when I got a haircut, guys asking me about my day and what I'm doing. I'm like, I'm doing this YouTube thing. And then boom, we started talking about 20 minutes while he's cutting my hair. I never got to have these conversations with everyday people 3 years ago. And they're interested, and they're not looking at me like I'm some weirdo or freak show. He was aware of the 3 videos that are out. He was aware that the Navy has confirmed these things. So we're living in some pretty cool times, I think. What do you got, Mike?
And I was just going to say, there's so many people who are in the closet on UFOs. They have a secret obsession. I have 2 uncles that love ancient aliens. And I know, say what you will, throw rocks at ancient aliens all you want, but the fact is they're interested in this topic and they don't talk about it, right? You know how many people are interested in this topic that are just not talking about it? It's an extraordinary amount. And so it's just a matter of broaching the topic and having the conversation, and then helping them realize they can activate themselves and be politically instrumental.
So, Mr. Pope, any closing thoughts on the day?
Yeah, I would focus, if people out there do engage with their representatives, I would focus on very specific outcomes. So ask for specific things, like number 1, please, can you, if you've not already, read the preliminary ODNI assessment that was sent to Congress? Secondly, ask somebody if they would attempt to get themselves, obviously not for passing on, but get themselves the classified briefing and say, "Hey, Senator, you may wish to ask that you get the classified brief." And if you are engaging with elected representatives on any of this, please, please, please make sure you know chapter and verse about it, and that you can pick out the good bits to say to them. So, for example, and as you see here, Senator, on this page, it makes reference to radio frequency energy and signature management. So we're clearly talking about something structured with a technology behind it. And then they will say, "Oh, yes, that's great."
Yeah, it's a great advice, and I think we're going to be definitely bringing up at least 2 of those questions to Tim Purgett when he comes at 1 o'clock, and we got him for 10 minutes. So yeah, we're gonna ask those questions, Nick. I think they're great questions. I think they're not the questions they're getting from, say, a Fox News correspondent or a TMZ person walking up to them on the street. It always seems to go to this alien thing, and it always seems like the congressman or senator is like, "Look, I'm not talking about little green men. I don't want to talk about that. It's not what we're here for." And then the conversation doesn't really there's no real forward progress. There's no because people who are asking questions, like you said, they don't know what they're talking about. They're kind of new to the topic, and they're asking them very surface level questions. And there are ways that we can really put the pressure with the questions that we ask. And I think asking them if they've seen the report, if they've been briefed on it, have they asked or been briefed on the classified report, is a big one too. So those are great pieces of advice. So Michael, real quick, if you can, let's go ahead and outro everybody and reset the room for the new people coming in.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for joining us here on the Big Phone Home. We just want to thank Dan the Signal for hopping in here and being a part of this. You're a huge friend of the show. Everything that you bring to the table is incredibly valuable, and we really appreciate the momentum that you're helping us build with this event. If people want to find you, Dan, how do they do that?
So you can find me on most kind of social media as just the Signal with a Z. If you want to kind of look at the patches and things like that I've got behind me, then you're looking at thesignal.com.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. And
Thank
we'll
you.
talk to you very, very soon.
Have a great day, guys. Thank you.
You too. I just want to go ahead and thank Graham Rendell for joining us today. Graham's got an extraordinary new book on Amazon. If somebody could pop that link in the chat, it would be really appreciated, because it's a fantastic new book on the Foo Fighter phenomenon in World War II. If folks want to find the book, or they want to find you, Graham, how do they do that?
So directly below me here at Borders750 on Twitter, I've got a Linktree reference in my profile, and you can find the links to the book and also the other work I've done regarding UAP articles, and the debrief article about the Foo Fighters that Chris Mellon endorsed back in April. So yeah, that's where you can find all my information there.
Fantastic. Well, we really appreciate you joining us, Graham, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you. Hope it all goes well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man that needs no introduction, Nick Pope. Thank you so much for joining us today, Nick. If folks want to read your books or follow you on social media, how do they do that?
My website is nickpope.net. That links to my social media. The one that I'm most active on is Twitter, where I am at nickpopemod.
Awesome,
Fantastic.
Nick. We really appreciate you stopping by, and we'd love to have you back on the program. Just devote the whole show to just you and ask you a whole bunch of questions that I'm sure you've answered a billion times, but it's always fun talking to you.
Thank you. No, I'm happy to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Hope the rest of the event goes well.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Nick. For those of you just joining us, you are tuning into the Big Phone Home. The Big Phone Home is an unprecedented convergence of professionals, scientists, military members, and activists from across the spectrum of UAP research and activism to request public congressional hearings to key government officials, as well as to share best practices for future success in the field of UAP research. Thank you all so much for joining us. We've got amazing panels coming down the pike. Lou, anything you want to hit on in between panels?
Check out the website, bigphonehome.com. Again, this is sort of the whole purpose of why we're here, why we're even doing this day. Sign the petition. Contact your representatives on the local and state level. Use our bullet point here where it says make a call. If you decide to make a phone call, use our email templates. And just by the way, of course, add your own personal touch to it. But we've created multiple templates so the messages don't repeat. Because we've taken into account the AI that filters repeating messages. So that's why we have multiple templates. So every time you reach out to a different congressman or senator, use a different template. So that way it doesn't get filtered out. And like Sean said, just add your own personal touch. Hi, my name is Luis Jimenez. I'm from the state of California, and I'd love to talk to you about UAP. And then boom, just paste the rest of it. You're good to go. It's really, really simple. And then, of course, we're tweeting. We're tweeting all day. I've got a tweet right now that I have sent out to Marco Rubio, and let's see here where it's at. So we've got 74 retweets on the Marco Rubio tweet. I haven't gotten an email from any of these people yet. It probably won't work. You know what I'm saying? But at least we're trying.
No, I think it can work. But the thing is, we got 400 people in this room, and only 80 people have retweeted this. I know more of you have Twitter accounts than just one-fourth of you. So that's definitely not true. So make sure you go to Twitter. If you haven't followed at Lou Angeles, it's at LUANGELES, right?
Yeah, Lou Angeles. Instead of Los Angeles, it's just Lou Angeles.
Yeah, make sure you follow them there, and then go to those tweets. Make sure you retweet them. Make sure you comment. Make sure you like. We want to get this out there, and we want to get these responses.
Indeed.
All right.
Are we ready for the next panel?
I think we are. Woo! We should also do, Lou. We should also do You should also do a tweet linking people to the petition, so we can get as many people to share that tweet for the petition as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let me do that right now. You want to introduce the next couple of guests we got?
Yes, and then I've got a couple, and then you got the other two. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend from the Netherlands. He is a UFO journalist from Holland. He is a friend of the show. He is somebody that I think is just truly extraordinary and has done a wonderful job bringing this topic to mainstream prominence outside of the United States. Max, how the heck are you?
Oh, hey guys. First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a big, to me, it's an honor. And well, I'm actually doing pretty good. I feel good. How are you guys?
Yeah, fantastic. We're doing good, man. It's good to see your face.
Yeah, amazing to have you. You also do a show with this other gentleman from Disclosure Team. Ladies and gentlemen, Vinny, who has been doing an extraordinary job and working with Max and showing up at a tie. Oh, look at this guy.
Thanks so good looking.
I'm so Vinny, was it your intention to make Max look bad, or was this just a happy coincidence?
Listen, you can't make Max look bad, dude. I mean, have you seen this guy with his shirt off? You can't make him look bad, bro. I mean, he's an MMA fighter. Then look at his chin. How can you make this guy look bad?
Come on, stop it.
Our next guest lives in London and has a background in public relations and public affairs, having worked for the UK's most prestigious communications agencies. He has a fascination with UAP since a young age and became interested once again after following the New York Times article in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today, Chris Sharp.
No, thank you so much. I'm truly humbled to be invited to this. Absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much, guys.
Oh,
Wonderful
pleasure.
Yeah, it's great to have you. Lou, you want to introduce our next guest?
Yeah, so our next guest wasn't on the schedule. We had a surprise edition. Vinny was like, "Hey, I'm hanging out with Gary Hesseltine from ICER. You want to come? Should he come?" I was like, "Sure, yeah, send him the link. Why not? Let's talk to him." So the ICER organization is the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research. Am I mistaken? Do I have that wrong, Gary?
No, you have it right, and thank you for having me on. Yes, I had the misfortune to spend some afternoon time with Vinny, and he mentioned it, and he said, "Why don't you come on?" So I said, "Well, why not?" So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick, if you can, because you've never been on the show, and I've seen you talk at the ICER events. So real quick, if you could just give us a little bit of background, how did Gary Hesseltine get into this topic, and what is sort of the directive of ICER?
I have a background of 30 years in the police, 6 with the military police in the Royal Air Force, and then I had a 24-year career in the police. I retired early in 2013 to launch my own UFO magazine, an e-zine, bi-monthly e-zine called UFO Truth Magazine. I've been involved in the subject publicly since 2002 when I created an unofficial national database for British police officers called the Proof Force Police Database. That's how I became known within the UFO field. 2010, I was Stephen Bassett in Washington, D.C., gave me the PRG Disclosure Award, Exopolitics Award 2012. I've been around a long time, but not particularly in the States for whatever reason.
Well, welcome. And if you can, real quick, sort of the mission of ICER and what you guys started on this international coalition.
Yeah, ICER is very important to me now. It's come together over the last 14 months. It was 11 months in the planning, and we launched May the 25th. What we wanted to bring to the table was recognition, because we comprise scientists, academics, and leading UFO researchers. We're now 28 countries from around the world, top people, and we want to bring a global approach to this subject because we don't think it is that global. Yes, you've got America, and most of the public are following the American lead because of the DNI report, etc., etc. But really, this is a worldwide phenomenon. A lot of people in America think that UFOs are just happening in America. Well, believe it or not, they don't. It happens all around the world, and we want to bring this issue. Now, what ICER is doing that's a bit different is that we came out when we launched on May the 25th this year. We said, look, we've looked at the evidence over the last 70 years, and we acknowledge that this phenomenon is real, it acts with intelligence, and we think it's either extraterrestrial or non-human. i.e. interdimensional or whatever. But the point is it's non-human, and that the world has to start recognizing this subject. And so that's what we're trying to do, position ourselves as a global organization. We have many of the top people, like in America, our national representative is Don Smith, who's the leading expert on Roswell. We've got top people in South America, New Zealand, Australia, all over Europe. So we're a global entity. And what we're saying is the world, and especially America, because that's dominating the subject, should really be focusing on the what if question. The what if question being, what if this is real? Not for me, but from the public and the media, who are pretty new to the best evidence, because they've never really considered it before, but now they're having to. So they should be considering, what if this is real? Now, how do you deal with that? Well, what we would say is we're creating awareness programs for all different sectors of society, courses to familiarize people, because sooner or later, and I think it's sooner now, I think disclosure is definitely on the cards the way it's going. Down the line, we are going to have this recognition that we're in a 2-horse race at the moment. It's either foreign adversary or from elsewhere. It was a 3-horse race. America ruled itself out. So we're in an adversary, or UFO is real, as in non-human. Now, we think that the more the data is studied, and hence why ISA pushes for the release of all the Nimitz data, all the other aircraft data, the Princeton data, the Omaha, etc., all that should be released into the public domain so it can be scrutinized by the likes of SKEW and other bodies who can do scientific work on it. We are confident that the more the data is examined, it will point to that purely by the quality of the speeds, the rates of turn, the right angle turns, etc., that we cannot replicate it with mankind's terrestrial technology. So it's going to point to, this is non-human, and this is what we have to start preparing for, not hit a brick wall in a year's time when suddenly the Americans go, well, actually, yeah, we've examined this over 6 90-day reports, and yeah, we can't explain it, and it points to a non-human. That's the best you're going to get. They're never going to say it's alien. There's too much to lose. They don't like the term alien. It never featured in the DNI report. A lot of people were very disappointed with the DNI report, but actually reading between the lines, if you know what you're looking at, it was pretty staggering, because one, they left that headline out there, 143 pilots basically couldn't identify the objects that they're looking at. Now, you think about all the might of sophistication of America's aircraft, naval technology, and they can't identify what they're looking at. Now, that was a pretty staggering thing on its own. Said, what, 18 presenting technology that really was not yet been invented, we can't explain. 80 that said that they're caught on multiple sensors to the real objects. So we've gone way beyond the lights in the sky. Now we're talking about craft, structured craft. Now the idea is where from, and who's making them. And so this question of what you're saying is that the media are running away from the alien little green men. Well, they can run all they like, but they can't avoid it eventually, because it's obvious that if it's craft, somebody is flying them, or something is operating them.
Gary, you mentioned that the United States has ruled itself out. I mean, this is an important point, but it also should be on the table that the U.S. government has not always been completely honest with the American people or the world.
Absolutely.
I'm just curious what you all think of that. I'll go ahead and table this to everybody. Max, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's astonishing that the United States, and it takes me to the situation we are experiencing right now, that there's a form of utter confusion within the highest ranks of the DoD and the American politics. So it's quite a schizophrenic situation that's going on, and I think has been going on. So if you battle each other and roll around in the streets, being the leadership, the point is, it's bad for investigation. It's bad for research. We're not moving on from this point. And I do think that in the last 6 months, so much has been moving, and this train is not stopping. It's only picking up speed. So I have good hopes, and I think we are living in a age or a time where
That's
exactly my thoughts. Exactly.
We are
that's what I
living in
wanted
an
to
age
say.
and time.
Yeah. Where this is, I think, a key time in human history. I think after this, a lot is going to change. Yeah.
Let's turn it over to Christopher Sharp real quick.
Yeah.
I think it looked like he had a comment on that.
Yeah.
Hi there. Sorry, the sun has now gone. So no. I think Gary Heseltine will agree as well. I mean, one of his colleagues, Pinotti, will tell you about a case in the 1930s in Italy, which was covered up by the Mussolini government. I think Lou, in his interview with yourself, Max, he alluded to the suggestion that debris may have actually been taken away after World War II. So, I mean, the case for it being American is very, very slim if you go back historically. And also as well, I think the way that these crafts behave, like if you look at the Nimitz case, for example, it looks like they're on a kind of mission. They don't really want to be disturbed. And I mean, that says two things, UAP do not know what our aircraft are coming. Well, they don't know that the aircraft are coming, and therefore wait until the last minute to maneuver to temporary safer location by either changing elevation or leaving the area completely, or the UAP just doesn't care that the jets are coming and continues to do its mission until the very last possible opportunity, then maneuvers to avoid detection. So, I mean, if it is kind of US tech, I think their sensor equipment would be a lot better, knowing that pilots would be intercepting them. And that's just kind of gathering data just from the cases that we know, such as on the East Coast, and with what happens as well with Commander Fravor and Dietrich as well. So, I mean, it's very, very interesting. But I think, I mean, it's like Lou says, it's neither this, we're cardiovascular creatures, it's not a yes or a no. I mean, it could be a bit of US tech, it could be Russian and Chinese, could be some ET, could be interdimensional. But I think one thing is clear, and what everyone can agree on, is that we just need to know more. We need to study more.
That's such a great point. I mean, we don't know, and I think we talk about this on the show all the time, that there are, and even in the UAPTF report, there are buckets, but there are buckets of known objects, and then the final bucket is other. And I believe even in that other bucket, we could still have 5 more buckets, right? And I think that's important to remember, because there is no the phenomenon. There are lots of different interpretations and lots of different things that we're dealing with here. Vinny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with both what Gary, Max, and Chris said. But if we look at just primarily what we saw in the UAPTF preliminary assessment, it really does focus obviously only on cases going back to 2004. Now, with the Intelligence Authorization Act fiscal year 2022, with the rolling 90-day reports, there's no timescale set. I think it's opening it up to start looking back at history, going back over the decades. There's no more excuses anymore. So I think it's important as well that we shouldn't just focus on the stuff that's happened in the past 2 decades, saying, well, it could be advanced technology, because the same things have been seen for decades. And then the further back you go, the less chance of it being something adversarial from China or Russia. So it really does point in the direction of others. And I say others because, like Gary said, we don't know if it's extraterrestrial, interdimensional, so on and so forth. So I think we need to still look at the big picture and not get caught up in the past couple of decades.
Yeah, I think I think yeah, I kind of agree with everyone's sentiment here. I mean, I would love to get to the extraterrestrial conversation today, but it's like we need to catch up the rest of society. Like if society was caught up to this conversation, we'd have a lot more than 400 people, hanging out with us right now. We have to have these kind of conversations. We have to make some news when we talk to a congressman, because the questions we ask them are going to be pinpoint and cut to the bone. We have to write these email templates that are specific in the requests, so there is no misunderstanding what we're asking for. But it doesn't get done unless we all do it, unless we all galvanize and actually reach out to these reps. Rather, any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that we do have a lot more to do. Lou, you were talking about your haircut appointment and how the your person cutting your hair was, you hit it off with them. I had the exact opposite reaction. I mentioned that I was into UFOs, and it was the most awkward haircut of my life. It was, she thought I was crazy, and I guess there is a lot of people out there who this is a crazy issue to them. And I guess I was wondering, some of you on the panel, how do you approach? How do you get people to start to understand and start to dip their toes into these waters?
Before you answer, I want a separate YouTube channel of rather just getting haircuts and talking about UFOs to different stylists. That would be the most extraordinary.
Or
channel.
just put a mic and a camera that follows him everywhere, and he's like, "Hey, you want to talk about UFOs?"
It would be the most awkward, entertaining YouTube channel ever.
Indeed. But does anybody want to answer Rather's question?
For sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to go on that.
Yeah.
Well, let's go to Max. Let's go to Max. Hold on, wait a second, Gary. Let's go to Max first, and then we'll hit you up.
Well, for me, I do think if you want to create awareness, you have to be prepared to stick out your neck. For example, I'm basically one of the only people covering UAP in my country. And, I get a lot of abuse for it, actually, from my colleagues, etc. So it is hard. And what Lou actually said, it takes people like you, Lewis, Vinny, Mr. Hesseltine, Mr. Sharp, rather, to, take that risk, for it's sometimes even on the verge of committing career suicide. I'm a journalist, I'm a filmmaker. And I've literally heard, dude, are you trying to commit career suicide if you cover this? So, but to me, when in 2017, the Pentagon, the New York Times released, the footage and the article, that for me as a journalist was the green light. Okay, so this is serious. I need to cover this. This is my job. This is what I'm supposed to do. But it's still very stigmatic, the topic, and I just want to follow through, and it paid off. It was rewarding, because in the last couple of months, the bigger Dutch newspapers started to write about it. People, even though if they're very skeptical, they're still, there's something triggered. They're curious now, so they whenever they see something appearing in the newspapers or on television or on the internet, they are more bound to read it now or listen to it. So I want to commend you guys on keeping on doing this, and because I do think that it's the small guys like us who are actually creating the awareness among the general public and our followers. Even if you're not a journalist, but just a very enthusiastic podcaster on YouTube or something.
Thanks, brother. Gary, you had a thought?
Yeah, what we've been talking about is that it does take people to go out on a limb. I remember in 2002 when I created the Proof Force Police database, I was serving police detective with then about 13 years experience, and my detective sergeant said, "Do you really want to do this? I don't think it'd be very good for your career." Those kind of conversations, and
Right.
It wasn't very good for my career, because as time went on and I became more well known in the media, the police started to turn on me and make life very difficult for me. But nevertheless, I continued. But that is one of the reasons why I retired early from the police in 2013 after 24 years. I could have gone on for another 6 years, but by then they were making life very hard for me. But in that time, and I obviously have now accumulated something like 550 cases. British police officers going back to 1901, involving over 1,100 British police officers. Now, when I first launched, I hit a lot of national media, TV, etc. But then, as was, literally, it was just another story. And then, despite the fact that the numbers of police officers each year grew year on year, the media, it was old hat because they didn't really believe in it and they didn't really want to pay any attention. And so literally the more successful I became in accruing police officers going on the record, the less the media showed. However, after 2017, the December 16th New York Times article, that is a seminal sea change in this subject. It's the biggest sea change for 50 plus years, because what it did was the New York Times, obviously the equivalent to the British Times, most credible paper in the United States, suddenly it's a front page article. And what has changed the dynamic, obviously beyond the New York Times article, is the 3 FLIR videos. If those 3 FLIR videos had not been released, we would not be having this conversation now. You would not have the podcasts that you have. You would not have the interest that the podcasts attract. That is the game changer. The 3 videos were a game changer. And when I spoke to Luis Elizondo from an ISA perspective, we interviewed him shortly before we launched, I said, I just want to make a personal comment. Thank you for getting those videos out, because no matter what anybody says, they were not supposed to be released. But they're the game changer. And for the first time, they weren't a game changer for me. They weren't a game changer for the public, but they were a game changer for the press, because for the first time they could say, especially the Go Fast video, the last one, the object skimming across the water, whoa, we got it. They could say for the first time in their entire careers, what is that? And they never had that before, because it was authenticated video from the Navy. That then said we are dealing with something that's physical. Now, we know that it cannot be physical as well. It can change in its many forms, but it has this physical side, and it finally ended that debate for the media. Now, the media are absolutely running scared of this subject because they're much more happy to think that it's foreign adversary. They are so childlike in their questioning of the UAP subject that it's almost comical to watch if you're inexperienced in this field, because it's clear that they're out of their depth. They've never taken the subject seriously. It's always been poo-pooed. And now, in the run-up to the DNI, there was almost several daily news pieces every day across the media, especially in the United States. And you could see the interviews. I remember Chris Cuomo on CNN going, I can't believe I'm talking about this. You know, we're talking serious? And yet they had to deal with it. And this is what you've got now. The New York Times article plus the 3 videos, they were the key, have now made this mainstream. And you've got articles now still coming out by the likes of Scientific American, Popular Mechanics, etc., that are endorsing that this is, and even space.com actually had an interview with Leslie Kane. Well, can you imagine that? Yeah, NASA.
We got NASA. We got Bill Nelson, the administrator. Yeah. Which, by the way, we got a tweet. Oh, speaking of tweets, I have a tweet ready to go. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get excited and start talking about tweets. But I've got a tweet I'm about to send out that says, please sign and share a petition written by Tommy Zito asking for public UAP congressional hearings, hashtag UFO Twitter, hashtag science Twitter, hashtag the big phone home 2, with a link to the petition. So I'm tweeting that out now. Again, don't just retweet, quote, retweet it, add your own message to it. Make sure people sign it and see it and understand what it's about. And I'm also going to pin that to my Twitter account now. So guys, go check out the petition, and let's get as many signatures as we can if before we break for lunch and before Lou Elizondo's here. Let's see how many we can get before Lou shows up, huh?
Yeah, and we got 400 people in this room, so I guarantee you at least 3/4 of you have Twitter accounts. And if you do, and you're not activating yourself, but you're just watching, please take the moment to go to Twitter. Go to @Lou Angeles, LUANGELES. He just clicked the tweet button. I'm going there right now, and I'm going to retweet this. You make sure you retweet this and click the like button and the retweet button and leave a comment and quote the tweet. Do it all, because the more momentum we can get behind these tweets, the more people we can get into action and create the momentum that we need to get to the goal. And the goal of today is public hearings. We have an amazing group of people here in both the chat and on the panel today, and we're looking to you all to help us galvanize this movement. So thank you again, and make sure also, if you do quote the tweet, we have the big phone home is trending. All you got to do is type in THEBIGP and it will pop up, and you'll see the big phone home too. Click that and quote that tweet. Get it out there. Ensure you're activating yourself. This is about action today, not just viewing.
Yep. But yeah, to double down sort of on what Gary and you guys were talking about, I think you're right. I think those videos were a game changer, because they're like, whoa, we got cockpit audio with these guys, and for them to be excited, like I always laugh at sort of this idea that these guys are getting excited for tracking a bird or a balloon. I always find that hilarious. But I mean, someone here, like,
a falcon can hurt you. A falcon at a 240 mile an hour dive bomb can hurt you.
Do not mention falcons to Rather. All right, we're already trying to keep the show PG. Remember, we got kids watching.
Rather's gonna be under the desk.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I think the next game changer, and I'd like to hear your guys' opinion on this. Part of our efforts here today, other than getting public UAP hearings, we're here to kill stigma. We're here to kill false flag narratives. And I think something that would help with that is just getting more data on the videos and the footage that's already out there. For example, the Aguadilla footage. I think that's the best footage that we have. Full stop. I would kill to get the audio cockpit recordings of that day. I would love to hear what the tower is saying on that day, because I can assure you they're not going, oh, look, Chinese lanterns splitting in the ocean. I can promise you that's not coming out of their mouth, but we don't know until we get the cockpit audio. Maybe they are saying it's Chinese lanterns, but I want to hear it because it adds a lot more context. The exact same way that seeing Alex Dietrich added a lot more context to the David Fravor story, especially coming from a female fighter pilot. We just don't see those every day. They talk about diamond in the rough. Alex Dietrich is the diamond in the rough. And when she came out and backed her commander, that was powerful, and it added a beautiful layer to this discussion. Ryan Spray with a $10 donation. Thank you. What does the panel think it would take for both European governmental bodies and media to take the subject as serious as the United States seems to be doing? I think it's more data on the video, on the information we already know is public. I think it's a hard ask for us right now to be like, we want more videos. We want more. I'm just like, yo, just give me the data that's already on the stuff that already exists, because we don't have it all. And it's not classified.
Also, you talk about the dominoes falling, right? The whole purpose of the Big Phone Home is to get congressional public hearings. You get congressional public hearings on UFOs in the United States of America, the whole world is going to see that. As Lou was saying earlier, it's going to be on CNN, NBC, ABC. You're going to get the traction and the momentum that we need. And it all starts with tweets. It all starts with emailing. It all starts with pushing your senators and congressmen to do so. That's what we're going to be doing for the next 3 days in a row. So let's make these dominoes fall.
Yeah, well, I'll say, I disagree with you, Lou, on the Aguadilla video, but I think we both agree that we need more evidence. We can disagree on the specifics, but we both want the same thing. And so we think we should unify behind that.
Well, I could also tell you, if we do get public congressional hearings, if we do get more data on the stuff that already exists, you bet your butt that's when leaks start happening. Like, if we get congressional hearings and it gives congressmen and senators the confidence to be like, oopsies, I leaked something from the convention, you know, the classified report, oopsies, you know, it's like, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen if there's public congressional hearing, I think, right? I love it. Just, I picture Marco Rubio going, oopsies, sorry, you know?
You know what's very disappointing, Lou, is that because this is going to be a 9-hour live stream, people aren't going to be able to cut this video fast enough to get those little oopsies back onto Twitter.
Do not doubt the internet, Michael Mataluni. We've done that before in the past, and it's a huge mistake. But what do you think, Max? Like, what do you think about that, Max? Like, do you think more data on the stuff that already exists is necessary, or do you want a new, like, everybody keeps talking about this 23-minute video. Trust me, I'd love to see this 23-minute video, but I personally think we're a couple of years away from getting this. But what would you like to see? Would you like to see more data on stuff that already exists, or would you like to see new data?
Well, I can elaborate on that because I had a podcast, a second podcast with Professor Avi Loeb. And what I find very interesting is I don't think we should expect too much from the DoD because the systems and the data they have is going to stay classified. So what I think is very empowering is that the scientists are now pulling their weight. Mr. Loeb pulling that train. But what I'm excited for is not just Mr. Loeb is developing systems that are accessible to the general public and they can share that. He's developing a new telescope that's going to watch our nearest skies where UAP appears. But I've been talking to a Belgian scientist too, and he is specialized in AI. And he is developing a computer that can analyze data, footage, signature in 3D, which means you can analyze it from all angles, whatever there's available. It's going to be amazing. So I'm excited for that. I'm looking at what's actually going to be accessible for the general public and what we can see for ourselves. I do think the DoD has a lot of data. It's not going to be shared with us if it's going to be sensitive for Homeland Security. So I'm looking at Mr. Loeb and the Galileo project and some of the scientists I've been talking to.
That's awesome, man. I can't wait to hear that. You haven't released that interview yet, have you?
With Avi?
With the second one?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, I did. I missed it. I'm sorry, man. I've been planning.
Oh, it was.
And by the way, I got to go check it out.
And when you're done,
Avi spoke some fighting words against Elon Musk. He challenged him on my podcast. He said because Musk dismissed ET or UAP when he did an interview at Joe Rogan's, and Loeb said, donate some of your pocket money, maybe $10 million, so I can prove either ET exists or doesn't exist. So I like that.
I love it. I love that he's pushing Elon Musk. So if you guys are interested, tomorrow, after you go check out Max's interview with Avi, we've got Avi Loeb here with Ralph Blumenthal. They're going to be the first two panelists tomorrow on the Big Phone Home. So if you haven't subscribed to the Singularity Lab, we're going to be over there tomorrow for the Big Phone Home Day 2. In the link description below, it says Singularity Lab, all links. All you got to do is press that button. It'll take you over to YouTube, and then make sure you subscribe and hit the bell, because we're going to have Ralph Blumenthal, Pulitzer Prize winner, 2017, broke the story on UAP, as well as Avi Loeb. And Ralph just read Extraterrestrial by Avi Loeb, so he was like fanning to come on and hang out with Avi. So it's going to be a good time tomorrow as well.
That's a pretty cool conversation. So Christopher Sharp, what are your thoughts on do we need new data? Do you want to see new videos, or do you want to see sort of some more of the data that's backing up what's already out there?
Yes, I mean that's part of the public engagement. So I think the real priority for the US government at the moment is to basically to defend its own, secure its own classified training areas. To think that the world's supreme superpower can't even kind of secure its own training ranges. It's crazy if you think about it. The amount they spend on defense, and then you think, if this happened with China and Taiwanese jets going over Taiwanese training ranges, we'd be on the brink of World War III. So it's insane. So I think that's a priority at the moment. And I think the politicians just want to know what's going on, because I think they realise now that a lot has been probably hidden from them. And I think the same situation happens in the UK as well. I think people like Lord Black, everyone goes on about the media kind of like being this giant entity, but it's more nuanced than that. It's not that simple. So the executive director of the Daily Telegraph, for instance, or the Telegraph Group, he's definitely pro-disclosure. He asked, I think it's Baroness Goldie, who's one of the defence ministers, back in May to, basically come clean with what the MOD knows. So, it's and also even in this country as well, you've got Prince Philip, who's sadly passed away now, and he was really, really interested in UFOs, and the whole British establishment is basically. But I believe that information has been shared via Five Eyes. That's my belief. I don't know that for a fact. That was from what Lou was alluding to. But I think that's quite reasonable to think that the data was probably shared. And it's just a question of whether that intelligence is being shared with UK politicians as well. So, I'm definitely interested to know what's going to happen next. But I think on this field, it's really the Americans who tend to lead the way. And once doors become opened in the US, will tend to follow, really. But apologies for speaking out of turn, but I have some really two questions actually I wanted to ask both Gary and Max. Apologies.
Don't be sorry. That's why we're here.
First one to Max. Max, when Lou was interviewing you, there was a suggestion that something
I was interviewing Lou. I would be honored, though. I would be honored.
That would be a hell of a. Yeah. If I would love to know what Lou would ask Max, but I get what you're saying. Sorry.
Sure.
It was alluded to something happening in the Netherlands, perhaps, in terms of. I think you were speaking about the IG investigation. And there was kind of like a suggestion that something might be happening in the Netherlands. I'm not sure if I read too much into that, or if there is something perhaps in the works. You don't have to speak. Silence.
No, you have to speak. Spill the beans.
Well, guys, I would love to
spill the hollandaise, Max.
All right, man.
Spill the hollandaise, Max.
All right. No, actually, I think Lou just gave a little tip of the iceberg that the IG wasn't just looking at the DoD in the United States, but also in Europe. He wasn't just saying Holland. I think it was more Europe. And I think my instinct takes me to Germany, because there's a huge American presence over there, a military presence over there still to this day. And you might want to talk to Lieutenant Macmillan again. Because I think, I think that man can maybe tell you more than I can.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. And another one to you, Gary. Do you think there's some kind of disclosure kind of race happening right now, perhaps between China and the USA? Because whoever kind of brings it to the UN first, I suppose, will be seen as a world kind of like leader in terms of disclosing information. So do you think there's a little bit of tension there between the USA and China to get that kind of info out there first and to be seen as the leader?
I think there's an element of a race similar to the old Soviet kind of American space race kind of competition that they had. I think America is nervous about China on lots of issues because they've really come to the fore in the last 15, 20 years. But for me, I think that America still dominate the subject. I think historically they've been around for a good 75 years of dominating the subject, almost certainly from the time of Roswell, if not before. But with Roswell, I do think Roswell was real. I do think that there was a crash of almost certainly ET. Whether there was bodies or not recovered, I don't know, but probably if it was a craft. So for me, Roswell's real, and everybody has always said that whichever country possesses that kind of technology would become the most dominant country in the world, and nobody doubts that. And I think that's why America assumed that lead over the rest of the world. But we know historically that even the best cases, if you think of the Tehran incident with Parvez Jafari, if you think of Belgium in the mid-1990s, early 90s, the Belgian wave, if you think of the Calares incident in Brazil, the Americans turn up at virtually all the best cases. So I think very much America has clearly put itself as being the leader in this topic. I think with the rise of China now, they don't really know what's going on. In the question about this foreign adversary in the media, it isn't foreign adversary. It never was. The reality is that if you go back 30 years, China was pretty poor, almost had no craft of any technology, and they've pretty much copied everything the West has had ever since. If you go back 60, 70 years, you're talking about Lancaster bombers in 1942. Captain Lever, it's in the Home Office, it's in the records at Kew in London. A crew of a Lancaster bomber on a raid over Germany saw a huge cylindrical object several hundred feet long. So this is 1942, and it was all kept quiet. All the crew of 8 saw it. So I mean, realistically, if we go back to the 40s, the 50s, 60s, 70s, we're describing objects that move in instant acceleration, right angle turns, reversals. You know, it's there in the blink of an eye and gone, totally silent. All of that was at a time when basically China was in the backwaters, technologically wise and economically wise. So we just have to dig a little bit back, and this is why it's interesting that the DNI just focuses on the last 20 years. I don't think they really want to talk about things earlier because they can't explain it. They're trying to say, well, there is no data, but we know that the likes of NARCAP, who've studied thousands of pilot cases all around the world, that there's been lots of very good studies. If you go back to 1955 with the Battelle Institute report, the thing that made Stanton Friedman believe that UFOs were alien, special report, you know, number 14. So when that comes out, and that was concluding that the higher the quality of the report, i.e. pilots, the less error is made. And that was one of the key things that came out from the Battelle Institute report. But nobody's talking about these historical scientific studies that have been done. So lots of scientists have looked back at this subject, and don't forget that Hynek was a scientist himself. You know, so James McDonald presented a paper in 68. He went touring through Australia in 66, talking to universities about his research and his study. And in fact, I came across a TV footage of McDonald. There aren't many. When he went on this tour in 66, and he basically describes the phenomena exactly as we're talking about now in 1966. So nothing has really changed, and yet this information isn't getting out. Go into the broader subject of what we should be doing now. Well, I think it's for the mainstream media in all its forms to now step up to the plate. They now know that they have been lied to. They're just sensing that they've been lied to. And for me, they have to start picking up the plate. Yes, the UFO community and things like this are to be encouraged, and we can do all our wonderful things in the UFO community. However, we still don't have that political clout. We don't have the power. The people who have the power is the media. They can put the politicians. So for me, they should be saying, hang on a minute, you're doing a 90-minute rolling program, a report, a classified section. We want to see an unclassified report every time you give a classified, even if it's just a few figures like the DNI report in May. We are calling for you to do that for the American public. Yeah, so they should be putting their pressure on. The New York Times, the TV companies, the big TV network should be saying, ah, come on, we've got a real story here. You know, let's investigate like Watergate. If they'd have done their job properly, this may have had a lot more traction years ago, but they didn't. Now, you could either say that the American media were victims of the cover-up or they were complicit. Well, let's be generous and say they're victims. But they certainly know there's a story there now, post-2017, and they should be going after it like they went after Watergate and anything else. You know, Noriega or drugs cartels, they go after and investigate properly. So they should pick up the mantle now and say, we demand of our Congress, of our Senate, we should be putting the pressure on the DNI, the task force, to say we want more. And certainly with regards to the footage, you could, through editing, take away all the sensitive transmission data, the numbers on the side, etc., the altitudes, and just give us the picture of the UFO. There's no problem there, but they aren't doing it. But they could, and they should now be using their power in the media, because if you think about it, if President Biden was having a secret affair with someone, they'd be all over it like a rash. If it was one of the senior, if former presidents were doing something like that, they'd be all over it like a rash. But they're not all over this subject like they should be. It should be like a rash now, following that DNI report. They should have really gone to town.
I agree with you on some level, but I think the problem is, Gary, and I'll just a little pushback, is that the data that's out there, as good as the videos are, as much as we love them, as much as significant as they are to the community, they're still not good enough for Avi. They're still not good enough for science, because there's no way to actually verify that, hey, there's a there yet. And I think until we get that, like I think if we had two angles of that Go Fast video, or if I think we had two angles of the gimbal or the Tic Tac, game over. Now I think the media starts paying attention to this like they would a Monica Lewinsky scandal or anything along those lines.
Louis, don't forget, Luis Elizondo has been privy to seeing all of this footage, and he has been on countless radio shows where he said, I've seen objects as clear as day in flying 50 feet from a fighter jet pilot. Now,
I know, but the problem is we need 10 Lou Elizondos.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But the point is, the media know that that's out there, or otherwise they're calling Luis Elizondo a liar. And the media need to pick up on this and say, look, this footage is out there. And don't forget, we know that in the classified DNI report that there was 40 minutes of video, and some of the senators said the hairs on the neck went up and it was like watching science fiction. Well, I'm sorry, this is where the media need to put pressure on the politicians to say, we want to see that footage, however much you clean it up, we want to see it. And don't forget the likes of Gary Voorhis, who said that he saw a HD version of the Nimitz incident, before it disappeared. David Fravor said he saw a better, sharper image. Luis Elizondo said lots and lots of times there is sharper footage of the Nimitz, etc. So we need to be putting pressure through our mainstream TV to really pick up the gauntlet now and say, look, there is a real story here. Let's go after it. And at the moment, they're not. And that's after the DNI report comes out. TV is pretty much closed down, and it's now just the odd article in the mainstream. Still good. And we're still talking about it better than we've ever done in 50 years. So we have made a breakthrough, and the stigma is going. But this is where we need pushing with the likes of the UFO community, the pressure that we can exert. But the real pressure comes from the media to pick up the gauntlet, in my opinion.
No, I agree. I just think I just think before the media is gonna devote that kind of time and resources to the story, again, it just goes back to that old saying: extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. As much as extraordinary as those three videos are, they're not proof. They're not. As much as we want to say they are, they're just not. We need more, and that's why we're asking for more data. But I think, again, if we get two camera angles, I think you start having a lot more Lou Elizondos coming forward. People within the security apparatuses leaking stuff. If we get congressional hearings, I think that is an open door. That's a green light for everyone in the government to go, oh, we're allowed to talk about this now? Oh, cool. And I think you're going to start seeing more David Fravors, more Chris Litos, you know, and Chris Lito is going to be on the show Monday. He's an former F-16 fighter pilot. He's never seen a UAP in his life, but those videos convinced him that there's something there that we need answers to. So, you know, I think we'll get more of those people coming to, you know, out of the woodworks once the government is just a little bit more transparent with just the information that's out there. And again, I think congressional hearings also will ramp that up. But we got 7 minutes left until we've got Congressman Tim Burchett coming. So let's go ahead and get some closing thoughts from everybody and get ready to invite our next guest. I appreciate all of you being here. Gary, thanks for coming in last second. We got to get you back on the show just to talk one-on-one because people in the chat are just wealth of knowledge. Anytime. You know, people love where you're coming from, and yeah, I can't wait to talk to you again. But let's go to
Sean back here at some point to catch us up on his activism.
Absolutely. Yeah, that'd be great. So let's get Max Moskovich, my friend, the Hollandaise.
Yeah, the Danish.
Yes. Oh, and where can they find that interview with you and Avi?
On my YouTube channel. Yeah. So
I'm going to put the clip of Avi dunking on Elon Musk in the chat so you guys can check out that clip because it is good.
Yeah. I just private chatted it to the guy. So And you can follow me on my YouTube podcast, and you can see both interviews with Avi Loeb. It's called Vechten met Moskowitz. I should probably change that name because it's hard to pronounce if you're not Dutch.
Zusterberg.
Yeah. Even my last name, it's like somebody said on the keyboard.
Yeah. Well, it took us what, a whole show to get it right.
So if you just go to my Twitter, it's right here. And it'll take you to my YouTube channel, and please subscribe. And I'll try to make more free content on UAP. For closing thoughts, actually, I think Avi Loeb is the key to real disclosure, because let's say awareness for the general public, because as we all know, the DoD cannot share classified information, and it's usually classified. So I'm excited for the Galileo project, and I want to shout out that people should really donate to the Galileo project, because it's so very important, and it's also very important to us, the mainstream civilians, because now we get real information.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Max.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today, Max, and look forward to hanging out with you again.
Yeah, anytime. I love you guys.
All right. We love you too, brother.
We love you too, brother.
All right. Rather be squidding.
Again.
Let's say goodbye to Vinny from the Disclosure Project. Vinny, thank you so much for joining us today. It was an absolute pleasure having you. If people want to learn more about you or follow you on social media or want to check out your podcast and your work, how do they do that?
Right. Well, you can see on the screen, it's got my Instagram. So it's disclosure_team. I'm also on Twitter, which is disclosure_team_. I've got a YouTube channel, Disclosure Team, but everything's linked in my link tree, which is on my Instagram. And then I also do the show with Max, which is actually going to be rebranded very soon. So look out for that. That's exciting. Oh. So, yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
Bottom line, Disclosure Team. Go check it out. Awesome. Thanks, Vinny. Have a great day.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you later.
Gary Heseltine, it's my first time meeting you. It's such a pleasure and honor to spend some time with you. We really appreciate you joining the show today and helping us to activate folks who want to get more information, who are looking for transparency from the federal government on this issue. Gary, how can people find you? How can they find your work?
Basically, I've got two British websites, proofforcepolicedatabase.co.uk. That's about police officers. That was the first thing that I did. And then the magazine, the e-zine that I run, is UFOtruthmagazine.co.uk. And obviously, since May, I've now gone public that I'm the vice president of the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research, 28 countries, looking at this in a global approach. And we're doing it in a way that nobody else is really doing it in a global approach. We have lots of new things to talk about. And we can be found on the web on isa.network. and that will take you to our website. And there's a promo video that explains who we are, the kind of makeup, the scientists, the academics, and the UAP researchers. There's a lot happening behind the scenes since we've launched in May, and there's a couple of conferences. I'm appearing in San Marino next weekend, and then in a month's time I'm appearing at the World Congress in Barcelona, where Avi Loeb is speaking. So Lou Elizondo is going to be in San Marino, so I'll get to meet Lou, hopefully, subject to COVID rules, and then Avi Loeb, hopefully I'll get a chance to meet him, subject to COVID in Barcelona. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. The Galileo project is a great thing, but I need to talk to him because I do think they're missing a trick. Personally, I think that we should have a UFO researcher as part of his team, somebody with an extensive background, because it'd be a bit like going into a library and not asking the librarian where the book is, and then just digging around.
Right.
Fantastic. Gary, what a pleasure. I do hope that you get that meeting with Avi, and I look forward to seeing more great work from you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gary. All right, Christopher Sharp. This event is right up your alley. You are somebody who is in public relations and who is really interested in getting the politicians talking about this issue. If people want to find you, or they want to hang out with that fun room of yours, how do they do so?
So it's
I love how he's just throwing candy at his children.
Just be quiet, please. Just eat this. Well, what was hilarious is the last time he was on, we actually got to see the kids sitting on his lap. So he's like a babysitter. He's a UFO researcher. The man is just all over the place, and I love it. So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I love when he's on the show because we always get like, we're real people. Like we have other lives outside of this. Right.
It's a difficult balance. In 20 years' time, you can do an interview with my son.
There you go.
But no, check me out on at Real C Sharp on Twitter. I've also got the Liberation Times as well, which is a publication, and I'm just trying to find all the best talent out there in the UAP world, so they can write for us. So www.liberationtimes.com. But yeah, I mean, just sums me up really, but please just do me a favor, please just thank Tim Burchett from everyone. What he's doing is so courageous, and coming out there, going on your show, and I'm hoping that many more senators and congressmen follow him. So yeah, just from the bottom of my heart, thank you for what you do, and also please do thank the congressman from all of us, because we're so grateful.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. For those of you just joining, this is The Big Phone Home, presented by the Unidentified Celebrity Review. If you're not familiar with The Big Phone Home, this is an unprecedented convergence of professional scientists, military members, and activists from across the spectrum of UAP research and activism to request public congressional hearings to key government officials, as well as to share our best practices for future success in the field of UAP research and transparency. So thank you so much for joining us today. Make sure, if you haven't already, click the subscribe button right here. It's just right below. All you gotta do is click that subscribe button, click the bell so you know whenever we go live. We're gonna be back here on the Unidentified Celebrity Review on Monday for day 3 of the Big Phone Home 2. You can also check out day 2 of the Big Phone Home 2 at the Singularity Lab YouTube channel. The description is in the link below.
All right, Michael, I hate to break the reset, but we've got Tim Burchett in the house. But before we bring him in, let's bring in Dan Warren, who is a constituent of Mr. Burchett. Dan, how you doing? Thank you so much for helping us get the congressman on the air. We truly appreciate it. I told you, well, you came up with the great idea. This was not my idea, and I'm sorry I didn't come up with it. But I want you to introduce your congressman and then lead us with the first question, if you can.
Okay.
So without
It'd be my pleasure.
Yeah, without further ado, Mr. Congressman Tim Burchett, how are you, sir?
You're on mute.
You're muted.
Tim.
You're on mute.
Up.
There you go. We got you.
Am I okay now?
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Okay.
yep. Excellent.
So
All right,
real
so
quick,
Dan, go for it.
Let me throw this in here real quick. I just wanted to let everyone know that the goal of this event is to contact your congressman. A handwritten note that I sent to him resulted in a phone call, resulted in a conversation, a connection, and now he's on here with us to talk about disclosure and what we can do to reach out to other congressmen. So without further ado, Tim Burchett from the Rocky Top District of Tennessee, thank you for joining us.
It's good to be on with you, and I'm honored that y'all take time to have me on.
Oh man, I love that Southern draw. So go for it. Go for it, Dan.
So I was going to go ahead and start asking you questions about contacting additional congressmen and our elected officials. What kind of a recommendation would you give to people to say, hey, don't be afraid and intimidated to reach out and talk to them? And how do you go about addressing it in a manner that is going to be recepted well by the other officials? We're lacking your volume.
Oh, yep, we're missing volume, Tim. Sorry.
How's that? Is that any better?
Be perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm sorry. I've got my technologically advanced daughter in the back seat telling me what to do here. So I get into a bind. I'm plugging in with Isabel. No, I think it's imperative that you contact, and there's all kinds of methods. But honestly, the worst thing you can do, I'll start off with that, is be threatening. Say, I'm a voter in your district, and dadgummit, I want you to vote this way. Well, dadgummit, they know you're a voter, and that's why you're contacting them most of the time. But of course, with emails, you can contact anybody in the world, as you all well know. I'm a millionaire here pretty soon because I did not know it, but I have some kinfolk of mine over in Africa who is actually a queen who's going to send me some money here shortly. So I probably won't be in Congress much. But that's my point. Is that the dadgum emails, man? It's that's a great way. That's what everybody does now. But it's getting to be the point where we're going to go back to the old snail mail, because you just get so many inquiries from people just all over the world, and there's no way to tell. Handwritten notes. You can call the switchboard. A phone call is great. Just if you give your name and your home address, and it shows that you're in fact, I'm in the 2nd Congressional District. If you're in one of my 7 counties, and you call and say, hey, I'm calling you from here. Here's my phone number if you're the congressman or somebody wants to call me back. But I would really like for he or she to be involved with this issue, and I just something short and to the point. I get these long letters too from folks. They'll be 4 or 5 pages long, and I'll see them in my church parking lot on Sunday, and they'll say, "Did you get that letter I wrote you?" I was like, "Dude, 7 pages, man. I had to have a lawyer. I had to send it to the Supreme Court to figure out what the heck you were saying, man. Just say what the heck you need, and you don't have to be a jerk about it. And they know you're a voter, and they know you're concerned, and you wouldn't take your time to do it. And I mean, all the ways you can do it: phone call, email, a handwritten letter, boom. But to the point, say, hey, I'm Tim Burchett. I'm concerned about the cover up of UFOs, because it is a cover up. I mean, that's what I say, because that recent report they put out was a joke. I don't know if you all thought much of it. I didn't. I did not have my hopes up, because I think, well, we can get into that later, but it's easy to contact your public officials. In Knoxville, my number is 865-523-3775, but you can always contact me that way. But it's just any of those ways is great to do it. But keep your message short and to the point. If you go over 3 or 4 sentences, you've gone too much, and because you just won't believe the amount of mail and email calls we get in one day's time. Especially now with COVID, everybody's at home, and they just, man, dadgum, that's all you do. They just sit there and I have one fella in my district who's probably watching this podcast now. And I've been in the car for an hour, and I've gotten 7 texts from him. And in fact, I will not be driving to the White House to chew out the president, because that's what he wants me to do. But I think you all get it. It's just to the point.
It's a lot.
And be direct and be nice and be brief. And then, I get on with it. If you know your congressman, you should know your congressman, because everybody that contacts my office, they feel like they know me, and that's cool. I dig that, because that means, we're doing our job. And of course, I've lived in I know y'all probably think by my accent I'm from New York or somewhere, or Chicago, but I'm actually am from Knoxville, Tennessee. And proud graduate of the University of Tennessee, wearing my orange today. Anyway, but I think that's the way to go. That is the only way to go. But if you know them on a personal basis, if you can contact them personally, and just by stopping them in the mall or whatever, and just off the same line. Hey, I don't want to interrupt you, but probably don't do it while they're eating. And that's cool. My family gets that. It's a package deal. That's when people come up to me. But if you can catch them just to say, hey, this is an important issue, and I really wish you all would hold some hearings on this and get to the bottom.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, and it sounds like you've been briefed not only on the public UAP report, but on the classified UAP report. It sounds like as well. No,
there's not at liberty to discuss a lot of that, but you would not be far off of your statement. I just think it's personally, people can, and you're going to be stigmatized by it. But I said this on one of the national TV shows, maybe it was on Fox or something. I said more people believe in UFOs than believe in Congress, and I put it on a T-shirt on timburchett.com, I think it is, or timburchettforcongress.com, and now we're selling those dadgum T-shirts. All these kids want them, and they think it's cool, but it's the truth. And the reality is, a lot of people are maybe not concerned; they're just wondering about it. But yeah. Oh, burchettforcongress.com. That's what it is. I'm sorry. But anyway, I think people are concerned about it, and frankly they should be. And let's be honest, the only reason it's out there right now is because people like you all have pushed it so much out into the mainstream, and now the lamestream media, as I call it, they have no choice but to pick it up. These Navy pilots, that video was leaked. It was leaked to somebody, and they put it out, and they could not deny it at that point. Now, they're going to tell you this report is, I could have written that report in 1975 when I was in the 5th grade, when I started following the UFO phenomena, I guess.
Wow.
And they're going to, it is a stupid word. And it's bogus. It is completely bogus. And I think what happened, in my opinion, after being in Congress for a little bit, is that there was a real report jobs that run our government. You can call it the swamp or whatever. Both parties have them. They just get infiltrated, they get their tentacles in, and they think that we're not capable of their own beliefs. They think that we can't handle what's going on, and they said, whoa, we can't put that report out, and they pulled it back, and then they wrote that bogus thing that's circulating now that, yeah, there's something, but we don't know, and basically that's about all it said. And but there are areas where this is happening more and more frequent, and telling us that this is something that we don't. And then they float out you got to read the false narrative too. Oh, it's the Russians, it's the Chinese. I mean, come on. If it was the Russians, Putin would have landed a UFO on the White House lawn, and he would have gotten out bare chested and wrestled a bear and arm wrestled Joe Biden, and then hopped back in his UFO and flew. I mean, that's how big his ego is. And if the Chinese did it, they would own us. They pretty much do own us. But that's another issue. But it is not of this world, and it's not our own people. If we had that, we would eliminate our enemies. There would not be terrorism as we know it in the world today. And it's just, it's not. They're putting out a lot of false narratives. So.
Wow. So in the opinion of a congressman, I'm sorry, I just had to repeat this. In the opinion of a congressman, it's not tech of this world.
Nope. And I'm a born again Christian. I'm not out here proselytizing on the side of the curb or anything. I'm not a very good Christian. I'm on the forgiveness track. But truth is that, if you think, and I think Billy Graham was they gave him credit for saying this. If you think that we're the best that God can do, then you have a very small opinion of God. And I just don't, I just don't buy it, man. I mean, UFOs are in the Bible. Ezekiel sees the wheel, and it's gone. And look, if you look at that, if you read.
Oh no! No!
Right when he was
All
getting
right.
to the truth.
Yeah, so right when he was about to tell us where the bodies were. Let's see if he checks back in. We got Felipe and Baptiste and Francisco in the back. Gentlemen, we'll be bringing you in a minute. Please be patient with us. We're just wait for the Congressman Burchett to get back in touch with us there. I think he popped back in. We'll ask him to cut the video and just grab the audio, just because it's I think the video is taking up a lot of bandwidth here. So Tim, real quick, maybe give the phone to your daughter and have her cut the video so the bandwidth could just focus on your audio. There we go. Like
Video, so my bandwidth will say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Louis.
just cut his video so that way we can hear his audio. Maybe the connection will be a little stronger. She knows what's up.
That should be a stop cam button.
There we go. All right, Tim, can you hear us? Oh, he popped it back on. Let's see what happens. Guys, deal with it. Just be patient with us. First world problems. No worries. We'll get through this. But damn, that's pretty fascinating what he said so far, no?
Yeah, very fascinating.
Can you hear us, Congressman? Let's see.
So the question I have for him is, since he's become vocal about this, I wonder if other congressmen have approached him and started having discussions with him about this same topic.
That's a great question.
He's kind of put his foot forward now, and usually if you go get a haircut after you've said something like that, they'll want to talk to you about.
I'd also love to know from him what his opinion is, like what specifically, which incident is he talking about that makes him believe this is absolutely off-world. Because that's a big deal. I mean, if you eliminate statement. Everything else besides us, them, and I mean, it's non-human, right? And that sounds like what he was saying. And that's a pretty big admission from a congressional leader.
And if you can't really trust the UAP task force report, how can we get more information? How can we trust the government? Like, what can we do?
Right. No, that's a great question. Let me check my emails. If anyone's reached out to us on that end. Let's see if we can get him back. I know they connect. He looks like he was on family vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was like, he's calling us on family vacation, which is, it says a lot. So we got to give some.
They work very hard.
All the time. They never get a day off.
They never get the day off, man. All right, Tim, we got you back. Hopefully, you know what? Let's not touch anything. Let's just keep it as is.
Can you hear us, Tim?
Oh, we don't get your
NSA
audio.
Gotten in on it.
There we go.
Oh yeah, there. Okay, now we hear you. Yeah, it's definitely the NSA. Okay, so Dan had a question for
we
you.
were talking about the other congressman.
No, go ahead. Finish your thoughts, sir.
I doubt it. There might be one or two that will. But, I should say when I was in the state legislature, you get 2 calls and it's a groundswell of support. If they get 2 or 3 constituents of theirs calling them, let's be honest. Elected officials are pretty gutless. I mean, they run in packs. I've made a career out of being on my own, kind of independent, as you can tell. And so if y'all light up the phones and start calling these people and say, "Hey, man, get in this thing. We need to get to the bottom of this now and quit with the, we need some transparency." When are they going to release the stuff on Kennedy? Who shot Kennedy? On Martin Luther King and all that stuff, all those assassinations. I mean, at what point does it quit being national security? They got the great grandchildren of these people are going to be running around. It's ridiculous. So.
Yeah. Dan, does that answer that?
I'm not hearing a groundswell of support. It's mainly,
did that answer your question at all, Dan? I think he was referring it, or maybe let's ask it again, just so this way it's a little more specific.
All right, Tim, and just in case you missed it, I was just going to see if you have received any any additional conversations or questions from your fellow congressmen after you've made your TMZ interview and your opinion on this subject has been made publicly? Like, the people come and talk to you more freely and openly about this?
Honestly, they're afraid to be stigmatized. I mean, you're in Congress. How much more are you going to be stigmatized, brother? I mean, get on it.
Yeah.
It's an issue. It's a national defense issue. It's an issue that ought to be covered. So I think, but if people would just light up the phone lines, we'd be okay, I think.
Michael, what's your question?
Well, I was just going to say, if Tim has more time, we could get him to call in to the phone line if that would be a better connection. I don't know how much time you have, Tim.
Me to do.
What was that? Sorry, we didn't hear you.
End of the phone line.
Yeah, well, here's what we're going to do. I think, Dan, you have his email, right? You have a direct contact to him?
To William.
To William. Okay, do us a favor. Mike, can you pop in the phone number that the congressman can call into, so that way we could get just a clear line, because you're breaking up real bad. It's not your fault. You're not on Wi-Fi. You're on family vacation. I can see the family's in the car, so we appreciate your time. So what we're going to do is we're going to send that phone number real quick to William, who helped us get in touch with you. Michael, you've got that number, right?
I do. I'm pulling.
Yeah,
it
we're gonna
up
put
right
it.
now.
We're gonna put it in the private chat right here, Dan, for you. So take keep a lookout for that. But if you don't mind, Congressman, we're gonna send you that phone number. Is it okay if you call us back in a couple minutes once you get it?
And I'm sorry. Sorry. Is there something where you can print it on? Can you put it on the chat? Is that it right there?
That's it right there. 765.
One second. Let me. Somebody write this down for me. Would you? Anybody got a pencil? All right. Set here. Just don't call it out. It's on the private chat.
This guy's on the ball, man. I'm
I'm
falling in love with him as we speak.
All right. All right. You know.
All right. Thank you, Tim.
When you know everybody is out to get you, so don't forget it. All right. See you guys. I'll call you back.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Whew, wow. Okay.
What a guy.
This is exciting. This is exciting. Now he's taking more than 10 minutes, and I got to apologize to our guests sitting and waiting. I truly apologize, but it's not every day you get to talk to a congressman and ask him these kinds of questions. So real quick, I just want to say hello to Felipe and Francisco and Baptiste. You guys are gems. I love all of you. Are you guys okay in the waiting room here? Is that okay?
No problem. Yeah.
All right, we appreciate it. We'll be right back with you guys. Hopefully, we'll get a phone call here soon from the senator. But I appreciate your patience, truly.
Or maybe we just leave him in until he calls back.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Yeah.
All right.
How you guys doing?
Right. How you guys doing? Welcome to the show. Okay. So real quick, if we can,
we got him right now. We got him right now.
All right. We'll introduce you as soon as we're done. Sorry.
I'll get out.
All right. Tim, can you hear us?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Oh, so much better.
So much better.
All right, cool. I'm gonna get in the. You want to drive, Mama? You want to just stay here? All right. Well, I don't know what we're doing. All right. Hey, tell me what's going on, guys. I can hear you all. I hope you can hear me.
Fantastic. Well, I think we were all curious, and I know you can't say anything directly about the classified report, but obviously you were briefed, and we're certainly not gonna press you on that. But I am curious: are you seeing any other interest? Obviously, you said that there is very little. It's such a stigmatized issue. But are you seeing any interest in bringing this more into the public light, or what's your personal thought on what we're actually seeing and what these UFOs are?
Well, I'm a big believer in diversion. So I always see, you see what's going on in DC, and then you wonder what's really going on in DC.
Right.
And what are we being diverted our attention from? And is that a conspiracy thing? No, that's just a reality. Right now, everybody seems to be focusing on, as they should, Afghanistan and that debacle. But the truth is, now they're diverting us from there because of the attention it's getting towards folks that are in power. And I mean, that's just the game they play. So you got to figure out what's going on. And And this is one of those things that we just got to keep steady pressure, because it's kind of a flicker in the pan. You know, they were going to release this thing, and then they held off on it, and then they released it on a Friday, which is the worst time for any coverage whatsoever. Because you know, kids are where people are worried about football games and, you know, Girl Scout campouts and stuff on the weekend. You know, I mean, it's just a complete diversion. It was obviously dropped at that point to do that. And to be, you know, yeah, it's TMZ, and I saw somebody on Fox talking about it a couple of times, and I've talked about it on a couple of the shows, but yeah, nobody's really talking about it right now, and it's a shame, because this is history in the making. I mean, this is something, an acknowledgement that, in fact, there is something going on out there.
Do you say that with confidence because of what you read, or is that just a personal belief?
I say it because it's the truth. I mean, it's just the way Washington works, man. It's you know, and also you got to remember, and I'm like this too. I'm guilty of this too. I mean, Americans want their pizza in 30 minutes or less, and that's about our attention span. I mean, we're moving on to the next issue, and unfortunately, something like this. I mean, this is true history. If we acknowledge this, and in fact we have proof of extraterrestrial life visiting our planet at some point, and you know, I mean, you can go, but I talk about Roswell all the time. I mean, that's the biggest cover up ever. I mean, if you go back and watch the tape of, I can't remember, my dad and I were watching it. I was a young man, but I asked Dad what he thought, and he said, they're not telling us the whole story on this thing. And when the Air Force, they had some guy get up there, and he had this little smirk on his face, and he was overweight, and he looked, you know, and he was just kind of condescending over, you know, Roswell solved, I think is what they called the report. And it was just,
Case
it
closed.
was condescending, talking down to people. Yeah, case closed. That was it. Yeah. And if you saw the newscast on that, at least that's the way I remember it. And that's the attitude that is Washington D.C. I mean, that is the swamp. It's just an arrogance that's out there. And you know, and honestly, I mean, I hate to say this, but we need to bust somebody's ass and get this stuff out. We need to quit worrying about who we're embarrassing, and the arrogance of DC is just, to me, you can't think you get any more arrogant until, you know, wait till tomorrow. It's just it's just constant.
Rather, you got a question?
Well, yeah, I'm wondering what you think about the threat narrative. You know, if there are these things that are looming around our skies, should we be scared of them? And is that maybe a reason why there hasn't been, you know, outright disclosure?
Well, I think they again, the arrogance of it. Should we be scared of them? Well, if they can fly like they show on these videos, and do what I've seen the videos of, if those are in fact accurate, which I tend to believe they are, should we be scared of them? I mean, if they wanted to wipe us out, we'd be wiped out. I think that, and it doesn't challenge my religion. It doesn't challenge any of my beliefs. It challenges my thoughts of physics, because it defies most laws of physics that we've seen, when they can fly and turn a 90 degree and fly underwater and then come back up, and just the reports that we've seen from these are naval aviators. My dad fought in the Pacific in the Second World War, Marine Corps, and the naval aviators and Marine Corps aviators, they were the best in the world, and they still are. And these guys are calling it out. I mean, you hear the tapes, they're like, what in the world? And they're laughing about it. They just can't believe it.
Tim, the purpose of the Big Phone Home is to get congressional hearings on the UAP topic. Can you give us your insight and advice into the best way that we should be pushing for that? Like, maybe even give us a little insight into the process of getting there?
Yeah, it needs to be a bipartisan thing, because the other side will play it down if you don't. If you can get a ranking member and a chairman of a committee or a subcommittee, that's the route you need to go. you know, I'm nipping at the heels. I like to tell people I'm the 435th most powerful member of Congress. Yeah, apparently I've moved up some considerably. Leader McCarthy told me the other day that I was not, in fact, 435 and that I was in the 300s or something. And I thank him for that movement. But the reality is that's the way it works. And if you want it to be a partisan thing, then just get one Democrat, then all the Republicans will play it down, or get one Republican and no Democrats, and then, you know, it'll go the other way. It's just make it a bipartisan issue. It just has nothing to do with partisan politics. I'm sure it will, because everything does at some point, but I think it's imperative upon you all to stress that this is not you know, we're not mad at Biden. I mean, no president has put this out. No president. Right. I remember Bill Clinton joked about it. And, you know, Nixon, there's been talks, saw some things on him that he was briefed on some of it too. And, you know, I think they all have. I think Eisenhower, Truman, you go back, there's plenty out there that those folks were briefed on this issue. And I mean, you just have to. With Roswell happening right after the Second World War, and, you know, the World War II pilots calling them foo fighters, and you talk to your airline pilots, and they'll tell you that if they were to actually call something out or mention it, they could be grounded or whatever, or stigmatized in their group. And so, you know, it's just the mentality's there just to keep it hushed up. And I submit to you, the reason is ultimately arrogance, because I don't, you know, they say, well, people won't be able to handle it because it'll disassemble their religious beliefs. I mean, a guy who's a lot smarter than I am, and higher up on the scale, I was listening to him talk about aliens on the House floor, and he said, "Hey man, Martians need Jesus too."
Oh man.
I thought, you know, I mean, if you believe, it doesn't change. I mean, my belief in God is universal. It's not on this.
Well, if anything, this should sort of
call planet Earth.
Well, it should reaffirm your beliefs. If anything, it should prove the existence of God, because it's abundant life. And God's a creator. Why would he stop here? Like, I figured he'd just keep going and keep creating if that's the way it works. That is.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't know about y'all, but infinity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Infinity's a long way out there, guys. So, you know,
it sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? If presidents have the ability to disclose this information, you know, well, let's talk about you. Would you disclose this information if you had it, if you were briefed on it?
In a heartbeat, I would disclose a lot of stuff. I'd get us out of some of these crazy wars, first of all, and then but you know, guys like me don't get elected president. We end up committing suicide by putting 3 bullets to the back of our head. You know, I mean, that we don't. Guys like me disappear at some point, or get caught up in something, and you know, and get you know. Look, guys, let's play honest. This is a mean game.
Yeah.
And Congress we're dealing with trillions of dollars, and industrial war complex, whatever. I mean, people get killed for a $5 rock of crack. So you don't think they ruin people's careers? They blackmail. You know, it's just the way it is. You just run for office, and you just tell you pull your family close, and you tell them, you know, they're going to say some awful things about Dad. Just don't believe it. We're just going to keep fighting. But, you know, at what point do you give up and say, I'm not going to put up with it anymore, and just let the other side give in? And that's, you know, and there's people up there that they ride the whole time. They get elected. They don't do a whole lot. They go home. They throw a little red meat out to their Republican or Democrat clubs. They get elected. They sit there 25, 30 years, draw a nice pension. And, you know, they name a nice bridge after them when they leave. And that's, and then there's hard-headed people like me who doesn't get anything named after him. You know, so.
Is there a Tic Tac after you if it comes out?
Yeah.
Is there a specific committee we should be focused on with this issue?
Well, it's obviously you got defense, but that's your big money crowd. Anywhere I could get it in, because I would hope if we had a media left in this country that they would want disclosure. They would want total disclosure, and unfortunately, the media is pretty gutless on this issue. If they even exist anymore. I mean, all they do is take talking points from the right or the left. That's pretty much it.
Well, let me ask you this. We've gotten some hints from Lou Elizondo that there's a 23-minute video floating around out there. Have you had eyes on this video?
If I had, I couldn't tell you.
Ooh. Man, come on, be the president. Disclose.
Well, there was an interesting thing that a lot of folks who were briefed on the classified document said that it was almost like watching a sci-fi film. The hairs on their arms were standing up. Can you comment on Pete, the congressional response to that, if not the actual classified data?
Yeah, you talk to any of the guys on the Intelligence Committee, and they'll give you answers that are not real clear. Because technically, they're not supposed to disclose anything either. So that's where it's at. You've got a small little group of people that are briefed on that kind of thing. But too, you got to realize, is it filtered before it gets to them? I mean, you got these people that are always. I remember I was in the state legislature. I was talking to this old lobbyist, and called him the Golden Goose. He was the liquor lobbyist. He still is in Tennessee. And he said to me, I remember him smoking on that big old cigar back when you could do that and not be condemned in a public avenue. And he had his Jack Daniels in one hand and a cigar. I'm a teetotaler and I don't smoke. So, but I get it. And he pulled that cigar out and said, Burchett, he said, if somebody had just come by and insulted me, a guy that worked for the governor at the time, and I was just been elected, I think, he goes, Burchett, always remember this. He said, governors come and go, but I'll just be sitting right here, buddy. And sure enough, he's still sitting there, and governors have come and gone.
Yep.
And that's kind of the, anyway.
Yeah, the lobbyism, the power, it circumvents politics for sure. It's fascinating.
So Congressman, we were talking about bipartisan, and this is kind of one of the reasons I really love this topic is, in my opinion, I think it's a bipartisan issue because here you've got Hillary Clinton on one end of the political spectrum, and then you've got Marco Rubio and Tim Burchett on the other end of the political spectrum. And they seem to both be voting yes on this. Like, this is one of the few things that was a bipartisan vote that got through, and we got to see the report because of that vote. Do you think that UAPs could be a starting point? For example, if I were to put the three of you in the room, those three politicians in a room, and say, hey guys, you're only allowed to talk about UFOs for the first 2 hours. Do you think you'll have more common ground after the second hour when you're allowed to talk about other things?
Yeah, but you got to realize too, I mean, that's what they want. They want us fighting. And because that diverts away from all the mischief they're doing and all the management. And I mean, look at Afghanistan. Look at all the behind the scenes negotiating stuff that's going on through the State Department, people that are unelected that are actually running this country. And, in Congress, we all puff up and think we're running the show. And the reality is we're not. I mean, you got State Department, you got a few other those departments that actually do the running, and they just hold on between politicians. And if we were to unite, this would be a great issue, and I appreciate that. And if we were to unite and set this country on a good path, you would see a lot of people out of work, and they just don't want that. I mean, they don't care about the country. They don't care about freedom. They don't care about any of it.
Do you think UAP specifically, though, is a good starting point to get the left and right to start just talking to each other?
I agree. I think it would be. I think it would be an excellent way to go.
Wonderful, man. I love hearing this from you. Well, listen, Dan, you're you're part of this congressman's district, so I'm going to leave you with the last question because I know Tim, you've been extremely gracious with your time. I see that the family's sitting there in the car, like, "Come on, Dad, let's go." So I want to give you the opportunity to enjoy the holiday weekend, but I also want to give your constituent the last question for you. But if you please, sir, I will be reaching out again. We would love to have you on the show for a long form conversation because I think your openness and your candor has just been a real delight. So Dan, please fire away.
I don't think people really care about my questions. I think they want to hear more from the congressman himself. And I'll just kind of want to open the floor to him and say, hey, Congressman, what do you think is the long-term look of this UAP issue? What do you think we're going to see in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think they're going to try to wait us out, and that arrogance will continue unless we push it. We push this envelope because we finally got the government letting down their guard just for a little bit. And I think they're going to appease us, and they're patting us on the head. They're long-termers, but these folks that have been following this issue have been following it for decades. And there's a belief. It's not just, a bunch of rednecks like me saying something about it. It's people that are from the scientific community, from NASA and other places. And eventually, if we keep the pressure on them, they're going to dip their hand, and then we're going to find out. They're going to let us see behind the curtain, and then we're going to get something happening. But we got to keep that pressure on, folks. Please call your Congress member and your senators and say, hey, we need this, and let's find some people in leadership that'll at least give us a hearing.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you so damn much. I cannot. I am so happy that you came on the show. And if there's anything that we can do on our end, please don't hesitate to ask us. We're trying our best to provide people with calling points for when they do call, email templates that are written by, folks who really know how to ask the government for things. And we're providing all the tools to let all the people watching and everybody listening to you, we've got the tools. Check out the website. Like he said, calling the big phone home. That's why we're here. Call your representatives, email them, send a snail mail letter. As you heard him say at the beginning of this conversation, emails are inundating, and he thinks that snail mail is going to be the way to go, especially in the next year or two, because they're more meaningful. They take a lot more effort to send somebody an actual letter. Those are really wonderful pieces of advice, and we cannot thank you enough, Congressman. Really, we really, really, really appreciate your time in the conversation.
Thank you, brother. But just call me Tim, and y'all can follow me on Twitter at Tim Burchett.
Oh, we do.
TimBurchett, and you've got a bunch of people that are, and I want to thank you for that.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Well,
that's
we
real
did
deal.
it. Well, I'm glad that you agree that the UAP issue is a great starting point to bring together left and right, because I'll be honest with you, I'm not a Republican, but this issue has brought us both to the table, and we're both talking and having a wonderful conversation. And I know that if we could talk for another 2 or 3 hours, we're going to have a lot more in common than we initially might think. So again, appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you soon, sir.
Thank you, brother. Y'all call me anytime.
Thanks so much, Tim. We're going to hold you to that.
Yep, we sure will. All right.
Awesome.
Wow.
Bye.
Wow. That was amazing. You guys.
Yeah,
That was
see
really
that last
amazing.
clip that. That's the promo for the big phone home. That's exactly what we're doing, right? It kind
That's
of
exactly what
validifies
we're
the
doing.
whole thing.
Keep
Yep,
the pressure up.
Yep. Okay, Dan, we're going to see you in a little bit for another roundtable panel. I want to thank you. That was amazing. Really
You're
appreciate
very
you
welcome, and I'm
sticking out your
sorry,
neck
guys,
there.
that we stepped on your time. Sorry about that, fellas.
No, it's okay. I think they understand. I mean, look, there's a purpose why we're all here, right? The panels are just the icing on the activism cake. If we get a congressman, we get a senator, I think everybody's on the same page. Yeah, let's open the floor for him, because those are the people that's the whole point why we're here, So, but I appreciate the sentiment. Dan, You're a beautiful man. I cannot wait to talk to you about this in a little bit, because I'm sure everybody like mine, heads are spinning and all sorts of wonderful things are going on in my brain. But the bottom line is call your representatives, email them, tweet them, and activate yourself. Get your ass moving, because the only way we get more information on this topic is if you demand it, just like the congressman just said. So,
just told us that's the only way.
It's the only way. It's the only way. All right, Dan, we'll talk to you soon, brother. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support, your time, your energy, and your passion for this topic. If you're just joining the Big Phone Home is an unprecedented convergence of professionals, scientists, military members, and activists from across the spectrum of UAP research and activism to request public congressional hearings to key government officials. Thank you so much for joining us. We got an amazing panel here for you right now. Thank you guys so much for being with us, and we appreciate you taking the time, and I apologize for pushing you back, but we've got Baptiste Fricourt. Explorer Lab is a nonprofit, non-monetized journalistic bilingual platform designed to translate and publish content about the frontiers of science. You're doing amazing work. Thank you so much for joining us, Baptiste.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, wonderful to have you.
I love his French voice, man.
It
It makes me melt every single time. And by the way, I feel like maybe Felipe and Francisco can back this up, but I think ICER needs a French representative, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Just on voiceover alone, you should hire this man. I mean, all the commercials you can make.
I'm probably going to butcher this name, but Francisco Correa, born in 1973, developed a keen interest in the possibility of intelligent life on other planets from a young age. With dedication and persuasion, he studied the history of both Portuguese and international UFO cases over time. He was able to meet with most of the pioneer researchers in Portugal, developing a respectful relationship with them, which soon became a genuine and lasting friendship. Welcome to the show, Francisco.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is ours. And then Philippe, and I'm going to butcher this last name as well, Maya. Pretty close. Philippe was born in Germany in 1979, studied communication, marketing, and public relations. A mysterious sighting as a child aroused his curiosity about the UFO phenomenon, and it was as a radio producer that he made several incursions on this topic, which granted him direct access with most of the pioneer researchers in Portugal. Welcome.
Thank you for having me in this big state of mind called Big Funnel.
Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate you guys being here.
It's an absolute pleasure.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Head spinning. Where do we go? Where do we start? Do we want to round table what just happened? Or, I mean, why
don't we learn a little bit about what they're doing in Portugal, and then let them tell about their organization, and then we could talk about what just happened.
Absolutely. So just so you guys know, Gary was here. I don't know if you guys saw Gary, but just so everybody knows, Francisco and Felipe are also members of ICER. They're representing the voices in Portugal. And I'm gonna go ahead and open up the floor to Francisco, and then we'll go to Felipe and then Baptiste, and sort of share the work you're doing and why you think it's important.
Okay. It's not only ICER, it's also Exopolitics Portugal, which was founded in 2009 after the Barcelona meeting, which was 1,400 people attending there. And there's a more, how can I say, speculative approach of exopolitics, mainly, especially in the US. And we here in Europe have a more down-to-earth approach of exopolitics as an activism, as putting up scenarios of first contact, and with a base in science, especially in social sciences, and with the help of other academics from different disciplines, from sociology, psychology, astrophysicists, historians, etc. And so we work in close proximity or in coordination with CITEC, which is the Center for Transdisciplinary Studies of Consciousness from the University Fernando Pessoa in Porto, Portugal, which is a think tank and has, what I said, several professors from different universities across Portugal that give their perspective, their opinion, their help in analyzing not only cases, but also in terms of projection, in terms of understanding the impact in society, in terms of the socio-economic, religious impact of extraterrestrials in our society. So that is a part of activism and study of exopolitics. Then we have ICER, which is the International Coalition for Extraterrestrial Research, which Gary has spoken about. It was founded back in May, registered as a non-for-profit organization here in Portugal. It has 28 representatives from 28 countries across five continents. It is a big challenge to have 28 people with different personalities, different backgrounds, different cultural aspects. So it's quite demanding. We have been doing lots of work for almost 2 years now in terms of back office. And we have very big goals in the future. So it is, as Gary may have mentioned, I have not heard everything that he said, but it's a long-term project, of course. And we have rules, of course, statutes recognized by the Portuguese law. It's based in European laws as well. And yeah, it's quite demanding. And we are going to be in San Marino, then in Barcelona for the Ufology World Congress, which will have Avilob and others. And I hope
that's extraordinary. I think, and it makes so much sense. I mean, the conversation we're having is about politics, right? And so for those people who don't really understand what exopolitics means, it means if we make first contact, if we actually interact with an extraterrestrial species, what does that mean for our infrastructures, our systems, our processes for governing, government, economics? I mean, these questions abound. There's so much here. Felipe, why don't you tell us a little bit about, how you got into this and why it's so important to you?
Well, I got into this after meeting Francisco. I was trying to study ufology in the past few years, but I think that ufology would lead me to a dead end. So exopolitics brought me a new perspective. So I started to work with Francisco. I started to promote some events with exopolitics. And later on, we have found our YouTube channel, Exorealidades, during the first lockdown, because me and Francisco, we always agreed that we should produce some content. So based on this idea and with the hype from the lockdown, we have achieved this. This is our objective.
Fantastic. Baptiste, please weigh in on that with that fantastic accent. What has got you motivated to, transcribe all the, I mean, you're doing this as a nonprofit, like you're doing this because you believe it's important. You must have just an extraordinary amount of passion. What's driving you, brother?
Not at all. In fact, I'm a teacher and my students asked me to look into it. And the problem was that there was no reliable source I could find publicly. So I'm doing what media should do and take the best information, translate it, compress it the most accurately I can, and then giving back to my students. That's the main purpose. But I don't have a passion for the subject. It's a research. It's a very interesting research, but I have no engagement in itself, for itself. In France, we have the SIPO, which is an association of 15 independent researchers and organizations. And the main problem was how to engage the state and mass media on the subject. That's the main blocker in France. So what was published was at the end of June, we published an open letter to the President of the Republic. And for the Big Phone Home 2, I just released on explorerlab.org a full translation of the letter. So it's not an average letter, it's a standalone letter. So what we wanted was to create a pattern that other countries can take with an in-depth research inside it of a very precise reference of major cases. So any organization, anywhere on Earth can take the pattern, the template of the letter, and use it for themselves. It will be translated in German in the next week, and then Spanish and Portuguese.
Wow, that's fantastic. Francisco, can you tell us a little bit more about, I'm just fascinated by the Global Exopolitics Organization. I'm really interested to know like what kind of actual work you guys are doing, how people, maybe if they want to be involved or learn from you or create something similar here in the US. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, you may know that the person that coined the exopolitics term was Alfred Weber. He did a study for the administration of Jimmy Carter, and then for the possibility of communication with the interstellar civilization. And then over the years, I think he had some sort of a nervous meltdown that led him to be more speculative, almost like a Star Wars script. Eventually, Michael, I mean, it's horrible to talk about names, but we need to make a difference. Even Michael Salowitz is the president of the Exopolitics Institute. He has a PhD in conflict resolution. He had a big part. He led a team, a UN team, the United Nations team, that mediated the conflict between East Timor, Indonesia, and Portugal back in the 90s, and so he was invited by the Porto University here in Portugal to give lectures about all the process, etc. And so he was a credible person. And initially, when he started the Exopolitics Institute, was with some good intent. But then everything derailed. And it's almost like everyone that deals with this phenomena, with this subject, eventually has some sort of a psychic crisis and start dealing with soap operas and fantasies and blue avians on Mars. And I mean,
right.
It doesn't make any sense. So it doesn't help our cause, of course.
Right.
It has to be how do I say?
Grounded. That's one of the things we talk about on this show all the time, that it needs to be.
It has to be denounced. It has to be denounced, first of all.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Right? If we want to have a credible and serious conversation, we cannot talk about those stuff still, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't. But the Exopolitics World Network was started by Stephen Bassett, as you know. So he is the one leading the Exopolitics movement in terms of activism. He was here in Portugal. He gave a lecture at university, same as Richard Dolan, Stephen Greer, all at the university. And and he is a utmost supporter of the Exopolitics movement. Here in Europe, since 2009, we have regulars. We started with Skype, then we moved to Zoom, but we had like every 15 days, every once a week, we had meetings with all of us. David Griffin from the UK, Fredrik Oldal from Denmark, Robert Fleischer from Germany, Holly Pajula from Finland. I mean, and then it led to ICER. We basically gather all this activism, these people that were interested in terms of activism, and led them to ICER as well.
So ICER is more focused on research, or is more focused on activism than research?
It's a mixture between research and activism. And we have scientists from the exact sciences, from real data, hard data, and we have people that are researchers, field researchers, and we have people that are maybe leading with contact and researching contact, and we have people from social sciences. These are people that come from the psychology, sociology, social, political science, science of religion, etc. So our sciences as well. They are PhDs and they are masters. They are professors, but not hard data.
Right.
All right, well, gentlemen, I hate to do this, but we've run up against the hour, and we've got the ladies coming up, and I do not want to step on the ladies' toes. They've got the whole hour; it's completely up to them what they want to do with it, and I don't want to take away from any time. So, Francisco, Felipe, Baptiste, we have to make this happen again. I promise you we'll come back and we'll revisit this conversation in a 2-hour long format, because the discussion of exopolitics needs to be had. And I know you guys are just absolute gems and wealths of knowledge. So I appreciate your patience. I appreciate you being here, first of all, and then, just dealing with listening to a congressman take your time, more than half your time. But that's typical politicians. Am I right?
But again,
Exactly.
I just want to double down on what Louis said. We want to have you guys back. We'd love to have a long form conversation with you on our show, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
And thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure, and hopefully you get success with all this endeavor and this project. It's an amazing project.
We're literally we're successful as we're talking. It is successful. We're winning on this topic, and I think Lou Elizondo will agree when he comes on next. But gentlemen, appreciate you. Real quick before you go, Baptiste, if you can, please share with the good people here where they can find your research and all the work you're doing, sir.
Baptiste,
oh, you're muted.
You're
no,
muted.
Please don't mute that beautiful French voice.
Everything is on explorerlab.org. You can find everything there.
Okay.
Wait. Just say it one more time. Say it one more time. You were half muted, please.
Sorry. Everything is on explorerlab.org. It's the website, and everything is centralized on it.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Well, thank you, sir. Again, apologies, but thank you for your patience, and I'll talk to you soon.
It has been a pleasure.
All right, sir. Oh, God, I just melt.
It
I
has
absolutely
been a
melt.
pleasure.
Ooh. Anyway, Francisco Correra, thank you so much for being here, sir. Please tell everyone where they can find the exopolitics, ICER, and your research, sir.
ICER is very simple, icer.network. It's still being constructed. The website is still very simple, but it will be reformulated soon. Exopoliticsportugal.org, where you can find the link to our YouTube channel, Exo-Realidade, which is right on the right of the website.
Right.
But it's more of an institutional website, not a news website. Okay?
No, that's fair. All right, Francisco, we will see you very soon, sir. Thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Right. Bye-bye. Felipe, my good man, same thing to you, my good sir. Floor is yours.
So I am exopoliticsportugal.org, and also at Canal Exo-Realidade on YouTube. It's the channel that I host with Francisco Mourão Correia, and we try weekly to interview some main characters in this ufology realm. So I invite you all to assist.
Well, I accept the invitation. Any way we can assist, anything you guys need from us, just let us know. We're here for you.
It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pleasure was ours. All right, gentlemen, we're done officially. We're out of here. Ladies are here. Let's bring in Jane Kyle. Jane, how are you, my lady?
I'm so excited.
We're excited too. I'm excited for you. Okay, so we've got Lou Elizondo. He's going to be here for a whole hour with you, ladies. We're going to bring in. Let's go ahead.
Get rid of me. Let's get rid of Rather.
Let's get rid of Mike. Let's get rid of Rather. All right, you guys can take yourselves out. You know how to do that. We're going to be helping you behind the scenes here real quick with making sure everybody's on the right screen and stuff. But before we start this hour, I just had a message from Christina Gomez that she taped specifically for this panel. So let's play that and then we'll get into it.
Hey there, ladies. It's Christina Gomez, and I wish I could be with all of you guys on the panel, but I am currently traveling and far away from home, so I'm not able to make it. However, I am so happy that all of you guys are representing the female UFO community. There are not a lot of us out there, publicly at least, and that needs to change. The beautiful thing about our community and the beautiful thing about everyone that's on this panel right now is that we have YouTube channels, podcasts, we're writing articles, books, and we are pushing out this conversation to everyone, to our friends, our family, our neighbors, and everyone in between. Yes, the females are not really being represented by the UFO community, but with people like you, you're the ones making the difference. So let's never stop having this conversation. Let's keep demanding transparency from Washington, and we should always remember to keep our eyes on the skies.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Christina Gomez.
Warrior
Okay.
spirit.
So while you got me here, would you like to introduce the panel?
Yeah. So we've got, I don't know who's backstage.
Everyone.
Oh,
Go in whichever one.
here.
Yeah, everyone's
Okay.
ready to go.
We made it.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, so we could just bring everybody in. We've got Jess Rogie, my good friend. She's a UFO reporter for Fringe FM and the Rogie Report. Then we have Nikita, or MK Kranda, my new friend. I just met her. She studies experiencers and works to preserve witness testimony and a whole lot more than that, I can tell you after listening to her presentation this last weekend was just so amazing. And then we've got Lynn Wallington, host of the very popular Spaced Out Radio, and is it Paranormal? So we've got more than UFO perspective here. So that's really awesome. So thanks, Lynn, for being here. And then, of course, we have Lou Elizondo. Oh, you know, Lou.
Yeah, you know Lou.
Former counterintelligence special agent, former director of ATIP, advanced
You say that
aerospace
to all the boys. Come on.
identification threat program. Yeah. So no big deal.
Look at his cheeks. I've never seen him this red. Is this officially the best panel you've ever been part of? And we haven't even started yet.
I got to tell you, first of all, Louis, thank you for making this happen. I make no bones about it. I think women are the greatest creation of God. I happen to live with a bunch. I have two daughters and my wife, and let me just say this real quick. Folks like Alex Dietrich, what you may not know, there's a little rumor going around to show you the value that I think our female colleagues have. And it's a little bit off topic, but Alex Dietrich, there was a rumor going around that had actually more confirmed kills at one point than the entire United States Marine Corps, right? One of my deputies running ATIP was a female. And you're absolutely right. I think we need to have females much more represented, because really behind the shadows, they're doing just as much work as the fellows. And I think it's time we do something like this. It's long overdue for us to begin representing our female colleagues that have been in the trenches all along, but for whatever reason have been remaining silent. So today that changes.
Awesome. Well, hey, listen, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna leave you with the ladies, and good luck. Have fun, and I'll see you ladies in an hour.
Thanks, Louise.
You're welcome. Hold on, where's the button? There.
Thank you guys, everybody, or ladies. I say, it's funny, I say you guys all the time here in Texas, and I used to get the question, are you from New York? No, everybody's a guy. We're all dudes and ladies here. So this is, welcome to the Lou Elizondo Celebrity Roast.
Oh.
No, just kidding. But I do hope this is a little more of an unconventional panel where we just kind of talk, as a group. And so I've got some questions kind of for everybody. And then I know everybody has questions for you, Lou. And thank you for all the interviews you do. You're one of if not the most accessible government voice. I don't know the right words to put to it, but
it is absolutely my pleasure. It really is. It's an honor and privilege to be here. When I say that, people, will say all the time, well, Lou, you say that a lot. Well, I mean it a lot. I mean, it's a privilege for me.
I've spent my life and career living in the shadows, and having a conversation like this, I think, is very, very important. And I want to thank you, ladies, as well for doing this. You are setting a precedence, whether you realize it or not. You're making history, and everyone counts. Everyone is important. Every voice matters, and you are making sure today that those voices are heard. And let's not forget, there's a lot of people around the world that are interested in this topic. And this affects all of us together. It doesn't matter if you're a dude or you're a girl or you're anything in between. The bottom line, this is a topic that affects every single one of us. And so it's truly wonderful to be here and have this collaboration today with you guys.
Thanks. Well, it's hard to follow that.
I know.
But I do have a nice kind of roundtable question, and I'll let you think about this one a little bit, Lou. And we'll start with who I can see, Jess and Kay, and then Lynn and Lou. In 9 years, 2030, you guys think about like how old you're going to be, where you're going to be at. Where do you picture we are? Are we meeting the aliens? And regardless of whether you think in a decade that's going to happen, have you been preparing to meet the aliens just in case? Jess, we'll start with you.
I don't know if we'll actually be there in 10 years. I mean, even me and you have had conversations, and I don't think that we could have imagined that it had moved this far in such a short amount of time. So, to be honest, I'm not ready to meet aliens. I probably would still be scared if one showed up right here at my house. You know what I mean?
Okay, Jess is not ready. Okay, noted. Nikita, how about you?
All of my followers know that I plan to be a swamp witch living under a bridge in 10 years. So good luck finding me. As for aliens, I've just been around the block. I've had a lot of different experiences. I'm not sure if I necessarily have or haven't met one yet. So I'm open to the opportunity. And if they want to come and rattle my doorknob, come on.
Yes, good point. Maybe it's already happened. Lynn?
I kind of agree with Jess. I'm not sure where we will be in 10 years. It all has happened so quickly, but it's all also happened so slowly, if that makes sense. So it's possible that we will maybe meet them in 10 years, but then again, maybe some of us have already met them. So,
Speaking of, Lou, are you going to be part of a press conference, sitting next to an alien in 10 years?
I certainly hope not. I hope it's one of you. This is I said before, it's a relay race, and I hope I'm not the one still carrying the baton in 10 years. I hope it's one of you. I hope I'm sitting back in an easy chair watching the news, and all of a sudden you pop up and we're having the conversation. But if I may, let me just digress for just a moment here. I'd like to read to you the actual definition of the word disclosure. It's very short, from the Oxford Dictionary. The action of making new or secret information known. That's it. And if you look at that definition, I think if we look in retrospect, one of you was just saying how far we've come in 3 years. By that bar, by that measure, we're there. There is enough information that has come forth now in front of the world, where if you look at that definition of disclosure, we have it. We're there now. So the question is, where do we go, right? We know where we've been yesterday, and we know where we kind of are today. The big question is, where will we be tomorrow? And if you look at how far we've come in just the last 3 years, it's been this almost exponential increase in government involvement and legislative involvement. Folks like Tim Burchett, this Representative Tim Burchett, this is huge. These are very serious people. These aren't people that are prone to conspiracy theories. These are people that have huge responsibility on their shoulders. And it doesn't matter what political affiliation you are, whether you're liberal or conservative or anything in between. We have people now on all sides having this conversation, whether it's Senator Harry Reid, who's a personal hero of mine, or Senator Marco Rubio, who's also another individual I admire very much, to Representative Tim Burchett. That discussion is occurring, And I don't think we can put the genie back in the bottle. And if this is any type of litmus test for where we're going to be in 10 years, I'm extremely optimistic. Now, to answer your question, do I want to meet an alien? Not to be tongue in cheek, but my whole family being Cuban, we technically we're aliens, right? We just have green cards. It's I think humanity is about always learning something new. It's in our DNA to explore, to wonder, to find answers, and I think it'll be okay. I think that when we finally have that conversation, that mankind is probably not alone in the universe, and we have the empirical data to then provide that to the world. I'm very hopeful. We've already seen that this conversation, unlike when we go back to the whole analogy of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Yesterday there were discussions, and there were even think tanks like Rand Corporation who put out these documents saying that if we let the American people know that there are these things called UFOs, there'd be mass chaos. Governments are in jeopardy of collapsing, and religious institutions and organizations. And you know what? None of that happened. Here we are. We're having that conversation. You now have representatives of Congress, both on the Senate and the House side, having this conversation openly. You have presidents being briefed on it. So I didn't mean to digress too much, but where are we going to be in 10 years? I'm very, very hopeful. I think hopefully we can come back and have this conversation, and all of us be really surprised and kind of scratch our head and go, wow, I never would have imagined we'd be here in just 10 years.
Yeah, I have a kiddo, and so I'd like to think, when he's my age, there will be quite an awareness of possible life out there, and it won't seem like such a big deal. So you say you feel optimism for 10 years out. Do you think it will be a little bumpy on the way? And then I also want to, just tell all the ladies, just chime in at any point with any questions, interrupt all that. But I am curious, do you think there's going to be a transition period? Should we be a little concerned going into this?
I have the perfect question.
Yeah,
well,
you're next.
Life is bumpy,
Yeah.
right? I mean, life by anybody who's lived more than a day will tell you life is bumpy. My youngest daughter almost died on the operating room, along with my wife during childbirth, and it was after only 2.5 months out of the NICU unit I was able to hold my daughter for the first time. Life is bumpy, but it also is very much worth living, and these are exciting times. Had I not have gone through that experience that I did with my daughter, maybe I wouldn't be the father that I am today. Maybe I wouldn't be the human being and the citizen that I am today, right? A little bit more sensitive and caring and understanding and empathetic. So, is that transition going to be bumpy? Sure, because human beings are bumpy. We just are. We all think a little bit differently, and we all have different motivations and interests and whatnot. So I think, yeah, but I don't think that's bad. Through that friction of life that we all encounter comes great wonder and beauty. I've said this a few times before. Let me give you a very quick analogy. The famous artist is spent 2 years creating the greatest work of art he's ever done. And the day comes where everybody in the town is going to come and see the unveiling of this work of art. And so they come into this big, beautiful room, and they see this blanket over this piece of art, and the blanket is removed, and all of a sudden you have this beautiful statue. I mean, the proportions are perfect. It's smooth. It's gorgeous, like Statue of David, right? And everybody's awed, and it was, wow, this is incredible. What a work of art. And you look over to the corner, and there is the artist, and he's sobbing, crying uncontrollably in the corner. So one of the art critics goes over and says, this is incredible. This is, are you crying? These must be tears of joy, because this is the greatest work of art you've ever produced. And the artist looked at the critic and said, no, you're missing the point. That's not the work of art. Let me show you the work of art. And then shows at the bottom of the statue all the chips and the pieces and the dust, blood-soaked dust that went into creating the art, right? And the artist says, that's the artwork. What you see in front of you is just what's left behind. That's the result. But the real art was the sacrifice and the blood and the sweat and the dedication and day in and day out of pounding and beating and whatnot to create this. That's the real work of art. And to very much that, from that perspective, I think all of human beings, we all represent that. We are all a work of art in progress, and life is what we are malleable, and it's life that makes those impacts on us every single day that wind up at the end of at the end of our life, resulting in this, this what we are. So I'm okay with bumps and bruises. I think that's just part of the human condition, and I think we should embrace it. I think we should rejoice in it, and we shouldn't fear it, because at the end of the day, that's what makes us all individuals. That's what makes us a species, a beautiful species, in my opinion.
Yeah, beautiful. NK, what do you have to ask?
Well, first of all, nice to meet you, sir.
The pleasure and honor is mine.
So I work pretty closely with experiencers that deal with a lot of trauma. And one of the things that I encourage them not to do is to see a non-licensed hypnotherapist, because you don't want to open the mental gates of all that trauma and have no aftercare plan and have it completely overwhelm them. So to go off of your talking about what would happen 10 years from now, and, yay, we finally get disclosure. Is this something that's going to happen in stages, or is this going to happen in like a huge info dump? And once that happens, do we have a game plan as professionals, as medical professionals and ufologists to help these people come to terms with, all of that new information, which they've been lied to about for so long?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly that's a great question. Let me give it from the perspective that I'm aware of, is a notion of PTSD, right? A lot of my friends and colleagues have come back with traumatic brain injuries and whatnot, and we provide care. And I agree. You want to go to a licensed individual professional. You don't want to go cheap, if you will, on that type of care. You want somebody who knows what they're doing. My concern is, what about the pilot, for example, he or she that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, reported a UAP incident, and for doing the right thing, they were put into some sort of mental evaluation, right? Psychiatric evaluation. Maybe they lost their security clearance. Maybe they didn't get promoted. Hell, maybe they eventually lost their job and lost their marriage and is now homeless somewhere, right? All for doing the right thing. What about those individuals? What are we going to do? What's the plan of action? What are we going to do when it turns out that maybe company A or company B, a defense company, wound up having access to something and another company didn't, right? So now you have this unfair competitive advantage, and now company A gets a contract and for the next 20 years becomes this multi-billion-dollar corporation, while company B or C, who didn't have that, wound up going bankrupt, and all these people lost their jobs, right? So there's some liability there. We need to have that conversation. I think from a health perspective, I don't think we should consider eating the elephant all in one bite. There's a lot of nuances and facets to this conversation. There's a lot of second and third order consequences. And I think we need to think this out. This is not a topic just about satisfying idle curiosity and and space aliens and stuff like that. This is a much deeper conversation about what it means to be human. This is a conversation about who we are and where we are and why we are. One of the greatest questions we have since crawling out of the cave and looking into the heavens was, are we alone? And we have ancient mythology of Greek gods because we don't like the notion of being alone. It's just the way we are as a species. And when it turns out that we're not, what does that mean to us as a species? I agree with you wholeheartedly that we need to start preparing to ask these questions ahead of time. In the military, we have something called an op plan, operational plan, and you always try to come up with what if scenarios. And so you spend a lot of time and a lot of money with a lot of people with rank on their shoulder to try to figure out, okay, if this happens in this scenario, then this is what we're going to do. And if this happens, this is what we're going to do. But as most military people know, your op plan is only good for about the first 10 minutes of a firefight. And then after that, it's out the window. Because
right. My daughter
nothing
had a book set called Who, What, When, Where, Why, and When, and we called it her op report training.
Right, right, and of course, when you know it all goes to pot because Mother Nature has a vote, then you got to kind of recalibrate and reconsider pretty quickly. So, but I guess the bottom line is I wholeheartedly agree with you. We need to start having this conversation.
I agree. Thank you so much for answering that question. And I had one more small follow-up one is that usually when we have experiencers come to someone like me, it's their last resort. They've done the Googling. They don't have anyone else to talk to. This is really something that they need to get off of their chest. So if those are the people that have already had some kind of experience and they've already had some kind of interaction with whatever phenomena it is, you know, and they're already that close to just giving up, I'm really worried about what we call the normal population and how they're going to take it. I really hope that there is a plan, and if there is a plan, sir, that you're a part of it.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me, if I may, and again, I may have said this before, but let me say it again for anybody who hasn't heard it. We are a very unique species, and since the moment there's been these moments in space-time of our development that were epithematic, if you will. They were paradigm-changing moments. An example of that is perhaps when we first, you know, an analogy, we crawled out of the cave and we realized, wow, our world is much bigger than the little cave we live in. The next time may have been when mankind first struck two pieces of flint, created a spark, and now has fire, right? That changed our species forever. Another one was when a group of people stood on a sandy beach and looked at the horizon, and one said, you know what, I'm going to sail over that horizon. And of course, the people on the beach said, oh, you don't want to do that because you're going to fall off the edge of the earth. And oh, by the way, there's sea monsters out there and these giant things called kraken, and they're going to destroy your ship. And of course, here we are, you know, many, many years later, realizing that that was utter nonsense. And yet, it turns out, you know what, there really are sea monsters. They're just called great white sharks and blue whales and the great squid of the Pacific. And they're not really monsters. They're just part of nature. They're part of our reality. They are part of our paradigm. And so I've often looked at this topic being very much the same way. Maybe we are just standing on yet another sandy beach looking at the horizon, about to go beyond the horizon. And so I think the general public, you know, perhaps one generation, there may be some growing pains. But overall, as a species, I'm not too worried about it. I think we're going to adjust just fine. But you're right. We need to prepare, and we need to start having the conversation now. At least from my perspective.
Thank you, sir. And to quote someone that's in the chat, April Bathory, I just want to thank you, Papa Lou, from the bottom of my heart. You are amazing and so goddamn hardworking, and you've sacrificed so much for us. And I can't agree more.
I really appreciate that. The fact that they call me Papa Lou, I think I might know who that is. That's kind of a familial little nom de guerre that someone calls me sometimes. So thank you very much for that. I sincerely appreciate it.
How about you, Jess? Do you have any questions?
I do. When you look at the study of UFOs by the government over the years and everything, and a lot of people have asked me and come to me and said, Jess, what's different about now? So I want to ask you, Mr. Elizondo, and it's an honor to speak with you. Thank you very much for your service and everything you've done for the community. But what makes this different? A lot of people are feeling like, oh, it's just a hype up to nothing again. So do you think, just tell me why do you think it's different now?
Well, if we had 3 hours, I could tell you quite a bit of detail. There's a lot happening right now behind the scenes. You know, I've often likened this conversation that we're having to that of a stealthy submarine or dark matter. Most of the action you don't see until you do. There's a lot happening behind the scenes. Evident of that is you just saw today with Representative Tim Burchett, and there are others. The conversation is happening, and there are things happening within our government and behind the scenes. I can't elaborate on some of those right now because they're nascent. They're starting, and I don't want to jeopardize those efforts. But we are shifting into high gear. Make no mistake about it. There is a tremendous amount of support right now within the intelligence community and the Department of Defense to get some answers. There's some folks out there. If you just get into some of these analytic virtual spaces, and I won't go into again too much detail here, but one of the largest virtual spaces in the U.S. government for analysts happens to be about UFOs. So you have the best and brightest looking at it. That's right. So there is a tremendous appetite and will by people. Also, I'm very encouraged that the new generation of intelligence professionals are not subject to the same bias as my generation was. They don't, the moment you say UFO or UAP, it's nonsense, I don't want to hear about it. They said, okay, well, show me the facts. And you show them the facts. I said, okay, give me more facts and give me more facts. And they were hungry for it. The reason why this isn't like this, like before, is because it's not. We are light years, excuse the pun, but we're light years ahead of we've ever been before. People say, oh, well, there's a Project Blue Book. Yeah, Project Blue Book said there was nothing to see here. We actually have a task force that says, yeah, there's something to see here. And by the way, out of 144 incidents, we only figured out one. That's less than 1%. And oh, by the way, of those 144 incidents, they all occurred in the last year and a half and all involved the Navy. Wait a minute. And oh, by the way, when you read the report that went to Congress, it says that most of the reporting hasn't been reported. So if you look at just the numbers, just the math, and say, okay, let's assume that 10% of the incidents were reported. That means that in the last year and a half alone, involving just one of the services, the Navy, not the Army, the Air Force, or anybody else, just the Navy, there was over 1,400 incidents, and we've solved one. So, and so this is not like a conversation like before. And now, by the way, we no longer have a 180-day report due to Congress. We have a 90-day report due to Congress. Oh, by the way, every 90 days. And if there are any incidents that haven't gone reported that occurred before, that's due to Congress too. And that's because of the hard work of folks like Representative Tim Burchett. I mean, they are demanding answers. They are doing what they're supposed to do as elected officials. Like it or not, we can all make fun of politicians, but the one thing most people know is that politicians typically tend to be risk averse. Well, guess what? Not these. And if they're willing to be bullish on a topic like this and risk their political careers for it, that's a pretty good gauge that they're probably willing to talk to the American people about other topics that may not necessarily be politically appetizing, but need to happen. So I'm very encouraged. I think we are. I think we are closer to our destination than we are to the home port that we left.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a great answer. Thank you, Lou. Can I ask you what the significance of the 13 on your hat is?
Yeah, so I belong to some military units where 13 was the number of the unit, and it was a pretty special unit to me. I know people think it's bad luck, and I don't know 13, but in the military we have kind of a weird sense of humor sometimes, and so it's the same thing that's it's on my arm here. I don't know if you can see it, but it's there we go, 13.
Oh, cool.
There we go. Yeah, it's that's all. There's no special meaning, no, I'm not endorsing any type of, weird cult or anything like that. It's just the number of a military organization I belong to.
UFO Jane, can I ask a question from the audience?
Yeah, sure. Is it the NMUAP $50 super chat?
No, but we'll get there.
Yeah, let's prioritize that one, NK, because we got a $50 super chat from NMUAP. So thank you very much. Mr. E has said, so I think that's you, Lou. He believes we may have ET material. I've heard you say that before. So does that mean that there's some rogue party or government in action? I kind of have so that you've stated you're only going to be briefed on so many things. Do you ever wonder if you're being tricked, if you're being fooled, if there's other, can you answer that loaded question there?
Sure, there's two questions. First of all, I'm always asking myself, am I being tricked? Am I being deceived? That's just the former intelligence officer in me. Making sure that the data that I have isn't corrupted, right? And it isn't being manipulated by someone. The question here is, if he has a SAP manager and Mellon as a SAPOC didn't see a UAP program, does that mean we have a rogue party government in action? That is a very good question, because that's a question we are trying to answer. It's problematic. It's problematic for many reasons. It's problematic from a legal and oversight perspective. There are under only certain circumstances where the government is allowed to outwardly lie about something. And there's reasons for that, usually because you're trying to protect a type of mission or operation. And for example, we'll say, well, this is covert action. Well, not really. You can look up on Google and look up at the definition of what covert action is. There's very specific guidelines, and there's still people in the government that are responsible for being briefed into these operations, as secret as they may be. There is no such thing as a secret, so secret that the president doesn't know. That's not the way our government works. And if there is, then we've got a bigger issue on our hands. We have a constitutional issue. We've got a problem with people in the government assuming more authority than they actually have. And at that point, then we've got to figure out, okay, who are they and why are they doing this? And what are we going to do to fix this? Because there are oversight committees specifically designed, like in the Department of Defense. You have a SAPCO, Special Access Programs, office that's responsible for coordinating all these. You have oversight committees in Congress that this information must be reported to. Period. Full stop. You're not allowed to bypass those channels. And there's other legal oversight requirements as well, and that involve what we call intelligence oversight, and Procedure 15, which are questionable intelligence activities. All that comes into play. There was a time where the U.S. government really did run rogue, and there were operations occurring that were not in the best interest of the American people. So Congress got wise to that, and they said, no mas, we're not going to allow that to happen anymore. And so they put these rules and laws in place to prevent that. If there is still some sort of rogue activity going on, then that's problematic. And I think this is one of the questions that, and I'm certainly not going to speak for the Department of Defense Inspector General's office, but if I was a betting man, that's one of the questions they're going to try to ask and try to answer. Is there a rogue element out there that's operating under the radar, completely autonomous? And if so, and they're spending taxpayer money on it, there's going to be a lot of questions to answer for sure. And I don't think Congress is going to be happy with those answers either. And they're going to demand some changes themselves.
Thanks, Lou. And I know, and if we can get to that question in a second, Lynn, though, I want to give you a chance to ask Lou. Any questions you have?
Sure. Well, I was just listening to what you were saying, Lou, and one of the things that popped into my mind was, actually several things, but so all of those rules and provisions and regulations have all been in place for quite some time now. So why now is this any different? How do we know that it's different? And also, if there is a rogue operation in place and they are spending taxpayer money, somebody must know about it. So how are they getting a hold of that money? Who are these people? How would we even go about finding out who these people are and what it is that they're doing?
That's the $1 million question. How have they been able to operate for so long without any type of government oversight? That's problematic, because that means they're spending money on things and when they should be spending on something else. They've been given money by Congress to spend it on Project X, and instead they've been spending it on Project Y. Therein lies the rub. You asked a question, why now? Well, my response would be, well, why not now? Now is as good a time as any to have this conversation and try to figure this out. I've said before over and over again that I don't think this is a conversation like perhaps fine wine that you have in the cellar, and that the longer you keep a cork on it, the better it gets and the better it tastes. I think this is a conversation like rotten vegetables in the refrigerator, and the sooner you clean it out, the better, because it's just going to smell more and more.
No, I completely agree. So when I said why now, I also mean, why didn't this happen before? What is it about now why is it occurring now?
Well, Lynn, I'd say look in the mirror. It's happening now because people are demanding answers. Unlike before. Before, this topic was relegated to fringe. People think of tinfoil hats and proverbial Elvis on the mothership, and we now realize that some of the most sophisticated combat weapon systems and sensors are picking these things up. And we can continue to keep our head buried in the sand, but it doesn't really care. It's doing what it does, and it's flying unimpeded over controlled U.S. airspace, and frankly, it's not a U.S. phenomenon; it's a global phenomenon. So I think we've reached a critical mass where people are saying, you know what? This isn't about grandma seeing some lights in the backyard. These are highly trained observers, Top Gun graduates that are trained to recognize an F-16 or an F-22 or a MiG-25 and make a split decision to is this friend or foe? Do I shoot it or do I protect it? And they're telling you that what they are seeing is nothing at all like anything we have. It doesn't have wings. It doesn't have any obvious signs of propulsion. It doesn't have any rivets in the skin. It doesn't even have a cockpit, and yet it's able to outperform anything we have. And then, furthermore, what they are reporting is further being substantiated by electro-optical data like pod and FLIR footage, and then of course being backed up by radar footage. And so as an investigator, former investigator, it's not just eyewitness testimony. You now have 3 distinct sources of information, all corroborating the same event at the same time, at the same location, under the same circumstances. That's very compelling. That's an entirely different story than, again, grandma seeing some lights in the backyard. If this was a jury, I don't think the jury would have any choice but to convict. We are certainly well beyond reasonable doubt at this point, at least from any, I think, rational perspective. Anybody would look at this objectively and say, yeah, Houston, we got a problem here.
I agree, but I also think it'll be great when grandma seeing lights in the back sky is taken just as seriously.
Oh, absolutely. No, I don't disagree with you. I'm not saying it shouldn't be taken seriously. The problem is that you don't. Being able to national security apparatus is very funny, and it's very nuanced. There are certain things that the Department of Defense can do and certain things it can't do. Collection and retention of and dissemination of U.S. persons information, and I won't bore you with the details, but that's a no-no. Meaning I can't just go to MUFON, for example, and collect a bunch of information on eyewitness testimony from Jane Smith and Paul Jones, because that information gets put into an intelligence database. And there's laws against that. Can't do it. It's U.S. persons information. They're protected from that. And so that's why, grandma's information isn't as helpful as necessarily a pilot of an F-18 Super Hornet, because you can use that information collected from a military person is a completely different story. There's and by the way, grandma is important, but she may not necessarily be a trained observer. Now, sometimes grandma is. I'll give you case in point. When we went to Mexico,
I'm gonna have to cut in and disagree with you here, sir, before you go any further.
well, I was going to support that. I was going to actually support that position of trained observer. I was with a colleague of mine, Sean Cahill, and we were in Mexico, and we were talking to fishermen, and people said, well, you might want to talk to the fishermen because they see a lot of weird things in the water. And you know what? They are trained observers. In fact, they spent generations on the sea and on the oceans. In fact, those fishermen with a modest salary know more about the ocean than our most trained Navy personnel. And they know when the tides come in, they know when the tides come out, they know what bioluminescence is. They know more about the ocean than just about anybody else off the island of Guadalupe, which is where we were. And it was amazing to hear the eyewitness testimony because it was just as accurate, and in some cases even had more fidelity than we were getting from the most trained military personnel. So, I don't, please understand, Nikita, I don't disagree with you. I'm giving you first the perspective from the government side and then my perspective. I disagree with that notion. I don't think that grandma's any less able to provide information. But I was asked the question, why, from a governmental perspective, is that taken more seriously? Well, the government is very insulated, and it tends to look at things a little bit differently. I don't necessarily agree with that. But those are the two perspectives. You have the government perspective, and then you have Luis Elizondo's perspective, and they're not necessarily the same.
Okay. Well, you just said a little while ago that we were looking at this all from a human perspective because we are human. And, everybody loves to talk about military fighter pilots and everything, but I want to know how you see the role of just regular day-to-day experiencers in this initiative of disclosure, of why they're so central and so important, because we don't have a report, we don't have a sighting or anything else until someone comes forward and says, hey, I saw something, it was crazy, will you please listen to me?
Yeah, that's critically important. The problem is eyewitness testimony is some of the hardest to quantify and qualify from a scientific perspective because it tends to be subjective. We're dealing with the human psyche. I can go to a traffic accident and I can get 10 eyewitnesses to describe the accident, but their stories will all be a little bit different. And the reason is because we're human beings and we process data differently, we synthesize data differently, we remember data differently. Even the human memory works a little bit in interesting ways. And so it is very important. And eyewitness testimony has been helpful even in prosecuting the war on terror. But it's not the only thing. And I do think that when we talk about experiencers, we first need to define what is an experiencer, and with that data, can it be quantified and qualified? It doesn't mean it's irrelevant. So don't confuse the two. I think it's very relevant. The problem is we don't have a scientific way yet to really quantify and qualify because we're talking about a subject matter that deals with human psychology, human theology, and philosophy, and human sociology, which is very complex. And I think it is, again, to restate my position, I think it is absolutely relevant. We haven't figured out a way yet, though, to how do we scientifically quantify and qualify human observations, objective experiences. We can go to a concert, you and I, a rock concert, and come out completely different. You can come out saying, that was the best concert I've ever been to. And I can come out and say, that was lousy. So it's very subjective. And people who report this, I by no means am I not validating their experiences, because I think many of their experiences are absolutely true. The problem is we haven't figured out a way to really synthesize that data into something that allows us to predict certain behaviors and patterns. So there is the frustration with it. I think it's extremely valuable. We just don't know how to really use it yet. And that's really nobody's fault. We need to, we need help. And this is why I think psychologists are so important in this endeavor, because they can help, if you will, untangle some of the experiences and the way that people process those experiences, if that makes sense.
It does, but to try and classify a phenomenon that's not of our world and not of our science, how do we apply science to something that we see inside of a human box?
Great question. You can't.
You can't. That's why I like to
So,
run with the
hey,
experiencers.
On that note, I'm going to interrupt because we have a special guest that can only be here for like 30 seconds. Come here. So Glurp the alien. So I know that he has a special question, and he wanted to ask a question, but all of them had to do with boobs and farts and things like that. So there was one question that I was able to approve. Okay, so considering the recent disclosures about the UFO and UAP phenomenon to come out of the government of late, and the likelihood that there will be much more to come, I think it's very important that the human being, Glurp the alien, I think it's very important that the human beings of Earth specifically deserve to know the truth about the following. Do you like mustard on your sandwiches?
That is a resounding yes, I do.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you guys. Had that, we had to know that. And just shout out
I'm also
to
a Gemini. I
Colossians
like long
mustard.
walks on the beach, pina coladas. And
That's the stuff we really want to know, right? I do want to circle back a little bit just because, wow, this is like, guys, we're 45 minutes into this. There's some amazing questions in the chat. This has just flown by. I do want to make sure, Jess and Lynn, if you had, were there other questions, Jess, that you didn't get a chance to ask, so that you get a chance to ask?
I know. I'm like, dude. Well, Lou, what continues to drive you to do this? I know it's like a long haul type of job, like thing. This isn't like going to be months worth. This is like years. Like, what drives you to keep going on this mission?
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt, but Jazz Shaw, also shout out in the chat, had a similar question. Jazz, kind of just when is your job going to be over? I think is, you've done enough. When will you feel satisfied? So shout out to Jazz as well.
So then two questions. Why do I do this? Simply put, I do it because of you. I do it because you have asked questions and people haven't been forthcoming and haven't provided the answers that you deserve. You provided my organization $22 million of your taxpayer money, hard-earned money, to find answers. I believe you deserve those answers. First and foremost, I took an oath a long, long time ago to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And one of those enemies is ignorance, and I'm committed to that. I've never been relieved of that responsibility, and I take it very, very seriously. I went to war for that responsibility. I think it's a sacred oath, and I think the American public deserves to know the truth. As long as they don't violate my security oath, which so far I haven't, I don't see why we can't have this conversation. We trust the American people to know that there's countries out there that have nuclear weapons pointed at our cities, and we trust the American people to know that there's this pandemic called COVID, and we trust the American people to know that our climate is changing. We trust the American people to know that terrorism is all over the place, and there's people that don't like us very much, and yet we don't trust the American people to know that there's something in our skies that we don't know what it is. I don't get it. The next question you asked me is, when will I be able to put my boots up? God, I hope soon. This is a conversation that really needs someone more qualified than me to carry the baton. I think I was helpful, in certain stages, but I'm not the guy to win the relay race. I'm not. There are people out there that have far more skills than I have, far more experience and scientific expertise. And those conversations need to happen. They need to step outside of the shadows, because I know my limitations, and I'm okay with it. I never intended to be the one to come out, and in fact, I didn't think it'd ever be like this. I've spent my life in the shadows. I don't like the spotlight. I'm not that guy. There's the old adage: I'd rather be a kingmaker than a king. That's how I feel. I'm a very private person, exceedingly private person. If you ever know me, I live in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, because of my privacy. I hope someone steps up very soon and can take this baton, because again, I think the public will be much better served. There's people out there that are much, much more qualified than me to continue this conversation.
Well, thank you, Lou. You're very humble. You've done a lot to move the ball forward and keep the conversation going, because I was in this community prior to, the big 2017 release, and I've seen a shift, and I've seen a lot of support, and a lot of people come out and, be comfortable to talk about this now. So I thank you for all your work, and, hopefully you stick around a little longer with us all.
Well, thank you as well, because we wouldn't be here and have this conversation if it wasn't for you ladies and your listeners. This is truly a grassroots movement. We are only here today, not because of any act that I took, but because of you. It's a collective. This is something we've all embraced, and we're all working together. I stand shoulder to shoulder with millions of people that want to have answers. No one is in front than anybody else. We are all together in this, and I think there's a lot of power and beauty in that. I think we are all walks of life. It doesn't matter from what social strata you're from, or economic, or religious, or cultural, or racial. We're all in this together. We all want the same thing, and you now have elected officials that have jumped on board with us, right, on this motley crew, this pirate ship that we call disclosure. I think you are all part of making a difference. Everyone, whether you're an experiencer or you're not experienced, or you're military or you're civilian, it doesn't matter. We're all finding these answers together, and we're all demanding that the truth and transparency be known, and forcing our government to do what it's supposed to do. Lest we forget that our government is there to serve the interests of the people, not the other way around. We don't serve the government serves us. Let's not forget that, and let's not be lazy and allow the government to dictate what we should and should not know. We're not children. We're adults, and we put these people in office to represent our interests.
So, sir, I just wanted to say thank you for your service and thank you for your support. I noticed that you have the flag in the background, and I know especially what that means. So, thank you so much for everything that you have done. I know that none of us are all going to see eye to eye or agree all the time, but I do appreciate your contributions to this field, and thank you for talking to me.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And look, I think that's another good thing to agree to disagree. I don't think this is why I don't offer my opinion, because at the end of the day, my opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what the facts suggest, and I would never want to impose my own personal perspective onto a conversation. I think healthy disagreement, frankly, is a good thing. I think it drives conversation. It forces people to reconsider and reevaluate. I know I'm doing it myself constantly, and especially on a topic like this where we know so little. I get very worried about anybody who says they have the answer, because simply they don't. I don't, and I love nothing more than to be wrong, because it's an opportunity for me to grow. And when people want to challenge me with their perspective, I welcome it. I think it's good. I think it's healthy. I think new perspective. In the military and intelligence community, we call that alternative analysis. Maybe if we had that alternative analysis or that alternative voice, maybe we would have avoided wars. There's a couple wars out there that had we had some good alternative analysis, we probably could have avoided. So, that's how I feel.
So let's avoid a war with the aliens.
That's not what I meant, but
Luel's on a quote. No, but that is just what the Big Phone Home is about. It's about bringing together different people, whether you're an experiencer or an alien, or a researcher, or you're interested in the nuts and bolts, or maybe Mick West, for all we know, is in the live chat. So remember, go to thebigphonehome.com, fill out the petition, email, call, tweet your representatives, ask them to pay attention to this issue. Don't have to have a specific theory to agree on about who or what they are or where they're from, but we can move forward with that. Do you want to take us out, Len, with any questions? Do you have any burning questions you didn't get to? Otherwise, I'm happy to. But
well, I know we only
you were
have
on
5
fire
minutes.
early. You were on fire earlier. So.
Well, I will be happy to respectfully disagree with Lou and many other opportunities.
Okay. That's what it's about.
I know there are a lot of questions in the chat too, so if there are any burning questions that you want to address, I'm happy to let you do so.
Yeah, there's so much.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go for it, Lou. Yeah.
I do think it's important to note that sometimes the minority perspective is a correct perspective. And we must always remain open to the fact that just when we think we have all the answers, we don't. And by the way, that includes me. So let me make this perfectly clear to anybody who's listening. By no means do I ever would I ever impose my own perspective as being the correct perspective. And I just want to make sure that that's clear, because what I'm saying is from my heart and from my brain, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm right. And I think it's important that we can all recognize that. It's at the end of the day, I think it's all about asking questions and challenging each other and challenging ourselves ultimately.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. I think that's the most important thing about this topic that I have learned, having kind of been in this community for about 10 years, is that none of us have all the answers. And the only way we will figure it out is by talking and, at times disagreeing or agreeing or just trying to figure it out together.
Well said. Yeah, and I'll say it's kind of a joke, but I avoided, watching a lot of interviews that you've done, because I've tried to remain super objective, in UFO reporting. And so it was a pretty big deal to talk to you today and kind of force myself to do the research, and ask these questions. And I think you've been really transparent and open, and just so everybody knows, there was no none of us signed any NDAs. There were no questions that were given to Lou ahead of time. this is the first time I think a lot of us have met. So thank you so much for being here. This is awesome. You guys remember to go to thebigphonehome.com.
Ladies, this is historic, and you're helping write history. And I want to thank you humbly from the bottom of my heart how much I appreciate this. You know, this is an inspiration, not just to me, but to my daughters, who are the greatest accomplishment of my life. It's something that my wife and I, it's really the reason why we exist and live. And, you know, ultimately, this is, you're helping in a very dramatic way, especially now at a time in the world where certain voices are being muted. Unfortunately, you know, that's not the case here. And I hope that what we're doing here will inspire others, other voices that may be a little bit less quiet, a little bit more quiet, to speak up and to stand up and to recognize they do have a voice, and their voice matters, especially in this topic.
Speak up, guys. And I said there were no more questions, but I just was alerted to one from Ryan Sprague, and I'm going to go and ask this one because I've been kind of obsessed with this topic later. And this might be a good one to end one as we think about the future. So AI, artificial intelligence, the UAP task force wants to implement AI to gather data on UAP. I understand, this is Ryan, by the way. I understand this will expedite a lot of identifying a phenomenon, but will it be used for possible contact methods as well? Where do you see AI? Do you see AI in the future of alien contact?
Well, AI is the Wild West right now. AI is only as good as the teacher, and the teacher is usually a human being. So we need to recognize that there are advantages and disadvantages to AI. AI is great for crunching numbers. AI is good for predicting. But I don't think I'd ever be confident enough to allow AI to speak on my behalf to anybody or anything, whether it's my kids or, you know, an alien or anything else. I think that's a definitive human thing, and I wouldn't feel comfortable allowing anything other than a human to speak for a human. I do think that we need to use the technology that we have to our benefit, to the very best that we can. AI can do it a lot, especially recognizing patterns and being able to identify deep fake videos and whatnot. But at the end of the day, the decision needs to be made by a human on what to say and when to say it. I don't think we should. I don't think we should rely on something else to do that for us, because it's too important. I think the topic is too serious of a topic to allow something else to think on our behalf. Again, you know, that may be controversial and maybe upsetting some people in the technology field. Again, there are purposes for AI that I think help humanity tremendously, but I get kind of, maybe I'm just old-fashioned, but I get a little weary when an intelligence that's not human begins to speak on our behalf. That's something I don't think I would endorse.
I just know I tried to play chess against AI, and it got real depressing real fast and real scary. It was a losing game. All that you can do is just delay the inevitable with AI. And then imagine the aliens have AI. So on that really terrifying note, you know, go over to the Big Phone Home, activate, call, email, tweet. Go follow, support everybody that is in this panel right now. I believe there are links in descriptions, but you can see all the names, so you should be able to find everybody on most of the channels. Because I think we're up against the hour. Yeah, so there's our host, the host with the most.
Well, what I was going to say is, yes, links will be added as soon as the show's over. We're going to add everyone's links just to confirm everyone who is here. But yes, those will be added. And also we're going to give everyone an opportunity to let everybody know where they can find this stuff. So thank you so much, guys. If you did put super chat questions in the chat, there's so many. Jane, was the first time that she was using this, so you know we got to as many questions as we want. But really, this was about the ladies and their questions. And I will say this, NK, it was the first time I've ever heard you speak, and you really changed my thinking on witnesses. Like, I never thought of it from that perspective. And wow, thank you. That's great. I can't wait to have you back.
Thank you very much. Very valuable. Absolutely.
Oh, so valuable. I really, really enjoyed that part of the conversation. And man, I maybe we can get the 3 of us or 4 of us together and really go deep on that conversation, because I think it's important. It's something that we're going to be focusing on. We're going to give it its own week, its own month if we have to really dive deep into the experiencer part of this, because I know you feel left out. I understand with you. I get it. We're just, for whatever reason, congressmen and senators want to hear from the pilots and the people who they give tax dollars doing all the expensive toys. But okay,
I think that'll change, Luis. I think over time, it's, again, I keep saying you can't eat the elephant all in one bite, but I'm very hopeful that at some point the aperture will begin to open and more data will come in from non-traditional sources. More data will come in from the people. Because I think the data is very valuable. We're still limited in what we can do with it, but I think times are changing, and I'm very hopeful that in 5 years from now, we'll probably have an entirely different conversation about this.
Well, hey, Lou, we appreciate your time. I know you're coming back on Monday for an hour and a half with another wonderful panel. It's going to be epic. I cannot wait for that conversation. Enjoy a beer, do whatever you're going to do, sir. Of course, stay healthy. If the doctor allows you to have a beer.
I have a long list of
chores.
Items of chores I have to do.
Yep, I figured. Lady Elizondo is calling. All right, sir. We will see you soon.
Ladies, thank you very much. Luis, thank you very much. Truly a wonderful opportunity, and I hope for each and every one of you we get a chance to do this again.
Absolutely.
This was great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So real quick, let's just go ahead and give the opportunity for everybody to say goodbye. And thank you once again to everyone here that was on this panel. This was the best part of the show today, hands down. And it wasn't because of Lou, it's because of you ladies. Like, Michael and I were sitting here talking back and forth. They're like, I've never seen anybody go this hard at Lou Elizondo. I love it. This is great. These are wonderful questions, and man, yeah. Anyway, so let's start with Jess. Please tell everyone where they can find your stuff. Go for it.
Well, thank you, Louise. Thank you so much for having me. It was a great time. You can find me. I'm live Wednesdays on 6 p.m. Pacific on the Fringe FM. You can find me on all social media at The Rogie Report. That's the ROGGE Report. And you can check out jessrogie.com for links to everything me. Thank you so much.
Pleasure was absolutely ours. And open invitation, come back to the show. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Lynn, how are you, my lady? How do you feel? Was that fun?
I'm good. I had a good time. Thanks.
Yeah, I loved it. It was great. So please, floor is yours.
All right. Well, everybody can find me at Spaced Out Radio on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday nights. We're also at spacedoutradio.com and social media at Witchy Lenny.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being a part of this. And again, open invitation for you as well.
Cool. Thank you so much. I'd love to.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi.
Okay. Hi. Is it Nikita? Do you go by Nikita?
Actually, I just go by NK.
NK. Excellent. Wonderful. Well, thank you again for expanding my thinking and my perceived what I thought I knew. I always love when I think I know something and I'm walking through the world and I'm like, I'm so smart. And then somebody's like, no, dummy, you're not. Think of this. And I really, really enjoyed that. So thank you so much. I think I cannot wait to talk to you. Please, the door's open anytime you'd like to come back and talk to us. And we'd love to pick your brain behind the scenes also on how we could talk and represent this experiencer part of the conversation as best we can. I really, really want to learn more about it. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Anytime. You can find me on Facebook and NK Kranda, or you can send me an email at preserveyourexperience@gmail.com. I'm also going to be speaking at the International UFO Congress on September 9th.
Oh, yep. Excellent. Well, I can't wait to, I'm going to definitely pay for that conversation. So we'll see you soon, my lady.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Bye-bye. Jane. Excellent.
Thank you, ladies, for bringing it.
That was so good. That was so
That was a
good.
blast.
Well, let's bring in Rather and Michael. See what they're up to, gentlemen.
Wow, I was like, damn. Like Lou and I were legit going back and forth. Like they are being way tougher on him than we ever are.
Yeah, I just kind of sat back a little bit and just.
That was great.
Just
Yeah,
enjoyed
it was
the ride.
a lot of fun.
Well, Lou did great at answering everything, so he didn't.
He did.
flinch
He
at
always
all.
does.
So yeah,
He always he's not afraid to answer the questions as best he can. I wish, man. I don't know. One day, we'll maybe get some of those really deep questions answered.
Just
but
accidentally share your screen and play that 23-minute video.
yeah, that would be great. I would not even the whole 23 minutes. Just give us like 7. I'll take 7.
One, I'll take 30 seconds.
yeah. At this point, just shoot it in my vein. Whatever you do. Okay. Well, Jane. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for hosting. We've got you coming back at the end of the show, and also we've got 2 more of these tomorrow and on Monday. So, can you tell us who's coming tomorrow for Ladies Hour?
Yeah, so we've got Science Ladies Hour. So we've got Dr. Desiree Hurtak, who has a really just phenomenal spectrum, of scientific experience. So it's even hard to summarize. So she'll be really amazing to talk to. And then we've got Chase Kletsky, who a lot of you know. So she's got this forensic background to bring to the table. Erica Lukes, so who you guys all know. So it'll be a different conversation than today, but I'm sure just as fun and I don't know, maybe fiery. I don't know. Maybe we'll get into it. Argument. Who knows? You never know, right? You never know.
Oh man, God, I hope not.
Unidentified celebrity review. No, I doubt it. I doubt that will happen.
So Jane, real quick, can you just tell everybody where they can find your channel and stuff?
Yeah, sure. So I try to post videos on YouTube every week. So you can search UFO Jane, and I'm try to post on Twitter and Instagram as well. If you're in Texas, the Texas UFOs Facebook page is actually the biggest community that we have. So if you're in Texas and you want to track the day-to-day, go head over there.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much again, and give our love to Glurp.
Yes, I will.
Yes, give our love to Glurp for sure. And you might need some super glue or something. Whatever's on your desk, I think we just need
Yes,
a super glue.
I know. I tried a new thing here and it didn't.
Man, why are you calling her out like that?
I did. I had two.
Just need like a gorilla glue.
Crashes.
I love it. All right, my love. Thank you so
Thanks,
much,
Jane.
and we'll see you. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Yep. See you in a couple hours.
All right, bye. Oh boy. All right.
It's
Let's continue, gentlemen. We got to get going. We got the next panel.
We're like
Let's
one.
go.
We're one. I think we're 1/6 of the way through the marathon so far.
Yeah. Michael, I'm telling you right now, if that's the way you're going to look at these 3 days, you got a long 3 days ahead of you, buddy. Long 3 days.
Enjoy the ride.
Enjoy the ride. Exactly.
All right, so we've got an amazing panel at you all coming right now. For those of you who are super fans of this gentleman, he writes for the Silva Record. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the show, Danny Silva.
Hey guys,
what's going on, brother?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'm hearing some pops on my end. If you have to mute me when I'm not talking, feel free. But I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me, and I hope you guys had a good chance to use the bathroom and stuff during that hour.
We did. Yeah, indeed we did. I appreciate you being here.
That was great.
That's my biggest concern for you guys when you're doing these huge, long shows. It's like, when do you eat? When do you use the bathroom? But
Yeah.
you're professionals, just get it done.
Yeah, exactly. We got to do what we got to do. Well, thanks for being here, my man.
Yeah, we really appreciate you spending time with us, Danny. Next, we've got a camera-wielding journalist who covers travels, trials, and everything in between. He is our Canadian friend, writing for the Toronto Star, Vice Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Otis.
Hello. Hey, thanks for having me. And guys, thanks for doing this. This is a great service to the cause.
Well, we appreciate you being here, brother. And I know that you are doing phenomenal work as well. Thank you for all you're doing to look into behind the curtain in Canada and help us gather as much information on this topic as we can. Thank you so much. Next, ladies and gentlemen, Alex Sears is the chief UFO correspondent at the Daily Caller and has researched UAPs for several years. Alex is experienced in the political realm as well as very familiar with the inner workings of Washington, D.C. Welcome, Alex Sears. Not in your bathroom today, I see.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I'm in the middle of moving right now, so I'm camped out at a friend's place. But you guys got me for a little bit here. But excited to be here. This is phenomenal. Congrats, you guys, on pulling it off. And yeah, I'm just ready to get going.
Super. Well, it's a pleasure to have you, brother. All right. Last but certainly not least, ladies and gentlemen, a crowd favorite, the Dolphin Emperor, editor, reporter for Salem Media and The Debrief, U.S. Navy veteran. You love him. You know him. Jazz Shaw.
Thank you for having me, gentlemen. It's been a great show so far. I've been following the whole thing, and when I'm not out here promoting it, I've been on radio shows all day and on Twitter trying to promote this and trying to get people here. But you've done an amazing job, and I think this is going to be way better than the first one.
Well, hey, man, appreciate you doing all the work behind the scenes and doing the radio spots and putting us in touch with media and trying to spread the word as much as you can. I mean, we appreciate it. You've been a supporter, big supporter since the beginning, and we truly appreciate it.
And, as far as the last segment with the ladies and Lou goes, they're all talking about aliens. I want y'all to remember, could still be dolphins.
Could still be dolphins.
Could still be dolphins.
You don't know.
Yes.
You don't know.
The dolphin hypothesis remains on the table.
Indeed, it does. So it's been a pretty wild day. We got a lot, basically just a journalist hour. We've got like citizen journalists. We've got Daniel Otis of Vice Magazine and Alex Sears and Jazz Shaw. So what are you guys hearing? In your media circles, I just picture you guys all like smoking pipes and holding books in your hands and with your coats and stuff. So like is the rest of the media going to start taking this a little more seriously soon? Daniel, let's start with you.
Well, they're definitely catching up. They're covering the stories, right? Like the ODNI report was featured on pretty much every major media outlet around the world. I think the issue is that journalists overall aren't committing themselves to, really diving into the topic. So if there's big news that hits, like that report, they're going to cover it. But we, by pushing the message forward and, folks like myself and folks like you doing what you do to raise awareness, hopefully there'll be more people who are trying to do some deeper digging.
Right on, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alec, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm with Daniel. There's many different ways that people begin to get interested in, just UFOs and UAP in general. But the last, few months have brought a ton of people in, gotten their interest. They're starting to do their own research. They're going to find, podcasts like UCR. They're going to find the Big Phone Home. They're going to find, Daniel's work, and they're going to be interested. Some of those people are going to be journalists. Thankfully, I do see more of a general interest among not necessarily the hardcore folks who are going to dedicate so much time and effort into researching stuff, but it's piqued the general masses' interest much more. So they're putting their eyeballs on the issue, and that's going to help a lot. I'm really excited, and I do hope. Excuse me. I do hope that some of these journalists at the major news outlets start taking this a bit more seriously, and we've seen some of that. But work can always be done.
Right on. Jazz Shaw, you're the veteran in the group, not only from a military perspective but from a journalistic perspective. How do you feel? How have you seen this sort of change in the time that you've been reporting news?
I think it speaks a lot to this subject of the fact that we are in such a disastrous news cycle right now, and there's still a significant amount of coverage of this going on. We're in the middle of a time when the United States was just pulling out of a war. We still have a lot of questions about a pandemic that's going on. You know, these are things that have absorbed the news cycle a lot. But we saw CBS just rerun their UAP special. And just last week, I wrote a piece this morning. NPR had an interview with the administrator of NASA talking about almost nothing except for UAP. And do we have a plan of what to do if we run into aliens, you know? And I think that they don't run these things if they aren't going to be generating traffic. They realize, and when I say they, the media that Alex and I and everybody else are in, they know what attracts clicks. They know what people want to hear. And yeah, there's other big, really depressing stories. There was a Hurricane Ida, the whole thing, and I'm not saying those aren't serious, but this is still bubbling through. And I think this is a good weekend to do this. And I'm looking at the traffic that's coming through. I had requests from 6 different radio stations to do interviews just talking about the big phone home 2. I did 2 of them earlier. I got 1 after we're done here. I got some more on Monday. And we're going to, you know, keep talking about it because the audience really seems to respond. This is not a trivial subject, I don't think. I believe there are a lot of people out there who are hungry for news, and it's a topic they're interested in.
I agree. Michael, did you have something?
I was just going to ask these guys, did you guys happen to catch Timber Chet earlier? And I know you guys write a lot about politics as well. What did you guys think about his thoughts on how we can get the government more interested in being transparent about this topic? Jazz, you go first.
Yeah, I listened to the interview. It's a very hopeful interview. I don't know if he's the best positioned person. I think people like Marco Rubio and some other people that sit on more senior levels of committees that can really control what Congress does. But at the same time, you need the rank and file. And Luis was pointing this out earlier today when the whole weekend was kicking off. There are a lot of members of Congress who, if their staff hasn't informed them about this, if they're not sitting on those committees, if they're not in the classified briefings, they are barely aware this is going on, if they're aware at all. And I'm not trying to turn this into a total promotional thing, but that's one of the reasons I think that what you guys are doing is one of the most important things we can do, because I've worked on political campaigns directly in the past. I've been a political director for campaigns, and I've reported on politics. I can assure you, there are a lot of members of Congress out there that nothing's going to ring that bell for them until they get more than 1,000 phone calls in 1 week, until they get more than 2,000 emails, until they get more than 100 physical letters, the best thing you can possibly do. And Luis and Michael discussed that before. When an aide comes up and goes, you better look at this, there's a pile of stuff coming in, then they'll get interested. Before that point, they got a lot of stuff on their plates. They may not even be aware. They're not sitting there, all of them, personally watching Fox News, watching CNN, watching MSNBC to see what's happening. You know, that's why I know in private, we've discussed this. You don't go directly to the representatives if you want to get something done. You go to the communications directors. You go to the chiefs of staff. Those are the people who determine which issues are put in front of the members in the House and the Senate, you know, and I think this effort that you guys are putting on, that's going to help people to understand that in a more nuanced way and say, you know, when I send a letter, I don't necessarily send a letter just to the office. Maybe I send a letter right to the communications director, you know, something like that. And if they get enough of them, that's how we, and now you got one congressman who is suddenly totally aware of this, may not really have been before. And I don't have a lack of faith in the people in Congress, I have a lack of faith in the fact that they get informed on a lot of the stuff they vote on or hear about. And it's this kind of effort that's going to allow the people who care about this extremely important topic to make sure that the people who are making those decisions are well informed. That's really all we can ask for at this point. Make them well informed.
Real quick, there's a question for Daniel Otis here, and then we'll get Danny Silva's take on it. And that is, Daniel, any word if any officials have taken note of your articles? I mean, 2 planes seeing an 8-foot flying donut must get people talking, right?
The short answer to that question is yes. Yes. People in the Canadian government and military are taking notice. For example, one of my recent Freedom of Information requests caused a certain problematic policy to become known to a Air Force commander, who then, annulled it. In other examples, the Office of a Member of Parliament has reached out to discuss the matter. There's people within our Freedom of Information offices who've reached out, seeing me as someone who's, has a genuine academic interest in this thing, and, are helping, get quality information. So all this is to say is, yes, it's being noticed by individuals. I wouldn't say, though, that it's being noticed at an institutional level. In Canada, we have, a lot of problems when it comes to how this issue is dealt with by our authorities. Right now, for example, if a military or a commercial aviator were to see something anomalous in the sky, it would generate a report that would get punted around our Air Force and government, and then end up in files collecting dust until someone like myself, files the Freedom of Information request to acquire it. So there are individuals who are very tuned into the subject, but there's no one within government or the military in Canada that's willing to stick their neck out and talk about it in a public way. But, this is, it's events like this that can help change that conversation. You might not be aware to the American audience that there's an election happening right now in Canada. On September 20th, we're voting. So I spoke to this office of this member of parliament that I've spoken to, and they told me that very few Canadians are contacting their members of parliament. And their advice, to folks who want to try and get answers and get action from officials in Ottawa is to write personal letters, write to the candidates, attend debates, pose questions, pose personal letters to these individuals with actionable questions. Don't just say the Canadian authorities need to take UFOs more seriously, but say, hey, there's a record of professional aviators from major airlines seeing things over Canada. Why can't that data be made more public? Why can't it immediately, go through a redaction process of personal information and then be put out into a database, for example, where people could, then access it if they want to study the subject? All of this is to say is, yes, people are taking notice, but it hasn't affected institutional change yet. And we need people to be contacting members of parliament, their individual members of parliament, the candidates, to get this issue on the table and to show people in Ottawa, which tends to be kind of conservative on this issue, that it's okay to talk about it. It's totally fine to talk about it. We can have open discussions about something that's mysterious and anomalous, and it's not like leprechauns or or fairy tales. Like it's a real phenomenon.
So you just offended like 4 people in our chat.
I apologize to the leprechauns.
Daniel, just by the way, if we could deport Susan Goff to Canada, could you send us one of your intel officials? We could make a trade or something. Because I'd love to dump her on you guys.
Well, Canada is a vast land. There's tons of uninhabited islands and things like that. Get a parachute and see how it happens. But our officials won't talk. They won't talk. It's this weird dichotomy in Canada where we have public records and documents that exist that we can analyze. We're able to obtain things through our Freedom of Information system, but our officials just won't talk. I mean, at least with her case, she's talking about it and, you know, admitting that this is something that's real. It's so hard to even get those statements from elected officials. You know, some of the communications people within the Air Force will answer questions about it, and, you know, but to get it at that higher public level, it needs advocacy. It needs grassroots advocacy like this.
Thank you. Just so you know, she's outside your house in an ice cream truck right now. But let's move on.
Yeah, go for it, Mike.
Well, I just wanted to put it over to to Danny, because he's been researching this for quite some time now over at the Silver Record, and I'm curious what you've seen, Danny, over the years when it comes to the evolution of this topic and how it's being treated by both the media as well as the government since you've been covering this topic.
For those of us that came in 2017, we just saw that New York Times story, and it changed everything. And it's been progress ever since then. And everything that Lou has done and Mellon and these guys has done has worked. Seems like it. And I mean, it kind of culminated with the task force report. Whether we liked it or not, the promo run up to it was amazing. And the fact that there is a UAP task force is amazing. That's not in the shadows. And, you know, I was chiming in the chat earlier, and I do think that there's kind of a tug of war, or even just a war going on between the super secret programs like the USAPs, the IRADs, and all that kind of thing, and the more transparent programs like the task force, or even just like Congress, because we don't know if these rogue programs, the super crazy rogue programs, are even communicating what they're doing to Congress, let alone to other rogue programs. And Eric Davis has highlighted that kind of thing, that, you know, if there's two rogue programs, are they even talking to each other, or are they overlapping what they're doing? Yeah. But to go back to just the progress in the last 4 years, it's been amazing. It's been great. There's been nothing like it. People can try to denounce what Lou's doing or the progress that's happened and say there hasn't been anything because there hasn't been full disclosure or full public recognition. And that's true. There hasn't been full public recognition, but we've come so far, and it's amazing. And I don't think we're ever going to be turning back. And just basically everything has worked, I think, so far of what's happened. And there's been bumps on the road, but generally it's been a success. And we're all going to keep chipping away at it and fighting, and especially those guys that are talking to people and briefing people behind the scenes.
How do we get to the bottom of this thing when it comes to special access programs, the DOE? I mean, so much is buried, and it seems to me that we're just going to, I don't see how this ever comes to light when it comes to these rogue programs. Do you think it's the DNI? Do you think it's the special investigator? Or like how do we break through the fog here?
That's an amazing question. I really have no idea. That'd be the best.
Me either. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a question for Lou, I think. But I think the more pressure and the more congressmen that, you know, can be contacted or briefed, and other officials where they can be made aware that this kind of thing is going on or allegedly is going on, maybe it'll light a fire for them and they'll start asking questions. Now, I don't want to get too far into the Wilson stuff. I don't know, you know, what if he was told was true. I do believe he probably looked around for some things, and it sounded like he got pretty mad. So, and that's probably happened to a bunch of officials behind the scenes, realizing that there's these other programs, they don't have access to them, and it's semi-illegal or whatever you want to call it. You know, Lou is much more profound when he speaks about alleged rogue programs in his wording, but he does it, and I think that speaks a lot. And I think when we see so many sources talking about secret programs across the board, sources that don't like each other, or not even sources, just public people we respect in the UFO world, there's got to be something to it. And I think that's the bottom line, whether people believe the Wilson notes or not, or if they believe Lou or not, or if they believe Stephen Greer or not, or people that just don't like each other. Everyone is saying that there's secret programs doing illegal things or doing bad things. And I think that's part of it. So getting to the armed services, the regular armed services and all that stuff, they have a lot of information too. And I think it's just this umbrella of secrecy that's going on.
Yeah, I think you bring a good point. You know, it's about awareness. I think there's still a big lack of awareness. And I guess it kind of brings me back to the media. And I was, you know, question for, you know, Jazz or Daniel or Alex, what really kind of drives the media coverage here? It feels to me that if it was just clicks, we've seen the 60-minute special get, amazing numbers, that we'd be seeing a lot more coverage. Is there something I'm missing? Are news organizations afraid about losing credibility if they focus too much on this issue? Or can you maybe, give a little background on that?
I'll let those guys go first.
I'll start off with this one because I got to get going here in just a couple minutes, fellas. Yeah, great question, rather, and good to see you, friend. But I think in general, for a news organization to talk about this issue, there has to be some kind of news, right? Your average, CNN show at 4 p.m. isn't going to do what we're doing this weekend or what the UCR does, 3 nights a week and spend 2 hours talking about UFOs just because. We're like the super fans, and the news kind of has to cater not only to everyone in a broad sense, but also to what's going on in the world. So there has to be some kind of news that is highly relevant to the general public, and that's where a lot of my kind of work and effort goes into, and that's bringing the general public more into this issue and getting them educated on the various nuances that we just take for granted. And it's easy for us to sit around and talk about rogue programs in the government, researching aliens or UFO tech or whatever else. But you say that to Joe Schmo who works in accounting, and he's going to be like, "What the heck are you talking about, man? Like, what do you mean rogue like government program? What's going on here?"
You could focus on the task force in that case.
Yeah.
Point.
So there's these things like that, and those are the things that the media has now started to focus on is the big news, like the DNI report, the announcement that the UAPTF is a real thing, even the videos that come out that get leaked every once in a while from our good friend the filmmaker. He likes to hype them up, but hey, that works, and sometimes he gets a bad rap for doing his hype up, but it gets the media eyeballs on it, and we do need some of that. A lot of our discussions get really shoehorned into the most nitty gritty, deep down kind of talks when and that's great for us. Again, that's great for us who are like the hobbyists and who have done this for quite a long time, but it doesn't necessarily work all that well when you're trying to bring in congressmen, you're trying to bring in Frank from down the hall, you're trying to bring in folks who haven't talked about this, they haven't read about it, they haven't seen the History Channel shows, they haven't watched the documentaries, they've never heard of Daniel Sheehan outside of Watergate.
Right.
Great point.
No, that's an excellent point. And I know you're moving and you're doing a whole bunch of stuff, dude. I appreciate you taking the time and all the work you've done behind the scenes. By the way, guys, Alex Sears wrote one of the templates that you could use to email your senator or congressman. I mean, so that's a wonderful tool that he's helped provide in the tool belt. And I can't appreciate you enough, man. You've done so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me, guys. And definitely use that template.
Awesome work.
Thanks, Jazz. You too, sir. Total honor being on this panel with all of you, very esteemed gentlemen. Great work, Lou and Michael. And I just want to let you guys know, I get messages from some friends on the Hill every once in a while, congressional staffers that either see something I put out there, they see news and they know, what I write about, and they're like, "Hey, talk to me about this. What's going on here?" And they're keeping an eye out. Folks are learning about this issue, so just got to keep pushing.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, thanks for doing what you do, Alex.
Yeah.
All
right,
folks.
sir. We'll see you soon.
Take care.
Yep. Oof. What do you got, rather?
Oh boy, yeah. Hi.
Putting him on the spot.
We got to weaponize our curiosity if we want to get the media interested in it.
Indeed, we do.
I think that's an interesting thing. I mean, a lot of people, they give Corbell so much shit for hyping it up, but like part of news media is marketing. Like if you can't get eyeballs on something unless you market it, So I know the frustration from, the true believers and the UFO Twitter environment and the community that surrounds us right here. I mean, if it wasn't for you all, we wouldn't be able to push this message out. We wouldn't be building the momentum that we're attempting to build. But at the same time, we're a tiny minority, and we've got to bridge that gap with the masses. And sometimes you do need a little marketing hype and some savvy to get it out there. Daniel, Otis, how are you finding your readership to be? Is it growing? Are you noticing a specific Canadian audience? Or are you really hitting Americans with most of your work?
Well, it's extraordinary. I've been working as a journalist for about a decade now. I've appeared in over 24 different outlets, and the sort of volume and response and feedback I've received since I started publishing on the subject just this past April has been extraordinary. People from across Canada, people from around the world. There's a genuine interest. Like, people want objective data. They want government documents and government reports. And to answer the earlier question about how to, why isn't mainstream media really delving into the subject? I think there's multiple things at play there. One, as was mentioned, timely hooks, having a specific event to tie something to is always preferred. Lack of visual material is a huge problem, particularly when most mainstream media, is television, right? Like, how many times have you seen those 3 videos replayed over and over and over again?
And often used in the wrong context.
Sure. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
You have problems, and then there's the individual problem. I think those who, generally are at the helm of newsrooms tend to be some of the more senior staff and reporters. While there's obviously open-minded people across generations, I think this current generation, Elizondo mentioned it in the last segments, that he's, encountering this younger generation of people who are just more open and receptive. So I think there perhaps is a bit of a paradigm struggle there. And again, it's just that the lack of new data, when the Black Vault, for example, comes out with new data, it gets covered. When Jeremy Corbell comes out with a new video, it gets covered. We're in a field, though, where, it's a needle in a haystack to find documents. My desk is littered with official reports from the Air Force, emails about UFOs dropping into the ocean, and, the data's there. And so, when it has to get out there, and that's the problem. It's, you can't, as much as we'd like to see this in mainstream media all the time, there's just such a lack of new information.
Daniel, do you think we live in an era where we become more accustomed to visual data? Because when you mention this, I mean, there was a time before the internet that I'm old enough to remember, most of you aren't, where you had to actually go read things. Now people want to see things. They want to see something quick that they can get on YouTube and look at. And we had the 3 videos we've all been discussing. It's like, wow, that's really amazing. And then there's a couple things from Jeremy Corbell, and it's like, wow, that looked kind of amazing. Let's discuss that. And then it sort of slowed down, and there's a lot of other stuff out there. But are we, in your opinion, we both work in the same industry, is the era of good reporting and, wow, I went and talked to these people and I got these quotes and I have these documents, TLDR, too long, didn't read, give me a new video. Do you think that's hampering the coverage of it?
Well, absolutely. I'm a writer first and foremost. I take photos for my my stories, but I primarily work in the written medium. And that's a challenge, because sometimes you need to have 1,000, 2,000 word story to explain something. If you find one particular document that's an Air Force document that has something to do with a commercial plane seeing something, well, that document needs explanation. It doesn't, you need the context. I really think that there's people put a lot of weight on the visual material. I had an incredibly intelligent friend of mine the other day ask me, well, if this is real, how come there aren't any clear photos or videos? Well, like, maybe there are some, but my reply was, take out your phone and, you know, try taking a picture of the moon tonight and tell me how clear it is. And that thing's just sitting there in the sky. You know, like, right? Like,
that's a good point.
Well, I guess I don't know. I don't have the newest iPhone. I hear those have good cameras, but like that's besides the point.
These guys know. I actually saw a Tic Tac for the second time in August, and I took a video and I went and put it up online for you to look at. It was garbage. You know, it was just it's like there was nothing there to see. So I see what you're saying. So.
It's blurry lights on a dark background or something that's pixelated and zoomed in, and you know that it's an inherent challenge in this field as a journalist. But you know, frankly, like I've been able to find an outlet and an audience because I've been able to pull, you know, new cases, new documents from the Canadian government. But you know, I imagine were I able to, you know, through my reporting find some sort of audio visual material, it would be at a whole other level. You know, if I were to, I've been finding a lot of reports from professional aviators over Canada who've seen anomalous things. You know, were I to find a cell phone video that was logged into evidence, for example, and be able to corroborate that with documentation, however, you know, crappy that video may be, that might be a bit of a game changer. It's just, it's what people want. They want the visual proof. It makes it more tangible. And I think that's why the New York Times reporting with those 3 videos was so significant, because it was something tangible that you could look at.
Well, and then you have, you know, scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson speaking publicly and saying the exact same thing, saying that if these things were here, we would absolutely have better video of it because we have millions of people on the ground with cell phones. And to me, that's, for a scientist to say that and not really be thinking about how difficult it is to capture a celestial body, you know, something, you know, 10, 20, 30,000 feet in the air on an iPhone video is shocking to me. I really do appreciate, though, and I think this makes a difference, the work that you all are doing when it comes to journalism, when it comes to doing the digging, because it keeps the conversation alive. And this is the purpose of, again, the Big Phone Home. It's the purpose of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, is to keep this conversation going, because all we can offer is commentary, right? We don't have anything beyond commentary, and we need that data to be able to sift through. But now we have citizen scientists, or excuse me, Harvard scientists, who are out there building projects that are going to go after the data themselves. And that wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for journalists like you, if it wasn't for people out there keeping this topic alive when we don't have this drip, drip, drip coming at us. Danny Silva, when's the next drip, drip, drip?
I don't know. We're definitely in a slow period.
That was a loaded question, man.
Task force. It is a slow period, but you know, I don't really consider myself a veteran, but I have been following it since 2017, and there's been slow periods. There's been slow periods for a year at a time. You know, there was times when Lou wasn't speaking at all. He was shooting unidentified, and we had to dig everything and dig our own stories, and it was hard to keep the momentum. And anytime there's a dip in momentum, people get kind of, you know, I saw a comment that said fractured, that the community's fractured. Of course it is. It always is. I think shows like this and other, you know, things, we can all focus on the secrecy. I think some people just don't want anything to do with the government. So I can't really help them too much. But the people that, a lot of people that disagree, they still agree that there needs to be transparency with the government and that the secrecy is way out of hand. And I think that's something that everyone can come together on. And I like that the Big Phone Home, you know, that's the point of it. So I think that goes a long way.
I really appreciate that,
You know,
Danny.
so, before the UAP task force came out, there was a lot of talk about the classified version, right? And I think even Marco Rubio hinted that, if there's probably going to get some leaks from that. And, you know, here we are months after that, and we haven't gotten any hints at all of what was in there. Does that surprise any of you, or is that to be expected?
Great question. One at a time, though.
Yeah. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so are you surprised that there's no leaks from the classified portion of the UAP task force report? We got a lot of hinting from Rubio himself that we might get some leaks.
I'm surprised he said that. You know, that's kind of I thought it was kind of weird that he said that a classified report would get leaked. So I wasn't expecting it. I thought it was cool that he kind of went out there and put himself out there and said, like, classified material would be illegally leaked. I think that's interesting. I wasn't necessarily expecting it to happen. I think Maybe. I don't know if congressmen or politicians would do it. We are seeing leaks from, military and servicemen. That's happening now. And I think that will continue because the servicemen with the boots on the ground or on the ships or whatever, they're going to get fed up of the secrecy and they're going to continuously start leaking things to reporters. And we won't have to focus just on the government releasing it legit.
Well, the whole thing is sorry, Jess, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir. But I was going to say the whole thing about getting public hearings, and I believe Rubio said this, is if you get public hearings, then you'll start seeing things leak. No, it wasn't Rubio, it was Ross Coulthart. If you get the public hearings, that's when you'll start seeing senators leak things because they know the hearings are coming, and that's going to start opening the floodgates and giving them permission to talk about it on a bigger level. And it's the same thing that Tim Purgett said. Like, you've got to call us, you got to contact us, you got to keep it simple. And if you do that, we'll answer the call, but we have to hear it first. Sorry, Jazz, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's not like there haven't been any leaks, but there's been nothing that anybody wants to print. There's been a few things since the June report that people popped up and they won't go on record. They won't give a name. And you need a bunch of those before you run with a story. And nothing specific. It was mostly just along the lines of, holy cow, our guy had the briefing and he was just gobsmacked, or she was like, I never would have imagined that. Oh, never would have imagined what? And then you don't get anything else.
Right.
Right.
So nobody's going to print anything like that. There have been people talking about it, but no, I'm not going to print anything like that. And I don't think any of these guys are going to print anything like that, and there were no details. It wasn't like, oh, there was a two-headed Gork the alien, that showed up in Congress. It's nothing like that. It's just like, well, we had impressions and then we had the private briefing and it was like, wow, we can't just print wow, that's not a good thing. But I would say I agree that the weight of the pendulum does seem to be swinging in the other direction at this point. And the day may come when more details will come out, or they'll just make the decision like, okay, we can declassify a few more things. I have to believe that's going to happen. Maybe I'm an optimist, which would be rare for me in my life, but I think that could be coming. Yeah, they are talking about it occasionally in very general terms. Maybe there's more coming. Can't tell you.
Damn.
Not saying I can't tell you because I'm keeping secret. I can't tell you because I don't know.
Right.
We've just heard little whispers and bits.
Well, the thing that I found really hopeful is Ted Rowe, who is one of the founders of NARCAP. And, he takes in all of these sightings from pilots, and the IAA asked him to speak at the conference and lend his expertise and his voice to the discussion. And Ted has some strong feelings about experiencers and the other side of this conversation. But in this setting, they wanted to keep it just to aviation flight safety regulations and things like that. But that this invitation gave him a lot of hope. And he believes that there are some big things coming down the pipe that he couldn't discuss, but the sort of the grumblings, the things that they were talking about over the last 2 weeks, and Bill Nelson coming out and discussing this was one of those things that they discussed internally and that they were talking about. Like it's changing. I mean, we literally are seeing the wind shifting. So, I mean, with that said, I know we're going through this dry spell and everybody's like, I mean, you can tell by how many people are here. I think last night we had almost 1,000 people in the chat. So it's like, we are in a dry spell. Like people are either upset because the report isn't what it was supposed to be, or what their expectations were set at, their UFO Twitter, of course, loves to argue back and forth when there's nothing going on. So it's just like, it's a weird time. But I've got a lot of hope. I mean, we just had a congressman on today, and some of the I got to go back and listen to it. Like, I cannot wait to go back and listen to what he said, because some of the things were incredible. And And I'm going, Jesus, this is a sitting congressman, on vacation with his family in his van, but still, like this was really, really, I mean, his perspective was amazing. So I guess my question is, where do you see this in 6 months to a year? Do you think we're going to get some news before the year ends? Do you think anything's coming down? I mean, just your feeling. I know this is pure speculation. I know nobody knows, but just based off of, what's been happening the last 5 years, as you say, Danny, we're winning. Like we're winning at this. So, what do we want to see come next, if anything? I'll start with Jazz.
6 months to a year.
Yeah.
You know what? If we get another 6-month report on September 22nd, and by the way, my birthday is that same week, so I hope, that's a big gift for me. Let's do that for the Dolphin Emperor. Thank you. No, I'm not hearing anything that suggests there's going to be a huge breakthrough. But I do think the more this bubbles up and the more if we get public hearings and more people put pressure on people who have to get elected again next year in the midterms, yeah, there could be more. Then there will be pressure. I don't know how much they have to give us, though. I know that's a whole nother conversation. But I'll throw it out to the rest of you guys. They definitely have, I'm saying definitely in my opinion only, they definitely have better videos. They definitely have more pictures. They definitely have stuff we haven't seen. They definitely overclassify things massively. And there could be stuff that could be unclassified. Will that happen? It'll happen if a bulk of the elected representatives realize, wow, if we do this, we're going to gain a lot of brownie points. I'm not trying to make it sound like they're all awful, but they're all awful. And if it's politically advantageous, they'll do it. If it's not, they won't. It's how the system. I've been working with these people for 35 years. They're very predictable. If they think it's politically disadvantageous, they're not going to do it. If they think it gets them another term, most of the time they'll do it.
Well, let me ask you this. What if they're just curious and it doesn't really affect their voting turnout? And they're looking at, I mean, do you feel like more of these congressmen and senators are just straight up curious?
I'm sure everybody's curious. What you're curious about personally and what you'll say in front of a camera where CNN and MSNBC can take the clip for one thing and Fox News can take the clip for another thing, and the NRSC and the DNCC can take the clip and spin them into ads where they're doing fundraising. Luis, everybody's very careful about what they say.
No, I hear you, but I mean, you've got a sitting senator, Marco Rubio and Mark Warner, who are talking about this. I mean, I haven't seen it. No, I understand, but Mark Warner isn't, and I haven't seen on either side of those candidates. I haven't seen anybody run any political campaigns. I was thinking the same thing as you were. I was like, this is political suicide. Like, if I was that person's opponent, I would absolutely take those clips and I would put it in a political ad, no doubt.
Right.
But I just haven't seen it yet. And that's what's kind of weird. And I think it's because, well, maybe there is this underlying, they're like in the closet sort of aspect to this where they, they don't want to talk about it like that yet. But, they see Rubio, Warner, and maybe a couple other senators trickle in and they see that, oh, there's no political ramifications to this. I mean, why not? If anything, I mean, I could tell you Tim Burchett didn't lose any Twitter followers while he was on with us.
Right. But let's admit, there are certain people who have gotten to the point they've got their toes out over the edge of the diving board and they've realized, oh, okay, it's okay to talk about this now. This is now a good subject. But you're talking about a huge number of people and a much larger number of staffers. They're still graduating from the class that grew up where if you said anything about little green men, that was the end of your career. I do not think we have emerged from the shadow of that yet. bio long range. Rubio's there. There's, Warner's. There's a bunch of people. But when I say a bunch, it's probably several dozen. You know how many people are in Congress? There's a lot of people who, and you pointed this out, Luis, a lot of them don't even know about this topic. They haven't been briefed on it. And as soon as they hear, hey, do you want to talk about aliens? They're going to hear X-Files music. And it's like, I'm out. Thanks. I'm good. I do think there's been progress, but I think we have a lot more ground to gain with things like you're doing right now to bring the conversation forward, because not everybody's there yet. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair. Daniel, real quick, we've got about 4 minutes left. What are your thoughts on sort of what do you might be seeing coming down the road here in the next 6 months to a year?
Well, I mean, just to build on the last comment, as it stands now, there's no political capital in an elected official speaking about this issue, right? Because if you're speaking about this issue, the perception is that you're, a weirdo, or if you're not perceived as a weirdo, then you're perceived as wanting to put tax dollars into something, that, when there's children sleeping under bridges across North America. Right. So there's not a lot of political capital, but at the same time, I think I'm not so cynical about this. I mean, you just look at the coverage in the past year alone, it's been extraordinary. Media outlets across the world are covering this, and they're not exclusively just doing the big stories out of America. There are enterprising journalists who are looking for, new data in the United States, in Canada, elsewhere. And they're creating momentum. The more information we can get out there, the more new high quality information, the more great advocacy like this, the more our elected officials will realize that maybe there actually is some political capital in here. These people who are sitting in Ottawa or Washington are our employees. We pay them, and and as of the way I see it, their job is to, if they don't have the answers, at least to help create systems whereby there's less secrecy. So people who do want to understand what this is can get their hands on data. I mean, that's the mission. And I think some of the momentum with everything we've been seeing, in the media, in the ufology world, on Twitter, et cetera, we're all in a big tent and we're all pushing towards the same goal, and people are paying attention and they will start speaking about it. I know it feels like things are slow right now, but the momentum's building. As Elizondo said, there's, I'm sure he's working on things behind the scenes. I'm working on stories that are going to come out. There's a lot of other people doing stuff too. And that's all going to help push the conversation forward.
Right on. Danny Silva, I'll leave the floor to finish on your thoughts.
There is, Lou said it recently in those interviews he's been doing, that they're doing a lot of things behind the scenes. I'm excited. He said, I think in short term that they're going to be releasing something about the shapes or the functions of the craft. I'm extremely excited about that. But from a public promo standpoint, it is slow right now. The run up to the task force report was pretty unprecedented. We hadn't seen anything like that, at least since 2017. There was also other unrelated stories that popped during that time, like the USS Kidd story. So I would just tell people, as far as public promo, we're always only one story away, one big story, and it can go viral around the world. Now, it only lasts in the news cycle maybe a week or two, but the more of those viral stories we get, the better. And we're always one story away, and then, we never know. It could just be one sighting of an airliner or something. Tyler Rogaway writes about it, and then all of a sudden, all the news agencies across the world pick it up. So the news cycle is pretty interesting how it works, and it's just we're always one story, and people want more and more stories, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, the people are definitely hungry for it. And just like Christopher Plain says from the debrief, stories coning for sure.
The writer.
I had to. It was too easy.
Because from everybody on the debrief, Christopher, you knew you were going to get tagged for that.
Oh man, funny. Anyway, all right, you guys. So real quick before
maybe he meant like crowning, like how things are birthed.
No, it was a typo.
It was a typo.
I'm perfect, but he's not.
So Dolphin Emperor Jazz Shaw, I know you're not going to tell anybody to follow you. You're going to tell them to follow us and support what we're doing.
Exactly.
So I'll
I have no monetized channels. I have nothing going on. I will give let me give a pitch to the debrief. We got a great team. Everybody there supports these guys. The debrief is totally behind everything that's going on. So sure, go to thedebrief.org. I have a recent article about cannibalistic toads you might want to read. It has nothing to do with aliens or UFOs, but we write a lot about it, a lot of science and tech stuff. So check that out. How's that?
That's
Fantastic.
great. I love it. Thank you so much, Jazz, for all the support behind the scenes. Again, you've been an immense help just pulling this thing together. You're a
Always
beautiful
my
man,
pleasure,
and we
sir.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jazz.
All right, let's say goodbye to Mr. Danny Silva.
Thanks for having me on. I think the fight against secrecy is important, and you guys are doing good work with that. If anyone that wants to look at my stuff, it's silvarecord.com, and my social media is linked on there. But thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, man, it's
absolutely.
an absolute pleasure.
Bookmark the Silva Record.
I have it bookmarked. It's right underneath the Black Vault. I'm literally looking at it right now, man. And excellent work this year. Your latest article was amazing. The fiscal year, sort of the what's the term I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember the
task force wording, the
task
directives,
force, correct. The
yeah.
directives of the fiscal year for 2022. Dude, great stuff. Seriously, don't know where this discussion would be without your work. So keep it up.
Thanks, Danny.
Yep. Cheers. All right, Mr. Daniel Otis. Thank you for being here. Oh, you're on mute.
There we go. If I could have one parting thought,
please.
For the Canadian listeners and viewers out there right now, there is an election this month, and if you want this to become a public issue in Canada, then ask the candidates, pose questions, send letters, and if they reply, let me know. I'd be really curious to hear. You can find me on Twitter at DSOtis. My personal website is danielotis.ca. There's contact information there, and you can find all of my UAP stories on Vice. Just type Vice Daniel Otis. All my work on the subject will come up there.
Awesome, Daniel. Thank you so much for always taking the time to come hang out with us. I know you got family and you've got a bunch of things going, and I can't wait for the next article. Can you give us a little clue, maybe when we're going to see it?
Expect something from me this month.
Ooh, great.
And maybe two. We'll see. We'll see how I go. But definitely expect something interesting for me this month for sure.
There you go, guys. For all that are thirsty, Daniel Otis will be providing. I cannot wait to drink out of the trough, sir. Until next time, and when those articles come out, please stop by. We'd love to talk to you about them. Obviously,
always a pleasure to chat with you guys.
Thank you so much. Ciao.
Thank you.
All right, boys.
Whew, this is fantastic. I mean, the amount of folks who are, and I love the fact that we have an opportunity to talk to both journalists, and we got the ladies had an opportunity to talk to Elizondo. This day is just shaping up to be extraordinary. So, did we ever get Sean back in here? No.
Rosh.
Yes, yeah.
You know what, man? I don't know. The day's been so busy. We haven't been able to go back to check to him. And sometimes this happens when you produce things, right? Like you plan on things happening and then you do it live and it just doesn't work. Yeah. But we're going to be having Sean back at the end of the day. So Sean will be here and being able to contribute. So apologies to Sean if he's listening. I hope he is. So
we've got a heck of a panel coming up right now.
Let's before we do that real quick, I just wanted to again point everyone's attention to the website. The reason why we're here, thebigphonehome.com, where you can sign this petition. You can call your state and local representatives. You can send an email. You can print out these templates, sign them, and mail them, which, as we've learned today, is probably the absolute best course of action. It's definitely something I'm going to do as soon as the event's over. I'm going to print these out, and I'm going to mail them as well. I think it's going to be super effective because, again, the templates we took the time out to put together. They work already. Like I said, I've gotten a response from Alex Padilla, just waiting to see what the response is going to be. But they've received the email.
It so easy,
So easy. It's too easy. But speaking of tweets, right now I'm sending out a tweet to Alyssa Slotkin, who is a member of the House Armed Services Committee and Homeland Security Committees. And, I'm just bringing her attention to our call to action, the Big Phone Home 2, and asking her to please consider joining us for a conversation about congressional UAP hearings. For more information, and then I put the website and the email that she could get in contact with us in case she's got staffers that like to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and tweet that out. So guys, again, feel free to retweet this. Feel free to add your own little message to it. Invite her to the show, encourage her to come on, tell her about Tim Pritchett and our conversation with him, and ask her to help us kill stigma and false flag narratives and all the things, just more transparency. So I'm going to go ahead and send that out. And that's it. Just wanted to talk about activism because, again, that's why we're here, guys. We're here this whole day provided to you guys for free, no charge. We appreciate the super chats and the subscription to the Patreon. Of course, those links are down below. If you'd like to help out, please do. Between Singularity Lab, Unidentified Celebrity Review, we're here 5 days a week for you guys. So stop by anytime you like. Michael, shall we get on with the...
We shall.
Let's do it.
Let's welcome a master of mystery and antiquarian of the arcane, or perhaps the weirdo, yelling in the dark, the creator of The Creepy Little Book, Pete McCarthy.
Oh, he's not on screen. You
not?
introduced, you didn't see
No,
him.
I think he is.
You know what?
Oh, no, you're right.
No,
He's not.
we'll bring him back. Well, we'll do that whole introduction
It's always
again.
dark. Like he's always got a dark theme, so I just assumed he was.
No, it's hard to see. I get it. No, I get it. But he wasn't. But hey, Michael, that was a great introduction.
You would have liked it.
He would have liked it. I think he'll like it when he comes back. Oh, there he is. Okay, great.
He's gone again.
Oh, wait, he's gone again. All right. So let's get to the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, full-time content creator. You may know him from Crusher Carl. You may know him as Carl Vibe. He recently launched his new YouTube channel, investigating the mystical aspects of reality and consciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Vibe.
What's up, everybody? Man, this has been a great show so far. I've been checking it out, watching it. We had a real congressman on, you guys.
Real congressman.
Saying that the phenomenon was real, and that shows exactly like this are what moved the ball down the field and make a difference. And it's simply by sending emails and sending letters. And we doubt ourselves. We feel like we have this imposter syndrome, like, oh, are we really making a difference? But I mean, we heard it right from the mouth of a congressman himself that this is making an impact, and he thinks that directly made a difference. And so I'm really excited that you guys are having me on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, Carl. You're a lovely man.
Yeah, we really appreciate it, brother. It's great to have you. All right. So did we get the other person back?
Yeah.
He is here.
Everyone's here.
Should we? You know what? Let's do it again. Let's go another round.
Let's do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman may haunt your dreams at night if you're a late night YouTube listener. He is the master of mystery and antiquarian of the arcane, or perhaps just a weirdo yelling in the dark. Ladies and gentlemen, the creator of Creepy Little Book, Pete McCarthy. What's going on?
Hello,
brother?
everybody. How you doing? Great to be here. Great to see you guys. How you been?
Yeah,
Fantastic,
really well, man.
dude. It's great to see you.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
I figured we got to invite a couple of wizards to the show,
Yeah, I've been listening all day. It's been fantastic from start, from the gate. It has been absolutely fantastic. It has been a real treat to hear as many great guests as you've had on. All this great information that's coming out today. It's just, fantastic. Chef's kiss, baby. Mwah.
Oh, man. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate the love. Definitely.
We've got blogger, experiencer, trainer, reviewer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Mark Turner.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here. Thank you for doing it. This is so awesome. And I think it's a wonderful thing to get this word out and to try to convince people to open up about this and get us disclosure. So good to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you, brother. We really appreciate it. Look at that camera. He's got going. This guy's a pro. We got a pro.
Well, first time on the show, you've impressed us, Mark. You've impressed us, Mark.
Hey, I'm a geek.
Bring you back,
I'm a geek.
Mark.
This is what I do. So yeah.
Excellent.
Last, ladies and gentlemen, and certainly not least, this gentleman, you will definitely know him from Twitter. He has a fantastic YouTube channel. He is passionate about preparing the world for a post-disclosure world. How are you, brother?
It's pretty good. It's great to be part of this effort. Thank you for bringing me along. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's great to have you, man. We really appreciate you and all the work that you do. It's been fantastic, and I think it lends itself perfectly for what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, this is really important, bringing awareness to the need and necessity for greater transparency from our government and having open hearings and getting to the bottom of this mystery, as opposed to ignoring it and perceiving it as woo-woo or stigma. It's a mystery. At the end of the day, it's a mystery. Whatever it is, it's a mystery. And we're certainly not going to get to the bottom of it if we don't have our own government and military involved in an open way.
That's exactly right. No, I really appreciate you, because one of the things that you're so passionate about is talking about this openly, having the conversation of what a post-disclosure world looks like, while simultaneously being very clear that we don't have the answers, and all we're looking for is transparency. We're looking for more information, and we want to get to the bottom of it, and that's fantastic. All right, shall we turn it over to let's turn it over to our wizard, our resident wizard, real quick, Pete from Creepy Little Book. Pete, how do you see disclosure going?
Well, I personally think we're more likely to see a first contact situation prior to disclosure. I think disclosure will come scrambling after the fact, after they're already here. It'll be like, wait a minute, they're moon men. Well, it's too late now, Jack. They're already here. You know, I think that's really what'll happen. First contact situation followed by hard disclosure that they knew stuff for years but didn't want to say anything to panic people.
So you don't think there has been a first contact then with that statement?
It very well could be. I mean, there are stories such as the Great Treaty, according to some sources, that Eisenhower cut a deal with these aliens back in the day, back in '54. But I mean, that's folklore, that's mythology, and that's a big part of the pathos that's been built up around the lights in the sky phenomenon. That's really my bread and butter right there, man. All the weirdo woo-woo stuff in between.
Yeah, technically, first contact could go all the way back to the beginning and origins of mankind and the world and everything. If you want to start splitting hairs about first contact and what that means.
Absolutely right. I mean, you know, we've got these stories of biblical significance, like Genesis 6 speaks of giants, and when we elaborate on that in the apocryphal book of Enoch, we see these ideas of celestial beings that come from beyond the stars and interfere with humans' development. Likewise, we hear stories from people like Zecharia Sitchin regarding the Anunnaki, who do very similar function in human history, coming back to this planet to kind of interfere with our genetic makeup. So I think there are some parallels to be found there between the Book of Enoch and between the work of Zecharia Sitchin that kind of lends one to ponder the depths of the rabbit hole, if you will.
Alien Scientist brings up, I'm a student of Star Trek as well. In Star Trek, first contact doesn't happen until we figure out warp drive. And I've always had an interesting take on this, because and here's my question, I guess, to you guys. Do you think that would be because humanity would be perceived as a threat because now we have the ability to actually travel and get to other worlds? Or do you think it was a mark of intelligence where we earned their respect?
Can I jump in on this for a second?
Please,
Carl.
Well, I think warp drive is interesting, just like trying to talk about like time travel and different time loopages and things like that, because once you achieve a particular achievement, retroactively, it already has affected the past previously. So if they have invented certain things like this or certain advanced technologies or even bending different timelines or shaping timelines, that might be slightly different than talking about warp drives. But once you achieve that sort of thing, then retroactively, it's like you could never have not have from that moment on corrected or affected all those timelines. So if it is going to happen, we're already experiencing the effects of that in the now, in the present, the way that it is occurring. But yeah, it could hinge on some technological thing, whether it be warp drive or AI or some sort of anomaly that the phenomenon is keeping an eye on. I'm really interested to see what the trained remote viewer has to say about the topic, what he's seen or what he's read, because I've never talked to or heard from a remote viewer that has not experienced the phenomenon as something legitimate from another dimension or another world. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I do have some experiences of my own, obviously, and I've read of so many accounts of other remote viewers who do sessions, and these are always training sessions. They're not actually operational, but I was listening to an old clip from the Art Bell show from 1997 when he had some of the three original remote viewers on. It was Lynn Buchanan, Paul H. Smith, and Joe McMoneagle. And somewhere in between the middle of the show, a question came in from a caller asking if the remote viewers thought that aliens were here on Earth. And all three of them said yes. So that was kind of shocking. And considering that was like, what, 30 years ago, 25 years ago now, that was quite a shock to a lot of people to hear him say that. So yes, if you do remote viewing, you can get that kind of information. And I know of a lot of people who've confirmed that sort of thing through remote viewing. So.
Yeah. Well, a story I love telling is one of our friends, Michael and I, he was at a barbecue and he was talking about, everybody at the barbecue knew that he was into the topic. And they were asking him, hey, what's going on? What's happening? And he's like, well, I've heard there's 14 races and that they're visiting us from different planets and they're doing this and that. And they're like, wow, they're all like very acceptive of it. And then he's like, but I also heard, we've been doing this thing called remote viewing and we have people meditating in rooms and trying to make communication. They're like, get out of here. That's such BS. There's no way. And it's just funny because it's like, well, man, how can you totally buy this concept and idea, but this concept and idea just seems so far-fetched to you, and so I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that.
It was funny. I read a tweet from someone, I don't remember who it was, from a couple of weeks ago, who I think I'd posted something about remote viewing on Twitter, and they said, wow, that's really cool. And then I heard them say, or they wrote afterwards, they said, yeah, now that I know that UFOs are real, I'm checking out other things too. And so that's why this person was looking into remote viewing. So yeah, I never expected people to come into remote viewing from that point of view. Usually the remote viewers get into UFOs or something because they do, a session and they see something really interesting. But, for me, I heard all this stuff on late night radio. I used to think Art Bell sold a lot of snake oil and stuff, all these kind of crazy, home cures and things like that. And I thought, well, yeah, I don't know if I really take this stuff for real, this remote viewing stuff. And then I heard him say on one station break that he had tried it. And it sounded like he meant that when he said that it worked. And I thought, well, maybe I should look into this. And when you do a session and you learn how to do this, and for the very first time you find out something that you couldn't possibly know any other way, just blows your mind. And that just changes your whole worldview in an instant. So,
Ryan, what's your take on the remote viewing aspect of this phenomenon? Like, I mean, I know it's sort of, I don't want to call it CE5. They're two different things. I feel like both have different protocols, but I'm curious, what is your take on this sort of this conscious reaching out and possibly making contact that way? I mean, it sounds wild, but what do you think?
It's been done before from other sessions, and sometimes these others seem to be very much aware that they are being viewed by a remote viewer, and this can lead to interactions. And so you kind of have to be a little bit careful, I guess, when you are knocking on somebody else's door and you don't actually know who lives there, So I have heard some stories that are a little bit concerning. So it works, and humans don't seem to be as attuned to things. But if you're viewing the others like that, often it's a two-way conversation, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, Ryan, what's your take, bud?
So I think CE5 is an interesting concept. Whether it works or not, I don't know. I'd have to experience it myself. I've never said this. I said this once on Twitter. I actually tried CE5 twice out on a beach by myself at night. Beautiful environment, but I didn't see anything, so it didn't work for me. But maybe I have to try some more times. As far as the connection between CE5 and getting disclosure, I'm not persuaded by that. If you look at the historical record, we can assess that both the phenomenon and the government or governments have the same thing in common, at least one thing in common, and that is they seem to both approve of secrecy. The government doesn't want to be transparent about UFOs, and the phenomenon itself, while it does show itself, it seems to do so covertly. If it really did it overtly, well, we'd have smoke and gut evidence that we wouldn't be having this big phone home event right now. So it does seem in a weird way, the phenomenon and governments of the world are in agreement that they want to keep this on the down low. Now, I'm not suggesting that they're in cahoots with each other, but that is the inevitable outcome. Personally, there's only a few ways to get disclosure. We could get a mass sighting with a bunch of footage taken from various angles and places, and then you can't refute it. Or we could get a government to give us smoking gun evidence. I like CE5. CE5's cool, but I don't see how that's going to bring us disclosure, and unless there's a mass sighting that can be verified scientifically. What I do look forward to is better evidence coming out, because when we look at the gun camera videos, such as the FLIR one, there have been multiple witnesses from the Nimitz event series who said that the video was longer. They said it was higher resolution. Commander David Fravor said that when he saw it for the first time, that it not only was it higher resolution, but you could see appendages coming out of the Tic Tac itself. Now, this is what I want you to all imagine. Just for a second, let's do a little thought experiment. What would have happened if, assuming it's the case, which I believe, I don't know, but I believe, there was a higher resolution FLIR 1 video and longer in length? What if that was what the government released as opposed to what we got now? Well, we'd be having a completely different conversation right now. We would not be debating it like we are now, because the evidence would reach a much higher fidelity. And so people like Mick West, nothing against him. I promote his work from time to time because I love getting the other argument. But people like Mick West would not have the ammunition he has now. And we would not be in this we would not be chasing our tail, because we would have better evidence. So ultimately, unfortunately, because I like the romance of the phenomenon showing itself and that being the catalyst for disclosure, I'm not too bullish on that. Ultimately, I think what's really going to change the paradigm is more acknowledgement from our government mixed with better evidence, and then the paradigm will finally shift.
Man, this man is a pontification machine. And I love the change to the tie, by the way.
Well, let me explain that. There's a very good reason for that.
Go for it.
I did a video where I compared the Matrix movie to Disclosure, or what's going on right now. And I figured I felt like I need to wear something different for that. So I went out and bought this for that one episode, and I just wear this now. It's my new uniform, basically. So that's the story behind that.
Ooh, love it. Purple. Is purple your favorite color?
No, I just thought it looked had a Matrix feel to it, so I kind of went. I do like purple though; it's kind of cool.
I dig it. So I mean, Carl, you love diving into sort of the mind expanding reaches of this. I guess. Let me put it this way. You love diving into the deep end of the pool. I've heard you and Pete talk on this. So, what are your favorite aspects about the deep end of the pool, and what are some of the things that you think you could put on the table for folks who are new to this that maybe they could wrap their brain around?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people come at this, they want to come at it with the scientific approach. And I love that. That has to be done. There has to be the actual camera footage, the FLIR footage, the sonar tracking, and all of that to back all of it up. But there's something to all of these stories that everybody sort of skips over, and it seems like, and it's that a lot of the people, even in the Nimitz encounter, they went home and had all kinds of paranormal incidents occur and followed them back into their home. They had recurring nightmares and different types of psychic incidents, and it seemed the Tic Tac seemed to show precognitive abilities and knew where they were going to go before they got there. And in almost every single one of these incidences, you have this association with an interfacing with human consciousness, or some sort of a preemptive ability to know, almost like intuitive remote viewers, exactly what all us slow humans are thinking before we've even got there. And there's something to do with that human consciousness connection and interface that's very important to this story, and I think causes a problem with disclosure, because we all want it to be nuts and bolts physical craft, and I think there is something to that, and that is going on. But there is also this element that these advanced evolved beings, whether they're physical or not, are communicating beyond just filling up bags of wind in their chest and then flapping meat together to make sound. I think they can transcend those abilities to communicate, and they might use these advanced means like telepathy and remote viewing, or the dreamscapes and what we might consider other dimensions of reality, in order to exist, to travel, and to communicate. And we might not even fathom that almost like two-dimensional beings stuck in our reality. So I think we need to expand our mind outside of it. We need to look into the ancient teachings of the past and kind of get outside of the structure of the religion of what they were trying to teach, and tie the thread through all of it and through the science and through the philosophy, and then look up in the sky and maybe be an explorer yourself and kind of experience some of this from different angles before we just close the door on how this phenomenon and these entities might try to interact with us.
Damn.
So that's that.
just slam dunked all over science right there. No, but not really. I mean, I saw Mark just shaking his head. So I'm gonna get. But you're right. Like, this is not gonna fit neatly in a box with a pretty bow on it. This is gonna be weird and strange. And just get ready to accept some information that you're not used to. It's like going back to Elizondo's sort of analogy of the sea monsters that people used to be scared of and draw, do paintings of these horrific things, and then they turn out to be great white sharks, and there are giant squid and blue whales and things like that. And now it's accepted. It's part of our paradigm. We know they're not mysterious anymore, and that this phenomenon might be the exact same thing as that, where it's just like, hey, in 1,000, 2,000, million years, whatever it's going to be, like, this is going to be like chewing gum and walking down the street. It'll be part of your everyday life. But Mark, what were you doing this about?
Well, there were some awesome things that Carl said, but one thing I was thinking about that sort of adds on to what he said is that some of the remote viewing data that we've done or we've gathered on UFOs actually show that these machines are sentient in some way. It's like Dave Fravor saying that it returned back to their cap point. How did it know where the cap point was? We've seen this. They're actually somehow they can read your thoughts and somehow they knew exactly where to go. And we don't really understand how this works, but that's a little bit mind blowing to think that you could have a machine that's alive somehow. And so chew on that for a while.
Well, yeah, and kind of on those lines, do you think that they're interested in us, humanity as a whole, or do you think that they're maybe just barking out commands that telepathically to humans who might be getting in their way?
Pretty much, like all the sessions I've read from remote viewer Joe McMonagle, it shows that most of these things that people are seeing are basically drones. There's no living beings on board other than like I said, perhaps the ship itself. But they're off doing tasks, almost robotic. And I don't think that they particularly pay attention to us. I don't think they care that we're around. I think that the interactions that we've had with them have been accidental, like that we've sort of interrupted them doing some kind of, biological collection or whatever it is they're doing up there. But I honestly think they don't really pay much attention to us unless we get in their way. And then we, then we get the FLIR footage and the intercepts and that sort of thing. So
it's almost like asking one of the fish inside a net, how you doing? Are you comfortable? Is everything okay in there?
Yeah.
That's like really hard for a human to wrap their mind around how insignificant they really might be. Like, you thought it was just a pale blue dot. Nah, it goes way deeper than that, my friend. You are even more insignificant than that. And gosh, that's a scary thought, but it's also, I think, a little exciting. Like, that Rick and Morty episode where he creates this machine and he's like, what is my purpose? It's like, get me the butter. That's your purpose. And he's like, oh no, like his whole existence is moot. But Pete, what are your thoughts on sort of this idea of these sentient machines?
I fall very much in line with that paradigm. It makes a lot of sense to me. We use advanced drones to extrapolate information from alien worlds like Mars. It would only make very much sense that any significantly advanced civilization would rely on similar technology to do long-range space exploration. There's been even suggested that some of these creatures, known as the alien gray of Zeta Reticuli, might itself be some kind of synthetic life form, a drone, if you will, with some kind of hive mind, for all we know. So again, a great big part of the mythology that surrounds all this stuff. And that's really, like I said, earlier, that's really where my focus lies in the mythology that's built up around the lights in the sky. Because I know you guys deal with a lot of very nuts and bolts information here, and I'm just really far out there, man. Like, it's just wild stuff as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I agree too, and I think this whole idea of like the von Neumann probe and like the sending sentient or sending AI technology to explore other worlds are like the most obvious thing in the world, right? What boggles my mind is the experiencers who say, these things had windows, and there were beings inside, and they were looking at me. Like, I don't even know what to do with that. How do you guys process that?
Well, I'll chime in. I came up with an axiom a while back. I don't have it in front of me, but it was basically the more advanced a civilization gets, the less random everything they do is. And I think we can see that in our own civilization. The more we progress with computers and so forth, the less random we are as a civilization. And so I've always been suspicious, and this is of course pure speculation, but I've always been suspicious that it's not random, that they're a post-singularity civilization. They have machine learning that we could not even wrap our mind around. Maybe in 15 minutes, they gain greater knowledge about the universe than we do in 100 years.
Right.
And maybe they've been doing this for thousands of years. So I'm not too bullish on my subjective perspective that when someone sees a flying saucer or a cigar-shaped vehicle or what have you, it's just they were just in the right place at the right time. That's possible. But I have a pet hypothesis, and maybe everyone has a pet hypothesis. My hypothesis is probably wrong, but I think there is a manipulation going on, or an influence campaign, if you will, that will come to maybe its full fruition in some respects with disclosure. Because if you look at this in a holistic manner, this has been going on for over 70 years. And yet every time these whatever they are have come into Earth's atmosphere and been witnessed, not one time have they messed up and maybe flew a little too much to the left or a little bit too much to the right, or flew in front of a crowd with a bunch of phones or what have you. How is it that after all these decades, we have not been able to acquire smoking gun evidence from humanity at large? Now, the skeptic, justifiably so, would say, well, that's the reason that it never happened is because there's no phenomenon to begin with. If there was a phenomenon, we would have captured it in cameras, security cameras, and people's phones. We don't have that. Therefore, there's no phenomena. Possible. Maybe they're right. I take a different slant. I think that the reason there's no smoking gun evidence is on account of they don't want there to be smoking gun evidence. They've been giving little bits and pieces. On the other hand, very interestingly enough, I almost contradict myself because I think they have given militaries smoking gun evidence. For example, I do believe the United States government has smoking gun evidence, whether that's through monitoring them through signals with satellites or electro-optical or radar. I think yes. So why would they give military smoking gun evidence, but not your average citizen?
That's a great question.
And so from my perspective, and this is going into my hypothesis, which I coin, which I call AI. Wait, what's it again? I'm so tired right now. Alien AI hypothesis. I think that's what it is. And basically, I think that they're really trying to manipulate us to spur us to grow. And it's not like a bunch of people smoking cigars around a round table saying, how do we go about this and help humanity grow up? No, they're not. They don't do that. That may be something we still do, but they use machine learning. And so they may have put into their algorithm, help facilitate the mental and spiritual growth of humanity. And then the machines just do what they do based upon that kind of input. And so based on that input, they wanted to create the zeitgeist within our civilization that there are UAP. And so there seems to be almost like a fine tuning where they inject that into the zeitgeist, but they never go beyond that in terms of messing up. If they exist, then it's a miracle, at least to me, that not one time out of the 70+ year history, they did not mess up and make it so that the 11 o'clock news has footage from 40 different people. No, it's like this fine tuning that they have orchestrated. And I think at some point we will get that smoking gun evidence, and we're going to have to question ourselves as a species. How did our wisest institutions, scientific, journalistic, engineering, all of academia, how did they miss this mystery? And maybe we are manipulated in some sense. Maybe the phenomenon is engaging us in a way so that this kind of scenario can unfold where we're all talking about how it exists, and yet our own institutions are telling us it doesn't exist. So maybe when this comes to the full climax, when we all realize that this was real the whole time, maybe we'll get a sense of humility as a human species, and we'll start to question ourselves in so many different ways. Maybe that process that might ensue could never have been initiated if they just showed themselves 70 years ago. Maybe by us realizing how we got this all wrong and how our greatest minds got this all wrong through the way they engage us in this kind of fine-tuning kind of way, maybe that will result in us growing spiritually and intellectually in a way we never could before. And so that's kind of my hypothesis. And it's just my desperate attempt to try to understand how it's possible without it being intentional, that we've gone 70 plus years, they're flying all around, the military gets smoking gun evidence and we don't. Is that a coincidence? I have a suspicion that it's not a coincidence, and I think we are, and people may not like this word, but I like to use this word. I think we're being manipulated, and that's really all I have to say about that.
This panel is fire today.
I knew it was going to be. I
Man.
absolutely knew it was going to be.
I got a question. I got a question for you guys. All right. So in many spiritual teachings, they always say, believing comes before seeing, right? It's this idea of manifestation. It's this idea that the human consciousness has an ability to manifest the reality around it. That's not our technological civilization that we live in today. Our technological civilization, our scientific civilization says you need to utilize the scientific method to understand what the truth is, what the facts are. That being said, if based on what you're saying, post-disclosure world, if you're saying that this technology is so fine-tuned, where's the gap between the technological post-singularity reality of being reality and the spiritual reality? How do these two things connect? Like, I'd love to put this on the panel. I know we're getting way out there, but y'all started it. So go. Who's got this?
Well, I'll just go real quick and say that's the problem, isn't it? If they really have this kind of technology where they can game plan on this level and they're able to manipulate us to that level, then the question becomes, are they doing it in an ethical way? And what if their opinion about what's best for humanity as a result of their influence is wrong? So that's the $1 million question. I don't know. I'm hoping that whatever they're doing, if they are indeed intentionally manipulating us as a civilization, I'm hoping that it will lead to a better outcome than if they were not manipulating us. But of course, that we can only speculate if indeed that's what's going on.
Yeah, if they have been manipulating us, do you think they've been doing it for just the last 70 years, or do you think this is a ancient aliens kind of a throughout history kind of?
Well, Robert Hastings would say that with the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he thinks that triggered a much greater presence of this phenomenon. But then again, if you look at cave paintings and you look at a lot of the historical record and from natives from various nations and so forth, it does feel like there has been a presence all along. So I mean, it's, who knows what's going on. It's hard to say, because it's like, if they've always been here, then is it that there were species that have always been visiting us, and then after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing, new species came because it became more concerned? That's a great question. I'll leave it to the panel to come to that.
I think it's more complex than that. I don't know if you guys are familiar with The Prism of Lyra by Lissa Royale. The Prism of Lyra basically tells this really far out story about the cradle of civilization being the constellation of Lyra. And all of life in the universe comes from this fertile crescent in the stars. Now, most of the life forms that develop are humanoid in nature, according to this work, which is channeled information. So your mileage may vary when it comes down to that. I think channeled information can be questionable in a lot of ways. If we're suspending disbelief, then we'll accept it for what it is. But it speaks to cat people and humanoids that came here in the ancient past and colonized this planet long before our prehistory begins. And I think that the idea of that isn't really far-fetched when we get into this broader mythology of what is really going on out there. The different reports that people have made over the years, as even as big as the contactee movement of the 50s and 60s, which is drastically different from the abductee movement that begins around the late 70s. Well, I mean, at least with Betty and Barney Hill in 61, but is transformed by works like Communion and Fire in the Sky, and this gives us a template for alien abduction scenarios. But prior to that, people like George Van Tassel, George Adamski, these guys were contactees. They were in touch with the beloved Space Brothers, who brought us this message of spiritual ascension, who wanted us to get rid of our nuclear weapons. And I've always found that to be very suspect, personally. Their intentions regarding a spiritual nature, regarding an advancement of our species in such a fundamental way. And is there a connection there? People like John Keel thought there was, that there was a supernatural aspect to these things in the Mothman prophecies. So I don't know.
What do you thoughts, Mark? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, rather.
Yeah, no, I was going to pass it off to someone else for their opinion as well. So, what do you think, Mark?
All right, well, I'll just go ahead quickly. I'm actually, I want to know what Carl has to say about this, since he was making points about consciousness earlier. But I think this is kind of something that Lou Elizondo has been saying on a couple of times. He said it earlier today that when you face the reality of that we may not be alone here, it definitely changes our perspective on how we got here, and our story of our origins, and that's kind of what a lot of spirituality religions and things try to address, right? Like how did we get here? Why are we here? How did it all begin? And I think that we have to just kind of take a step back and maybe adjust our spirituality now, because we never really made room for, we're not the only ones in the universe, right? So it kind of changes our definition of ourselves in that way. And that's something I'm gonna just have to keep pondering too. I mean, kind of Lou does when he talks about stuff like that. It's going to change spirituality. Just having to accept this,
Absolutely.
What about you, Carl? What do you think?
Yeah, Michael, you were asking, how are we going to bridge the gap between the science and kind of the spiritual or the esoteric? And I think it kind of already is on that precipice, because you see people even like Sam Harris. He's a staunch, outspoken atheist who does consciousness studies and brain research, studying the gray matter of the brain. And he himself is a Dzogchen meditator and believes in non-local consciousness and different types of phenomenon that harkens back to really, really ancient philosophies of non-duality and Advaita, and these really, really ancient Buddhist and Hindu teachings that go clear back to even the ancient teachings in Egypt, and so I think it's going to all unfold in on itself, whereas scientists try to peer beyond the particles, and they get further and further into the quantum and the sub-realms, and they start looking for that dark energy and that dark matter. You're going to get into this quantum realm where they realize, oh, now we're talking about the ether again, and now we're talking like Nikola Tesla did, and now we're talking like Schrodinger did about, and we're looking at the consciousness of the universe, and we're part of that unified field, and it will all unfold in on itself. And these advanced scientists suddenly will have to study these ancient teachings of meditation and the human mind, and how we interface with reality and shape reality with our own perceptions. And we do that collectively in the daytime, as we share it all individually with this collective realm that we call reality. And then we daydream within our own little bubbles. And then we go to sleep at night and have our own complete fantasy realms within our own subconscious. And it's a whole layers of an onion there. And these entities in the phenomenon transcend that and exist within our blind spots within those realms. And we're just beginning to try and grasp that.
Yeah, I find that incredibly fascinating. One of the biggest challenges I find, because I think that, like, if you were to step back and put this in kind of a spiritual perspective and look at UFOs from that sort of manifesting perspective and say, well, we've got a tiny amount of people on the planet who actually believe this is real. So it would make sense that we're all manifesting this experience and that we're only getting glimpses of it, right? And that it can't be proven. We can't have disclosure because there's not enough belief yet. But once there's enough belief, then we're going to see, and it's all going to unveil itself. I love thinking that way, but my only problem with that idea is you have people who manipulate others. You have really, you have people who will develop cults and who will take advantage of other people and trick them into all believing the same thing, and then just to find out they were being manipulated. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with this idea of this manifesting spirituality while simultaneously dealing with the humans on these lower vibratory levels that are manipulating others?
How do we interact with anything that's that far advanced beyond us? I think, maybe it already is, and that's the problem, that we don't even perceive that it's happening at some level, and we just give it a bunch of other names. We just call it a dream, or we call it, wow, that was a weird imagination, or different types of things. But when you start to work in a group, like going back to remote viewing again, for example, if you get into an actual group of people, like-minded individuals that are willing to look at this type of phenomenon from almost a scientific perspective, using double-blind methods and testing it and putting it to the test, then somehow you suddenly realize maybe there is some contact already going on. We just, like I said, we want to put it in a box of physics, and physics all belongs in the physical, and some of this is non-physical reality, non-physical entities, that is difficult for us as physical beings to even perceive or fathom.
Right. Yeah. What do you think about the possibility that, all of this is true? There is a phenomenon going on, but that it's going to be impossible to prove by science, that we just literally can't.
I call BS on that.
Ooh.
I call BS on that because I assess, and I can't, obviously this is just an opinion and I could be wrong, but I assess that it's already been proven by science, not public science, but in classified venues, in aerospace companies and in the Department of Defense, it's already been proven that it exists. They have corroborating data, in my opinion, that is beyond dispute, that the phenomenon simply exists, that there are technologies that are entering our atmosphere, traversing our skies, going through our oceans, that cannot be associated with any foreign government, because those foreign governments simply don't have that technological capacity. So it's already been proven, in my opinion, many times over by science. And that's what makes this whole thing so grotesque. That here we are, just think about it. There are people, at least in the United States government, I would presume in other governments, who felt that they had the option to determine what humanity can know about the reality. And they felt that they had the authority and the intelligence to decide for the rest of humanity what they can know with certainty and what they can be in the dark about. And so this debate is artificial, essentially. When people debate UFOs being real and of unknown origin and not being associated with any nation state, it's an artificial debate. It's only a debate that makes sense in the public arena. But if governments, such as the United States government, already has smoking gun evidence, then there is no debate. We're just basically working backwards. Elizondo himself has said that that the 3 videos that have been released so far are some of the least compelling of what they have in their files. He said that there's a 23-minute video, literally 23 minutes. That's like 20 times what the Floor 1 video is, and it is unambiguous, essentially. If we had access to that publicly, then maybe we'd all be having a different conversation. We wouldn't be saying, can science prove the phenomenon? What we'd be saying is, hello, the phenomenon exists. It doesn't exist. It's not owned or operated by China or Russia or any other nation. What is it? And unfortunately, we have to go through this stupid process of getting to that. And now we have to pretend like, well, I don't know. Maybe the phenomenon's this, maybe it's that. Well, I just don't buy it. Now, look, this is not just coming out of a vacuum. If we look at this past 70-year history, we have patterns that have emerged with thousands and thousands of witnesses. Scientist Gary Nolan from Stanford made a really good point recently, not recently, but it was in an interview with MJ Banias that was recently re-uploaded because it was previously deleted. And what Gary Nolan said is, he said, look, we scientists, we look for patterns. And the UFO phenomena has established a pattern over a very long period of time, over many decades. That's essentially what he was saying. And he said, since the pattern is already there, why disbelieve the messenger? And unfortunately, there's a lot of circles that thinks it's intelligent to disbelieve the messenger. Now, I'm not advocating that we believe every experiencer, but when you have hundreds of government personnel over 70 years telling you the smoking gun evidence exists. Elizondo is just the most recent iteration of this. And you have thousands and thousands of experiencers telling you they see the same shapes over and over again. Some of them say they get abducted. They don't know one another, and yet their stories are aligning in very significant ways. At some point, you should be really suspicious that this is all real and that the government has smoking gun evidence. But that's just the way I see it.
Yeah, people want to
Gotta
discuss
go.
this. They want to talk about it as like it's a threat. You know, we want to discuss it like it's a military weapons threat, but or something like that. But think about the threat of something that can literally pause like physical reality, come into your bedroom at night, paralyze you and your consciousness, like erase your memory, take you up into the sky or into suborbital outer space or off planet somewhere, do experiments, put you back. I mean, if that's really what's going on, and cattle mutilations and all that, if you really try to tie it all together, like this is all connected to some sort of a phenomenon, then it's weirder than just like anti-gravity. It's much stranger, and I think people deserve answers beyond that, because if it's coming into even people's homes, I think we deserve to know that, you know. And there's been tons of money spent at places like Skinwalker Ranch and all over the place that seem to beg the question, is that it's not just physical stuff and technology in the sky that we have to worry about. It's our own human sense of reality and our conscious perceptions of reality that could be being toyed with, and our own human DNA and evolution potentially that we need to
and it's so unfair to the experiencers. If this is really
Yes.
happening, we have potentially thousands upon thousands of people who have been engaged by non-human intelligence, and they have not solicited it. And because the government has been lying about this, they have to look like absolute nutcases. And that's a sad situation. I mean, let's face it. And look, I'm not saying that UFOs are definitely non-human intelligence. I haven't seen the smoking gun evidence. So I'm just telling you where I lean strongly. But if it ends up being true, well, 100 years from now, people are going to look back and say, what the hell was going on during those 70 years? How could governments get away with lying? And they're going to see it in an incredibly unethical way. It's so wrong on so many levels. And that's why we're doing the big phone home right now. So that if that is indeed what's happening, we can put pressure to put a stop to it.
Yeah, right. I love what you're saying there, and I totally agree with you that they probably do have the smoking gun evidence that the phenomenon exists. Do you think that they know the nature of it, though? Because I'm thinking that might be scientifically unknowable, and I wonder if you would agree or disagree with that.
That's a good qualification. I don't think they know the nature of it, but who knows? I mean, they may know. They may have some evidence that where a hypothesis of this origin or that origin makes a lot of sense. But do I think they can pin it down with the epistemology of science? No, but I'm sure they have much better hypotheses than we have, because they got the best data. Now, talking about where it may come from, I don't think it has to come from other planets. They may live in our oceans, or they may be tethered. They may come from like a parallel dimension, or some kind of shadow biome, as I think Eric Davis calls it, that somehow is tethered to our Earth in ways we can't understand. Or it may be a combination of many things. But do I think that the government can pin down where they come from? I'm skeptical of that.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to look at a sardine in the ocean and then saying, "Oh, I understand what the entire ocean's all about." It's just not like that. If you go snorkeling and you look at the right tide pool or along a coral reef, and trying to understand or even explain to anybody the phenomenon of life, even in a coral reef, is hard to describe the variety of it, let alone we don't know the variety of extraterrestrial or interdimensional type of life that could be physical and different gradients of non-physical that are interacting with us. I think we deserve to know what they do know, and what they are hiding from us has massive implications, and I think we deserve to know.
I think it's important to leave the door open for the truly bizarre explanation that I get from a lot of people, that these lights in the sky are not at all what we think they are, and that the governments of the world have no idea what they are at the end of the day, that they are a mystery to everybody involved. But there are some who contend that these are non-human intelligences, which could be spiritual in nature entirely, manifesting in a way that appears like lights in the sky. Look, I've never seen an angel or a demon, but We get these stories from the Bible of Ezekiel's wheel, of Elijah rising up into heaven in a chariot of fire. These kind of tales that go back to ancient times. The Tertulli papyrus that speaks of burning shields in the sky in ancient Egypt. Livery, who spoke of a UFO crash between two armies in ancient Rome. So this is not a new phenomenon. This just doesn't come along with the advent of, our ability to fly. The great airship flap of the 1880s. That's a mystery. The Nuremberg celestial event of 1561, where what appeared to be a UFO battle occurred in the skies. So this thing predates our understandings of even the scientific method. This phenomenon's been going on for a very long time. I don't pretend to know what they want. I'll pretend to know what they are sometimes, but I don't pretend to know what they want. But if they wanted something ill will towards us, I think that would have already played out by now. And I think that anything sufficiently advanced to conquer traveling through stars, our atmosphere, our oceans in the same kind of craft could have figured out a way to get rid of some pesky humans if they didn't want to deal with us.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's hostile. I think it might be ambivalent towards us. It might not care that we freak out if we're abducted. It might not care if we suffer through medical procedures. It might look at us like an animal, with no regard for our humanity at the end of the day. But if it was malintent, I think we'd already be facing the barrel of that gun by now.
I think it's enough. That's enough to scare the crap out of a human being, though, right? We are very used to being on top of the food chain. Like this is it's in our DNA. It's in our historical DNA. Like we have been bred generation after generation to believe we are at the top of the food chain, and even an ambivalent threat that sees us as specimen is not something most people could deal with.
Yeah, there's different levels of caring. We want to imagine them because of our mythology and our teachings, that they're benevolent or they're always going to be caring and stuff like that. But the original teachings, like in the ancient Enuma Elish, the great deluge and the flood was literally because the gods got tired of how much noise we were making.
Yeah,
it's like literally the humans were making too much noise, and our psychic thought processes were too much of a racket for them. So they decided to flood the world and wipe it out. So we don't really know. We even will care about like a flock of chickens and really even give them names and tend for them like they're our children. But at the end of the day, they're a flock of chickens, and we're keeping them in a pen at a certain level. And so again, I think we deserve to know our place, even if it isn't at the top, so we know where we're working from or how we can have a seat at the table.
And we probably need the humility anyways. I think the humility would probably be a good thing for the human species to learn that, hey, we're not at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, I agree. And this $10 donation says it all. Loving the best panel, post-disclosure world, creepy little book. Mark Turner and Carl Vibe too. Can we have this kind of discussion once a month? Yeah, I'm in, gentlemen. If you're in, I'd love to have this discussion once a month for sure. I mean, this is a lot of damn fun. So, gentlemen, we're pushing up against the end of the hour here. I think we had one more donation here. Rather, did I miss it? There was a green.
Yeah, FMPR, the same.
I see it.
Person.
I see it. Yeah. Just same person. Thank you so much. Maybe another great suggestion is to join Elizondo with all of you. That would also be neat. I think we can make that happen. I don't think that's out of the realm. So Michael, real quick, if you can, gentlemen, first of all, thank you all so much for being here. This was a fascinating panel. Some wonderful takes, great pontificators. That's kind of why I put this panel together. You guys are all really wonderful thinkers. So thank you so much for being here. Michael, if you can, send us out to the next panel.
I would love to. Thank you all so much for joining us. First of all, we really appreciate your support. The Big Phone Home 2 is all about you. It's all about motivating the activism and engaging our congressional leaders. So thank you so much for all you've done so far today. And we ain't done yet, ladies and gentlemen, but I would like to say and appreciate Carl Vibe for joining us today. Carl, I want to make sure people get to your channel. If you loved this conversation, you're going to absolutely love what Carl Vibe has to offer. Carl, how can people find you?
Yeah, just look me up, Carl Vibe. I just had to migrate and clone my YouTube channel over because it had a bunch of technical issues to a brand new channel. But Tina and everybody's been sharing my link over in the chat. and stuff. Or you can find me on Instagram under Carl Vibe. Find the link tree there. Everything's up to date. So yeah, that'd be awesome. Posting a few times a week over there and digging into all this. Not so much on current events, but consciousness, the connection with reality and science, and kind of the mystical side of things is what
Good
I'm
stuff.
interested in. Yeah.
$10 donation from John Q. John Q. I'm pitching it. I'm pitching in on the monthly gig. Excuse me. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $10 donation.
There's another one.
And another one. Same exact thing. Wow. Look at this, guys. All right. Okay. Well, it's it. We go. The people have spoken.
I'm pretty sure, but it's got to be this panel. Like, it's got to be this panel.
Got to be this panel. Indeed. All right. Well, Carl, we'll see you soon, man.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
bye-bye.
Carl.
Yeah, Carl.
I just want to thank real quick Pete from Creepy Little Book, man. We just, I know Lou says this all the time, but you are a guilty pleasure of many a late night. If you're interested in learning about the Anunnaki, if you're interested in digging deep into some of these mythologies, Pete believes in about 10% of what he talks about. So
yeah,
you'd be interested to find about 10%.
Yeah. It's all crazy though.
Yeah, tell me how they can find you.
Well, you can find me at the Creepy Little Book right here on YouTube. Also available wherever you get podcasts like Spotify, Spreaker, and iHeartRadio. We delve into the extraterrestrial and the esoteric, the spiritual and the supernatural, and all that lies between 7 nights a week at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for your late night enjoyment. We are there for you, the night people, the community of the curious, to gather together each and every night and delve into a new mystery. So I hope you'll come check us out.
Hey, Pete, appreciate you being here. I love that we could always call on a wizard and he appears.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
No sweat. See you soon, buddy. All right. Who do we got next, Michael?
We got Post-Disclosure World. Thank you so much, brother. It's always a pleasure to hear your perspective, your hypothesis. I always appreciate the fact that you are wide open to ensuring that you're bringing in all the most recent data and really thinking deeply about it. If there's anybody who takes it in deeply and talks about it publicly, it's you. Can you share with people how they can find you if they want to learn more?
Sure. If you just go to YouTube, look up Post-Disclosure World, or you can look up UFO Jesus. Either one will take you to my channel.
UFO Jesus will take you to your channel, yeah? Sure.
And yeah, I didn't make that nickname up. My audience did, and I kind of went along with it. I really don't care what people call me. Some people call me Ryan. Some people call me UFO Jesus. Some people call me stuff I can't repeat here. So whatever floats anyone's boat, you can call me whatever you want.
Awesome,
well, it's fantastic. And all that I ask is that you do call him. Check him out on Post-Disclosure World on YouTube.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, brother.
Thanks,
Mark Turner, it's such a pleasure. It's amazing to have finally had an opportunity to sit down and chat with you. I'm looking forward to spending more time with you. Can you tell people how they can find you?
Well, it's real simple. I'll just point everybody to my new Twitter handle, Mark Turner ETC, and you can find links and stuff there to catch up with me elsewhere. So thanks.
Hey, Mark, it was an absolute pleasure. I can't wait to have you back. Thank you so much for reaching out, and it was a crazy schedule, so I apologize. But yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to having you back, because I think we haven't even scratched the surface with Mark Turner. So thanks again, for being here and being such a fun sport.
Thanks so much. It's been a blast.
Ciao.
Amazing. Thank you so much, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you've found your home at the Big Phone Home 2. The Big Phone Home is an unprecedented convergence of professionals, scientists, military members, and activists from across the UAP spectrum. And we're always looking for the truth. And so if you want to help us out, if you want to support us, make sure you engage with us. We're constantly sending out tweets to our senators, to our congresspeople. Make sure you visit thebigphonehome.com. You can also support this channel, The Unidentified Celebrity Review, by clicking the link below and supporting on Patreon. Lou, what else we got before we bring in the next panel?
Well, before I bring in the next panel, I'm having an issue with sending this tweet. For some reason, it's not letting me send it to the senator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the tweet here for you, or in the private chat for you guys. So do me a favor, copy and paste that in your Twitter and see if you can send it out, because for some reason it's not letting me.
Didn't you already send this out, Lou?
I thought I did, but I couldn't find it on my feed. Maybe my Twitter's just acting
Yeah,
up.
it's there. I've liked it and retweeted.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Just making sure, because I didn't see it. I was like, where'd my tweet go?
All right. Well, I just went ahead and tweeted it as well. So you can also find it over on mine at Singularity Mike. It's ready to go.
Awesome. Well, yeah, definitely check that tweet out. Where again, we're trying to get more members of Congress and Senate to come join us in this conversation. So let's get started with this next panel, shall we?
We've got a killer panel coming at you guys right now.
It's gonna be a fun panel. And by the way, one of the panel members, and we'll take a guess who's not supposed to be here yet, but it'll be fun to have him anyway because he's hilarious. So we'll bring him in last. I think everybody's gonna know who this is.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Don't worry about it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen from Nito Creative and that UFO Garage podcast, give it up for Ben Jenkins. Ben, amazing to have you.
Hey, great to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
Grad. It doesn't matter. It's all good. You're here. That's all that matters.
Real quick, before we introduce anybody, we have to just give a special shout out and highlight the work of Ben Jenkins here. He designed the website, the Big Phone Home 2, or excuse me, the bigphonehome.com, but for our event, the Big Phone Home 2. He put all of this together. He helped us put the templates up. We had some pretty wild ideas. And Ben was like, yeah, we can do it. It was super enthusiastic, but you may have to build an app from scratch. And we're like, okay, let's scratch that. But who knows, man? Maybe down the road we can start developing some things that'll make it even easier for people to activate themselves. But I mean, honestly, I don't know how much easier you can ask for than this website. All the tools are there for you guys to connect with your local and state representatives. And also, I just wanted to point out, I forgot to point this out, that we do have 2 clicks here. If you want to donate to the refugees of Afghanistan, they need clean clothes, food, water. This is a great organization that you could go ahead and donate to. Or if you want to help out the folks that have been victim to Hurricane Ida. People I'm sure have been displaced with all the floods going on. We don't want to forget that there are real world issues. We're totally not blind to that fact. So we included this on the website. So if you'd like to donate, please do. Again, simple clicks to sort of help people and activate. But Ben, thank you so damn much for this website, man. I'm so proud of it. I'm so happy with it. I love that this is something that people will still be able to use once these 3 days are over. You could still go to the website. You could still use our templates. You can still email. So if you missed the event live, if you're watching this on replay, do not sweat it. You can do this anytime you want. We're not taking this website down. As a matter of fact, we're just going to try and make it better and better and better. So
heck yeah.
Ben, thank you.
Absolutely, man. You guys were so awesome to work with. Like sincerely, you guys were like great. I've had a lot of clients in the past, and you guys are just so cool and just understanding and really great to work with, man. So it was a good experience. So
thank you, man. Brother. Yeah, seriously.
Really happy how it came out, man. I think it's going to be even better next time.
Oh man, I can't wait.
I can't even imagine how.
I don't know how it can get better.
And like so slick to use. I want to know what crazy ideas Lewis was throwing out there, but
oh my God, you have no idea. Anyway, but let's bring on his sort of partner in crime, as I like to say.
Hey,
Joe.
what's up?
Hey, there's this better half, Ben and Joe from the UFO Garage. What's happening, my dude?
Not a lot, man. Just hanging out, watching some football today.
Did football season start today, or is it preseason?
Yeah, dude.
No wonder nobody's here.
we were worried about major news breaking and all sorts of things happening.
It's football
but it was
season.
college football that did us in.
Oh my God, you see how terrible organizers we are? Why didn't anybody say anything? Jesus, we had this date out for a month and a half now. Nobody was like, hey, by the way, that's when the Razorbacks are on. I might want, you know what I mean? Like,
hey,
Jesus.
nobody asked me.
I can't believe I did this. Oh my god! I was like, man, what's going on? Like, what's happening? You know, is it slow? What's people on vacation? But it's football season. It just started.
If it makes you feel any better, I've been watching during commercials.
Oh my god, dude, I love it. I love it. And this is what's awesome about this show. We make fun of ourselves all the time, you guys. And look, I don't care how we slice it. People are going to come back and watch this. This is a very successful day. For God's sakes, we got a congressman on. So as far as I'm concerned, successful. It's a huge win. We got some wonderful quotes out of him. And speaking of, the man who was responsible in helping us get the congressman, Dan Warren, your mic is muted. So before you say something, there we go. What do you got, my man?
Hi guys, how's it going? Good to see Ben and Joe here. How you guys been?
What's
Good,
up,
man.
brother? How are you?
Oh man, this
All right,
panel.
all right. Before we get on to the next one, I gotta correct you guys. You've been slaughtering his name.
Have we?
You're not from Tennessee, so you're not saying it right.
Burchett?
It's not Burchett. It's Burchett.
Burchett.
It's
Burchett.
birch, like the birch tree, and
Birch tree.
like
Burchett.
That's my bad, Dan Warren.
That's the Tennessee way to say it.
Dan Warren, I apologize immensely, sir. I am sorry, Mr. Burchett.
We try to use as few syllables as possible.
That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, let's bring in our next three guests. Thanks to somebody's miss, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But
I'm super stoked about this next guest. This next guest had us on his show recently. Ladies and gentlemen, creator and host of Canada's Spaced Out Radio, running Monday through Friday nights at spacedoutradio.com. Former radio journalist, Dave graduated with a diploma in broadcast communication from one of Canada's top broadcasting schools. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Dave Scott.
I'm almost blushing over that. Thank you.
You're wearing a coat. Look at you, all slicked out, buddy. I love it.
I had to try and look pretty for you guys. You know, I mean,
yeah.
You know,
well, that's not hard.
Anytime you compete with Joe from UFO Garage, it's tough.
Oh, I'm wearing my Texas shirt.
He's drinking beer and watching the Razorbacks. All right. Our next guest is going to be new to a lot of folks. He's actually a friend of the show who does a lot of work behind the scenes. His name's Lee. He goes by Lucifer on Twitter. So all of the crazy Patreon commercials, which by the way we haven't played once. God, we should play the Patreon commercials.
We're horrible today.
We're horrible today with it. But our calendar that we play at the beginning and end of every show, the feel, all of the graphics that we have on the show are due to this man here. So I wanted to invite him, give him a little bit of time to come hang out with this wild crew of misfits that we got on stage here. Lucifer, how you doing, my man?
Doing good. Just ready to talk some UFOs. And I'm just glad to see everybody. I haven't seen you guys. It feels like I haven't seen you guys in forever.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
It's been so long.
Did
Lee find Marty for us?
Smile. I miss Squidding smile.
What did you say, Squidding?
Did you find Marty for us then, Lee?
Excuse me?
Did you find Marty from the Patreon commercial?
No, not.
Sorry. I had to.
Wait, what did you do? What did you do? Oh my goodness.
I'm back. I'm back.
He's back. All right.
Thank you so much for joining us, Lisa.
This is going to be the panel with the most laughs. I can tell already. Okay, so the next guest, who wasn't supposed to be here for another half hour or so, or hour actually, is one of the sponsors of the show, BlueMarlinChronicles.com, otherwise known as UFO Dad, otherwise known as Jesus.
Has technical problems.
He has technical issues.
Get out of here. Get him out of here.
I think we have to tack on another 30 minutes.
Dad, your camera is off and your mic is echoing. What's going on?
It's echoing. Can you see me?
No, okay, it's not echoing anymore, but no, we definitely can't see you.
We got to do this every year.
I mean, look at.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Dad's in a hotel.
How you guys doing, man?
We're doing good. He's on the road. Pop, you're an hour early. Of course.
Oh, I am.
Jesus Christmas. Welcome to the show, Pop. It's been a while since we've had you on. What are you doing? Where are you?
Okay, I'm over at Snowbird. We're over here for Oktoberfest. And what happens is, you got your time in California. I'm a mountain time. I'm an hour behind you. So, it's a little bit weird. But when you send me the times, I said, okay, I got to be there at that time. So I'm being prompt, even though I'm at the wrong time. You guys are doing an awesome job, dude. I'm so proud of you. I can't tell you how proud I am of all of you guys, because you guys are doing an awesome job. I've been around for a long time because I'm old, but I am just like besides myself with the great work that you guys are doing. You got attention, everybody's listening, and nobody ever listened to anything. So it doesn't get any better than this. What can I tell you?
Yeah, well, thanks, Dad.
That's a glowing.
Dad, you know how to father. What can I say? Really good stuff. Okay, so Lee wants to talk about some UFOs, and I think one of the most interesting parts of the day, and I just want to get Dan's perspective because I'm sure, I don't know, Dan, have you had a chance to go back and listen to Congressman Burchett as interview with us?
So as a rule of thumb, I hardly ever go back and listen to anything that has my voice in it because it's humiliating. But I haven't had time. I've been listening to the rest of what's been going on, just trying to keep up.
Fair enough. But let me get your initial thoughts. How did that go? Were you happy with what the congressman had to say?
A lot of what he said is the same conversation that we had when he first responded to my contact. So he's consistent. He's stating what he believes and wants us to continue to push and put effort into this and get some progress. So that's exactly what this whole thing is about.
Ben, I know you were on you were listening in on commercial breaks, but did you get a chance to hear the congressman come on?
I missed the Congress, man. Honestly, I missed it. Dan, I wanted to ask though, how deep is that dungeon you're in, dude?
That it's only about the depth of a piece of paper because it's just the basically gift wrapping behind me.
Dude, that's hilarious that you did. I just did that to my wall, man.
You did that to his.
That today.
Every time I've been on a podcast, I've always looked at myself and been like, man, I look bad. So I need to do something. So this was me a day's worth of work to tape some paper on the wall and put some stuff in front of it to try to improve it.
Well, it looks good. It almost looks like a family-run pizzeria a little bit. If it wasn't for the
I'm a big fan of stone. Of course. Structure, so I was like, I gotta have stone.
You know what's hilarious is all men want stonework in libraries, and none of us are masons or readers. But Dave, Spaced Out Radio, my man. How did you think? Did you get a chance to check out Lynn and her interview with Elizondo?
I sure did, and what an incredible panel you had for Luis Elizondo with the four women on there, including Lynn Wallington, our weekend host. And I could see she wanted to drop the gloves, like she almost went total goon hockey there. But
I love it.
She, though she's a brilliant host and she has a lot of questions and you know what, the one thing that this is all about is asking questions to the right people. And, that's what we try and do on a nightly basis on our show. That's what this event, the Big Phone Home 2, is all about, because we can sit here, we can laugh and have a good time and have a little bit of a party here, which is great, with minus the alcohol, unfortunately. But nonetheless, we're getting some good questions out. I've been kind of tuning in and out all day. And I absolutely love the fact that Lynn was able to get a little bit of taste of what Lou brings to the table. Lou says a lot. Sometimes he says a lot of nothing. And that's just the way he kind of does things. And we've interviewed him a couple times and watched a number of interviews. I think the best interview he ever did was with the UFO Garage guys,
no.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, we followed in the footsteps of giants, man. You laid the foundation for that, bro.
Oh, I doubt that. But nonetheless, it's about asking a lot of deep questions and hard questions and questions that make the audience think, whether it's about the experiencers or whether it's about the science or the political side of everything. Up here in Canada, where I am, this topic is a non-issue. There's not a single politician talking about this publicly. I know the conversations are happening behind the scenes because I've been privy to a couple of those. But the media here, it's funny. They have interviewed Luis Elizondo. They've interviewed Chris Mellon. And not once has our media asked any of them, what's going on in Canada? You would think a Canadian reporter for the CBC or the CTV would actually say, hey, do we got UFOs in Canada too? No, didn't ask it. So it's really a dry subject up here that we got to keep pushing on. And this is why events like this are important.
So what you're saying is the Canadians don't even care about Canada.
The Canadian media doesn't want to touch this subject. Very few. And it's funny, if they do touch it, they want to touch it from the American angle. I mean, how hard is it to ask? I mean, you've got Lou Elizondo. You fly a television crew down to Wyoming from the CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which is taxpayer funded, and you got him for like a 4-hour interview that you're going to cut down to 20 minutes, and you play nothing on, do we have UFOs in Canada? What's the Canadian government's rule? So, I mean, it's a little frustrating up here for this topic, but nonetheless, we got to keep pushing, and that's what we're doing.
We're real quick, $5 donation from Jansen688 says Dave Scott owns the night. And then, of course, Dave Scott appearance would not be complete without Dave Scott as Chad Smith.
Of course.
For $5. And then for $10 donation, Ben and Joe make this topic so much fun. And Dave Scott is my spirit animal. Love your apathy.
I feel like Ben and Joe, like the fact that they don't make ice cream is really weird.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I could totally see them churning some ice cream.
Have you ever made ice cream, homemade ice cream before?
It's hard.
I have, yes. It is very difficult. When you're shaking the thing and you're just
you got to churn it, man. You got to churn it with it. Well, it's good, but it's difficult to make unless you got one of those fancy ice cream makers. But Lucifer, you wanted to talk about UFOs? What exactly? What do you want to talk about today, my man? What do you want to throw on the table?
You know, as Dave said, I think the media angle is really important in this subject, and I just wanted to see everyone's thoughts. You know, there is a theory out there that says that, you know, with films like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, you know, that it was influenced by higher forces and got into Spielberg and trying to put the message out there through fiction. And I just want to know everyone's opinion on that.
Yeah, let's start with Dan. Let's start with you. What do you think about the sort of I see what you're saying. I don't want to say it, like the CIA has been known to infiltrate film and television. That's a fact. That's for sure. So what do you think about that sort of that angle on things?
I think that Spielberg, in particular, with the Close Encounters, had a direct influence from J. Allen Hynek on it. He was a consultant for him. I think Valet was there with him as well. And I would see the diligent producers want to go that extra mile to try to get it as accurate as possible with the known facts, information that's available to them. And who else better to quiz than someone like J. Allen Hynek and Jacques Vallée. So, but before we move on to the next one, like we're talking about films from the past, that new Eternals movie that's coming out. How crazy is that one right now?
Yeah, well, that one, man, I'll be honest with you, that one's hitting hitting the head on the nose a little bit. Like it's like the triangle craft and this idea of that they've been here, but nobody can see them. And they've been interacting with humanity in small little ways. So it's a pretty wild concept, but I wanted to bring in my dad here real quick. Dad, stop smoking. God. Listen, Pop, you were a young whippersnapper in 1977, I believe. Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out. Did you catch that flick in the movie theaters? And what was it like for you?
I caught it in the movie theaters, and at that same year, Star Wars came out.
Yeah.
And, Star Wars, that changed my life forever because, I'm a huge fan of that. That we watched the movies, I don't know, like 10,655 times.
And, wait, real quick story about my dad. He introduced me to Jaws by telling me, hey, you want to watch a movie about fishing? I was like, yeah, you know, we had a boat. We were really into fishing. I'm like, absolutely. And he pops in Jaws. So yeah, but a lot of my film love comes from this gentleman. So yeah, sorry, Pop. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Hey, you can cut me off anytime. But here's the thing. I mean, you know, one time there was a show that you mentioned that I never talked to you about UFOs, and that was true. It's amazing that I never talked to you about that, but my interest in UFOs actually began in the 8th grade. And I used to, I mean, I wish Jazz was here, but back when I was a kid, and I'm sure that Jazz could relate to this because we're kind of like the same age, I guess, in between or whatever. But there was this book club called the Doubleday Book Club. And they used to send you these little pamphlets and you buy the books that you want. I had all the Apollo books. I had everything that had to do with the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs. And I saw this book and I saw it. And I said, I got to get this book. And that book happened to be von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods. And I bought it. And man, I inhaled that book like in 5 minutes. I mean, I was just like, boom, boom, boom. I couldn't get enough of the book. And one of the priests at the school where I was at, he said, listen, I want you guys to, you know, read a book and do a report, you know, that normal stuff that, you know, you do in school. And I read the book and I had already written the book. I mean, I knew about the book. So I started setting up my report. And this guy, Father Cartaya, that was his name. He was a Jesuit priest. And the Jesuits, you know, that is the liberal arm of the Catholic Church, pretty much. And they're open to everything and anything. And so I did the report on the book because I was fascinated by, you know, everything that was in there, you know, the Nazca lines and all the stuff that was in the original book of Chariots of the Gods. And from that point forward, I had a huge interest in this subject. And it's funny because, you know, we were watching, you know, you were a child, obviously, and, you know, Star Wars and Close Encounters and everything else. They were very motivating films, and especially Star Wars, because Star Wars was just such a classic. I mean, it's just like Han Solo. I mean, I could identify with so many characters in that film. And I really enjoyed it. And, you know, obviously you were born in 1980, so that was 3 years later. And during that time, you know, I used to watch the films a lot. And then video came in, so we had videotapes of it. And we started watching it, and we used to watch it very often. I'm sure you can remember. So I've always had an interest in the subject, but it was funny that I never, ever talked to you about UFOs. And what I thought about that subject, because I've been into the subject pretty much since I was in the 8th grade. And to me, you know, the history and, you know, being in the Catholic school with the Jesuits and everything else, and, you know, the Vatican Observatory, which was, it's very, very old. I mean, they set up that observatory back in the 1500s. So there was a lot of information that I've always been fascinated with. And, but unfortunately, we never had that conversation because, you know, we just never did. But my fascination with space and my fascination with space travel was always something that we shared when you were a kid. And I didn't think much after that, you know, I mean, I never thought into getting into the UFO thing, whatever. But yeah, I saw the movie and it was an amazing movie. You know, that some of that was filmed in Wyoming at the Devil's Tower, which is, I've never been there, but I'm dying to go there. I mean, I've been through Wyoming because we live really close to Wyoming. We're not that far away. It's like, I don't know, maybe a half hour, 35-minute ride. And the movie was excellent.
Yeah.
Spielberg did an amazing job with that. I didn't know Hynek at the time. The name Hynek came to me after watching, you know, a lot of things later in life. But he was in the movie, and the movie did an excellent job, in my opinion, of presenting the subject, and I really enjoyed it. When I watched it, I thought it was excellent. And but it's always been like a thing with a period over time. You know, you get this, you get that. You watch Ancient Aliens, which I'm a big fan of. You got to watch it there because you got to really check everything out. But there's a lot of good information out there, and the subject has always been a fascination for me for many years. I mean,
it is weird, Pop, that well, first of all, there's a lot of people that want to, for some reason, take you to Vegas. This person in particular would like to do Molly with you in Vegas. Let's try to keep it a clean show. But I mean, yeah, everybody in the chat, of course, loves UFO Dad. But it is weird that you and I never talked about this time. Never. It's so strange. So I'm curious. Let's go to who haven't we heard from in a hot second. Let's go back to Ben here real quick. Ben, is this a conversation that you have with your folks at all, or something that you've bonded on, and how do they feel about your sort of your channel and your fascination with this?
Yeah, no, good question. No, man, we never talked about that as a kid or growing up. I always had a fascination with the subject when I was a kid, but like, yeah, my parents never offered anything until me and Joe started the podcast. And my mom, came up and said, well, hey, I saw some things.
No way.
Let me tell you what I saw. Like, Mom, my entire life. What the hell? You waited till now that
have you ever had your mom on the show?
No, I keep asking her. She won't go. She doesn't want to be on camera. So.
Oh my gosh, man. What was her story? What was cool about it?
Well, she knows some people that were abducted. It's pretty intense though. And then she also saw some lights. She lived in the same town a couple of blocks away and actually saw the lights the same night that couple was abducted.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ben,
So what now?
He's been holding out on us. Indeed.
Well, it's not my story to tell. I want my mom to. I'm waiting for her to.
Man, I'll send her some flowers or something. Give me the address. Let me see if I can get her, convince her.
You think UFO Dad can convince her?
Oh God. Yeah, just send UFO Dad with some flowers and be like, hey baby, please go on.
Nothing like UFO Garage. I love these guys. It's like I'm back in Burlington, Vermont, over at Ben and Jerry's. And these guys are just totally awesome. I don't know if anybody out there has been in Burlington, but Burlington is such a beatnik town. You'll love it. It's like Portland. Portland, Oregon is amazing. Burlington, you can't beat it, dude. It's love it. These guys, it's like I'm back in Burlington every time I see them.
Yeah, no, that's what I love.
You
about
do Molly
show.
with UFO Dad in Burlington.
Yeah. Hey, so Ben, I know, like you guys. I know Ben moved, but are you guys in Texas? I'm right on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, it's been a long day. But so being in Texas, I mean, what about your folks? Have they either seen or heard anything about that? What do they think about you guys doing the podcast? Or are they just they look at you and they're like, yeah, that sounds about right.
It's a little bit different. Like my dad is like pretty interested in the whole thing. My mom, on the other hand, is like super Catholic, so like she's scared most of the time, and she just doesn't really understand what's going on. However, she did listen to the show for the first time 2 weekends ago, and boy, that was awkward.
Well, I'm not gonna dig into that. I
want to know.
Okay, what's so awkward about it?
I think if you've listened to Garage podcast before,
So my mom, she listens to the episode, and literally within the first 3 minutes, we talk about how we had this Christmas sausage and we took the skin off and rolled a blunt out of it. And she was like, this is just stuff I don't need to know. So, but, yeah, old college days,
Yeah, exactly. Dave, so sort of the same question, my man. Like, what are how are your folks? I'm always interested to know how people's families react to sort of our fascination with this topic, and you know, because not all of us, you know, were raised to believe this stuff. You know, it's our experiences that sort of lead the fascination with it. But I'd like to get your take.
Well, my one sister is very proud to be able to announce every time she sees me to her friends that I'm the family weirdo. So that's kind of cool. My mom comes from a very strict Mennonite background, so she doesn't like talking about any of this because it's all devil and spirits, and demons, and all that kind of stuff. My dad, he's an old Alberta boy, a farm boy, and he's a real five senses kind of guy. But I scared the daylights out of him a couple of years ago. In our local town here, there's a museum where I used to run a ghost tour, and my dad actually felt a ghost of a child hold his hand. And so my dad has kind of been really cool with it since then. But before that, he thought I was just gone off the deep end for absolutely no reason. But can I just mention, you were talking movies earlier about Close Encounters of the Third Kind and everything. The one movie that nobody expects to have an impact, and I ask everybody to rewatch this, is a 1986 Disney movie called The Flight of the Navigator.
Love that movie. I just watched that movie like a month ago, Dave.
That movie
still holds up.
You know what? That movie, if anybody wants to know what it's like being an experiencer, tells it straight through. From the craft being much larger on the inside to being able to see through the metal to being able to time travel and everything, the consciousness aspect of flying the ship, like that is way ahead of where we are talking about right now. And that's the movie that just trips me out the most.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you, Dave, I think that movie is just begging for a remake or even a series remake. Like you could really explore the Flight of the Navigator. What are you saying, Lee? Because Lee is actually in film. That's his profession. He's an editor and graphics wizard. So what were you saying?
Oh no, it would just be perfect for a remake like that.
Yeah,
especially with the technology right now. But I wanted to comment on the family aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because my family is a bit weird because my dad is French and he lives in Paris, and he gets vehemently angry when I discuss the UFO subject, like to the point of yelling. And my mom is a hippie, so she goes up to Mount Shasta once a year and she sees all sorts of stuff.
What a dichotomy.
Yeah, but then my big story is that my how do I put this without getting in trouble? My grandfather was high up in the Air Force, like really, really high up in the Air Force. And my mom denies this to this day, but when he passed, we had people at our door going like, hey, did he say anything in his dementia? You know, like, so that was very interesting and got me, you know, thinking about the whole subject. You know,
oh man, that's pretty wild. Well, real quick, that is cool, man. I want to talk about that. We got to have you back on the show because I'm interested why your mom would deny it. But real quick, I just want to put Rather here. $5 donation from Ben who says, vote for Rather Congress 2022. He will defeat his political rivals and ensure UFO transparency and a calamari dinner for all Americans.
Calamari dinner.
So what say you? Rather, are you officially running? Would you like to put your hat in, or which state are you running for?
I think I need a good campaign manager. So Ben, if you're interested, get in contact.
Wait, why Ben? Because he can make a killer website.
Well, yeah, or the Ben that was commenting at my.
I thought that was the comment came from Ben.
That Ben, got it. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I thought, but Ben is your son. Would I guess your son could work for you?
I am your son.
Yeah, I say I'm a big fan of nepotism.
Yeah, there you go. Well, gentlemen, did you have any questions, any follow-ups there, Rather, anything to add on as far as the family aspect? I'm kind of interested where your I know your dad was in the military.
Rather. Yeah. My dad was a Navy jet pilot, and my mom actually claimed she saw a UFO. So I have a kind of an interesting here. We've never really totally took it seriously. You know, as a kid, I always kind of disbelieved my mom, but now as I've gotten more into it, I'm starting to think twice about that.
Have you followed back up with her, Rather?
Yeah, I mean, her story, you know, she saw in Virginia Beach, it was near a military facility. She saw lights in the sky. Didn't seem like they were doing anything too crazy, but it definitely left an impression on her, and she thought it very unusual.
Was this pre-squid or post-squid?
Pre-me, yeah, pre-squid.
Pre-squid. Pre-squid. Okay, all right, fair enough. What about, well, Michael? I know you and your family had an experience while you guys were having like a family outing, essentially, right?
Yeah,
but you've also come back and you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you've also said like, hey man, that could have been military drones or something. Now that I think back on it, but I know you guys were in a pretty large group when you saw yours, right?
Yeah, it was wild. We were renting a beach house and we were on the Gulf Coast, and I was with my mother. I was 11 years old. I was with my mother, my uncle, my aunt, and we saw a series of what we thought were craft, but they were lights of different colors, and they were making some extraordinary 90-degree turns, and yeah, I mean, I look back on it now and I don't know, because I know there was a military base near there, but you know, it's mind-boggling, and I remember like I was shaken. My parents were visibly shaken and kind of freaking out about it, and I had to call my father back recently and say, "Do you remember this event?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." And it was a big deal to him. It moved him, and so he's been interested in what I've been doing for that reason, because you know, he's always been interested in space and fascinated by, you know, Hollywood movies about this stuff. But you know, he's very very open to the possibility as well.
And they didn't look like flares.
No, they did not look like flares. No, they did not look like flares at all. They were seriously pretty massive lights in the sky and pulling off some pretty extraordinary maneuvers. So definitely was not flares.
I wasn't there, but I'm claiming bokeh right now.
It was definitely bokeh.
I wasn't there to see it, but damn it, bokeh.
G West with a $5 donation says, speaking of the movies that weirdly go along with UAP discussion these days, is the movie The Abyss.
Yep.
The great flick. Actually, Michelle just watched this the other night and she loved it. It was the first time she had seen it. And she dug it a lot. She thought it was too long, which is, you know, I think you could have cut it down a little bit. I don't know if she watched the extended version. I was working while she was watching it, but I was like, yeah, definitely watch that movie because it's a killer flick. And also I just wanted to say to AJW, yes, I've had my own experience. I was 13 years old. There's a great breakdown of it on Ryan Sprague's channel. If you want to go check it out, there's a really great detailed story that I tell there. So definitely go do that. But yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's so weird that I never talked to my dad about it. It's just, that seems weird to me. I'm shocked that we've never really had that conversation until I started doing this channel. But let's see who hasn't been heard from. Dan, what about your fam, my man? Like, what do they think about? Well, I mean, you know, you're married with kids and stuff too, and so is Ben and Joe. But I'm curious to know, like, what does the wife think? Like, is she cool with this?
She has opted out of the free UFO news updates I provide in the kitchen every night, so she doesn't think about it anymore at all. As long as I have someone else to listen to me, she's cool with it.
You think for free she'd be down, but no, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna have to start forking them out if she's gonna start listening to it. It's gonna be a pay to play kind of a thing.
And by the way, if you guys don't know, Dan Warren has an amazing TikTok. He's probably got the biggest following on TikTok for UAP information and UFO news.
That's not sensationalism. That's not fake videos. It's not CGI. That's not just shock value.
Right, like he's actually giving you actual good information.
Yeah, and I have reviewed The Abyss. I want to just touch on something on that real quick.
Please, yeah.
It has two ingredients in that movie that make it very relevant, which are the water aspect that is prevalent right now, as well as the interest in our nuke capability. So they both are included in this, along with a biological craft that's thinking and things along that line. It is definitely a must watch. And James Cameron has a website where he has backstories to all of the intelligent beings that are in the movie itself that you don't hear about. So
he gives like the explanations.
Yeah. And it's
my
it's
God.
Really deep.
Do me a favor. Can you just give us one? give us one of those characters that's in the movie that he gives a little bit of background to, because
Well,
like I'm curious, because there's like the being that takes her by the hand and they go through that the ship. There's the one who comes through the ship and actually starts mimicking their faces and is communicating in that really cool way.
So more of what I read into was how they got here and the story of why are they in our oceans. And it's basically like they were on the moon for a while and then they decided to basically go back and forth between the moon and our oceans. And that's kind of one of the nuggets that's in there. And it's great stuff. I'm not going to be able to regurgitate it very well, unfortunately.
You know what else had great?
It really makes you wonder, like, whether it's Close Encounters, whether it's, Flight of the Navigator or The Abyss. Is somebody from the Defense Department or tipping Hollywood off to some of these stories about this would be a good remake? Because it just seems to all fall in line with what we do these days and what we're finding out.
I think. Oh, sorry, Lee. I didn't mean to cut you off. I think that's part of it, Dave. But I also think humans are super, super creative, man. True. Like just go to like an art show, like Mr. Brainwash. Well, Mr. Brainwash pretty much ripped off Banksy, but let's say Banksy. Like that's some of the most wonderful art I've ever seen. Super innovative, very outside the box. Basquiat. Like there are a lot of wonderful artists and creators that make Quentin Tarantino. I mean, just the depth of his characters and films are so rich in history, and they're just movies. But Lee, I cut you off. What were you going to say?
Oh no. Well, to what you're saying, everything is a remix. All art is a remix. So any ideas that anybody knows just gets remixed into new ideas, and that's how art progresses. But
sorry, go ahead, Lee. Go ahead,
no. I was just going to say that the aspect of them divulging this like little bits of information via media is a subject to be discussed, just because it could also be disinformation, whereas information that's just trying to mix everything all up. And there's a famous story by Dan Aykroyd, who was doing a thing for Sci-Fi Channel or something, and that show got canceled, and he swears that he saw a Men in Black, right before he got the call to be canceled. So the intersection of media and government, I'd say, is very important to talk about.
There's also an interesting relationship, and this may have been better suited for our panel last hour, but the idea of telepathy and consciousness and the communication between, if there is potential communication between other dimensions, other realms, extraterrestrials, that information is downloaded. You think of channeling and things like that. But I did want to mention something that you guys brought up earlier about the whole sentient AI craft. Battlestar Galactica crushed that. I mean, the remake of Battlestar Galactica was all about this IA ascension and these sort of AI craft, which is a fascinating story.
Yeah. Man,
nobody else likes Battlestar Galactica. F you guys.
Easy, but I mean, there's also 47 people on this panel. Thanks, Dad. But the first version of Battlestar Galactica kind of falls into my dad's timeline here. Dad, we've only got like 13 minutes. Okay, so
Gotcha.
Battlestar Galactica in less than 2, if you can.
Well, Battlestar Galactica is nothing that I ever really watched, to be honest with you. I mean, I remember the show, but let me tell you something about The Abyss, okay? A lot of people think that's, they say, oh, it's science fiction, people breathing liquid. Let me tell you something right now, because before you were born, and most babies, before they're born, we breathe liquid. There is nothing science fiction about that. Okay, that is a fact. Babies get their oxygen from the mother's placenta, and they get oxygen from the mom's blood, and they have something called fetal hemoglobin, which helps bind the oxygen for a longer period of time. But it's really, really funny, because when I saw the movie The Abyss, we have something called liquid ventilation. That is a thing. We can put you on a ventilator that has partial liquid in your lungs. So that is not science fiction. That is a very, very real thing. It's not fake. That movie, The Abyss, I found it extremely fascinating because the lung physiology behind it is real. There's nothing fake about breathing liquid, and it's really a good movie. But as far as Battlestar Galactica, I never got into that, and probably because I was working most of the time. When that show came out, I was at work most of the time. I didn't watch a whole lot of network TV, during those times.
Well,
But
the whole idea of Michael, spoiler alert,
No,
if I'm spoiling it correctly, but the idea of Battlestar Galactica is they're trying to outrun this species that's trying to destroy them in space, and it seems like every time they stop, these Cylons, this AI is already caught up to them and is just on their track throughout the whole show. And it's especially the new one with Edward James Olmos.
So good.
So
The remake
good.
is so
The
good.
remake is really, really good. But I'm
green.
Yeah. Well, is it that they find out at the end of it that it's actually them?
No, it was
The
there.
Cylons?
Is it okay if we do a spoiler?
I think so. It's
All right,
been out for a while,
close your
right?
ears if you
Spoiler
haven't seen
alert.
this before.
Yeah.
But they knew from the beginning. In the remake, it was the AI is the progeny of the human species. So we created the AI. The AI ends up leaving Earth, and because there was these battles, and so that was the original series. And the remake was so they leave Earth, and so the humans had been meeting with the Cylons once, like every so many years, and all of a sudden they stopped showing up, and then eventually the Cylons come back, and they want to basically destroy the human species, and they blow up the Earth, and then they leave, and then the Cylons are tracking them to try to kill the last of the human species.
Did they ever give a reason why? Like, why would they? Let's talk about this logistically.
Sure.
About sci-fi television, but like, why would the AI care?
Look at what we're doing to the Earth. We're a destructive species. I think that there's an argument to be made that we're like a virus on the Earth, and that intelligent AI would want to wipe us out.
Well, see, I think if it was intelligent AI, it'd just be like, all right, that'll fix itself in a couple million years. Don't worry about it. Don't touch it. It's all good.
Or it'd clean it itself.
Wait, say that again, Joe?
I said, or it would clean it itself if it's so smart.
Oh, God, I keep switching cameras. Sorry here. Say that one more time because I missed you. I was trying to get you on screen.
I was saying if the AI is so smart, it could just clean it itself.
Right. Clean the planet. Just show up and be like, "Hey guys, you're messing this up. Here's some tips and tricks."
Totally. Why do we have to go straight from like "Hi, how are you" to total annihilation?
Right.
Then you just maybe give us some tips, maybe something we haven't thought about.
Unless the story was, well, the AI figures if it doesn't mathematically take care of this human issue, it's going to leak itself out into the universe and start doing the same thing.
I think that might have been part of it. And also, but there was this really cool nuance about the AI wanting to, because once the AI created its human clone type form, and so they were this AI was incarnating into these biological bodies that they stole from human DNA, and they started to experience themselves as humans, and now they started to want to experience love and sex, and so it's fucking wonderful. It's a fantastic, if you haven't watched it, go back and watch it. It's amazing.
Yeah. I wanted to say one thing about the whole movies and are they maybe giving us some information? One of my favorite things to do is ask somebody who's an experiencer what their favorite movie is, or have they seen certain movies? Do they correlate with any of their experiences? And a lot of them say, I don't watch it, right? Because a lot of them don't like it. But the ones who have kind of opened up a little bit, I love Terry Lovelace when he says, man, the first time I watched, Close Encounters, I almost just had to shut it off. It just completely took my breath away.
It hit too close to home.
It hit way too close to home. So I think that's an interesting thing to look at is talk to experiencers,
That's such a great point. I actually couldn't watch what was the meth movie there, or the meth show? What was it called? Breaking Bad?
Breaking Bad.
I couldn't watch that when I was a younger man. Because I grew I had some serious, my mom, I don't know if I should say this. She doesn't care. She's fine with it. So my mom was a meth dealer when I was a kid.
Whoa.
And so this was an extraordinarily traumatic show to watch. So
because
your
the
point,
relationship between the dealer and their child. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, Michael. Damn. That for FYI, I had no clue.
Yeah.
I had no clue about this.
Yeah, and so Joe makes a brilliant point, because think about the trauma. If they're an experiencer, what could they not watch, or what would rub them in some sort of difficult way? That's a really good point.
Dude, wow, man. Well, I don't think that was a down point, but man, that was
no, not at all.
That was revealing and very vulnerable, and I appreciate it, Michael.
Yeah.
But we've got 6 minutes left, and we got to say goodbye to a lot of people. So, because I got to get some guys out of here, because the software only allows, I think, 10 people backstage at a time. So because he's my dad and I love him, and I can say goodbye to him probably the quickest out of everyone here. Dad, I love you. Have fun on the vacation. Hold on, let me get your camera up.
I love you too, dude.
All right.
And Mikey, it's good to see you. And it's really funny because you talk about watching that. It's like being Cuban and watching Scarface. Same shit, dude. It was so realistic. It's just like, hello. Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, Papa. I'll see you later.
Guys.
I'll see you later. Say goodnight to the bad guys.
All righty.
Later.
Take care.
Bye. My dad. Gotta love him, man.
Love him.
UFO dad.
UFO dad in the house. Yeah, all right. Dave Scott.
Yes.
Thank you so much, you sweet Canadian man, for coming by and hanging out with us. This was a fun conversation, and this is what I wanted to have. I wanted to have a fun, relaxed conversation to sort of wind down the day. The day's events been crazy, and it's all been a lot of work, but this was a really just chill hour, and I appreciate you bringing a great vibe, man. And please, real quick, while you've got the chance, the floor is yours to tell everyone where they can listen to Dave Scott.
SpacedOutRadio.com. Ben is building our new website as well. So thank you, Ben, I can't wait for that launch, man. That's going to be outstanding. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and of course, YouTube, Spaced Out Radio. We're always looking to pick up and buy more subscribers, because apparently that's what we do now.
Because they come so cheap.
I haven't
All
got
right,
my
my
check in the mail.
Yeah, you got our check in the mail. All right, Dave Scott, we'll see you soon, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Later, Dave.
Peace, dude.
Oh, that was cool. All right, let's see here. Lucifer. Dude, thank you so much for doing all the behind the scenes grunt work that you volunteered to do, and you're just such a wonderful dude about it. I really appreciate everything.
No worries. I'm glad to help.
Yeah, man. So if anybody wants to, I don't know, graphics for their films or do you want people following you?
Yeah, I mean, you can follow me, hit me up if you want to discuss some weird stuff, or just, I'm always just down to discuss strangeness in all forms. So if you guys want to hit me up, it's LisaForX at Twitter and LisaForX at Instagram.
Wonderful, dude. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us, man. And again, we love and appreciate all the work you do, like I said, behind the scenes to make the show cool.
No worries. There's gonna be, once we actually show everyone these Patreon videos that we got going on, I think there's gonna be a giant laugh around the whole UFO community.
Well, do me a favor, just stick around and watch, because we're going to play the Patreon commercial before we bring in on the last panel. I want you to see what I've put together, because I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I think it's pretty funny. But I wanted to add your graphic touches to it. But you've been busy, I've been busy. It's been crazy, but this is something we'll get done. But I think
where can people follow you on Twitter or what?
Twitter at LisaForX and Instagram at LisaForX.
Oh, and by the way, the TikToks that he reposts, I watch every day. I absolutely die. I mean, he's great just for the following memes. Honestly, seriously, it's so damn funny.
He's also in our Discord. If you want to hang out with Lee in our Discord,
he's in our Discord as well.
Yeah, but we haven't done that in a while. We need to take this, and just to take it back on the media. Who is ever watching in the media, let's universally bring back Weekly World News. I do think Weekly World News is a thing that we do at the moment. So,
the Bat Boy Weekly World News. All right, my dude. I'll see you later.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks,
peace.
Lee.
All right, let's see. Joe. UFO Garage. My
yeah.
dude, who were you watching the football today, man? Was it the Longhorns there?
Yeah, man, I was watching the Longhorns, man. And I watched
on.
the Wisconsin game too. It was the first day. I woke up early.
Yeah, everybody does.
I got my gear on.
Man, I played football. I should have known better than this. I mean, I really didn't even think about it. I was like, oh, Labor Day weekend. No, everybody's gonna be off.
Yeah,
It'll be
dude.
great. It'll be great. And
Yeah,
no, go watch the football.
I usually don't sleep well through like 2 weeks before, man. I get so excited.
I love it, dude. All
Yeah,
right, my
dude.
man. Well, before you get out of here,
God.
where can everybody find your stuff?
Man, you can find me on Google. Check us out, man. UFOGaragePodcast.com. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, UFO Garage at UFO Garage. There's also this crazy Russian UFO Garage that like builds tanks out of like little cars and stuff with like explosives on top. Super cool channel, but I'd appreciate it if you would come to ours instead.
Done
Yeah.
and done. All right, my dude. We'll see you soon.
Heck yeah, man. Good stuff. Love you guys.
Ah, man. I mean, that's your boy, and we love him. We absolutely love him.
He's why our show is interesting.
Indeed. Ben Jenkins, UFO Garage, Nito Creative, one of the sponsors of the show, because he did such a killer job with this website, dude. Please tell everyone where they can obviously find your great work with the website building. And, I know Joe already plugged the UFO Garage, but plug whatever you want, man. Go for it.
Sure. Yeah. NitoCreative.com. I build websites, I design logos. I can help you out with branding, anything you need. I really like doing anything visual and making your vision come to life. So that's Nito Creative. Also, UFO Garage Podcast.com, man. So
right on, brother. All right. Well,
and
appreciate
thank you so
you
much
being
for
here.
having us. Yeah.
Dude, it was an absolute pleasure, and you were a dream to work with, and we appreciate everything that you've done. Honestly, it would have been a lot more difficult if we didn't have your help. So thank you.
So glad to help,
Ben. Thanks,
so
brother.
glad to help you guys. This is amazing. Y'all have done such a fantastic job with everything. Seriously.
Thanks, man. We'll talk soon.
All right. Peace.
Dan, what's going on, brother? If you could tell people where they could find your dope TikTok channel, we'd really appreciate that.
The easiest thing to do is just search for UFO. I'm like the number 1 or 2 result. You just look for my ugly mug, 5th pillar of emphasis, and you're there. And the best way to describe what I do is I'm the Cliff Notes version of UFO news. And I'll challenge anyone. I think I can my channel packs more information into a minute, into 10 minutes than any other source out there with 0 reading. So I think that's my hook.
0. I love it. Fantastic.
0 reading. I love it. All right, Mr. Dan Warren, dude, thanks for all the help. Thanks for plugging the show. Thanks for helping us get Congressman Tim Burchett. We truly appreciate it.
I wanted to touch on that real quick before I got off of here. I don't know if Ben told you, but him and I worked together to get Tim and Lou to talk. So they have had a conversation.
They have
prior to this. So
that's awesome, because it's funny you mentioned that, because I had text Lou when we got him, when you helped us get him on the show, and he's like, yeah, Congressman Burchett just had a discussion with him. He's a great guy. I was like, awesome, So yeah, man.
He is fully in. He has jumped in the deep end with us.
That's absolutely. Yeah, no, he's gone both feet in, and yeah, it's fun. It's fun. So we should work on getting him and Lou. Let's have a discussion with the 5 of us and see what happens. But again, man, we appreciate all your work and all the passion.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yep.
Later,
Thank
brother.
you.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, guys. Okay, so we got the last hour of the show. We've made it. The last hour of the show. So we've got 2 panels broken up into half hours, and we're also going to take some calls. So let's put the number out on the scroll. Again, you can only call 1 person at a time. Sorry, we're not an actual radio show, but we're also yet. So give it a shot. See if you can get through. If you can, awesome. In the meantime, let's introduce the next panel, shall we?
Okay, so it's okay. I got it. I think I got it.
You think you got what?
Yeah. Well, I was confused because I thought that everyone was coming in, but you got it at the half hour. I totally get it. Makes total sense.
Everybody on the panel was also confused, so this is a lack of terrible communication on my part. So yeah, everybody right now on the panel is going to be here for a half hour, except for Sean. Sean's going to be sticking around for the whole hour because we were supposed to check in with Sean throughout the day, but sorry, Sean, things got crazy.
God,
so
we suck, Sean. I'm sorry.
We suck. Well, speaking of, we might as well just bring him in. Sean,
bring him in.
Sorry.
Marco?
He's successfully called. Yeah, there he goes.
I made a call. Oh,
and he literally has a smoke machine.
Yeah,
he literally has a smoke machine.
I'm burning the house down. That's what's happening.
Sean, I know we haven't been able to check with you today, but how did the day go? Were you able to make any connections? Did you leave any voicemails? What happened?
Voicemails. Well, it's the weekend, so
right.
It's
natural.
Yeah. So I left some voicemails.
You're on the air.
What happens? You know what I mean?
Oh wait, somebody called already? Wait, hold on. Wait, Michael, hold on. We gotta let Sean talk.
I know, but just let it ring.
Just let it ring.
You put the number up.
I did. I'm sorry, guys. We have to introduce the panel before we answer the phone.
Opportunity too.
Oh man. But anyway, you were saying you left some voicemails.
Yeah. Left some voicemails. We'll see what happens. We got Labor Day on Monday, so we got some more calls to make, so they can come back on Tuesday to a bunch of calls.
There you go. Well, dude, I appreciate it.
Can I say one thing?
Of course, you can say
I've been
anything.
listening all day. The one thing I think that is important to remember is that we wouldn't be here without an experience, right? So we're all kind of experiencers to a certain extent. And for some people, that experience is really, really personal. So when we tell them that they can't do something with a letter or something, that's tough to take for a lot of people.
Right.
You know, because that kind of transcends any desire that some people just, it's not tangible to them. But it is deep and it is real. So we got to find a way to kind of find a better middle ground, I think, to where we can both participate together, because we don't have to believe each other, but we got to respect each other. And I think acceptance is the big key there.
Can I get an amen?
Yeah, without a doubt, dude. I mean, look, it's not that we're telling you what to do with the templates. Like you can obviously you can change them however you want. We can't control that, right? But we're just making suggestions. Like if you want to be successful, if you want to get a response, and I'm not making this rule. It's not, this is not me saying, going, you can't do this. But if you want a response, just like the congressman said when we had him on the show, it's just make it simple, make it quick and to the point. And so I 100% understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I think you're right.
Too,
Everybody needs to be represented, is what it is. Everybody needs to be counted, and that's valid. That's a valid want. So if you take our template and you want to put your personal experience in there, go for it. I can't stop you. But I just know it might not be successful. That's all I'm going to warn you with, So that's it. But let's bring in the rest of the panel. Let's see what everybody else has to add and say. Let's bring in UAP UK Josh, who's kind of new on the scene. Oh, look at that. He's got the shirt. I love it. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Guys, yeah.
And it's 2 a.m. I think it's 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning where you're at right now. So
it's 2 a.m. in terms of the UK, guys. But it's a pleasure to be here. I've heard the whole show today, and it's been great. And Rava, Michael, and Lewis, I can't say, you guys have just done a great job today. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Really appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure.
Great to have you, Josh. Nice to meet you.
And you too, man. And Sean, it's always a pleasure to see you, dude, as well. So yeah.
Right on.
We're Instagram bros.
Yeah.
So the next lady up is someone who's on our show recently, Britt in Wonderland. You're on. You're on.
Coming on at 8:30.
No, I don't know. I just saw you back here, so I put you. Are you here? Are you supposed to be here for 8:30?
Yeah, I think so. But
Okay,
hey,
so-
if I can hang
Fine.
around, I will.
I think we should, if they're in the lobby, let's just bring them in. We'll take some phone calls, whatever.
There you go. There you go. All right. Welcome, Britt. Welcome. And then last but not least, let's go ahead and bring in Jesse Peak, who's a MUFON investigator. And I can't remember what
10-4.
state, Jesse. What state are you in?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Love it, and that's a pretty active state, especially with the Kecksburg history and all sorts of stuff. So we'll dig into what Jesse's going to be bringing to the table. Michael, you said we have a phone call though.
We have a caller. We have a caller, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
I believe it's from Las Vegas, Nevada. Caller, can you say hello and state your name, please?
Anthony Mikulski.
Nice to meet you. Can you calling to say hi, or do you have something you want to share?
No, I just wanted to tell you that the panel of you guys that you have mixed up is absolutely fantastic. You got dreamers, you got fantasizers, you got thinkers, you have a multitude of people, scientific people, you got, people in the government. I think it's fantastic to bring reality to the subject.
Well, that is just an enormous compliment, and this could not be done without listeners like you, folks who are in the chat. I mean, we're just trying to do our best to bring the best that we can find around, and we're lucky enough to be connected with them. So, thank you so much for sharing that. Did you have any questions or anything you want to ask, or anything else you wanted to share?
I have a million questions I want to ask.
How about we give you one, and then feel free to ask to anybody on the stage here, or any comment you have, and then we'll go on to the next caller.
Okay. No. Do you believe that these things are mainly subterranean, or not subterranean, but under the ocean? Entities that have survived here for years, and also, military experiments.
All right, so I'm gonna pass that to the panel, and then I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, brother. Thank you so much for calling, and we'll let you take the answer off the air because more people are trying to call in, and I just want to keep the line clean. Okay.
And what I'll do is I'll have us answer.
All right, thank you.
I'll have us answer one at a time.
Thank
So
you,
Sean. Yeah, my absolute pleasure. Thank you for calling in. We'll have Sean answer that question, and then next caller's question we'll go to Jesse, and so on and so on. So we'll cycle through, and everybody can ask and answer some questions here. So what do you think about that question, Sean?
Well, the first thing that I always think of when it comes to this is, personally, I always think there's more than one truth, right? I definitely think there's a lot of anecdotal evidence and some more than that these things are in the water, right? But there's also theories that maybe the mother's in the water and their little drone is atop, so there's a lot of different things going on. I definitely know that that's not the only UAP that exists either. So I think we'd be kind of selling ourselves short to just think one, this or the other. But I definitely think that's a huge possibility for at least one aspect.
Right on. Michael, do we have another caller on the line?
We do have another caller. Can you say hello and share your question or comment?
How you doing, guys? My name is Chuck Elliott. Huge fan of everything you guys are doing. I think it's groundbreaking, but I just picked up the phone and called because there's a Philadelphia MUFON investigator on this panel right now. Am I correct about that?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I had called in, and I hope I don't get in trouble by saying what I'm about to say, but I had called into Jimmy Church's show a couple months back. And anyway, I've been seeing an orb. I'm a lifelong believer, but I didn't have any proof. I've been seeing this orb. And weird timing, I saw it last night, got it on video last night. I already posted it on Twitter because nothing embarrasses me. This thing is communicating with me, though. And how I know is because I caught this all on video now twice. It looks just like a really bright star to me, which there's many of them because I'm outside Philadelphia in this around a town called Exton or Westchester, Pennsylvania. Anyway, I was looking at Orion's belt last night. Something just had this feeling, turn and look. And I looked, and here's this bright star. But stars aren't supposed to move and wobble when you ask them questions. Meaning, my first contact with this thing I said, so I know I'm not losing my mind. If the answer is no, move side to side. If the answer is yes, move up and down. So I've now had 3 different experiences over a couple month period with this no doubt orb. And the other reason why I know it's in a star, when the conversation's over, it's gone. Have you heard other stories of this? I know I'm not losing my mind, but
I've seen stuff like that.
Well, we appreciate the question. We're gonna let you hang up and listen, and let Jesse Peak answer that question because he is the MUFON director, and we're gonna let him answer the next call. But appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thank you,
Jesse,
Thank
go for it.
Yeah, I've dealt with many cases where the craft or the ET craft has allowed the witness to see what it wants it to see, or let them see what they wanted to see, and actually does things. And as the witness is asking questions, the craft will actually do maneuvers and react to whatever the witness is trying to ask for. So there's plenty of cases that come up. We have an ERT team, which is our experiencer resource team, and they deal with cases with abductions and cases just like that, for instance. So yeah, it comes up all the time.
Man, that's wild. So real quick, $20 donation. Thank you so much, Artemis Prime, intern of the show. Great job today, host. What an incredible marathon of guests. Have to say, Josh looks really good in the merch. Just FYI, if you don't know, we do have a merch store that is run by the Dolphin Empire, and he's wearing one of our shirts. So I love that he bought the pink one too. That's like, you gotta be a real man to wear pink and rock it as confidently as he does. So good work.
What if that's what it really
He's so
is?
tired. Look at him.
Yeah, poor guy.
2 a.m.
Poor
guys.
guy.
I mean,
It's
2 a.m.
He's so sick of our crap.
Yeah, the bed behind me is calling as well. The bed behind me is it's calling soon. So.
We've got a caller from Illinois. State your name, please, and if you have a comment or a question.
Hi, my name's Aaron Tyson. I'm actually living in Arizona right now.
Oh.
But my question is kind of a 2-part question about the Rockford lights back in February of 2000, I believe. And I want to know if anybody has heard of those. And secondly, when I was, researching more information on it, because I've seen those lights. And when I was researching more information on it, I just kind of was curious as to the record keeping of these sightings that people have seen in news reports, and I was hitting paywalls that I couldn't get information about it. I'm just concerned that the data and all the witnesses sightings kind of are disappearing off the internet because of that paywall, or just their news organizations are like archiving this stuff. It's just hard to get to. You know what I'm saying?
Awesome. All right.
I want to know if you guys have experienced that as well.
Yeah, we're gonna answer. I'm gonna let you go to keep the line open, but we're gonna take your question offline. Okay.
Yep, that's good.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Thank you so much.
Who's
I'm not
got
familiar with
experience?
that case. Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
with
I'm
that
not
case. Is
familiar.
anybody-
I'm not familiar at all.
The Rockford.
Anybody else
Rockford
familiar with the
is
Rockford?
south
Let's
of
let's
me,
bring
like an hour.
let's bring Alien Girl in here because we got Alien Girl here. Are you familiar with the Rockford lights, Alien Girl?
I am not familiar with the
No?
Rockford lights. No,
All right. Well, that's a
but I'd
bust.
love to learn more.
Well, I think Jesse, were you saying you know something about that case?
No, I don't. I never heard of it.
Who was it? Was it? Did I hear wrong? Maybe it was Sean. Were you saying something?
Rockford's like an hour probably south of me.
Okay.
I've heard of it. It's not like the Phoenix lights or anything, but
His second question was, do you fear that because he's tried to find information on it, but oftentimes it's locked behind a paywall. Do you guys find are you guys worried about that sort of thing?
He's probably on scam websites. I don't know where he's going. Yeah.
Yeah, there should never be any information hidden behind a paywall. If you have to pay to get the data, I would walk away.
If it was that easy too.
Yeah, I would turn around and walk away. They're probably just taking you for a ride. I mean, go to John Greenwald's website, the Black Vault, if you want to look over government official government papers that have been taken out of the hands of the government through FOIA requests, and John has posted all of them on his website. So I highly recommend checking that out. Real quick, $10 donation. Thank you so much. He's got a question, Mr. Jason Ladd. Are the letter templates also for U.S. senators? What role, if any, does state legislators play in this topic? Sorry, I'm sure this is a repeat question. Actually, it's not. It's a great question. Yes, the letter templates are for senators or congressmen, and they play a huge role, especially depending on the committee that they serve in. So the Armed Services Committee, the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Committee on Homeland Security, both House and Senate have committees and subcommittees that specifically deal with these issues. So yes, the templates can be used in that way. Go for it. Be more. All you got to do is just change the verbiage. If you see senator in there, change it to congressman, so and so. So the templates are super easy to do that with. Great question. Thank you for the question. We truly appreciate it, and the donation.
And we just brought Aaron Desario in as well. So we got a mega panel happening here.
What kind
and
of
for those
subscription
of
do
you
you
just
need for
joining
this?
us, make sure you click the subscribe button, click the share button. We're going to be wrapping up here in about 40 minutes. But if you're just joining us, the Big Phone Home is an unprecedented.
Easy for you to say. I got it. The Big Phone Home. I got it. Don't sweat it, Michael. I got you. The Big Phone Home is an unprecedented convergence of professional scientists, military members, and activists from across the entire spectrum of the UAP research and activism forum to request public congressional hearings to key government officials, as well as to share best practices for future success in the field of UAP research. You are here. You're joining us. We have started this free convention on the start of football season. Awesome planning by me. But Britt, real quick, let's get you in here, my lady. Do we have another caller?
We do have a caller on the line.
Okay.
Caller, can you state your name and say hello to Brittany?
Yeah, hello. This is Ray. I want to say I've been listening all day. Fantastic job.
Thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate you calling.
It's really quiet. I can't hear him.
Did you have a question?
And I think, yeah, I do have a question. Are you guys familiar with President Ford's involvement with the UFO sightings back in the late 60s in the state of Michigan?
Yes, I am familiar.
What did he say? I can't
He
hear him.
was asking about the UFO sighting that President Ford. This is the famous Blue Book case where Hynek gave the excuse for swamp gas, and it upset the people of Michigan so much that the governor at the time, who was Gerald Ford, had to publicly come out and be like, "What the hell is going on?" So, Britt, do you have any thoughts on that that sort of moment in history when it comes to the UAP topic?
So I genuinely don't have any thoughts because I haven't dug into that yet. There's so many things for me to dig into. And since I'm so new, like, of course I know of the case because everybody memes about the swamp gas. Let's be real here.
Right.
But in terms of like my own personal research and everything, like I can't honestly say anything about it.
That's fair. That's fair.
So,
does anybody have a historical context on that? I know.
Come on, of course.
Yeah. I was gonna
got
say Sean's got it.
I'm gonna let the caller go. Thank you so much for calling in, and we'll take your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for calling in. We really appreciate your support. Bye.
Yeah, Gerald Ford wasn't. He wasn't. I don't know why my microphone sounds weird.
It's hot.
Yeah, sorry. Gerald Ford definitely wasn't buying the swamp gas thing, right? So he was trying to get some initiatives going within Congress and the government to get things going. That obviously didn't go so far. Another one is Jimmy Carter. He had his own sighting. That was right after University of Colorado studied the phenomenon up until like 1969. And at that time, Jimmy Carter was trying to get NASA to actually continue this study. But they turned it down. They did not do it. So it's pretty interesting. Jimmy Carter actually saw one. I don't know if that's the case for Ford.
With Ford, yeah, I don't think Ford saw one.
He was just all riled up.
Aaron, I do you remember those events at all? I mean, I don't mean to call you old, but I mean, do you remember? Jimmy Carter or the Gerald Ford?
Not at the time.
Conversations?
No, I was pretty young then. Gerald Ford became president. I was 9 years old.
Yeah.
Or no, less than that. I was. 7
got
years
it,
old.
cool.
Yeah,
but Jimmy Carter might have been a little. Well, you were probably what, like middle school, high school by that point, man.
Middle
Carter,
school, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know Carter. Some people looked into Carter's case, and Carter did write a letter to NASA, but that's all he did. And I know that NASA responded with a very. NASA was basically encouraged to respond with a very basic mundane letter, like essentially NASA doesn't deal with this.
I just found that letter actually.
That NASA does not deal with this issue. And they basically and the president, they were like, let's essentially what NASA did was put up a bogus either address or phone number where people could call, and that sort of relieved the pressure a little bit of the public want, because now they could say, well, look, NASA wrote this letter, this is their suggestion, go ahead, if you have any reports, just call this number and you're good to go. And it just led to nowhere, and didn't
They actually said they wouldn't do it unless there was more evidence.
There you go.
There
you
they were
go.
like, we're not going to take on a whole study, because University of Colorado didn't recommend it either. They said they recommended to stop. Yeah.
Real quick, we got Philip Shane in the house, who will be joining the Big Phone Home tomorrow for Science and Technology Day. Says, has the group here defined best practices for research? That would be interesting to see listed. Great fodder for discussion either way. Let's hold on to that for the MUFON investigator. We've also got a caller on the line. Also, if you want to see Philip Shane tomorrow, make sure you follow the Singularity Lab and go over there, click subscribe so you can join us for day 2 of the Big Phone Home. Caller, can you please say hello? Maybe state your name and, you got a question, comment, what you got?
My name is Wesley Curry. How are you?
I am fantastic, Wesley Curry. Nice to meet you.
All right. You guys have your barf bags? Because we are getting ready for some turbulent flying.
Okay. Is that right? Yeah, please explain.
All right. Should we have our finger on the hang up button?
First, let's make it clear that it is true that 5 out of 4 people are bad at math. So I'm one of them.
All right, fair enough.
And statistics don't lie, but statisticians do.
Yeah.
Good point.
Okay. Did you have a question
All right,
or a comment?
I got to wake you up just a little bit.
We appreciate
and
that.
I'm fully prepared to be mocked and denied that what I say is true.
Okay.
August 11th, I said, Jesus, I saw a foot cut off that didn't bleed, and there were 2 little things that looked like they came out of Harry Potter, little creatures or something. One cuts off a foot, and the other one smiles at me. Would you please send everybody on Earth bread? He did. Yesterday, I said, Jesus, I don't believe in your forgiveness. I saw the foot didn't bleed that got cut off. Would you please turn everybody's wallets to dust for 30 minutes, but just the Muslim ones? He did.
Okay.
So I had that dream, and I'm not gonna add my comments. That's just what I really wanted to say. But I would enjoy very much some conversation about what's going on these days, because I believe that America is going to be kaput. That China's going to get the South and Russia's going to get the North, and they're not going to knock pleasantly on the front door.
I think it's going to be okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, let's keep
thanks
the
for the
conversation
comment.
going.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And where were you calling from, by the way?
Huntington, West Virginia. I'm camping. I'm going to winter camp near the Ohio River.
Get out
My
of
name
here.
is Wesley Lawrence Curry II.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, man.
The guy with the dove.
Hey, man. We really appreciate your call. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
One question. Will you please say, I saw green grass in the dream from Jesus, Spock? Please.
We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do.
We'll do our best. Thank you, brother.
Live calls, people. Live calls. This is what we're dealing with here.
Well, I had another one. I lost the other call coming in, but that's okay. I'm sure they'll call back. I'm surprised we haven't heard from Lou Elizondo's neck yet.
Yeah, it's probably because the phone lines are slammed right now. Amy, real quick, thank you for being here, guys. If you don't know who Amy is, she's the YouTube creator and host of Alien Girl 111. So definitely go check out her show. What was your favorite moment of today? What was fun for you?
I loved seeing the ladies talk to Lou Elizondo.
You mean grill Lou Elizondo?
He was surrounded by women asking very womanly questions. I loved it. It was fantastic. And you guys couldn't have chosen those 4 ladies are so cool, doing so many amazing things. So that was pretty phenomenal. But honestly, everything about the Big Phone Home is phenomenal. Just being able to be on your stream for a little bit is just like a huge honor to me, because I think what's happening now here, with kind of like everybody rallying up online and talking about it, this is what's going to push people to be more open, about it. And yeah, it's also fun. I mean, everybody kind of likes sci-fi who's into it. So, but yeah, the Big Phone Home's amazing. You guys do an amazing job. I'm super blown away with how you organize it. And I think it's really having an effect on people's perception. I think the show is getting out there. I think people are hearing what we're saying. And I think this perspective is dripping definitely into the mainstream media because of independent media. So I'm super happy to be part of it. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Oh, we love you.
Yeah, you're such a sweetheart. We love you being here. We always, yeah. I mean, you're always fighting for the ladies in the community, and we really appreciate it, because I know that they're underrepresented, and we're trying our best. We're not perfect. We're silly men. But I think we're doing a better job, and I think you're right. That was one of the best panels and the most fun of the day. Speaking of, we have UFO Jane, who is the leader of that panel, and she's here joining us right now. Jane, you've had some time to sort of compress the interview. How did you think it went?
I think it went awesome. I'm so glad that everybody enjoyed it. So that's number one. I'm so glad that it was well received, and yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was definitely a lot of women.
Hang on. Sorry, go ahead, Jane.
hang on.
No,
Sorry,
you're good.
Jane.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
We got a caller on hold. Yes, caller, we hear you. We're going to answer your question in a second. We're just going to let Jane finish her thought. Well, go ahead, Jane. Sorry.
No, it was awesome. I really kind of just thought I kind of helped to facilitate the conversation with Lynn and Jess and NK. So it was fun to just kind of let them go.
Yeah, no,
So,
you ladies did a wonderful job. So we got a caller on the line. Caller, what is your question, or do you have a statement or a specific question for anyone on the panel?
Hey, what's up? This is Nelson. I'm calling from San Diego.
Hey, what's up?
First off, very sorry. Hey, what's up? Very sorry, Jane, if I interrupted you last time I called. I didn't say anything, and you guys hung up. So that's why I had to say hello first.
Oh, no worries.
Man.
No, don't sweat it.
Well, I'm glad you called back. You gave us another chance to talk.
Yeah, hit us up. Do you have a comment or a question?
Yeah. First off, I just want to tell you guys that you guys are doing great work. Thank you for your efforts. I think this is a big deal, and this is a step in the right direction. And my question for the panel is, I kind of go back and forth a lot on this topic, whether or not it's, just government tech and all this is just a cover-up, or if there really are ETs. So I'd like your thoughts on that.
Appreciate it.
And
We'll
take my question off the air.
thank you so much.
So I'm going to give this one to Britt. Britt, did you hear that question?
I think I did. He asked if this was like a government tech or a cover-up.
Yeah.
Ooh, so this is a very interesting question, right? Because what is it? It could be both. It could be one. It could be the other. I think it could be a mixture of both. Because the reason why I say this is because let's think about it from a security perspective. Let's say that enemy nations acquire the same kind of technology. Let's think in terms of like maybe free energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember, I think a caller just called in asking if the UFOs were water-based, like in the ocean.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So let's just pretend for a second that their fuel is water. Or again, like we can also talk about just free energy in general. Now imagine if enemy nations had that technology. See, this is the type of thing that kind of like scares me about disclosure, right? Is that if we get what we want, does that put us in danger? I think it's a mixture of both, quite honestly. I think it is.
Good answer.
We have another caller.
Go
from
for it. We'll
Reno,
give this one to Josh.
Nevada. Can say hello, caller, and you have a question or a comment?
Hey, this is Alex. Yeah, from the biggest little city here, Reno. Thank you guys so much for putting this on here. Second year in a row. It's a big event, obviously. since it's almost the wrap up point here for the day, I'm just wondering if maybe you guys might be able to point out what you guys are most excited for tomorrow, and then the next day. Obviously, we're all ready for it to continue. So I guess that's my question here for all you guys. I really appreciate it.
So wait, did you guys? I missed the question. What was the question?
So the question is, what are we most excited about for tomorrow? He was really happy with the second effort.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sort of what we're looking forward to. Josh, I mean, if you want to take a tackle at that answer, I know your lady friend has a little inside track to who's on the show. So, and we also released the schedule. Thank you, Aaron, by the way, for doing that. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm looking forward for the whole day, really. I don't really have a specific time or specific panel what I'm looking forward to. I'm just excited to see you guys again hosting the show. I'm excited to see all the guests you have on. Yeah, I mean, that's like my answer, really. I'm just excited for the whole day and obviously the next day too. Yeah, that's it.
Josh, real quick, what got you into this topic? I mean, we this is the first time we've met, so if you can give us a little background, sort of. I know you're doing shows with Vinny or not with Max Moskovich. I saw you guys did an interview the other day with Avi Loeb, which was great. So, tell me how you got hooked up with Max.
Yeah, I mean, well, I've been doing this for a long time, so I mean, since primary school, really. So that'd be like grade 3 for you guys in like the States. So it first started really by, I picked up a UFO book when I was at school. I was about 8 or 9. There was like a picture book. It was just full of like photos of UFOs and things. So my curiosity kind of sparked from there. And it was when I got into my teens and like I started to use the internet and things. That's when I started to really research it. Started to read books. I was listening to like the Chariots of the Gods. So I went into like the ancient alien stuff for a long time. And then I was researching the UK for a bit, just in the background. And then it was only like a few months ago, I think it was July, I started my page. I got into contact with Vinny from Disclosure Team. And we became friends in the background, and I started to come online more. And I went on his lives and stuff. And from that, I got to meet Max. And yeah, it's only like the last month or so really where I've started to come on YouTube and things like that. So yeah, so I'm quite new to all this, but I've been researching it for a long time. But in terms of like the online world, I've only been doing it for about 3 or 4 months. Yeah.
Well, dude, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for sharing the story. I can't wait to get to know you better. I think you guys are good. I mean, Vinny and Max are doing amazing work over there. So I'm interested to see what you bring to the table. Real quick, Michelle de Guzman, who is my lover bunny. She gave us a $50 donation. Thank you, my love. I love you. Thank you. She says, proud of the UCR team. You guys killed it. Luis, Mike, Squiddy, and Jane. Amazing day one. Thank you. She's been giving me pizza when I was off stage here. So she's been fueling the big phone home behind the scenes. So thank you. Okay, do we have another caller, Michael?
We don't. Feel free to call in.
So we got open phone lines.
Open phone lines.
So Jesse Peak, while we got another call coming in real quick, if you can share a little bit of sort of the work that you're doing over there in Pennsylvania with MUFON.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot of work with MUFON with cases that are coming in. Cases are on the rise ever since the government did come out with the release of the document, as well as the Pentagon stating that UFOs are finally real. People are feeling a little more comfortable with finally reporting cases. We're also getting a lot of historic cases. We got one about a month ago from 1975. I'm dealing one right now from 1989. So a lot of people are finally not feeling like a kook when they call in or report a UFO sighting, which is really cool. I also got my podcast, which is UFO Encounters Worldwide. I have the website as well, where I document old historic cases, a lot of the history from the UFO phenomenon. I actually just posted the one about the Michigan stuff with Dr. J. Allen Hynek. And that was actually the first case that made him a true believer, the caller that called in earlier about it. And what made him believe that case so much is when they finally got the results back of where they found the UFO, they actually found boron and high radiation levels in the soil samples that were sent in. And that actually got J. Allen Hynek to turn around and actually realize something strange is actually going on. So you can check that out there. But I also do all kinds of stuff, all kinds of articles. I have guests coming on, Philip Mantle. I'm trying to get all kinds of authors in the field, and it's going really good. I'm enjoying it. So
I love AJW, and the cases are flying in. I'm sorry, like that. Thank you, rather.
I appreciate a good pun.
Well, Rather always loves a good pun. Real quick, Princess Mochi with a $10 donation says, "Hi, this is my first time super chatting, but I watch you guys all the time. You're doing such an awesome job. I really appreciate all of you. Well, we appreciate the support. We appreciate the love. Honestly, I'm always happy to interact with new fans and hear when we have people who enjoy the work. So thank you, Princess.
I was hoping you were going to do her voice the whole time. Like you started out to
I
do her
did,
voice.
but then I was like, man, is that insulting? Why am I doing that? I think that's just the actor in me where I'm just like, I immediately want to give things voices. I do it. I'm sorry, Princess Mochi. I shouldn't have done that.
I think you should have. I think she would have loved it.
Anyway, we got Alex Milius with a $2 donation. Thanks for taking my call. Today was a hoot. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for participating. But I can't stress to everyone enough, including everyone here in the panel, sign the petition, send an email, make a phone call. For God's sakes, it's called the Big Phone Home. Make a phone call. Like Sean said, he got voicemails all day today. That's fine. Fill up their voicemail box. Make them check the voicemails. Like that's a process that they actually have to do. Print out the templates, mail it to your senators and congressmen. That means they have to open it. They have to unfold it. And they got to look at it and they got to put it in a pile and say, oh, damn it, I got to give this to somebody now. Like make it annoying for them. Remember why we're here. Remember why we're doing this whole day. We appreciate the love. We appreciate the donations. But honestly, you guys can keep all the money in the world. I want you calling and tweeting and writing and being relentless, because as we've heard from Tommy Zito in his interaction with his congressman, and as we heard from a congressman's mouth himself, this is what we have to do if we really want to move the ball forward on this. So I just wanted to just quickly remind everybody, we appreciate the love. We always appreciate $5 super chats and Patreon members. Honestly, we love it. But activate yourself, look in the mirror and actually do some of these things instead of talking about it. Let's actually do it. Kooky Nick with a $5 donation. Big ups to the UCR effort. Bring on the congressional hearings, because we want to know down here in New Zealand, right? Is that New Zealand? NZ? Or is that like a state? I'm thinking NZ is also a state.
That's New Zealand.
Are we sure?
Mexico?
Well, maybe not.
I mean, it's dollar. It's dollar.
It's
but
Nezeta.
Nezeta. All right, I appreciate the help, guys. Honestly, it's starting to come down. It's starting to wind down to the last, the end of a long day. But let's see, Aaron DeSario. Real quick, you've been a real big supporter of the show. You bring a different angle, and with your work at Google, I guess, what do you have you reached out to your local state officials, and if so, do you think you're going to get any traction on it? And which was your favorite template?
Yeah, of course I've reached out to them. I started with the first Big Phone Home, and I did get a response from Senator Feinstein both times I sent a letter to her. The second response was not quite as revealing as the first. The first response was, yes, if I ever have a chance, obviously I being the intern, if I ever have a chance to speak about this in front of the Senate, I will bring it up. The second response was, yeah, I got your message, thanks. The other senator, Alex Padilla, I sent a letter to and got a response that said, I'll get back to you when I read it. And I have heard nothing.
What were you saying, Sean?
I got something there. Lou, you just said, when they open this stuff, they're like annoyed. And they keep getting them and they're annoyed. So what he just said, he just told you a story about a person who got annoyed on the second letter.
Yeah.
We can do better than even that. you know?
Well, I'm not sure that it was annoyance. Senator Feinstein, I'm sure, gets a ton of letters. It probably was just a different intern who had a different approach to answering that sort
Well, you
of
got
letter.
a shorter answer, so they gave you less
Fair enough,
time.
yeah.
Well, I mean, Sean, you've done a lot of outreach in this regards. What's the most success that you've had with a local source, with a state or local congressman?
The best responses that I see actually are when people use a personal touch and do it with compassion. So whether it's a email or whatever, there has to be meaning behind it, or it's useless. It's a useless action. So I always find whatever medium you choose, if there's conviction behind it, you'll get a response. But that's the hard part. You really have to mean it every time you do it. Calls are best for me, because that's just me. It's different for everybody. Some people, like you say, man, some people rather write an email or sing a song or tweet something or whatever, but that's who I am. I make calls. I'm direct and I'm to the point, so that just kind of serves my purpose.
Right, no, man, you actually rock it, man. I love it. So real quick, Alan DeCenzo with a great question that I think might close out the panel. I don't know if we're going to get all three from everybody, but I definitely want everybody to give me their first question that pops in their head. And the question is, hi, you guys are super great.
Just
question.
like AJ said. That's how you do it.
If you were abducted, what would your first three questions be to aliens? Let's keep it to one question. What would you only get one. It's not like a genie in a bottle because we don't have enough time. But let's answer at least one. Alien girl, let's start with you. What would be your very first question to if it is aliens? What would the question be?
Definitely. So I think if I were to meet aliens and I only had like a couple questions, the first one that I would ask is what happens after we die? Because if I'm going to encounter a species that's way more advanced than me, I know they probably have an answer as to where my consciousness goes, how I will be on the other side, what all this past life stuff is, all these things that we like naturally feel. So I definitely would ask them, like, what happens after I die?
That's a great question. Rather, do you have any?
Yeah, I would ask, hey, can I take a selfie?
Great question. Great question. Jesse
They probably
Peak,
already have one. Oh, you mean this?
Yeah, right. Jesse Peak, what do you think? What's your first question? If I could get
I'd
you on
probably
screen.
have to ask them. I probably have to ask them if they have been playing with our DNA throughout human history.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. Britt?
Oh, I would ask them if I can pilot the ship.
She wants to do flight of the navigator. Yeah, you want to fly it. That's exactly what Framer said. Yeah. Michael, what say you?
Is it gonna hurt?
Is it gonna hurt?
Yes.
Wow. If they've abducted me, something bad's about to happen. No, what I would really want to know is where are they from? That'd be what I want to know.
Interesting. Okay. Aaron, what's hold on, let me get you on screen here. What do you think?
I'm going to do the equivalent of asking for more wishes. I'm going to say, will you teach me how to find the answer to any question I could come up with?
Ooh, okay.
That's not bad. Jane, what do you think?
I'm a little concerned with the faith we have in aliens to have all these answers. They're probably asking a lot of these same questions, and I don't think they would answer. I don't think they would answer a lot of these questions. So I'd probably ask something they may answer, which would be, "Why me?" Or "Have you done this before?" I think those would be I think I might get an answer for that, and I'd probably just ask it in my head, so I get like double answered, right? And then I learn they're telepathic too, like.
Ooh, sneaky, Jane. Very sneaky. Josh, what do you think?
I mean, I was going to say what Jane said, but another question I'd ask them if they wanted to smoke a bowl with me. I think that'd
well, you know what? According to Carl Vibe, his
Josh
idea of I like it. Well, I love how if it's what Carl Vibe said, which is just like, this idea that we're the meat sacks breathing in and blowing out, breath, and that's how we stay alive. Whereas these things may not breathe, so they may not even smoke like that.
Yeah, good point.
But that's hey, that's definitely a welcoming question.
About you, Lou?
Man, I never thought of that question. I guess it would probably be, I think Jane's right. I don't know if they're abducting you, especially, but let's just say they're there to entertain you for at least a question. I would say I think it would be about tech. Like, how does the tech work? And I don't even know if I'd understand it. That's the sort of the problem with the question.
Right.
Is like, how can you explain this to me in a way that I would understand? Can you just download it, kind of like the Matrix? Download the information so I can understand how the tech works. But yeah, would you go on? Wait, let me see here. With Philip Shane's question, my question would be: would you go on the big phone home and answer phone calls? That's not bad. That's not a bad way to do it. All right, you guys.
Alien named Marty.
Yeah, alien name exactly. God, we did not play the Patreon commercial once today. Okay. So let's go ahead and wrap this panel up. We got about 10 minutes left. Josh, you're at the top here, so I'll start with you, my friend. Real quick, where can people find your stuff? And thanks for buying merch and being supporter of the show.
No, you're welcome. I'd like to say thank you guys. So Rather, Michael, Lewis, and Jane for putting on the show today and for the weekend. It's been great. I'm most active on Instagram, so you can find me at UAP _UK on Instagram. I'm on Twitter as well, but it's UAP UK1. I've got a YouTube, some stuff coming soon. But I'm mainly on Instagram and Twitter, to be fair. So yeah, that's it.
Right on. And you're also going to be a Canadian citizen pretty soon.
Yes. So I'll be moving there soon. For the next few weeks. Wow. Yeah, I'm excited.
Awesome, my man. Cool. Well, good luck, and I can't wait to see what you guys end up creating. It should be fun to watch.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Yep. Cheers. Thank you. All right, alien girl, Amy, my lady. The floor is yours.
Awesome. So you can find me on Alien Girl 111 on YouTube, or you can just search Alien Girl 111 on Twitter. I'm most active on Twitter, and I do a YouTube show weekly. So come on down. We have fun, live chat, talking to new people, and it's going to be great. And you guys have done an amazing job with the Big Phone Home. And thanks so much for letting me be part of it.
Yeah, it was our absolute pleasure. It's always fun to talk to you, Amy. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. All right, Jesse Peak. Dude, thank you so much for reaching out, man. We got to have you back on the show and give you more time to sort of stretch your legs. I'm so sorry. We ran out of hours for the day. It was we trying to get so many people in, but we do appreciate you stopping by and sharing some of your wisdom. Real quick, if people want to get involved with MUFON or find where they can see some of your research, where would you point them?
Yeah, I do a weekly podcast called UFO Encounters Worldwide every Wednesday evening. It comes out. I have some of the latest authors and researchers on. I also have my website, ufoencountersworldwide.wordpress.com. And if you ever want to join MUFON, just go to MUFON.com and check it out. I write new articles all the time on the website, and my email is ufoencountersworldwide@gmail.com if you ever want to get in contact with me. And thank you guys very much for having me on today. I do really appreciate it. It was a great time. You guys are really doing great things. So
awesome. Yeah. Well, hey, appreciate the kind words and thank you for participating. We'll see you very soon.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Ciao. Bye-bye. All righty. Britt in Wonderland, our new friend of the show. By the way, I mean, you've been referenced a lot in some really deep conversations the other day with Zach Seichi and John Greenwald, and everybody's pointing out to your research, and everybody's just loving it. So that, as soon as I started, realizing the work that you're doing, I was like, gotta get this lady on the show. And I'm so happy that you're coming back on Wednesday as well to join the conversation. So,
right.
So
honestly, like when Keith name dropped me, I was like, what? Like, it's been kind of surreal, honestly. Like all these people that I was using for my own, like, research to better understand everything, they're now talking about me, and I'm just like, how did this even happen?
Yeah. Well, no, it happened because you're so passionate and you're good at what you're doing, you know. And I
Like,
think
you
people
see
see
this
that.
right
Look
here?
what's I was gonna ask what's going on behind you.
These, it's not all of the documents. Well, minus that. That's something I'm interested in doing in the future. But these right here are recent documents that I've managed to dig up that have some very interesting like information that's could potentially link to the Wilson memos as well. And I've been sitting on Twitter preaching that Lockheed's probably not the company referenced in the docs.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
disagree with that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll give you a second to disagree. Sean disagrees, but we'll get to him in a
well,
second.
so I don't. Let me just say that I'm talking about the timeline, not
This is a
current.
deep conversation for 7
Yeah.
minutes left.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you know, like I have Lockheed listed up here as well. So like, it's not
Cue the
all
music.
right. Bad. Anyway, look,
Like
I
the
just got a bunch
Oscars.
of these like GAO
Where's
documents and everything.
That like the
That we-
night at the Apollo.
No, everybody's
you
just
off.
comment. I started the music. It's kind of like the Oscars, like you know.
I wanna thank
your
you.
award, Britt.
Thank you.
Get off the stage. No, we love you.
No, we
bro.
love you. We want you to tell people where they can find you.
You can find me at Inference. The first E is a 3. I've got like 3 different YouTube channels. I can't even think straight right now because I've been away for like 24 hours. But yeah, just follow me on Twitter at Inference with the first E is a 3, and the rest of my stuff should be on there.
Right
awesome.
All right, my lady. Well, we'll see you Wednesday.
Oh, absolutely, and I'll be rested then. I promise.
Good. All right. Well, get some sleep, girl. We
Thank you.
love your work around here. We'll see you soon.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye. Sean, my
Sup?
man.
Sup, yo?
Real quick, can you say why you disagreed with that real quick? Why is my thing not working? I can't switch cameras here. Go on. Sorry.
Oh, if you want me to, yeah. I mean, I just talked to Christopher Wolford. If you
Yeah.
haven't watched our latest episode, he laid it out pretty clear. He's got documents that Lockheed actually used a what's that offshore or something person and bought all these EG buildings that the Wilson and Davis interview was in.
Ooh.
But they bought them not with their company. It was like a different. I can't think of the term.
Shell company?
Yes, Shell Company. Shell Company, and the person whose name is on it is actually, he wouldn't share it because it's kind of like, putting his information out there, but he's pretty all over the military and all that kind of stuff. His credentials are really up there. So that to me is pretty suspicious.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're up to some stuff that's pretty funky, especially if you research all the documents going back to the first Black projects. Lockheed was a part of like almost everyone, man. Even if they lost the contract, they were still involved, whether it be, consultation or whatever. So
Yeah.
it's pretty clear that they had the best relationship with the government. But I always say there can be more than one truth too. That doesn't mean they both don't have something, right?
Right on.
So
yeah, no, that's true. All right, my dude. Well, I appreciate that
Yeah.
that quick overview. But real quick before you go, please tell everyone where they can find your stuff and when your shows are on the air.
Yeah, you can find me at Witness Citizen on Twitter. I do one every day. I just got done doing 11 days in a row, 150 episodes in 90 days.
Oh, you're special now? Whatever.
I'll be loaded, coming up on YouTube. Well, I do like the lunchtime hour, So
He does.
I know. I tease. I
go
love
under
the
radar.
Sean. I tease.
He's the lunch fix, man.
that's
we do
good,
document. We
We need
do
a
all
lunch.
sorts of stuff, man. Yeah. I blocked him because he was quite a troll to me, for sure.
Who was?
That Valro person. who's
Oh.
talking.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Well, hey, it is what it is.
I am
We
an
always have
experiencer.
differences in this community, but all
Yeah,
right, my
no,
brother,
that's
we
fine.
appreciate all of the hard work, everything you've contributed to the show. Will we be seeing you tomorrow?
Yeah, I would think so, Brett.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'll be around, so let me know.
Right on.
I would say my last impression here is that everybody go find your truth.
Yep.
That's what I'll say.
Awesome, man. Well, I
Thanks,
appreciate the wisdom, and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye, guys. Good
Bye.
job today.
Thank you. All right, Aaron Desario, my good sir, supporter of the show.
Yeah, thank you. I can't wait to talk about all of the great stuff that we heard today from Burchett and Elizondo. Hope you'll be covering that on your show soon.
Oh, we're definitely going to be going over everything that was done probably on Tuesday, Wednesday for sure. But yeah, all week we're going to have a lot of stuff to break down and talk about. So please do us a favor, go back and watch it again, and come back and tell us, because I don't know what
I'm
me and Michael would rather.
I just watched. I can't imagine what you're going through right now.
Somebody was like, "You guys did 8 hours today." It was 10. 10.
Was it 10? Yeah, we did 10.
Yeah, noon to 10. Or for me, 9 to what?
Yeah.
Time is it for you? 7? 9 to 7.
Yeah. 7. Yeah. All right. Well, Aaron Desario, thank you so much, my good man. I appreciate everything that you do for the show behind the scenes and the love that you share with us. So we'll see.
I'm kind of like a cheerleader who wants to be executive producer of the halftime show.
That's okay. It's okay. A boy can dream. A boy can dream.
Thanks, Aaron. Love you, brother.
Thanks, man.
Later.
All right, you guys.
UFO Jane in the house tonight.
You guys are killing it. Really.
You're killing it.
These
Everyone
three
killed it.
guys have been, what, I don't know, burning the midnight oil. Is that the phrase? Is that the phrase?
That's a phrase, definitely.
I don't technically know, I think, what that really is, but that sounds like the phrase.
Oh man, you guys, thank you so much for such a wonderful day. Coming on board with this wild idea. The reason why we did this is because the reason why we picked this date is because it was just a little less than a month before the next the 90-day report was due. So we're just like, hey, let's do another phone home, sort of encourage that they can put everything into that report as much as possible. Don't forget what?
Well, don't forget, don't let them forget.
Exactly.
We're not gonna, that wasn't enough.
Right.
The preliminary report was a preliminary report.
Exactly. And we still got a long way to go, you guys. This is just, again, a baby step, and it's a process, and we appreciate every single one of you guys out there that have helped us make this show possible today. I mean, we had basically 400 people watching the show all day. So all of you guys that were here, we truly, truly appreciate the love. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for signing the petition. Thank you for retweeting the tweets. I got to go through all these tweets and see what happened. Got to check emails, see if we got maybe hopefully some senators for tomorrow. We'll see. This is I think it was a massive success. I'm so happy with how it turned out. I think our digital footprint, especially when it comes to tweeting and retweeting and getting it in touch with congressmen, senators, has been a lot more effective than it was the first time. So I'm super happy with that. And yeah, any final thoughts from you guys?
Wow, this was awesome.
Yeah, looking forward to day 2.
Yeah, day
Michael,
2, Science and Technology Day.
Please tell us, guys, we're not on the Unidentified Celebrity Review tomorrow. We're on the Singularity Lab. So make sure that you find Singularity Lab. It's on the website. Just click the link, click the reminders, like, share, subscribe to both channels, ring the bell. That way you don't miss any time we go live. Check out the Patreon between both shows. We provide shows 5 days a week for you guys. We are a public access channel. We are supported by viewers like you. As you can see throughout the day, we got a bunch of wonderful super chats. Thank you to every single one of you that spent your hard-earned money and show of appreciation for everything that we're doing here. It's not possible without you guys. So truly, truly appreciate it. Jane, thank you so much for hosting the Ladies Hour and being part of the show and doing a bunch of stuff behind the scenes to make this happen. Same thing to you, my friend. It was an awesome day, wonderful success. I can't wait to see what tomorrow's going to bring. Tomorrow we've got Avi Loeb, who's opening the show. Avi Loeb and
Ralph Blumenthal to open the show.
It's going to be a sick day, and I don't think there's football tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, but it's not college football day, so maybe we'll get a little tastier audience, a little bit more people. The science conversation is just going to be sick. We're going to have a lot of wonderful minds. Can you go over a couple that'll be there, Michael?
It would be my pleasure to do so if you give me 10 seconds.
Yeah,
I'm going to pull up the day 2 schedule here. I've had everything up all day except for right now. All right, we got an amazing show tomorrow, starting out at noon. So we're going to be starting the show at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific time. We're going to be doing a pre-show for 30 minutes. And then right at 10 o'clock Pacific, we're going to have Avi Loeb and Ralph Blumenthal. Ralph actually requested to be with Avi because he just read his book and he was excited to talk to him about it. Then we got Campbell Moriarty and Erling Strand, Ted Rowe, Terrace Matla. We're going to be talking about the Hesdalen Lights. Erling Strand is the head investigator of the Hesdalen Lights. Then we've got 3 SCU members coming after that. We've got Kevin Knuth after that, Richard Hoffman, and then Jane's Hour, and she's got Chase and Erica Lukes and Dr. Desiree Hertak and Artemis Prime. After that, we've got some more folks from the SCU, plus Philip Shane from the What the If podcast, also the creator of Einstein documentary and Being Elmo, which is pretty dope. And then we've got a really fun panel. We're gonna have Mark Sokol, Jeremy Reese, aka Alien Scientist, and Bradley Voorhees. That's gonna be our fringe section. It's gonna be dope. And then we've got, to wrap up the show, Dr. Irina Scott, who you may have saw in the Singularity Lab earlier this week, Gary Voorhees from UAPX, and Reggie Buck. It's gonna be a hell of a day tomorrow.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm looking forward to it. So that's it, you guys. Before we go, of course, I want to say thank you to the sponsor, BlueMarlinChronicles.com, purveyors of the world's finest fishing tackle since 1995. I want to say thank you to Das Tapes. They provide all of the music that you've heard on the show today and always. I want to say thank you to, of course, my 4 co-hosts and all of the guests that took their time out of their Saturdays to come hang out with us, talk about UAP transparency, encouraging people to reach out to local, state politicians to demand more openness, to demand public hearings on the UAP issue. As you heard the Congressman say today, the UAP issue is a bipartisan topic. It's something that we can all come together on and find common ground with, because the interest is there from everyone, and then see where else we connect and see where we find common ground. And I think we'd be shocked that I think a lot of things could be solved if we start the conversation with UAP, but that's just my wild opinion. With all of that said, you guys, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for coming aboard and getting weird with us here on another episode of the Unidentified Celebrity Review, the Big Phone Home 2 edition. Until tomorrow, stay safe out there, you guys. Peace. Woo! Peace. I don't have any of my videos up ready to go because I'm just so. All right, here we go. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, all of these wonderful people would not be here without Patreon supporters like you. If you enjoy credible news, reviews, and commentary on UFOs and UAPs 5 days a week, you want to support this show. What's your name? Marty, look how easy this is, Marty. Pick up your phone. Boom, you're a Patreon member. I mean, look, it's so easy. You just click the link, which is right here. Just for $1 a month, you can support this show. Just fill out the information and pledge what's comfortable for you. It could be $1, $5, $10, or who knows. Just support.